Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The events begin in a huge gorge in the forest, in which the rabbit lives. He felt something strange. He immediately turned and looked in that direction. A bright light was coming from that side, which was coming from a lonely tree. Suddenly, a sphere appeared from the tree trunk. The sphere's eyes lit up brightly, after which the protagonist began to cough. He began to look around in panic, realizing that this was not his home. The protagonist looked around the forest. Looking in the other direction of the forest, he tried to understand how he ended up here. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a small bee, because of which he saw vines. The protagonist screamed in horror, assuming that his hair had become so coarse and also covered with leaves. But then he squinted, trying to understand if this was a strange dream. After that, the protagonist disappeared into the tree again, deciding to sleep, hoping that as soon as he wakes up, everything will return to normal. But time passed and nothing happened near the tree. The tree trunk shook when the protagonist realized that he had turned into a tree. The tree seemed to bend sadly, after which the protagonist said that the last thing he remembered was how he began to choke. Tizuyu's eye widened in horror when he realized that he had died. He climbed out of the tree trunk again, shocking the rabbit, while asking himself why he had been reborn as a tree, because usually when they were reborn, everyone turned into handsome men with a huge harem. Tizuyu involuntarily remembered himself and began to regret that now without arms he would not even be able to show how he could do a one-armed pull-up. A tear formed near his eye as he began to whine and be sad about his appearance. But a second later, Tizuyu stopped being sad, realizing something. Looking at the forest in front of him, the guy assumed that it was unusual, because the trees had no eyes, and yet he saw, and in all directions. Then the guy looked at the huge gorge, assuming that its height was several hundred meters. Tsuyu frowned, not knowing what to do. Then he slightly moved the vines, feeling that he also had a charm that was not felt. It was not so much like the ability to catch smells, but rather like perception. The protagonist began to examine the branches and began to control one of them. He could not take full control of the rest. He raised a vine above himself and then tried to control another one, but this only caused wild pain. Looking at the trembling branch, the protagonist said that he had a feeling as if the branches were legs that had gone numb after sitting for too long. Tizuyu looked at the forest again, hearing the roar of a wild animal, and if one of them decided to come here and break him, he would not be able to drive it away at all. Tizuyu was horrified to imagine how just one woodpecker would destroy him. But a moment later, he saw an airplane in the sky and exclaimed in surprise. Squinting, Tizuyu began to guess what era he found himself in. But a second later, the bees flying around enraged him. Out of anger, he attacked them with a branch and killed them. When the bees died, the system notified Tizuyu of a double murder. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, after which he praised himself with affection. After some time, the protagonist looked at the system windows, according to which he received 0.2 evolution points for killing bees. The system windows provided all the information about the protagonist, one of whose abilities gave 0.1 evolution points daily for absorbing sunlight. While the protagonist was thinking about the fact that his name remained the same, the system asked him if he wanted to use evolution points. Tizuyu frowned slightly, realizing that he received 0.1 evolution points for killing the bee, and for standing here every day he would also only receive 0.1. After the protagonist agreed, the system offered him to strengthen a branch that took only 0.1 points for strengthening. The protagonist did not immediately agree, deciding to think everything through carefully and not spend all the points thoughtlessly. But a moment later, he heard eerie sounds from the forest, after which he immediately strengthened 2 branches and took control of them. The system immediately notified him of this, after which Tizuyu began to wave his branches and rejoice. He smiled maliciously with joy. He again called up the system window and happily said that since he had a system, he had nothing to worry about. After that, the protagonist turned his attention to the hive, and immediately decided to attack him with a scream telling the bees to die and become his evolution points. Soon the sounds of flying bees were heard in the forest. Events take us half a month forward to the moment when the protagonist already controlled all his branches. He squinted, saying that since all the branches were strengthened, he was now a superhero. After that, the guy involuntarily looked at the cobblestone nearby, and gathered all his branches into one, after which he attacked the cobblestone with them. But the branches stopped before reaching the cobblestone. But even so, the blow caused a powerful gust of wind. Due to the impulse, part of the cobblestone was destroyed. The protagonist stared at this in amazement. He looked intently at the branches that destroyed part of the cobblestone without even touching it. The protagonist stroked himself with a branch and then said that this technique can become a very deadly weapon. He can now kill wolves and foxes with one blow. Tizuyu began to examine himself and noticed that he had grown a little and was happy, because ordinary trees hardly have the growth speed that he had. In addition, the guy felt how his roots were continuously absorbing the energy of the earth. Tsuyu was happy looking at his branches. Even without doing anything, he was becoming stronger, and no living creature was initially able to compare with trees in absorption speed, and he also had something that he could never gain as a human. The protagonist looked at his roots and said that he had an extremely long lifespan. Now he could forget about illness, forget about fatigue. His eye widened slightly when Tsuyu said that his lifespan would increase as he strengthened. He hoped that one day he would become so huge that he would be called the World Tree. The protagonist happily played with vines, saying that his path to becoming a god was beginning, because he did not need to go to work or study. Suddenly, he heard the chirping of chicks and was frightened. In the crown of the protagonist, there was a nest of peregrine falcons where the chicks hatched. Tsuyu remembered how a few days ago, he broke a branch blocking the sun. Then he frowned. He stared at the chicks and realized that they were peregrine falcons, medium-sized birds of prey. The length of an adult individual reaches from 41 to 50 centimeters, and the wingspan is more than 1 meter. Moreover, during a high-altitude dive, it can reach speeds of up to 360 kilometers per hour. The protagonist squeezed resin from the branch, thinking that even the maximum speed of a cheetah is only 120 kilometers per hour. The protagonist involuntarily looked at the gorge and began to say that this world was full of mutants, and there was no doubt that he was not the only one of his kind here. Tsuyu narrowed his eyes, realizing that his only flaw now was his lack of skills useful in the air, and if he could tame the chicks and use them for his own benefit, in this world it would be tantamount to gaining additional power. Tsuyu introduced himself as a human and said that since his situation had turned out this way, and he was also powerless to change anything, this was a hard-won chance for a second life. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that this time he would never miss this chance and would survive, no matter what it cost him, regardless of any dangers that this world concealed. After which Tsu looked at the gorge. At this time, on one of the peaks of the gorge, airwolves were wildly devouring their prey, while giant ants destroyed everything in their path, and only the Queen of Farts calmly walked through the forest, which seemed like blades of grass to her. The squirrel shuddered while devouring the fruits of the tree. She saw huge fingers grasping a tree nearby, after which the creature's hand tore the tree out by the roots. The huge monkey immediately threw the tree into its mouth. At this time, some creature was moving through the forest at great speed, chopping down trees along the way. After it, only a dent in the ground and felled trees remained. The culprit was a huge snake with an axe on its head and at the end of its tail. It stretched up slightly, examining the area, and only hares in this forest calmly ran along the path. One of them jumped over a fallen tree, and the protagonist immediately caught it with his branch. The system notified him of receiving 0.6 evolution points for the caught hare. Seeing his evolution points, the protagonist frowned, saying that he had not hunted anyone for a long time. After that, the guy brought the rabbit to the chicks, and they immediately began to devour it. The protagonist felt uneasy about how the chicks were gobbling up the hare. Suddenly, the system notified him of receiving 0.1 points by absorbing light, which made the protagonist very happy because now he had a whole unit. Tsuyu looked at the branches and said that he had already strengthened them all and now it was time to strengthen the roots. Tsuyu looked at the system window where it was clear that he had not strengthened any of the 9 roots and the trunk yet. Looking at the root, the guy expressed his surprise. He did not expect that one root would require a whole evolution point from him. Imagining how he traveled thanks to the evolved roots, Tsuyu smiled widely. A moment later, the system asked the protagonist whether to strengthen the root. After receiving confirmation, one of the roots brightly glowed underground. Tsuyu suddenly felt a wild pain and began to cry. His root began to break through to the surface and the vines flew up due to the pain. Even the chicks in the nest were horrified. Soon, the protagonist began to exhale, feeling relief. Sweat poured down from him as he compared the pain to the pain of being drilled. After thinking, the protagonist began to lift the root. He completely tore the root out from under the ground and began to rejoice. The protagonist wrapped it around himself, rejoicing at its strength. Then Tsuyu put his root underground, saying that now he could freely move both the branches and the roots, but could he move the trunk? The protagonist immediately decided to try and slightly move the trunk. As soon as he moved slightly, he felt terrible pain. The protagonist instantly jumped up and began to scream and roar. The protagonist began to examine himself and curse, after which he frowned, saying that this pain could not even be compared to a drill. Looking at the trunk, Tsuyu said that the 8 unreinforced roots served as protection for the trunk, and it was now like his heart, so he could not neglect protection. After Tsuyu looked at his reinforced root and said that in case of unforeseen situations, it could also serve as his weapon with the greatest killing power. A second later, the root burst into the soil. The protagonist decided to hide it for a while. Looking at the forest in front of him, Tizuyu became nervous. Now he had no evolution points and he would have to collect everything from scratch. Suddenly, the bushes moved, frightening Tizuyu. He took control of the branches in an instant and became wary. Moving the bushes aside, the protagonist saw a wounded fox. This greatly surprised the protagonist. Tizuyu even involuntarily touched it, but he immediately removed the branch when the fox whined. Frowning, the protagonist assumed that the fox was poisoned since its wound turned black. It would help him as evolution points, but it definitely could not be given to peregrine falcons as food. Suddenly, the system informed the protagonist about the juice contained in its branches, which had healing properties, and after use, the branch would lose its strengthening effect and return to its normal state. Looking at one of the branches, the protagonist decided to heal the fox and remove the poison from it, and then kill it. Rejoicing in his genius, Tizuyu brought the branch to the fox. A drop of its juice fell on the fox. The system immediately notified Tizuyu about the detection and elimination of toxin in the creature, after which it notified about the stopping of bleeding and the launch of the healing process. The protagonist looked at his branch and was happy, saying that now he is the embodiment of a great doctor. The fox got up after a couple of minutes. The protagonist pointed the branches at her, saying that since the poison was neutralized, it was time to kill her. Suddenly, the fox looked at Tizuyu with admiration. Then she began to rub against him, very surprised. The protagonist screamed, telling the fox not to do this because she is just a fox. But she did not react in any way and only closed her eyes. Tizuyu was saddened seeing the fox in such a state. But a moment later he began to be touched. He picked up the fox and began to stroke it. He liked this fox and decided not to kill it. Looking at the fox he picked up, the protagonist said that its eyes were like rubies and its fur was like silk. Suddenly, the fox began to glow brightly. A moment later, the system notified the protagonist about the beginning of the evolution of the fox, which, having absorbed his juice, launched this process. Soon the bright light disappeared, revealing a fox whose tail and fur seemed to be covered in flames. A system window with its characteristics also appeared above it. Tizuyu began to shout joyfully, saying that the fox had become even more beautiful. But a moment later, he noticed the stage of the fox written on the system window. The protagonist immediately asked the system to open the properties panel. The protagonist looked closely and saw that his own stage was already the initial 9th stage. Tizuyu closed the system window, saying that he didn't even know when the stage evaluation line appeared there, and he was also at the 9th stage of the initial stage. Looking closely at the Scarlet Fox, the protagonist thought that his strength was only 5 stages higher than the Scarlet Fox's, and as far as he understood, his life essence was not only able to heal wounds, but also accelerate the development of creatures. Tizuyu slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that he would now be able to understand the difference between himself and his opponents. The protagonist sighed, saying that his life had become different now. The protagonist looked at the fox and asked her how she ended up here and whether people had hunted her. After all, the hole in her body resembled an arrow wound. Despondent, Tizuyu thought that after these days, he was still not mentally prepared to meet people. Looking up at the sky, Tizuyu understood that if he met a radical who mistook him for a demonic tree, he would not survive because he had nothing to counter machine guns and missiles with. Suddenly, the fox jumped to the side. The protagonist looked to the side, realizing that someone was there. 2 girls were approaching him. The protagonist became wary when he saw people. He immediately hid in his trunk. Tizuyu was nervous because of the people who came. Suddenly, they began to approach him and call him dad. But the protagonist did not move even when they said that they came to see him. He only slightly moved the branches and was puzzled. At this time, a loud scream was heard in one part of the forest. Soon, treats were placed in front of the protagonist. 2 girls prayed standing in front of him. Tizuyu looked up at the sky, telling himself that he never thought that their father, it turns out, rests right under his roots. The little snake was watching from the side all this time. The youngest of the sisters grabbed the apple, saying that dad would never refuse her anyway. The protagonist became sad, mentally telling the girl to leave quickly. Suddenly, the younger sister pulled the older one to swim. The protagonist slightly leaned out of the trunk looking after the girls. Soon one of the sisters found herself in the lake and called her sister. The older one threw off her clothes. After that, she went into the lake. She modestly stood in the middle of the lake getting used to the water. The entire trunk of the protagonist trembled with anticipation. He was very angry at the tree blocking his view of the lake. After looking at the roots, the protagonist decided to move a little. But as soon as he moved, he felt severe pain, because of which he stretched out and screamed loudly in pain. Looking forward and trembling, the protagonist became very sad. Later, he noticed a fox lying nearby. Tizuyu was glad when the girls started leaving here. He slightly opened the trunk, telling them not to come after him. Suddenly, one of the sisters stopped, after which they looked at Tizuyu, saying that they would come to see him again. Seeing this, the protagonist was touched. All this time, the hatchling of the axe snake was watching the girls. The events in the gorge take us a week ahead. A huge bird screamed furiously. Peregrine falcons enveloped in energy rushed at this bird. Using a high-altitude dive, they all attacked their enemy, but he, covering himself with his wings, turned out to be safe. The golden eagle only grinned and looked at the peregrine falcons. A moment later, a system window appeared with a full list of the golden eagle's characteristics, who rushed forward with a wild cry. His cry deafened the peregrine falcons, forcing them to stop. But at that moment, the scarlet fox jumped on him from behind and bit into him with her jaw. Unexpectedly, the golden eagle easily threw off the fox, after which it grabbed it with its claws and dived down hoping to kill the enemy. The fox was seriously injured because of this. The golden eagle opened its beak deciding to kill it, but a moment later its anger expanded when it saw something. It stared at a tree nearby and froze. The golden eagle screamed furiously, feeling the threat, but the bird did not have time to do anything when the protagonist dealt it a powerful blow. A deep wound appeared on the golden eagle's body and the system immediately notified about the destruction of the golden eagle of the 7th stage. The protagonist happily looked at the system window, informing him about receiving 70 evolution points. During these 2 weeks he fed his peregrine falcons with the essence of life, because of which they were able to grow so big in such a short time. When the fox stood up and started to approach him, the protagonist praised them for their successful work. Then he looked at the corpse of the golden eagle and said that it had been circling in the air for a week, trying to find an opportunity for a surprise attack. The protagonist frowned, deciding to suppress his aura since it was quite possible that it was what attracted this golden eagle. Being only at the 7th stage, he caused a lot of damage, and there could be other monsters of the same level as the protagonist. Tizuyu widened his eyes in horror and decided to become stronger. Then he looked at the gorge and said that there were creatures here that could kill him with one blow, and he should not let his guard down under any circumstances. The fox with a flaming tail came closer. 4 peregrine falcons sat on a tree branch, looking in one direction. The protagonist said that this did not only concern him, they also needed to continuously strengthen. He squeezed one of his branches, similar to a fist, saying that now he had 70 evolution points, so he could strengthen again. The peregrine falcon put his claws forward and spread his wings, and the scarlet fox looked away. The protagonist thought that at this moment, 8 of his birds had reached the 3rd stage of the initial stage, and the fox had reached the 4th stage. He was very interested to see what kind of development they would achieve when they entered the 1st stage. Tizuyu put out his blue branches, from which drops of green liquid flowed into the animals' mouths, saying that they needed to spend money on strengthening them. In the status window, there was a message that the process of life essence was currently taking place. A liquid was being generated inside the body that could accelerate the development of living beings. A bright flash appeared above the tree. The protagonist looked up, telling everyone to remain calm. The ground shook, some of it sank below the level, raising streams of wind and dust into the air. In the depths of the curtain of dust, a bright light of eyes was visible. The protagonist arched his eyebrows, looking at the broken branches. A system warning appeared that the branch was lost because the root was broken. A giant snake appeared among the broken trees, its eyes shining brightly in the shadows. She wrapped her tail around the broken branches of the blue tree. The protagonist mentally screamed, realizing that 26 branches had been cut off, now only 24 remained. The inner beige color of the blue tree was visible in the place of the cut branch. Ziyu narrowed his eyes and looked up, thinking that, contrary to expectations, he was unable to detect the presence of the enemy. He wondered if he had relaxed too much after the recent victory, but immediately realized that it was because this animal also knew how to hide its aura. The giant yellow eyes of the snake looked straight at him. The protagonist frowned and called out the energy flows around him, telling the system to open the creation property panel. The giant monster's eyes shone in the rising dust curtain. The status window showed that it was an axe snake, stage, initial. Degenerate properties, perfectly able to hide its aura, special ability, huge blade-like teeth that could easily bite through copper sheets. Battle axe, an axe-shaped tail that could cut through everything in its path. It was the highest danger to plants. The protagonist screamed and frowned when he learned that this was the 9th stage of animal evolution. He paid attention to the last lines of the information provided. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, realizing that he was in trouble because this creature had come for his soul on purpose. The scarlet fox opened his mouth wide, looking at the snake. It gritted its teeth and looked ahead from under its brows. The axe snake grabbed it with its sharp fangs. The creature brought its tail to its mouth, which contained the branches of the tree. The snake opened its mouth, slowly absorbing them. The protagonist frowned, mentally calling the monster a plague. The axe snake sharply widened its eyes and released streams of steam from its nasal passages. The creature quickly directed its head down. The tree twitched in fear. Tizuyu opened his eyes wide, ordering the animals to dodge. The fox behind him prepared for battle. Axe snake left a trail of dust in the air. The monster's eyes opened wide. The protagonist frowned, putting red roots to the creature's head. He used the second root enhancement. The system notified that 2 of the 9 roots were enhanced. The evolution points are 69. Tzuyu narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was in trouble because this was a pretty serious onslaught. He reached out to the snake with his branches, telling them not to underestimate him, because he was also at the 9th stage. Even if he had to fight in close combat, he would not be afraid of the creature. The axe snake opened its mouth wide, pointing its axe-shaped tail at him, which shone like a blade. The protagonist used the third root enhancement, 3 red branches intertwined with each other. The system notified that 3 roots out of 9 were enhanced. The evolution points were 68. The roots grabbed the body of the giant snake, not allowing it to move. It opened its mouth wide and widened its eyes. Ziyu frowned, ordering all the roots to be enhanced. Long red roots began to crawl out from under the ground where the blue tree was. The system reported that all 9 roots were enhanced. They quickly moved forward. The protagonist turned his attention to the most vulnerable part of the body of the captured monster, thinking that in a fight with a snake, the main thing is to aim for its weak spot, so he will use this chance to take its life. Tzuyu narrowed his brightly shining eyes, ordering the creature to get out of his territory. The axe snake closed its eyes and opened its mouth wide, screaming shrilly. The roots of the tree rushed to the place on the animal's body that the protagonist noticed. Streams of blood gushed out from the snake's open mouth. Tzuyu arched his eyebrows in surprise. He noticed that he did not pierce the monster, but he managed to leave a dent on the snake's body. The giant axe snake looked down at him. Its upper body was darkened, but its eyes continued to shine brightly. The protagonist did not know what to do, because it could easily cut him down, but he could not pierce the snake. The creature lowered its head tiredly, drops of blood dripping from its slightly open mouth. It frowned, looking down. Ziyu released more red roots coming out of the ground at the snake in front of him, thinking that he couldn't show her fear, so he had to release a more powerful bloodlust. The axe snake closed its mouth and looked forward, its yellow eyes shining brightly. The giant monster suddenly stopped and turned to the other side. The axe snake quickly headed in the opposite direction. Blue streams of energy, like thin branches, emanated from the tree. They sank down tiredly. Blue light fell on the sharp branches of the tree. Ziyu frowned, sweat dripping off him. He was sure that he would die right here. The tree was in the center of a small field, which had numerous dents and cracks. The animals made loud noises as they approached Ziyu. He narrowed his eyes, asking them not to worry about him. He was fine, but the fact that he let the snake escape would definitely come back to haunt him in the future. There was still a curtain of raised dust above the tops of the green trees. The protagonist frowned, saying that today's situation could only be blamed on his weakness, so he had to become stronger and do it quickly. He imagined a sharp blade on the monster's head, saying that after tasting its energy, the axe snake would definitely become stronger and return again. And when that happened, there would be nothing left for him to do but wait for death in the same place. There was a chip on his sphere. He was saying that if he forcefully strengthened the 8 remaining roots, his base would crack at the seams. It would be a disaster. A loud sound was heard. Ziyu narrowed his eyes. The system notified that the conditions for transition to the first stage had been reached. 10 evolution points were required for the transition. There was a question whether the hero was ready to begin the transition. 2 answer options appeared in front of him, yes and no. He opened his eyes in surprise. Tzuyu's eyes shone brightly. He said that everything turned out as he expected. After the initial stage, the first one immediately follows, then the second and third. The scarlet fox opened her eyes wide. The protagonist frowned, imagining a tree trunk with a scary face, saying that this was good, but he needed to become much stronger because he did not want to relive today's failure again. Tzuyu clicked on the answer option, yes. The system reported the start of the evolution process. A bright light appeared around the tree. It was a continuous evolution. In place of the cut branch, a bright silhouette of a new one appeared. The thin, bright branches intertwined with each other. It was a continuous evolution, meaning continuous strengthening. In order to survive in a world where the strong devour the weak, from an ordinary tree, it will begin a continuous evolution to something much more majestic. Strong currents of wind pondered the tree and the fox standing next to it. Peregrine falcons soared in the sky, spreading their wings wide. The tail of the scarlet fox brightly shone with fire. Rays of bright light passed between the tree trunks. From the green top of the tree, blue streams of energy emerged, similar to elastic branches. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, looking ahead. The tree trunk consisted of thick branches that had grown together, and bright green vines were hanging down from the top. The system reported that Ziyu is now an abnormal willow, with a lifespan of 0.4 out of 200 years, evolution points of 51, and stage 1. The protagonist looked up, saying that all the severed branches had grown back and his body had grown larger. The status window reported that the remaining evolution points were 51. The fox took a step forward and froze. The system reported that she was an abnormal scarlet fox at the initial stage. Her tail was shining with a bright flame. A flock of peregrine falcons soared in the sky. Red feathers had appeared on their heads. The status window reported that there were 8 abnormal peregrine falcons at the initial stage. Ziyu looked ahead, saying that the light that appeared during evolution had not only affected him, the fox and the peregrine falcons had also evolved after him. Everything that happened to him would affect them too. A flock of peregrine falcons were sitting on a tree branch. Ziyu looked at them, ordering the 8 of them to go on reconnaissance and find out where this snake had gone. Bright yellow rays of light were coming out from the green top of the tree. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He noticed that their speed had increased in one go, like a bullet being fired. The flock of birds were hovering over the high cliffs and the winding river. The protagonist thought that it was quite possible that now they could easily pierce the skin of any creature at the same level as the golden eagle had done recently. Ziyu looked to the side, noticing that in addition to them, the fox must have become much stronger. The flames were shining brightly around the scarlet fox. The system reported that the animal was at the initial stage. The hero, even with the naked eye, could feel the energy streams continuously spreading from it. He narrowed his eyes, looking ahead. Green vines were hanging down from the top of the tree. The protagonist ordered to open his characteristics panel. Since he had reached the first stage, he should probably have received additional abilities or attributes. Suddenly, a loud cry for help was heard. Tizuyu and the scarlet fox widened their eyes in surprise. The animal turned its head. The girls opened their mouths wide, screaming hysterically. The 2 heroines ran forward, running out of the dusty curtain. Tizuyu opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding why this couple was here again. A crowd of animals were chasing the girls, among which were a giraffe, a leopard, a monkey, bats, and many others. Xiaoling opened her mouth and eyes wide, asking why they were chasing them. Xiaoking, who was lying next to her, furrowed her brows, saying that she wanted to know the same thing. The animals opened their giant mouths wide, showing their teeth. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that the animals were attracted here by the aura spreading from the light during the process of evolution, because for them it was like a divine elixir, both for the golden eagle and for the axe snake. But this did not mean that he would allow them to ruin his plans. There were 2 intertwined trunks around the protagonist's sphere. The animal's eyes opened wide. The boar was catching up with the fleeing girls. They opened their mouths in fear. A curtain of dust appeared in front of the animals. They stopped abruptly. The 2 girls were thrown into the air by the shock wave. They widened their eyes in surprise and looked forward. The raised dust slowly settled. A scarlet fox appeared in front, its tail shining with bright tongues of flame. Behind it lay a motionless boar. Xiaohong widened his eyes, turning back. Xiaoling and Xiaoking held hands in fear and screamed. The scarlet fox raised its tail, looking at the animals in front of it. Like bullets, the peregrine falcons launched their attacks, leaving a bright yellow trail behind them and piercing the heads of the giant animals. A flock of birds flew in the sky above Xiaohong. Xiaoking widened her eyes in surprise and raised her head, noticing that this fox and the peregrine falcons came to their aid. Xiaoling, standing next to her, opened her mouth in fear. The crowd of animals, including a wolf with red eyes and a rhinoceros, stopped. The protagonist realized that they were afraid to approach. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, telling the elder and the fox to retreat because it was time for him to join the fight. The sphere shone brightly with purple light. The peregrine falcon turned its head back. Xiaohong's eyes widened. The 2 sisters looked back worriedly. Red roots were coming out of the ground. The hero said that he wanted each of them to realize what a monster the one they had chosen as their opponent was. They rose higher, releasing dust into the air. The roots intertwined in the air. The animals looked at it in surprise. The tree emitted a bright glow, the vines began to shine, and the maroon roots moved forward. The hero said that there would be a massacre today. Xiaoking raised her hands in front of her in fear and screamed. Ziyu's eyes shone brightly. He ordered them to attack in a crowd. The animals, shining with furious eyes, opened their mouths wide, showing their teeth. A crowd of creatures approached the tree from all sides. The leopard opened its mouth, showing its sharp teeth. The protagonist frowned. A maroon stream of energy pierced his head. The drops of blood hit the bright sphere. The hero frowned and said that today they would meet their death. The hippopotamus opened his mouth and ran forward furiously, causing the ground beneath him to shake. A bright red root appeared from under the ground right in front of him. The system reported that the mutated hippopotamus was destroyed. Evolution points were 50. The status windows appeared one after another, reporting that the mutated rat was destroyed. 20 evolution points were received. The rhinoceros was destroyed. 30 evolution points were received. The steppe giraffe was also destroyed. 20 evolution points were received. The boar was destroyed. 10 evolution points were received. Between the animals, whose eyes were wide open, there were maroon tree roots, squeezing and piercing their bodies. The bat flew through the roots, leaving a bright purple trail behind it. It opened its mouth, releasing streams of sound forward. The hero noticed that this was a good speed, but alas, this would not help. The bright sphere looked up. The bat began to lose altitude. A bright yellow flash appeared around it. The system reported that the mutated bat was destroyed. 10 evolution points were received. Sharp maroon roots of the tree rushed towards the animal standing below. He hit it on the back, breaking the ground under the animal's feet. The creature with yellow horns frowned, resting his forehead on the tree root. The protagonist frowned. He noticed that the creature had withstood the attack. Perhaps it was not worth killing them all. Some of the strongest of them could be left alive and later developed. He squeezed the animal with the roots. It screamed shrilly, opening its mouth wide. Several more animals were tightly fixed in the roots. Red branches captured the crane. Ziyu's eyes opened wide and shone. He said that the rest would die. Long maroon roots swirled around the group of animals, raising dust and the creatures themselves into the air. There was a dark night sky above the area. 8 animals were fixed in the air by their roots, and wind currents moved along the ground around the tree. The sphere in the tree trunk shone brightly. The hero noticed that the deed was done, and now he needed to decide what to do with the girls. The scarlet fox froze, looking at the immobilized animals. Xiaoling was lying on Xiaoking. The hero said that if he let them go, his secret would be revealed, and if he killed them, he could be dubbed a demonic tree, because the disappearance of 2 people could not go unnoticed and attract more people here, and eventually an entire army could come. He imagined a crowd of military men in uniform. The protagonist imagined himself and a woman standing next to him with a child, who said that this tree was very ugly. He thought that the worst thing would be if they moved him to a botanical garden. Ziyu opened his eyes wide, thinking that there was another option. If he did this, perhaps everything would work out. Clouds slowly floated across the night sky. The girl opened her eyes slightly. She widened her eyes in fear and put her hands in front of her, seeing that the sphere was looking at her with displeasure. The girls joined hands, shouting that the root was approaching them. It began to wriggle. Fortunately, the protagonist was a human in his past life and knew how to write. The root began to draw hieroglyphs on the ground. The 2 sisters widened their eyes in surprise. Tizuyu opened his bright eyes wide. Beads of sweat were running down the sphere. He mentally asked them to hurry up and believe in the situation. That their father had become a willow, that he had saved their lives at the moment of danger, so they needed to quickly believe in it. He frowned, thinking that if the plan failed, he would have no other choice. The girl pursed her lips nervously. Xiaoling opened her mouth wide, asking what her name was and what her main secret was. The protagonist called the system. It immediately gave out information about the 2 girls standing in front of the tree. On the left was Xiaoling. She was 14 years old. The main secret was that she loved Ernyu from the neighboring village. On the right was Xiaoking. Her brows furrowed in fear. She was 14 years old. She dropped out of school and started working to support and take care of her younger sister and grandfather. The tip of the tree root drew a hieroglyph on the ground. The girl screamed loudly, embarrassedly pressing her palms to her ears. Xiaoking looked at her in surprise, asking if this was really that Ernyu from the neighboring village. Xiaoling frowned, shouting that she was not in love with him. She frowned sadly. Tears appeared in her eyes. The girl said that she had only told her father about this. The hero looked up, moving the vines. The other day, when he was bored, he made a couple of hairpins from the branches. He does not know what prompted him to do this. The vines took out 2 wooden pins. The protagonist handed them to the girls standing in front. He thought that people always have special feelings for the dead, both fear and longing, so the fact that their father was buried under the roots of Tizuyu was predetermined by fate. Balls of bright energy were flying near the tree. The sick man was lying on the bed, asking Xiaoking for forgiveness. He told her to look after her grandfather and sister. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Perhaps, even without noticing it, the streams of life and time merge. He imagined the image of a man lying underground, pierced by the roots of a tree. Xiaoking arched her eyebrows when the protagonist said that she worked all her life and did not spare herself, even quit school for her sister. A bright vine stroked her head. Tizuyu narrowed his eyes happily, saying that she tried hard. He thought that perhaps during this fusion, his father's soul and his own had merged. This could not be ruled out either. Xiaoking cried, gritting her teeth. The girls stood in front of the tree. The peregrine falcon sat on a rock. The scarlet fox sat next to it. Its tail was burning brightly with flames. The girl frowned, saying that many unimaginable things had happened in these 2 months. Last month a passenger plane flew into a flock of crows and disappeared. The search failed to find its wreckage, and also a shadow that appeared in the Pacific Ocean swallowed a private cruise liner. A small fire was burning in front of the tree. The girl continued to say that experts said that an unknown matter had appeared in the atmosphere, and it was this matter that gave rise to a new round of evolution of living beings around the world. In the east, this matter was called spiritual energy, and in the west, Mana, she presented a magic staff with a precious stone. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, saying that he didn't even think that so many things had happened in the outside world. Xiaoking turned her head, saying that she didn't believe what the news said, but now she did. A sweet smile appeared on the girl's face. The male lead looked at her shyly and his cheeks blushed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The girl walked up to the wolves in the tree root cage, saying that the bag contained the remains of the animals they had recently killed for dinner. The male lead frowned and screamed. The animals opened their mouths wide, drooling from thirst for food, and growled menacingly. Behind the girl was the shadow of an animal with brightly shining eyes. The scarlet fox frowned. The pack of wolves whined in fear and backed away. There was a small in the wolf's mouth. Xiaoling clapped her hands happily and turned to Xiaohong, saying that they would now obediently eat. The protagonist noticed that the girl really knew how to win people over. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he had only recently caught these alpha wolves. He wondered if she really dared to tease them. Although, under the fox's supervision, it was unlikely that anything would happen. Do not count these 4 wolves. He also captured a white crane, and also a monkey. If he had not wrapped it tightly, it would undoubtedly have been the one to raise the biggest fuss. The listed animals were captured by vines. They were hanging in the air. A large buffalo was sleeping near the tree trunk, on which the girl fell asleep. This animal turned out to be too obedient. Realizing that he had no chance in a fight, he just took and calmly lay down. The honey badger with light fur nervously moved his paws. The hero said that this was undoubtedly the biggest headache. It was making noise incessantly. Tizuyu did not understand how the animal ended up here, because they usually live in Southwest Asia and Africa. But the hero will still have time to deal with the newcomers, because now there is a more important matter. The scarlet fox watched the cage. The vines held the animals in the air. The protagonist ordered to open the properties panel. The status window showed information that Tizuyu is an abnormal willow. His lifespan is 0.6 out of 200, evolution points are 149, stage 1. Abilities: mutated branches, 50 out of 50, mutated roots, 9 out of 9, essence of life, a special liquid is born inside the body, capable of accelerating the development of living beings and healing their wounds. Degenerate properties: super regeneration, a terrifying innate ability available only to plants. Passive: first, daily absorption of sunlight brings 1 evolution point. Second, the destruction of living beings adds evolution points. Fog barrier: the ability to immerse oneself in thick fog, spreading fog in a radius of several kilometers. Hallucinogen: the ability to imbue fog and branches with a psychedelic effect to disorient living beings. The protagonist's eyes widened. He said that a new wave of enhancement was beginning. Tizuyu's eyes shone brightly as he said that not only had he himself, as such, reached the first stage, his abilities could also be enhanced. Information about available enhancements appeared on the green screen. The system also reported on innate properties. There were 2 bright stripes in front of the sphere, and Tizuyu said that he only needed the 149 evolution points. He had to raise his strength 1 step higher. The system provided information about the ability fog barrier and hallucinogen. There were many blue threads stretching out, and the protagonist said that these new abilities were very good because they would not have to worry about any surprises, and in the future they would serve as the foundation for his unlimited development. A question about using 20 evolution points to activate the fog barrier and hallucinogen appeared on the green screen. The ball's eyes shone brightly, and he ordered the system to activate it. A bright light appeared around the tree, and Tizuyu thought that the ability hallucinogen was not rare at all because many plants had it, and it manifested itself in the form of secreting special substances that irritate the nervous system of insects. Gray fog filled the space. Gray smoke hung above the forest. Tizuyu thought that if he were the person he was a year ago, he would never have imagined that he would be able to use these 2 abilities together. The protagonist thought that he was at the first stage now, but in the future he would be able to reach much greater heights. There were bright sparks in the middle of the fog, and Ziyu said that he wanted to go find the axe snake immediately and take revenge, but it would be bad if he attracted the attention of a stronger enemy because of it. He thought that the snake should be destroyed, but for now he needed to be patient and wait until there were no stronger enemies in his area. The ball shone brightly, saying that then would be the time to settle the matter with the axe snake once and for all. The girl with long hair called out to the red fox and shouted that her father was not in sight, and Xiaohong immediately turned around. Xiaoling turned around when Ziyu said that he was right behind them, and suggested that the closer someone was to him, the stronger the influence of the abilities. The bull with golden horns approached them and asked the fox to lead the 2 sisters through the ravine. A purple ball was visible in the hollow, which asked Xiaoking and Xiaoling not to tell their grandfather anything. The 2 girls were sitting on a red fox that was flying through the air. Xiaoling said with a wide smile that a lot had happened today, because they had been chased by a herd of beasts in the morning, and now they were riding on a huge fox. Xiaoking, whose cheeks were red, said that this was the first time she had rushed through the mountains and forests so fast, and it felt great. Xiaohong smiled as the girls thanked him. The purple ball emitted a bright light, saying that it was time to begin the second round of enhancements. The system provided information on the mutated branches and roots. The evolution points were 129. Bright streaks of light appeared around the crown of the tree, and the system reported that 50 branches and 9 roots had been enhanced. The system said that the enhancement of the hallucinogen was equal to 10 evolution points. The improvement of the fog screen was equal to the same amount. That evening, all the wild beasts within a radius of 10 kilometers around Ziyu forgot about peace. A white fog was visible above the green forest. Each of them subconsciously felt that at that very moment, the birth of a new overlord was initiated. Light was visible through the branches. The tree bark was radiating radiance. Ziyu frowned and said that finally, all the planned efforts were completely completed. The wolf ran to the wooden cage, inside which sat another predator. The wolves tensed up, hearing the noise from outside. The predator with bright red eyes roared loudly and bared its sharp teeth. Ziyu, sitting in the hollow, watched the wolves, saying that it seemed that the fog enhanced by the hallucinogen really affected living beings, but it became a little noisy. The system provided information about the fog screen and the hallucinogen, which immediately reached the second level. The bull with golden horns chased the boar. There were 50 mutated branches and 9 roots. The system described the 2 skills that Ziyu had obtained. The ball looked up and said that it only had 14 evolution points left, and it was already 50 points short of improving its innate properties. The green screen showed information about the super regeneration property. The protagonist had 14 evolution points left. The tree's roots went deep into the ground, and Ziyu said that its main root extended for 100 meters. A cave with water was visible, and the protagonist said that he could now feel the continuous bubbling of spiritual energy. Ziyu's eyes were shining, and he said that he did not expect that the underground river under its base contained a huge amount of an unknown substance, and it could be called a river of spiritual energy. The roots burst out from the ground, destroying it, and Ziyu said that Xiaoqing and Xiaoling would be scared when they heard this. A hawk flew to the tree branch. The 2 birds sat on a branch. The hawk flapped its wings and screamed loudly. Ziyu looked at the bird in shock. Inside the tree, the protagonist asked if the hawks really failed to find traces of the axe snake. He guessed that he had caused serious damage to it last time. The bird sat on the branch, and Ziyu said that they should continue searching because the snake would definitely come back, and it would definitely not resist such a temptation. The wolves roared loudly inside the cage. The liana was shining brightly. She hit the animals, causing them to squeal in pain. Ziyu frowned and shouted at them not to irritate him. The 2 sisters frowned, and Xiaoqing shouted that the protagonist was bullying the wolves again. Xiaoling and Xiaoqing walked next to the red fox, and Ziyu asked why they returned so quickly. The girl took hold of the cage and said that it was wrong to treat animals so roughly. She brought the cloth to the wound of the beast, which was lying on its side. The wolf clenched its teeth tightly. Xiaoqing looked at the predator carefully and said that it must be painful. The wolf narrowed its yellow eyes. Ziyu was covered in sweat from astonishment. The girl fought with the monster for beef. The monster bared its sharp fangs. Liana tied it tightly and hung it in the air. The predator's eyes widened in surprise when the girl handed it a piece of meat. They began to eat with pleasure on their faces. Suddenly, the animal stretched out a paw with something lying on it. The girl turned around and told the bull that she brought an apple for him. She closed her eyes, biting into the strip of meat. The other sister stroked the wolves with a smile. The protagonist narrowed his eyes furiously. He was inside the hollow, saying that he did not expect that they would get along with them so quickly, and it was not surprising. Because before, man had to tame animals for survival, Ziyu assumed that what happened helped him gain something important. Many animals gathered around the tree, as well as Xiaoling and Xiaoqing, and the protagonist said that from the very beginning of his stay in this world, it was a complete nervous strain for him. There was a hole in the ground, and Ziyu said that it was quite nice to relax like this sometimes. The eye of the predator shone brightly in the darkness. The next day came. The sun brightly illuminated the village. Xiaoling and Xiaoqing had already woken up and were again happily going to the mountains, urging each other on. They quickly ran away from the village, and on the way, Grandpa shouted at them to stop constantly running to the mountains. "Everything will be fine, Grandpa," the girls answered and ran away again. A young man approached Grandpa. With a smile on his face, he looked after his sisters and said that he had not seen the girls so lively for a long time, since their father left this world, adding that it was very wonderful for his sister to see them like this. The old man also looked after his granddaughters, asking why they always went to the mountains. At this time, the forest in the mountains was silent. The protagonist suddenly sneezed loudly. After that, he looked around and asked himself where his fox had disappeared to. A few seconds later, he realized that Xiaohong had run to meet the sisters. Exhaling heavily, he added that over the past half-month, the relationship between the fox and the girls had become even better than with himself. At the same time, in another part of the forest, Xiaohong was sitting quietly and waiting for his sisters. Suddenly, girls came out from behind the trees and, seeing the fox, were very happy. They rushed to her, hugging her. Hugging the fox, one of the sisters asked if Xiaohong was really meeting them today. After that, they climbed onto the fox's back and the animal rushed towards the protagonist. Zioking, sitting in front, turned to look at her sister, who was sitting with a very wide grin, and asked in confusion why she couldn't stop grinning. Zioking laughed ominously. The next second, she stretched out her hand, in which was a small bag, and said that she had grabbed grandfather's fertilizer for father, rich in carbohydrates. The bag emitted such a strong smell that Zioking plugged her nose with her fingers. Zioking continued to say that this was so that father's foliage would become even greener and the trunk even more powerful, adding that she got up early in the morning to collect this fertilizer. After these words, she leaned towards her sister and with a crazy smile on her face said that father really likes sweets, and grandfather, on top of everything else, has diabetes. Suddenly, clouds gathered in the sky, blocking the sun. Seeing this, Zioking raised her head and asked if it was going to rain. After a short pause, she added that they needed to get to their father as soon as possible. At that very moment, the ground shook and a huge, axe-shaped snake emerged from the rising dust. Ziohong was horrified when he saw the familiar snake. The sisters, sitting on the fox's back, tensed up, scared. The next second, the snake showed its mad grin and hissed loudly, looking at the boys with eyes full of bloodlust. The sisters' mad screams and splashes of blood were heard. At this time, abnormal peregrine falcons were flying in the sky at the speed of a bullet. They were leading bees towards the protagonist. These were abnormal bees that wanted to kill the birds that disturbed them. Suddenly, a huge root of the protagonist burst out of the ground. The next second, it pierced the bee at great speed. Ziyu's face, with which he killed his victims, was very serious. He looked at what was happening with his eyes glowing and said in his head that he had to work hard to attract the abnormal bees here, and now it was time to become his evolution points. The next second, a whole swarm of bees was subjected to countless fast and strong attacks from the protagonist. In a few seconds, all the abnormal bees died, and the protagonist laughed quite unevilly. The system table that appeared said that Tzuyu had 156 evolution points left. One of the peregrine falcons suddenly landed on his huge branch and screamed loudly. The protagonist raised his head to the bird and said contentedly that he knew that he had only succeeded thanks to the peregrine falcons. After these words, he handed the birds his root, from which the essence of life began to ooze. After praising the peregrine falcons, the protagonist frowned deeply and looked away, saying in his head that in fact, spending his energy on developing the peregrine falcons was the right decision, because at the moment the peregrine falcons have become even stronger than before, adding that the strength of his birds has reached the 7th step of the initial stage. After a short pause, he said that it was time now. A system screen appeared in front of him, asking if the protagonist wanted to use 100 evolution points to strengthen the root. Seeing that they were asking for so much, Tzuyu squinted and with a drop of cold sweat said dissatisfiedly that 100 points were required to advance to the 2nd level, adding that it was very expensive, but nothing could be done. After a short pause, he said that he would strengthen one first, because now he needed to advance the strength to the peak of the 1st stage as soon as possible. After saying these words, he pressed the yes button on the system screen. After that, he screamed madly and his entire body was enveloped in a green glow. His roots suddenly began to break out of the ground. At that very second, something began to envelop them. After a few seconds, the roots became much larger than before, and tentacles appeared all over their surface. Seeing this, the little bull, standing nearby, was very surprised and scared at the same time. The alpha wolves sitting in the cages were terrified. The honey badger, wrapped in a liana, was also very scared. Cold sweat was pouring down the main character. He was breathing heavily, looking at the ground, saying that it was incredibly painful. After these words, he exhaled in relief, picked up a huge root and said that after evolution, the root's strength was far beyond his imagination. After these words, he chuckled and added that he believed that the root could easily deal with any creature at the 1st stage. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his face became very tense, after which Tzuyu shouted that it was time to test the strength of the 2nd level. After these words, the huge root rushed towards the forest with incredible speed. Making its way through the ground, breaking through it, the root went further and further into the forest. Along the way, it grabbed all the animals, breaking trees. In one clearing, one pig knelt down, holding out a flower to another pig. Suddenly, the 2nd pig was entangled in the tentacles of a root that rushed past. Explosions from the tentacle bursting out of the ground were heard throughout the forest. A few seconds later, many cocoons were hanging from the tentacle that rose above the forest, in which there were captured animals. "This is a hellish sight," the protagonist said with admiration. More than 24 animals were caught by the merciless tentacle. Watching all this, the protagonist laughed and said that this was truly a considerable harvest. In an instant, all the captured victims were killed, and a notification appeared in front of Ziyu, stating that the protagonist had received 210 evolution points. Below it was written that the total number of evolution points was 267. Seeing this, the protagonist was very pleased. Very happy, he said that this was simply a great feeling, adding that he was like a bag of money. The system screen showed that his second level mutated roots were 1,000 meters long, and his strength and speed had reached the peak of the first stage. After reading this, the protagonist imagined a huge spiral beneath him and said that he would send the root underground and curl it into a protective spiral, and if danger approached, the root would immediately detect it. When suddenly the honey badger began to scream very furiously. Hearing the screams, Tsuyu looked at the captured animal and asked discontentedly what he was screaming about, adding that the honey badger should wait for Xiaolan to feed him. The recently captured monkey was already jumping from liana to liana as it had been released from detention for good behavior. When suddenly he said that the fox had gone for the sisters at dawn, and it was already getting light. At this time, blood was dripping from the tail of the hatchet snake, and its eyes were burning with an unquenchable thirst for blood. I wonder why they haven't returned yet, Tsuyu asked after a few seconds. Looking at the sky, he excitedly said that it would soon be dark. Suddenly, the elder peregrine falcon flew in. Noticing the bird, the protagonist immediately shouted for the elder to take his brothers and go look for his sisters in the forest, adding that they should not miss a single clue. Suddenly, a fox jumped out of the fog and fell to the ground with force. It was covered in bruises and a wound from which blood flowed. Seeing this, the protagonist was shocked. Xiaohong's eyes began to slowly close. The fox was dying from blood loss. Immediately realizing this, Ziyu stuck vines into the animal's body and used the essence of life to heal the fox. The system window that appeared said that the essence of life was introduced, after which it was written that the vital signs had increased. Xiaohong, breathing heavily, opened his eyes again. The system window that appeared said that the fox's vital signs had stabilized. As soon as the protagonist read this, he screamed with beads of cold sweat, asking why there was only a fox here and where Xiaoking and Xiaoling were. At this time, a strong push was heard. The snake raised dust and dirt. Hearing this, the protagonist turned his head to the side. What he saw shocked him. He saw the hand of one of the sisters. Ziyu's eyes lit up with rage. In the mouth of a huge axe snake was the body of a girl. She was pierced through by a huge fang. In the eyes of the snake, there was hatred and anger. There was no life in Xiaoking's eyes. Xiaoking, the protagonist, screamed in rage. Hearing the desperate cry, the axe snake smiled madly and pleasure appeared in its eyes. The next second, it shook its head. Xiaoking's body flew into the air, and the snake immediately opened its mouth to swallow the prey. Seeing this, the protagonist immediately directed the root towards the enemy, shouting that she dare not do this. The root gained gigantic speed, reducing the distance with the snake. Before it could eat the girl, the axe snake noticed the danger. Before it could dodge, the root struck it in the chest. "Don't you dare touch her," the protagonist shouted in rage with burning eyes. At that very second, the root grabbed Xiaoking. After that, it began to return back at great speed. There was a huge hole in the snake's body, and blood spurted from its mouth. Absorbing Ziyu's branches not only transformed the appearance of the axe snake, but also endowed it with colossal strength. The eyes of the creeping burned with anger and hatred towards the protagonist. This time, it came with the intention of ending the work started and destroying the willow standing before its eyes. However, to the surprise of the snake, the willow once again strengthened and became stronger. The axe snake realized that it was still no match for the willow and, having no other choice, fled again. At this time, the wounded Xiaoking was lying on the grass in front of the protagonist's body. Her entire body was covered in blood and her stomach was pierced through. Seeing the girl's condition, Ziyu was very scared. At that very second, he unfurled his vines, which acquired a bright green glow. He stuck them into the girl, thereby injecting the essence of life. The system window that appeared said that the essence of life had been injected. A few seconds later, it was reported that there was no increase in vital signs. Glowing healing vines were located all over the girl's body. A notification about the infusion of the essence of life appeared again. A few seconds later, it was reported that there was no increase in vital signs. It was also written that 10 evolution points had been spent. The next notification appeared, asking whether the protagonist wanted to continue using the essence of life. Without a second thought, Ziyu shouted for the infusion to continue, adding that there was no need to seek further permission. Cold sweat was pouring down his face, and he was tense to the point of insane tension. In his head, he was talking and begging for Xiaoking to wake up. The monkey and honey badger were horrified by what they saw, and the alpha wolves in the cages barked loudly. With eyes burning with rage, the protagonist turned to the animals and ordered them to be quiet. The green glow did not subside. A fox and a buffalo stood in front of the girl's body. Notifications appeared in front of the protagonist that the life essence was being reinfused. Immediately after that, another message appeared, which said that there were no signs of life in little Xiaoking's body. After that, a second infusion was carried out. A few seconds later, it said, "No signs of life." There was no more life in the girl's body, and her eyes were empty. More and more notifications appeared, stating that there were no signs of life. A fox and a buffalo were leaning over the body of one of the sisters, looking very worried. There were no signs of life. Zioking did not move. The next notification said that there were no signs of life. The alpha wolves silently looked at the girl's body. There were no signs of life. Tears appeared in the eyes of the honey badger and monkey. Suddenly, a message appeared which said that the evolution points were exhausted. With burning eyes, the protagonist tensely looked at the girl's lifeless body. He had no evolution points left. At this time in the village, Zioling was lying unconscious on the bed. Her entire body was covered in wounds and abrasions. A doctor stood next to her, bandaging the girl's wounds. After a few minutes, he turned to Zioling's grandfather and, with a very tense face covered in cold sweat, said that their village's medical level was too backward, adding that he had managed to remove the poison from the arms and stomach. But while the girl was running, the poison, following the blood, reached the brain and heart. Hearing this, the old man was shocked to horror. The doctor continued to say that even if the girl managed to survive, what happened would cripple Zioling for the rest of her life. The next second, other guys entered the building. The old man turned to them and asked if they had found Zioking. Lowering his head, the guy in the hat apologized and said sadly that they had found absolutely nothing. After a short pause, he added that most likely Zioking had already been eaten by wild animals. Hearing this, the old man was horrified and shocked. After that, he lost consciousness. The screams of the guys who rushed to the headman were heard. One of the peregrine falcons was watching all this through the window. He remembered everything that was happening so that he could report everything to the main character later. At this time in the forest, the protagonist looked at the body of the dead Zioking with burning eyes. He said quietly and sadly that nothing good awaited Zioling either. Tears were pouring from the eyes of the honey badger tied with vines. Suddenly, the alpha wolf cage collapsed with a crunch. The protagonist quietly said that he knew before that plants could also feel. After a short pause, he added that plants could become stressed and dry out from swearing and cursing. After these words, the vine holding the honey badger let go of the animal, whose eyes were burning with rage. Ziyu continued to say that music can bring joy to plants and lead to abundant flowering. A peregrine falcon sat on a huge tree branch, but the protagonist suddenly said under his breath. A few seconds later, with his eyes burning with rage, he screamed in rage that he had never heard of plants being able to feel such anger. All the animals experienced exactly the same emotions. Everyone's eyes were burning with rage. Their mad grin showed how much they wanted revenge. Servants, said the protagonist, it's time for a decisive battle. Pescador's Islands, an archipelago in close proximity to the continent. Over the past 6 months, the number of air crashes in its waters has reached 17. As for ships, the figure has reached 20, and these are only officially registered cases that occurred in just 6 months. Subsequently, the state was able to confirm that the space in which so many misfortunes occurred turned out to be a place of hibernation for a flock of mutated crows, and also an abnormal sea predator. It was a huge creature that had a huge body and long tentacles, at the end of one of which was a monster's mouth. A flock of crows swallowed passenger planes, and the sea predator dragged the ships to the bottom. With the rise of mutated beasts and the growth of their strength, their determination to protect their territory became stronger. Ships and passenger planes, typical of those who make a lot of noise, were the first to take the hit. The Pescador's Islands Moskva zone had been transformed into a death zone. The curtain of the spiritual energy era had officially opened. At this time, in the military office, a young man was shouting, reporting to the commander that since yesterday, the rampage of the mutated beasts had only gotten worse and the number of wounded continued to grow. Another employee was shouting, reporting that today's check revealed that the number of zones in which the amount of spiritual energy exceeded 5,000 units was starting to steadily increase. The commander, a middle-aged man with short gray hair, turned to the employees and shouted, ordering them to process and sort all the data regarding these zones. Living organisms whose spiritual power indicator exceeded 1,000 were already capable of posing a threat to armed soldiers. As for those whose indicator exceeded 5,000, neither bullets nor any other conventional weapons could do anything to them. Suddenly, the commander was shocked by what he saw. Leaning his hands on the screen below him, which was a huge map on which red dots began to appear, he shouted, asking if there were really zones in which the indicator exceeded 5,000.8. When suddenly, at that very second, a red light illuminated the entire office. The commander immediately looked up at the huge screen in front of him. The entire screen was filled with errors, and above them were many red system windows, on which was written attention. In the center of these windows was another one, which reported that a spiritual energy indicator exceeding 18,000 was detected. Seeing this, drops of cold flowed down the commander's face. In a state of shock, he screamed, "A-team." After a short pause, he quietly said that it seemed that humanity, extinction awaits. He finished after a few. At this time, a huge explosion occurred on the island, raising dust and dirt. Its creator was an axe snake, which was attacked by the protagonist's animals. She held a crane by the wing, which was trying to strike. The Constitution tie determines the difference in strength between living beings. The white crane system window said it was at the initial stage of the third stage. Blood suddenly spurted out of its mouth. The buffalo at this time, having gained great speed, rushed towards the snake. The opponents who found themselves in the face of the axe snake. The buffalo crashed into the opponent, but the snake was indifferent to this blow. The black buffalo's arm broke off and tears appeared in his eyes. He was at the initial stage of the second stage. Not a scratch remained on the scales of the axe snake. She simply smashed, doing it with truly royal grandeur. When suddenly she felt that something was wrong. A honey badger was climbing up her back with a wild grin. Having reached the neck, he began to furiously try to tear the scales of the opponent. Suddenly blood spurted. His claws were able to break through the snake's defense. The honey badger was at the initial stage of the third stage. Suddenly, he bit the scales of the snake with his teeth burning. He remembered in his head how Xiaoking fed him food. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he bit his opponent even harder. Suddenly, he received a strong blow from its tail. The axe snake easily knocked down the hated honey badger. The small animal, along with the torn-off scale of the opponent, fell on the stork. At that very second, the alpha wolves rushed at the snake. They began to attack the axe snake with fury in their eyes. 2 wolves reached the head and attacked the eyes of the opponent. The other 2 bit the body. Feeling intense pain, the snake shook its body sharply, throwing off the predators. Raising dust, it looked ahead, and blood oozed from its eye. Suddenly, a red paw loudly stomped on the ground. The animal's eyes burned with a bright scarlet fire, and there was a mad grin on its face. It was a red fox whose fur was burning like a bright flame. It was at the initial stage of the 8th step. Upon seeing the fox, the snake was very surprised. This was the 4th meeting between the red fox and the axe snake. The first meeting was simply between hunter and prey. The second was during the battle between the axe snake and Ziyu, and the third was when it was forced to fight for the sake of the He sisters. But at that time, the red fox was only at the 7th step of the initial stage, and due to the difference in strength, it could only helplessly watch as the 2 sisters were maimed and killed. At that moment, grief engulfed its entire being. The animal's eyes were burning with rage. If only it were a little stronger. These were the thoughts that echoed in its mind as tears flowed from its eyes. Suddenly, the fox's fur burned hotter than ever before, and this time, it was determined to suck the life out of the snake and then tear it to shreds. The axe snake, who had achieved such power, felt hatred raging like a wild flame. It realized that if it did nothing now, the red fox would pose a threat to it in the future, so it was time to finally give the fox a fatal blow. With these thoughts, it attacked the red fox with its mouth open. This time, suddenly, Xiaohong struck faster than the snake, striking from below on the jaw. A protracted feud. With eyes burning with rage and fur burning brightly, the fox walked towards its opponent. It must come to an end. Having received a strong blow, the snake jumped up and hissed loudly and angrily. The next second, Xiaohong began to furiously attack the snake from all sides. In order to catch prey, large animals evolved teeth and claws. At the same time, they also became weapons for fighting among themselves. Only the animal that develops ideal somatometric indicators before the others can be at the top of the food chain. Skin as hard as diamond, fangs that can bite through any matter, axe-like agility on the head that can split anything and everything. An axe-shaped tail that sweeps away everything in its path, as well as highly toxic deadly poison. In terms of strength, the red fox was still no match for such an opponent. The axe snake suddenly grabbed its opponent and hit its head on the ground. With such a powerful blow, it raised dust for tens of meters around. Then suddenly, what it saw surprised it greatly. Xiaohong, with burning eyes and blood spurting from everywhere, grabbed the snake's scales. The fox's eyes were filled with madness and a thirst for revenge. "Give them back their lives," she said in a rage. The hatchet snake immediately sensed the terrifying energy of its rival. Xiaohong spat blood, striking again and again. Suddenly, a yellow trail flew from the sky. It was the elder peregrine falcon, who was flying in a bullet-like dive at the hatchet snake. At gigantic speed, he flew into the huge snake. At that very second, the predator fell to the ground with a characteristic cry. As soon as the smoke from the place where the peregrine falcon struck cleared, it was clear that the scales had split at the place of the blow. Xiaohong, covered in wounds and blood, escaped from the snake's grip. He was breathing heavily, and blood was pouring from his mouth. Many angry peregrine falcons appeared in the sky. The oldest of them screamed loudly, calling for an attack. Raising its head, the hatchet snake saw many peregrine falcons in the sky, which were enveloped in a strong magical aura. It immediately hissed loudly and angrily. At the same second, the older peregrine falcon screamed loudly, indicating that it was time to attack. Hearing this scream, the huge predator was very scared and closed its mouth. Not only the hatchet snake, but also the fox at that moment also felt the degree of threat. The older peregrine falcon continued to scream. The threat came from the 8 peregrine falcons that had flown in, and it was not at all in their strength, but in their determination to squeeze the snake's life out even at the cost of their own. Heat is created by mutual friction between objects. The collision of an object with air also creates friction. If the speed of an object exceeds the Mach number of 10, then, when generating heat produced by friction with the atmosphere, there is a high probability of burning the physical shell, wearing it out and dying. The bullet parry is a technique that destroys the enemy, but at the same time can cause harm to those who use it. 8 peregrine falcons hovered in place, preparing to attack. The speed creates a shock wave that causes massive damage to the enemy. However, if the heat generated at such a speed exceeds the amount they can withstand, the result will be fatal. This is the essence of the bullet dive. This is even more true when it comes to the force generated by 8 peregrine falcons. One day, after leaving the nest, the mother peregrine falcon became prey to another, larger predator. Deprived of food for several days and nights, the peregrine falcons were already preparing to meet their death. Then suddenly the main character noticed a nest of 8 peregrine falcons that had fallen from his branch. He saved them, gave them hope in the darkness and led them to the light. The chicks eventually grew up and learned to fly. For the peregrine falcons who were given a chance to continue their lives and were able to roam above the clouds, the protagonist became like a parrot. They could fly through the air without a care in the world. Until that day, Zing was brutally killed by a huge axe snake. Then, the air was filled with the strongest cry of despair. The protagonist felt such intense and unbearable pain and rage for the first time. It all happened right before their eyes. The peregrine falcons watched everything that was happening. At any cost, they had to do something for Zing, and this turned into a determination to win with the strongest attack. All 8 of them flew at the axe snake at the same time, leaving a yellow trail behind them. Screaming, the peregrine falcons flew relentlessly towards their opponent. It didn't matter if it ultimately cost them their lives, because this was the only thing they could do. The snake looked at the birds flying towards it with fear and horror in its eyes. The next moment, the peregrine falcons hit the body of the huge snake. There was an explosion. The trees were knocked down, and even the fox could not stand on its feet. It clung to the ground, trying to stay in place. An incredible yellow glow was beating at the center of the snake's body, which was screaming furiously in pain. It fell to the ground, and the peregrine falcons had already broken through the scales of the huge predator. But they did not stop. Digging into the scales of the enemy, they were determined to kill. From the pain, the axe snake began to twitch and wriggle, raising dust and dirt around itself, trying to throw off the peregrine falcons. And it succeeded. The badly damaged birds were thrown off their rival. At the same second, the red fox down. She jumped from the earthen ledges, wanting to see what happened. Peregrine falcons were lying everywhere, blood spurting from their mouths. The hatchet snake itself was lying on the ground with its tongue hanging out. As soon as the dust cleared, the rest of the defeated servants of the protagonist became visible. On the other side lay the alpha wolves, all wounded. With a bloody mouth, Sung-hoon looked at all this. Suddenly, a terrifying energy was felt in the air. The hatchet snake with a split chest stood up. The red fox was terrified that their opponent was still not dead. With eyes burning with rage and a split chest, the snake was breathing heavily, when suddenly it abruptly attacked with its tail. A loud and powerful explosion was heard from the entire forest. The snake's hatchet tail hit something that was very strong, but everything around was in a thick fog. Realizing that it could not see where it hit, the snake tensed up greatly. As soon as the fog cleared, she saw that her axe tail had hit a huge black root. Under it was Zing, who did not expect to be saved. Suddenly, a fog flew from above the huge predator, which greatly surprised the snake. It was a large foggy cloud that belonged to the protagonist. At one moment, the entire cloud rushed over the axe snake. The fog was increasingly emanating from the body of the protagonist. Ziyu's eyes were burning with rage. He saw a huge snake in front of him, which was in his fog, and said, finally he got it. Realizing everything, the predator was horrified and shocked. She immediately turned around and began to hit the ground with her head, getting ready to escape. Animal instinct screamed at the axe snake that it was impossible to engage in a fight with this enemy under any circumstances. At the first confrontation with the protagonist, by absorbing the branches that Ziyu had lost, the snake had reached the initial stage. Zioking and Zioling died precisely because their bodies were soaked with the protagonist's scent. The second time they met, the axe snake realized that it was not able to defeat such an opponent, which is why, having been injured by Ziyu, it fled. This time it was the same. With horror in its eyes, it tried to run away so as not to die. The axe snake made one mistake. It had no idea that the protagonist would unite with other creatures and encircle its opponent. At that very second, the roots of the tree began to burst out from under the ground. They burst out from everywhere, breaking and splitting the earth. They instantly grabbed the huge snake, not allowing it to escape. The protagonist was furious at the snake and shouted for it to fly to him immediately. Immediately after these words, the roots pulled the snake to the tree. With great speed and force, they pulled the huge predator along with them, approaching the main character. A mad smile even appeared on the main character's sphere, and his eyes burning with rage said that this time the axe snake would not escape anywhere. At that very second, the huge predator was squeezed by insanely strong roots, to such an extent that blood spurted from the snake's mouth. Night fell. The moon floated high in the sky. The main character had been beating the axe snake all this time, striking it with blow after blow with hard roots. There was madness and an unstoppable thirst for revenge in his eyes. From the place where he caught the huge predator, he dragged the monster along the ground and threw it in front of him on a small plain. Its roots tore themselves out of the ground, breaking the earth. They rose high up, to then fall on the snake. Raising its head, the axe snake was very scared. Huge drops of cold sweat were running down its muzzle, and blood was pouring out of its mouth. It felt fear. The tree roots were developing and spreading in all directions. The only feeling that the axe snake had left at that moment was the anger emanating from the willow, towering before its eyes. Anger dug into every nerve of its body. At that very second, the protagonist screamed in rage, almost breaking free from his body, that since the snake had the audacity to challenge him, then let it not dream now that it could leave here alive. The predator understood that trying to escape was completely pointless, so all that was left was to fight. At that very second, with its eyes lit up, the axe snake opened its mouth and rushed to attack. But its attack was unsuccessful because one of the roots immediately struck it. Blood spurted from the snake's mouth again, but it managed to entangle the willow trunk. "I wanted my roots?" the protagonist asked in a rage. She completely entangled the tree, intending to squeeze and pull it out. But the huge roots did not allow the snake to do this. Zing screamed, mockingly asking if this was really the last root of the huge predator. With a crazy smile on his face and burning eyes, he screamed, continuing to mock the axe-like snake, "Is this really all? Maybe the animal will come up with something else." Immediately after these words, he hit the snake's already pierced chest with a huge root, causing it to scream loudly. Blood immediately sprayed in all directions. Feeling terrible pain, the predator lowered his head, spitting blood. At the same time, many roots flew down from the sky. The protagonist's energy was insane. He screamed, looking at his rival, ordering her to bring Xiaoqing and Xiaoling back to life. The next second, the roots flying down from the sky, with their points facing down, pierced the axe snake through and through. Blood flowed like a stream from the mouth of the huge predator, which screamed in pain. "Axe snake," the protagonist continued to scream furiously, without stopping. At the same second, he began to hit his opponent with the roots, piercing the monster over and over again. The rage and desire for revenge towards the snake were unquenchable in Ziyu. He remembered Xiaoqing and Xiaoling, and this made him scream. Tears began to form in his eyes, but the terrifying screams did not stop. Suddenly, all the roots flew into the air. In mid-air, they began to connect together. A few seconds later, a huge fist was formed from the roots. "Die!" the protagonist screamed louder than ever before. After that scream, the fist struck the body of the axe snake. The next second, many more blows were heard. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the ground around began to tremble. The fist of roots struck blow after blow at the huge predator. There was nothing left of the center of the snake's body, just a small thread. There was no longer any life in the monster's eyes. The snake lay on the ground with its mouth open, from which blood flowed. A system window suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that the axe snake had been destroyed. After that, it reported that 90 evolution points had been obtained. Tizuyu, with a mad smile on his face, was breathing heavily. At the same time, a badly wounded buffalo with a white crane on its back was returning to the willow. A monkey was walking nearby, carrying a wounded honey badger on its back. What she saw when she looked into the distance surprised her greatly. The golden monkey was at the initial stage of the first step. They saw from afar how many huge roots were developing on all sides. At this time, a huge black root twisted. The next second, it hit the head of the dead axe snake like a whip. After the blow, the root rose up again. The next second, it pierced the body of a huge predator with incredible speed. All this time, the protagonist was shouting for the dead snake to get up. "Get up," he shouted furiously, continuing to beat the corpse of his opponent. From the mountain, the red fox and the alpha wolves watched this. "Was it a long time to lie down?" Ziyu asked. Covered with blood, Xiaohong looked at the dead opponent with hatred and anger. "I said, get up," the protagonist continued to order. The alpha wolves with bloody mouths looked at what was happening at the willow. "Get up!" With a mad smile on his face and tears in his eyes, filled with rage and a desire for revenge, the protagonist shouted. He pierced the body of the axe snake with his roots over and over again. he suddenly stopped, breathing heavily. After a few seconds, he slowly pulled out the bloody root from the body of the huge predator. The snake was no longer there. All that was left was its head. Tears did not stop flowing from Ziyu's eyes, and he was still breathing heavily. The next second, he screamed bitterly and furiously. A few seconds passed. The protagonist looked at the head of the axe snake and slowly said that he had killed his opponent. After a short pause, he said that he wanted the best, adding that he was not guilty of anything. Introducing the two sisters, he said that the axe snake killed Xiaoqing and Xiaoling, but the predator can't be blamed for it either. After these words, he imagined a savanna where zebras grazed on a separate plain, after which he said that they live in a world in which the initially strong devour the weak, and the actions of all living beings in this world are aimed at survival, and it does not matter what feelings this order of things causes, anger or bitterness. At the same second, he imagined little lion cubs who were furiously gnawing on the prey that their parents brought them, and said that for the weak, survival has never been an easy matter. After a short pause, he added that the life that has passed can turn into a new force. Introducing little cheetahs, he continued to say, can give birth to a new life. I understand all this perfectly, said the protagonist after a few seconds. Streams of tears flowed from his eyes, which he wiped away with his roots. He said that the weight of grief from all this awareness does not become less. I feel so bad, he cried, roaring like a little child. The fox felt the grief of her savior. She raised her head up, and tears poured from her eyes. The honey badger and the golden monkey were also sad and cried. The sun slowly began to rise from the horizon. You could hear the howling of wolves. Night fell. The village. The elder and the guy in the hat ran to the entrance of the village. Xiaoqing was lying dead on the ground. The old man immediately began to lift the girl's body. The red fox watched everything from the bushes. There was pain and disappointment in her eyes. After that, she returned to the protagonist, where all the animals were already gathered. Ziyu, looking at his assistants, said that only thanks to them today he was able to avenge Xiaoqing and Xiaoling. After these words, he held out the vines, from which a drop began to ooze. With a very serious look, he said that in front of them was what the axe-like forces sought to obtain, the essence of life, after which he added that it could also bring great benefit to animals. Looking at the oozing drop, all the animals were drooling. Having handed it to the buffalo, the protagonist said that let this be his parting gift for them, after which he said that if they wished, they could leave. After these words, he handed the drop to the white crane. A second later, he handed the drop to the wolves. The next second, he gave it to the honey badger. Suddenly, all the animals rose into the air and were enveloped in a strong magical aura. At that very second, everything was illuminated by a blinding light. Seeing this, the protagonist asked in surprise if this was really evolution. As soon as the light went out, he saw that a mutated bison appeared in front of him, the stage of which was the initial stage of the third stage. The bison also had an innate and special ability. A mutated airwolf appeared next to the bison, the stage of which was the initial stage of the fifth stage. The wolf had an innate property. Looking at them, the protagonist was shocked because even the appearance of the animals had changed. The same table that Ziyu had seen just recently appeared in front of the bison. Looking at the animal, the protagonist said that the bison, despite the low level, has both innate properties and a special ability, adding that even the red fox only has a special ability and peregrine falcons only have innate properties. The bison had completely new horns and another eye opened in the center of its forehead. Without taking his eyes off the animal, the protagonist said that he was looking forward to seeing what strength the bison would achieve in the future. After that, he turned his gaze to the four wolves and said that these four also cannot be discounted because they were able to awaken the element of air. He strained himself and frowned, saying in his head that during the spiritual energy revival era, the existence of beings who could control the elements was quite normal, adding that humans were probably no exception. He then raised his eyes and looked at his mist that was barely visible in the air, saying that his mist barrier could also essentially be attributed to the power of the elements, since the mist was spread by his leaves, adding that this mechanism was similar to his ability to absorb and release oxygen and carbon dioxide, and his hallucinogen ability, in turn, released a special substance that affected the nervous system of living beings. After a short pause, he turned his gaze to the monkey, honey badger, and crane, saying that he was not particularly impressed by them since they had only advanced one step. Suddenly, the winged wolves bowed their heads. Seeing this, the protagonist was surprised. The white crane and the honey badger looked at each other and nodded at each other. The next second, they bowed their heads. Seeing all this, the protagonist was very surprised. "Do you all want to stay with me?" he asked in surprise. Tears suddenly appeared in his eyes. The monkey suddenly extended her hand. "Woo," she said with a smile on her face, kneeling. After seeing this, tears streamed from Tizuyu's eyes, who screamed hysterically that he would do everything to make the animals stronger and would never let anyone die. After a short pause, he added that he would protect everything, no matter what. All the animals stood with their heads bowed. Looking at them, the protagonist said in his head in shock that he did not know so much in this world, after which he screamed that he had only one path left. A few seconds later, shedding tears, he screamed, "Become stronger and survive." The sky was all in dark clouds. Looking at the sky, he said in his head that only by surviving would he be able to understand this world, adding that he must achieve such strength as to inspire fear in everyone. Everything would depend on him. Peregrine falcons with glowing eyes sat on its branches. A red fox sat below. Everyone had been completely restored. Xiaohong looked at everything around him with glowing eyes. The starlight in the cool night filled the sky. In the gorge, something seemed to hang in the air. The decisive battle with the axe snake seemed to have never happened. At that very moment, the protagonist plunged into the depths of his nature, in silence and calm, delving into the qualitative changes that had happened to him after the transition to the first stage. Peregrine falcons took responsibility for the air patrol, and air wolves for the ground patrol. The bison, white crane, and golden monkey took up the arrangement of the battlefield. The red fox took over the guard. The honey badger is shirking. Suddenly, a root grabbed him and pulled him towards itself. Frowning deeply, the protagonist said menacingly that everyone was working and the honey badger was slacking off. The animal was very scared. The protagonist began to make signs for him to quickly get to work. The honey badger looked at the protagonist with a very stupid look. Poking the vine at the animal again, Tizuyu told him to do the work if he had the guts. After that, he repeated the same gestures again and said that he was always ready to knock the beast over. Realizing what he meant, the honey badger began to bare his teeth and growl. Suddenly, a bright warm light illuminated everything behind the protagonist. This immediately made him tense up. There was a ball in the air emitting a bright light. "Where did this come from?" Tizuyu said slowly. "Light?" he asked after a few seconds, looking at the ball in the air. In this ball was a girl hugging her legs, when suddenly she slowly opened her eyes. A strange light appeared above the tree. The hero did not understand where it came from. A writhing beam rushed towards him. Tizuyu made a face and began to scream for it not to come closer. O pierced the glowing ball, but the vine passed through it. Tizuyu frowned, realized that he was immune to physical attacks. What did this mean? A girl appeared inside the sphere. Tizuyu's eyes bulged. The sphere with the girl touched the roots of the tree. Tizuyu looked at the sphere in shock and asked what was going on here. He looked at the system messages. It reported that the tree has the ability to support and nurture souls. For spirits lingering in this world, mutated roots are the best environment. The girl was sleeping. It was Xiaoking. She was an abnormal spirit. The system reported her properties and abilities. Tizuyu looked at her and asked, how many more times does this world plan to destroy her perception of reality? He bewilderedly spoke new knowledge, recalled that he knew some of this. He presented the root, said that in his memory there were memories of a sacred tree called the spirit tree. Only with its branches it is able to nourish the souls that have reached it and even the primordial spirit. It also does not allow their consciousness to dissipate. He thought that it was certainly far from such an exaggerated efficiency, but it did have the ability to nourish souls. Ziyu frowned, took the sphere with the spirit in a ring. He thought about such an explanation. The spirit opened its eyes, while the hero thought that he was leaning towards another version. The spirit sat up and began to ask where he was and asked who the hero was. This is a restless spirit who continued to exist in this world. Xiaoking sadly looked ahead and asked who she was. The tree was silent. It knew that in front of it was a spirit who lingered because he was unable to get rid of the worry for his loved ones and the reason for everything. The girl looked up. The tree said that her name was Xiaoking. The core looked at the girl. It said that the girl was of great importance to it. Xiaoking was surprised. Tizuyu said that this time he would definitely be able to protect her and would not let her disappear. The beast turned around abruptly. He looked at the core and could not see the spirit. The hero angrily shouted at the frightened beast that he was of great importance to him too. The beast was embarrassed. His appearance indicated that he was just a small honey badger. Xiaoking abruptly grabbed her head, began to think about how many shouts she heard, many people, she saw them. Shadows stood around her and called her. One voice said that he was her grandfather and asked her to wake up. The girl screamed that they were all quietly sobbing. She looked down painfully, thinking about how a whole stream of grief was pouring into her consciousness. She did not understand who these people were. Tizuyu looked questioningly at the spirit, suggested that after death there was only chaos in her memories. He realized that Xiaoling was already in a vegetative state and now her condition was no different from a vegetable. The girl was enveloped in magic. The hero asked if it was possible that her soul had also left her body. But she had not appeared here. This must mean that she was still alive. Tizuyu looked ahead. He assumed that after death the souls merged together. He decided that this should be possible because in life they were twins and now both souls had become a single entity. He thought that judging by her appearance, Xiaoking had not yet had time to fully stabilize. He made the sphere hang, asked if the essence of life would have an effect. A small drop fell on the sphere with the spirit. The sphere began to emit a powerful light. The girl's body slightly increased. She opened her eyes and said that she could see. Tsuyu looked at her and asked what she was talking about. The spirit extended her hand and said that she could not explain it in words. She said that she would show. Tsuyu's eyes bulged. He saw a room where people were standing in front of a girl on a bed. He looked at the girl in surprise. She was sleeping. The hero realized that it was Sioling. He was in her mind. He saw himself in the tree from the side. He realized that now their bodies remained where they were, only their minds were transferred here. The elder was asked to hold on. Grandfather covered his eyes with his hand and said that it was as if this child had fallen into a long deep sleep. He asked why something like this had befallen them. Ziyu narrowed his eyes. He turned to the spirit. She said that it was strange, and he asked again. Xiaoqing moved her little finger. Laughter sounded. She assumed that she could control this person. The girl approached Xiaoqing and said that her hand moved. The girl's finger trembled. A commotion arose. The hero was covered in sweat. He asked Xiaoqing if it was possible that the sphere rushed forward. The hero woke up in the tree. The girl coughed and bent over. She said that it was too exhausting for her. She shuddered. The hero turned to her. He thought that not only could she inhabit Xiaoling's body, but she could also control it. If that was really the case, the hero looked at the girl and asked if she could live in this world as Xiaoling. At this time, people were watching the surrounding area from the cliff. The man looked gloomily ahead and asked if their target was really among those mountains surrounded by fog. The strangers looked ahead. The gray-haired man said, there was not enough fog, but now it was pouring rain. He said that all this was not good. The man took out a phone with a map and said that there was a village in the surrounding area. He said that they could spend the night there. The gray-haired man's partner said that everything would do. He said that he and their people had rich experience in such operations, so this time he was handing over the leadership to them. The gray-haired man turned questioningly to the man. The coming era of spiritual energy revival showed that among people there are those whose adaptability to spiritual energy exceeds the average person, and when such people completely complete awakening, they are called by the only possible title, Supreme. Yan looked ahead. He was a representative of one of the Supreme. He was from the legendary first generation. He turned to the gray-haired man and said that it was time. He pointed to the gorge and said that they would move towards the direction of the goal. Xiaoqing lifted the bar with the power of thought. She asked the master to look at what she could do. Ziyu thought about it, saw that her ability had awakened. He knew that it usually took about half a month. He looked at the spirit and asked if she had seen anything else since that day. The girl said no. The hero lowered his gaze and said nothing. He introduced the two girls, remembered that Xiaoqing and Xiaoling died in the mountains. The cause of death was animal bites. The people from their village clearly would not put up with this so easily. Ziyu thought that given his current strength, he could probably withstand a series of artillery shelling, let alone a group of villagers. He imagined them coming to him and thought that, however, he would not want what happened to end up encircling him, because for him, a war with people was the most undesirable scenario. He summoned a strong fog barrier, decided that he would continue to spray fog from the ravine as the center. The forest was filled with fog. The hero thought that if in theory this ability were to be activated in the city, it would completely paralyze. Visibility was less than 4 meters. The hero decided that in such a scenario, no driver would have time to brake without running into some kind of obstacle. The entire area was filled with fog. The hero thought about how vast the area covered by the second-level fog was. He was afraid to even imagine how terrifying this ability would become when it reached the 3rd level. The beasts walked through the forest. The hero thought that they should also adapt to the fog as soon as possible. The hero shouted that the hour of the rise of all living things had come. The fire beast looked around. The hero knew that life was developing and evolving every minute. He knew that when they could adapt to the thick fog. Ziyu looked ahead, thought that with the help of a fog screen combined with a hallucinogen, it would be possible to create an entire kingdom of fog, and this was not an impossible dream at all. He knew that it would not even take much time. He imagined all the mountains and surrounding areas covered in fog. He said that they would become their world. Xiaoqing looked at the sky, complained about the new rain. She looked at the hero and turned to him. Xiaoqing looked at the owner questioningly. He said that he felt the presence of unusual spiritual energy. The hero's eyes began to glow red. He said in an ominous voice that a group of people had invaded the area of his fog. The car with people drove forward. Ziyu said that they were moving in their direction. Yan looked ahead warily. They drove up to the gorge. Yan and the commander looked ahead. The guy said that they would not go further. The commander shouted that several people would stay to watch the transport. The rest would follow him to the village. He also asked not to forget to take that weapon with them. The people became worried. They began to ask if there was a need for such a precaution. After all, their weight is far from ordinary. The squad froze. The commander turned away and said that in such a landscape it would be extremely difficult to use tanks and armored personnel carriers. He said that those weapons were their final trump card in countering mutants. He looked at the boxes with tarpaulins. He said that they fired small armor-piercing shells created specifically against mutants. The commander looked angrily at the soldiers and asked them not to forget that in this area the mutant's spiritual energy indicator reaches 10,000. Everyone shut their mouths. The gray-haired man said that it would be too late to regret it when they died because of the laziness they showed at that moment. Yan turned around abruptly. The commander looked at him and asked what was going on. He said that screams and sobs were coming from the village ahead. The squad concentrated. Yan said that he would go ahead and scout the road, and at the same time find out what happened there. The commander said that they would follow and asked him to stay on guard. Yan covered himself in a yellow aura and ran forward. He jumped lightly between the rocks. The soldier's eyes widened, asking, "Is this really the power of the Supreme?" The hero was wary. His feeling was not very clear, but he definitely felt their movement through the fog. This time there were not ordinary people here, and there were not a few of them. He imagined a bunch of drops, asked himself what was their purpose. He began to think that he was discovered. He looked at the spirit and asked if there was any new information for her on the other side. He assumed that the villagers hired someone to comb the gorge. Zioking said that she was still having difficulty controlling her body. She screamed, grabbed her head, said that something strange was happening. She looked at the fragments of memories. She said that right now her mind was merging with her soul. Ziyu looked at the spirit in surprise. He remembered how the axe snake pierced Xiaoking's body with its bite, but by some chance, her soul merged with Xiaoling's intelligent soul. He did not expect that Xiaoling's body still had the remnants of Hun and Po's souls. He imagined the sleeping girl, realizing that a second fusion was taking place between the souls of the two sisters. The spirit turned around. Ziyu handed her a vine with essence and asked her to eat it. He added that he would need her help. The shadow of the Supreme hung over the girl. He looked at her. The old man asked, "Can her granddaughter really be saved?" The sunset was over the city. The man asked, "Can his daughter be saved?" The man in the cloak stood in front of the girl on the table. He frowned silently and thought that following the source of sobs and screams, he reached this village, and while he was walking, he constantly felt weak fluctuations of spiritual energy. He saw a faint red aura above her body. He knew that refining spiritual energy could cause spiritual resonance, but it manifested differently for each person. Some people would complete their awakening as soon as they woke up, while others would have to suffer for about 3 days until it was all over. Red lights were rising from her aura, and the man thought that judging by the melting spiritual particles, she had an extremely rare kind of gift, the element of fire. He thought that fortune was really on her side. If those old men found out about her, they would make a big fuss. He took out an ampoule of spiritual reagent from his sleeve, which could saturate a person's body with energy that it could absorb from the environment, albeit slowly. Ziyu cried out, asking what was going on here. He saw the abnormal spirit Zioking in front of him. It was an initial stage. Ziyu stared at the spirit in surprise, noticed that it had advanced, and guessed that constantly using the essence of life was not very effective for making a breakthrough. Zioking looked down. The hero noticed that her spiritual energy filled everything around. The doctor began to pour out the reagent. The girl flared up with a bright aura. Zioking's spirit opened its eyes. The hero screamed that he could not hold it back. A red beam struck the air. The people in hoods looked at the beam in surprise. Zioking sat up. Everyone in the room perked up and began to rejoice at the awakening of their granddaughter. They smiled and admired the doctor's work. They blessed him. The man's eyes bulged and thought that a person could not awaken so quickly. He asked himself, did she really have such a strong predisposition? Zioking silently looked into the void. She thought about what she had done, but the sensations were a little unusual. Ziyu looked at the spirit in the sphere and said that everything was fine. For now it was not worth overexerting the body. He advised just getting used to the body. He said that their squad would still stay in the village for the night. During this time he would definitely be able to find out something. Zioking said distantly that she understood her master. The villagers had a feast. People were happy. The cooks asked everyone to eat and not be shy, shouting that there was enough for everyone. The old man handed a jug of special beiju to the commander, but the man thanked him and said that it was better not to drink on a mission. Zioking looked at him gloomily. In her thoughts, the hero addressed her. He asked her to remember that she should not ask them too much and should behave naturally, then they would not suspect anything. Zioking took a sip from the glass and asked why they had come so far. Yan looked at the girl thoughtfully. He frowned and said that because of the mutated beasts that could cause unprecedented disasters in the future, they came here to do some research. Zioking looked down and said that there were no such things here. She asked if they were sure that there were mutants here. Yan looked at the girl and said that the satellite monitoring spiritual fluctuations had detected an anomaly in this place. He pointed to the hologram and said that they were here to find out the reason for its occurrence. Ziyu looked forward angrily. He didn't think that humanity already had equipment to search for and measure spiritual energy. He looked at the spirit and asked her to find out more about this satellite. There was a satellite of spiritual fluctuations hanging in space. It was only able to determine the approximate area of the anomaly. Given the excessive concentration of spiritual energy in this area, it was decided to take precautions. Yan looked forward and said that this was exactly why they came here to inspect everything personally. Zioking was silent. The guy said that if necessary, they would evacuate the residents and confirm the presence of an abnormal amount of spiritual energy, as well as identify signs of the emergence of new species of mutated beasts. Sweat appeared on the sphere. He realized that people did not yet know about its existence. He thought that this made him happy because everything was not as bad as it could have been. He imagined a satellite and decided that they most likely detected the anomaly when he was fighting the axe snake, but it activated a fog screen that filled the entire valley. He thought that next time he should better monitor the amount of spiritual energy used. After all, if there was a satellite that monitored spiritual fluctuations over a large area, then most likely this reconnaissance group could have more accurate measuring devices. He imagined a group of people in cloaks. He imagined a battle with people and realized that he did not want to engage in battles with people now. He said that tomorrow he could be discovered. The hero thought about it. Yan angrily looked into the void. The hero said that then there would be no choice but to fight for his life. Ziyu understood that everything would be decided tomorrow. Dawn began. The squad went forward. The commander asked the headman what about yesterday's conversation. Had he made a decision? The chief leaned on his cane and said that he wanted to refuse, but it would be better if Ling went with them. Besides, due to her memory lapses, she did not understand much. Yan leaned towards the old man and asked him not to worry. He said that they would find the best experts who could help her. After a while, the squad members who remained at the foot of the mountain would come for Ling. Zioking followed the conversation gloomily. The squad moved forward. Ziyu frowned. There was a thick fog in the forest. The squad moved through the forest. Yan frowned and said that this was the first time in his life he saw such a fog. A squad member turned to the commander and asked why this fog did not disperse. He felt like it had only gotten thicker, and they had been here for 2 hours. He turned to the others and asked, hadn't they passed through here? Yan touched the cut on the tree bark. He frowned and realized that after 2 hours, they returned to the same place. A beast appeared. A pack of mutants howled and growled. The dense jungle was covered in fog. Someone guessed that the anomaly that probably appeared in this place was related to the fog, which increased the spiritual fluctuation rate to 17,000. The monster opened its fanged mouth. If any mutant beast reached such a level, something terrible would happen. Lowering his head, Yan confirmed this. The people in white robes walked forward, frowning. The protagonist thought that this guy was quite perceptive. The people continued to explore the forest. The thick fog combined with the hallucinogenic gas knocked them down time after time, forcing them to wander among the trees, and if they left now, it would be the best option for everyone. If they continue to go further, they will regret it very much. 2 purple eyes flashed among the thick branches. After several hours, the group led by the young man finally got out of the enchanted circle that was created by the main character and continued to make their way into the depths of the gorge. People walked in a chain one after another. Frightened, looking to the side, the man said that with each step he was getting more and more scared. Suddenly, the monster bared its fangs and growled. The squad immediately took out their machine guns to protect themselves. Looking back, the commander told everyone to get ready and stand in line because there were wolves ahead. The man walked forward, swaying. If he encountered a pack of wolves in the fog, then trouble would happen. 2 red eyes appeared in the impenetrable haze. The man's eyes widened in fear. The wolf jumped out of the fog and grabbed him with its teeth. The commander opened his mouth in horror, sharp teeth clenching his body. His squad members turned around worriedly, hearing the screams. Yan frowned and lowered the corners of his lips. His eyes lit up when he realized who was really in front of him. The mutated airwolf was holding the commander's body in his mouth. Someone gave the order to shoot, aim for the body and be careful with the man. The people in robes took out machine guns and began to fire. Dozens of bullets headed for the monster's body. They were a few centimeters away from reaching their target. However, at the same moment, the bullets ricocheted off the airwolf's body. Noticing that this happened, the soldiers jumped back to avoid getting hit by their own bullets. At this time, the guy rose into the air above the mutant to attack him. Hitting him in the neck, the young man ordered the monster to let go of his comrade. Yan grabbed the commander by the wrist. The wounded airwolf fell into the fog, blood flowing from its wound. Its mouth was open due to intense pain. Suddenly, its eyes opened wide and its pupils narrowed. Plunging into madness, the monster swung its paw and struck its opponent. On the body of the frightened boy, there were marks from the claws, from which blood gushed. The mutant landed on the ground, getting into a fighting stance. The young man clenched his teeth in fury. There was a thick fog around him. A strong wind was blowing. The soldier wondered what was wrong with this fog, and suggested that it had a mind of its own. Suddenly, some kind of animal jumped out onto the battlefield, letting out a loud roar. Seeing it above his head, the soldier warned the others that a mutated beast of the middle and rank was approaching and ordered everyone to prepare their weapons. Someone shouted that it was a honey badger. The monster opened its fanged mouth. Its eyes were bloodshot. The people jumped into the air, the mutant wounded some of them. The amount of spiritual energy of the mutated animal of the middle rank was from 4,000 to 6,000. With such an indicator they had partial immunity to bullets and artillery shells, but such an animal is enough to withstand an armed squad of professional fighters. The mutated animal of the highest rank was already a threat to the entire city. A huge moth was flying over the destroyed houses. Grasping the wounds on his stomach, the commander ordered to use armor-piercing shells. Having fired a grenade launcher, the soldier wished the enemy a quick death. The huge shell headed towards the honey badger. The animal clenched its teeth in fear, noticing it. When the shell reached its target, a powerful explosion was heard in the forest. The fighters could not see anything because of the rising smoke and ash. Frowning excitedly, the guy asked if he managed to hit the mutant. Thick smoke obscured the view. The commander opened his mouth in shock, but could not find the right words. A pack of wolves and a honey badger emerged from the smoke without a scratch on them. The soldier, wide-eyed in horror, shouted that he had failed and that there were now more wolves. Gritting his teeth in horror, the commander wondered if they would really die here so easily. The monster bared its fangs, approaching the prey. Frowning, the protagonist with burning eyes said that the fog was a warning, but the squad ignored it, so they only had themselves to blame for their deaths. Ziyu thought that he had done everything in his power. The monsters were advancing on the defenseless squad. Someone stepped forward. The wolves looked in his direction, baring their fangs. Grabbing his bloody chest, Yan ordered his comrades to retreat as quickly as possible. Yellow lightning flashed around him. The guy shouted that everyone needed to leave here right now. The fog over the forest began to clear. The wounded soldiers walked one after another. The guy bared his teeth in anger and was indignant that the honey badger did not lag behind even after being hit with all his might. An explosion was heard next to the mutant. After being hit by 2 armor-piercing shells, he did not have long to live. Frowning menacingly, the commander thought that they had lost 6 fighters. He cursed what had happened. The people were carrying the corpses of their comrades on their shoulders. Looking down, the protagonist was glad that he had managed to force them to retreat, because now they would not come here for some time. Tizuyu thought that it would be better to kill them all, but then an entire army would show up here. He hoped that the battle with so many mutated beasts and the mysterious fog, from which the soldiers had been looking for a way out for so long, would reduce their desire to explore this area. The people in robes and hoods walked forward. Frowning menacingly, the tree core thought about what would happen when the enemies came here again. The man's brows furrowed sternly. The protagonist thought that he would definitely need to evolve to a rank where humans would no longer be a threat to him. The sphere asked how his girlfriend was doing. A golden spirit hovered in the air in front of him. Zioking looked down sadly. Looking out the window, she said that she was put in a car and was being taken somewhere. The driver blushed. The car was driving along a mountain road. The girl asked if she really needed to control this body all the time. The protagonist frowned sternly and answered in the affirmative. He never thought that the girl would awaken the abilities of the fire element, resulting in her being sent to the mysterious department. Zioking leaned on her hand. Squinting angrily, Ziyu thought that this was just the perfect chance to infiltrate the people. The embarrassed driver looked back. The girl looked down. Her breast size was quite large. Looking ahead, the soldier thought that she was his type. His comrade thought that she was looking at him. The driver wondered if he could refuse her if the girl suddenly confessed her feelings to him. The boy's eyes turned white when they heard the sound of a blow. Zioking leaned against the window and fell asleep. The young man was surprised that this happened again. The soldier wanted to call her a sleepyhead or a sleeping beauty, which greatly embarrassed his colleague. The car continued to move along the highway under the sun. Putting his hands to his face, the spirit said that he could not stand it anymore. Looking at her, the tree core said that everything was fine. Looking up, the sphere realized that his girlfriend had controlled her sister's body for 15 hours and that this was her limit. He promised to give her the essence of life later to increase the time of control. The girl clenched her fists happily and asked if this was true. The stems of the plant twined around the shimmering ball. The essence of life can not only nourish the astral body, but also increase the speed of development, which was like a treasure for the girl. Suddenly, an air wolf came out into the clearing. In its teeth was a honey badger, followed by a pack. The protagonist praised them all for their excellent work. The monster put the bloody animal on the ground. It opened its eyes and stretched out its paws. Looking at it with concern, Ziyu realized that it had been hit very hard during the battle with Yan and that the beast would have died long ago if it were ordinary. The honey badger barely rose on shaking paws. Imagining how its body was torn apart, the tree core thought that the monster's body might not withstand if it was given the essence of life. Releasing a root from under the ground, the sphere tried to figure out what to do. With the first stage reached, its vision became much better. The root rushed forward, bending around the trees. Soon, a stream appeared in front of it. The main character came up with a plan and decided to collect some stones first. His eyes lit up. The roots grabbed the boulders in the river. The buffalo and monkey watched their movements in shock. The dark root formed a furrow along which water from the stream flowed. A small pond appeared in the clearing, with stones around it. The protagonist shouted that everything was almost ready. Only the final touch remained, the essence of life. A thin stem touched the surface of the water. Many sparks appeared in the air above the pond. Ziyu thought that the shine of the water surface looked very beautiful and mesmerizing. Bringing the vines to itself, the tree core decided that adding the essence of life to the water would make it less concentrated. The crane widened its eyes in surprise. The monkey joyfully opened its mouth. The buffalo began to drool. Frowning angrily, the sphere declared that this was not for them. The animals turned away in displeasure. The sun was shining on the building of the research center. Sitting at the desk, the man said that his subordinate had gotten it badly this time. Putting his hands behind his back, the young man reported that, based on the information received, there was a high probability that there really was an anomaly in the gorge, as evidenced by the number of mutated animals. Looking at him, the chairman asked if it was true that the fog did not dissipate and had a mental effect on people. The soldier suggested that it was the fog that was the cause of the anomaly, but it was difficult to find a rational explanation for this. The old man scratched his beard and said that the anomalies were indeed hard to understand. But even with the fog, the danger was not that high, so this area should be assigned a yellow threat level, which could be raised to red if new data appeared. Just as Yan was about to leave the office, the man asked about the girl he had come with. Smiling, the guy replied that she had an affinity for the fire element and suggested that she would become the strongest in the new generation. These words plunged the chairman, who was sitting at the table, into thought. There were many people walking along the street. The green zones were the areas where people lived. There was a huge cloud of smoke behind the warning tape. The yellow zones were the areas that were dangerous to the lives of ordinary people. Warnings appeared in front of the map of the area. The red zones were those areas that were under constant surveillance and required armed control. A tornado arose above the whirlpool. The forbidden zones attracted the attention of the entire world even before the awakening of spiritual energy. Because no living creature on the planet can survive there, an example of such a place was the Bermuda Triangle. The sun illuminated the earth. The protagonist was lucky because although the yellow zones are under the supervision of the state, it did not matter because most of the planet's territory became a yellow zone, with the exception of cities. The honey badger rushed to attack. The notification told him that he was at the initial stage, at the 6th step. Xiaohong squinted. The notification said that he was at the 8th step of the initial stage. The honey badger jumped into the air to attack him. Swinging his paw, the fox pressed him into the ground. The other animals clapped their hands joyfully. The mutated beast rose from the stone debris. Holding him back with a vine from another attack, Tizuyu asked them to stop because they cannot fight each other. The honey badger walked away upset. Looking at the sky, the tree core thought that since then people had not come here anymore, which meant that everything was fine. Squinting, the sphere decided that it was better for them not to stick their heads out for now. The air wolves brought their prey to the clearing. Bloody animals lay in their mouths. Extending vines to them, the tree praised its subordinates for bringing them alive. The vines pierced the bodies of the victims. The notification said that 50 evolution points were awarded for killing the mutated warthog and rat, and now their total is 172. Squinting slyly, the protagonist thought that the benefit of taming mutants was becoming more and more significant because they would always help him and bring living creatures here. Everyone was a winner because after receiving evolution points, the tree gave the bodies of the victims to be eaten by its comrades. The air wolves pounced on the body of the warthog. Blood sprayed into the air, so you thought that he would never get used to it. Xiaohong sat majestically away from everyone. The tree core assumed that the fox did not want to join the meal for the sake of maintaining an elegant image. The monkey sat under the roots and ate leaves. The sphere was indignant that she secretly plucked them. The animal closed its eyes in pleasure. The notification reported that the beast received an innate property, high-quality absorption, allowing it to process a significant amount of useful substances. The crane swam in the lake. The notification said that it was at the initial stage, at the 5th step. Thoughtfully looking at the notification, the ball decided that it was time to see what could be improved because it had accumulated enough evolution points. The vines rushed to the ground. To improve them all, it was necessary to spend 250 points. It was too much. The notification asked if the user wanted to invest evolution points in strengthening the branches. The protagonist looked ahead and decided to improve only half of them at first. The notification said that 25 branches had been strengthened by spending 125 evolution points. The blue branches began to glow. A notification appeared about acquiring new properties and abilities related to the release of a paralyzing substance and toxin. Applying the vine to himself, Ziyu realized that he had new control abilities and wondered how effective they were. The honey badger tried to pounce on the bewildered buffalo. The vine hit him in the back. The animal fell to the ground and shook. He was upset that in this merciless world he was the only one suffering. The core tree was surprised that the ability allowed him to kill the creature instantly and in one blow. The mutant rose to his paws. The beast looked around in search of the bull, trying to understand what had just happened. Frowning with displeasure, the sphere realized that he had been deceived and that the skills were useless, after which it ordered the spent evolution points to be returned. Zioking raised her hand to her mouth and laughed, asking if the owner didn't know about the honey badger's special features. Sitting on a tree, she explained that these animals are omnivorous and have an innate resistance to various toxins, and given his current strength, poisons would have no effect on him at all. Grinning, the ball realized that he still had a lot of strength. Puffing out his cheeks in displeasure, he asked when his friend had managed to return. Resting her head on her hand, the girl explained that over the past few days she had only been told about the schedule and other routines and there was nothing important there. And Yan said that he would only take her to the research center the next day, where she would need to undergo testing to get inside, but in case of failure, she would have to leave. The protagonist shuddered. Xiaoling's body awakened the element of fire. At the same time, Xiaoking's soul awakened spiritual talents. In the future, she will have access to a huge amount of human resources. Ziyu imagined the sisters standing back to back. His eyes lit up. Given the essence of life, very soon, with the combination of the capabilities of humans and non-humans, a real monster will be born in this world. The girl's hair turned lighter. Squeezing the green liquid from the stems, the tree asked her friend to take the essence of life to succeed in tomorrow's test and not let this chance slip through her fingers. The girl happily agreed. Frowning angrily, the tree core reminded her what to do if someone decided to interfere. The spirit suddenly lowered the corners of his lips. Indifferently lowering her eyelids, Xiaoking confirmed his words. The sun was shining on the Spiritual Energy Research Center. Heading towards the exit, the girl said that she would not let her master down. The street was empty. The research institute of the higher specialized in studying the structure and principles of functioning of spiritual energy. Standing in the elevator with the guest, Yan said that awakened ones from all over the country had gathered in this place, as well as many professors who had access to the corridors of power. This organization had two tasks: research of spiritual energy and training of the higher. The guy smiled. The girl went to the glass and looked ahead. There was a whole city underground. It would be more correct to call this organization an academy. In front of the elevator exit, many people who had awakened only recently gathered. The woman crossed her arms over her chest. Everyone present turned their attention to the people who had arrived. Frowning, the stranger wondered where such a savage had come from and realized where the smell of dirt was coming from. Someone asked the people gathered to be quiet. The people looked up and saw the chairman on the balcony. The old man frowned and explained that the world had changed and was changing right now, which put the survival of humanity at risk, so people must change and adapt, because if humanity could not develop, there would be no place for it in this world. The awakened listened attentively to the speech. Someone looked delighted. The man said that sooner or later the future fate of the era would be in their hands, but before that they needed to become stronger in order to lead the new generation forward. This was the purpose for which this place was created. People were standing on the platform in front of the balcony. The chairman's eyes widened as he urged them to take control of the new era. The new recruits opened their mouths wide and declared their agreement. The man with the long mustache put his hands behind his back and announced that it was time for the first round of testing. First, they needed to measure their spiritual energy. The boy put his hand on the glowing screen. He smiled when he saw the result. The examiner said that 1,200 was the average level. The kids lined up in front of the machine. Most of them had low levels, and their energy did not exceed 300 units. Many were upset about this. When they heard that someone had 5 units of energy, people opened their mouths in shock because they did not like such low numbers. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that these kids were very far behind the first generation, and that this was the worst group he had ever encountered. Yanlin put her hand on the screen when she was called. The room was illuminated by a bright light, and the characters on the wall sparkled. The examiner, with wide eyes, announced that her result was 2,000, calling it an amazing result. The girl threw her hair back, and the boys behind her were surprised, because even among the representatives of the very first generation, there were no such results, and she was also very beautiful. Frowning in dissatisfaction, the girl mentally asked what was surprising about this, and thought that she was not pleased that these people put her on the same level as themselves. Xiaoking walked past her when she was called. Yanlin turned around and looked at her. Writing on his tablet, the man said that if people with such a level appeared at least once every 2 years, it would be more than enough. Because if such people were raised properly, the country would have hope even if other students had mediocre results. Watching everything from the balcony, the chairwoman asked if this girl could compare to Yanlin. Yan smiled and said that he didn't know, adding that the fire element should never be underestimated. The old man widened his eyes and said that the situation was getting more and more interesting, no matter how the student would perform. Xiaoking reached out to the screen. At that moment, a fire burst out in front of her. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The blue pillar of light turned yellow. The examiner opened his mouth in shock and shouted that her reading was 5,000, which was extremely high. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. The chairman couldn't believe his eyes. The other awakened one stared at the energy level detection device in amazement. They noticed that the reading was still rising, and the number 6045 appeared on the screen. A huge cloud of smoke rose into the air, and the man jumped to the side. The boys covered their faces with their hands. The girl put her hands to her mouth and apologized for accidentally breaking the device. Sitting on the ground, the examiner thought that this was the best group he had ever encountered. The old man laughed nervously, his eyes turning white. Yanlin shook with anger because she could not believe the indicator of a man from the village. Smiling, the man said that the second stage would be an ability test for those whose indicator exceeded 100 units. The children were outraged by his strange smile. Various circles were displayed on the screens. The students were asked to go to one of 3 control testing areas depending on their level. Yan walked on the grass. The test of superpowers began. Coming out into the clearing, the children asked what it meant, because there was nothing here. Smirking, Yanlin asked if the examiner really planned to challenge all of them alone. Frowning slyly, the guy confirmed this and explained the essence of the next stage, which was that the students must touch him within 1 hour, using any methods available to them. The sun's rays illuminated the plain. Looking up at the sky, the protagonist was delighted by the beautiful weather. Suddenly, a foul-smelling cloud flew past him. A honey badger was defecating right in front of a tree. Ziyu swung a vine to punish it. At this time, the guys on the training ground were falling over. Smiling widely, the young man was surprised that they were at death's door after such easy attacks, because they would be eliminated if they failed. Full of anger, Yanlin rose to her feet. The opponents stood opposite each other. Looking at his watch, Yan said that there were 10 minutes left. Flashing his red eyes, he asked the rivals to show all their abilities, otherwise they would be eliminated. The girl with purple hair clenched her teeth. Zioking opened her mouth and tried to catch her breath. Summoning tongues of flame around herself, she declared that she had to pass the test. A huge pillar of fire shot up. Leaning back, the competitor was afraid of the fire. The guy stood in front, putting his right hand behind his back. He had a satisfied smile on his face. The girl rushed forward to strike. Thinking that the student was using fire to increase her speed, the boy decided to test how long she could control the flames, dodged the attack, and shouted that they would not win so easily. The fire moved forward. Another wave of fire rose into the air. Yan looked around in fear, seeing traces of flame in the air. Looking at them, Yanlin's mouth opened in surprise. Looking at the fire streaks appearing from all sides, the boy thought that a newbie simply could not have such skills. The chairman and the examiner widened their eyes in shock. The boy threw his head back to avoid the blow. The opponent's hand flew past him, almost touching his shoulder. Frowning menacingly, Zioking urged him not to even try to escape. The opponents found themselves in the air in front of each other. Suddenly, something hit the girl in the neck. Her rival jumped into the air and pushed her away. Yan frowned in confusion. The girl fell to the ground, her face hitting the wall. Yanlin waved and greeted the examiner. The old man and his colleague widened their eyes in surprise. They were standing in the room above. The second round was over. The girl landed on the ground. The boy ran to his friend. When he approached her, he saw that the student was bleeding. There was a long bloody trail on her cheek. A memory of the protagonist frowning and reminding her what to do with those who got in her way appeared in her mind. With a worried look, the young man suggested that they pause the exam and go to the infirmary. Zioking, her eyes flashing with madness, chased him away. Putting her hands on her waist, her opponent asked where she got so much damage from and what her level was, and reminded her that if she lost, she would return to where she came from. The girl said that anyone who interfered with her would die. Yanlin raised one eyebrow questioningly. A wave of fire immediately washed over her. The girl lunged and grabbed her rival by the head. A cloud of dust rose into the air from the powerful blow. Her rival's mouth opened wide in pain. The girl's eyes lit up. Frowning angrily, her opponent demanded to let her go and shouted that the round was over and this was an attempted murder. Zioking declared that everything was correct, her eyes turning red. Summoning fire energy in her hand, she wished for her enemy to burn in hell. The girl tried to justify herself, saying that she was wrong and asked not to kill her, sweat running down her tense face. A wave of fire flashed through the air. Grabbing his friend by the hands, the young man asked her to stop and said that the test had been passed, and the condition was only said so that the participants would give it their all. The girl looked at him with confusion. Suddenly, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Yanlin lay on the ground, greedily gulping air. Yan thought that he most likely would not be able to control this student. His pupils narrowed in shock. The chairman put his hands on the glass and shouted that they should just focus on studying, because they were just students. The examiner confirmed this. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind. The spirit held out 2 fingers, making a peace sign. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The tree and the spirit gave each other a high five. Zioking had become stronger and would be able to advance to the 8th level at this age, and now she had become a student at the higher research center. The residents of Dashin were also evacuated. Cars with things left the city. Now the heroes could live in peace in the city. For the sake of a better life, Ziyu must leave this place, no matter how much he wanted to stay. Time flew by, winter came, snow covered the tree. At the same time, the willow continued to grow, but the cold winds were unable to stop the future. The smell of blood was still in the air, foreshadowing imminent troubles. A huge turtle was underground. Somewhere in the northwest, many dead animals lay on the ground. The armed soldiers walked through the desert. One of them said that after sacrificing so many people, they were finally able to capture this mine. His colleague agreed with him. Someone's purple eye flashed in the darkness. A huge silver centipede appeared in front of the military. Its eyes were shining. A scream was heard. The protagonist brought the blue vine to himself and realized that he would soon be able to move to a new stage. He only had to strengthen the roots, and after that, nothing could stop him from moving to the 2nd stage. Ziyu dreamed of this moment coming as soon as possible, so that nothing but nuclear weapons could kill him, and the energy that would break out during evolution would let people know about his existence. Frowning sternly, the tree core realized for the first time since Rebirth how dangerous they were. The spirit approached him and said that something had happened. Clouds were floating above the research center of the higher ones. Yan opened his mouth wide and declared that the team in the northwest had been completely wiped out. The spiritual energy from the mine had leaked out and attracted the attention of the mutated beasts. At first, there were only mutated rats and birds with a spiritual power of about 4,000. People were sitting in front of the screens with headphones on. Then a giant 2nd stage centipede with a spiritual power of more than 120,000 appeared. Its eyes lit up. The guy's eyes widened in fear. The new covenant was in place. A group of fighters stood in the background of a cloud of dust. Looking at the monster standing in the center of the fire, they decided that this time they had a worthy opponent. Nervously covering one eye, the protagonist asked if the people had really reached the spiritual ore. Frowning, the spirit explained that a mine had been discovered in the northwest, and now more than a dozen research centers were fighting over it. A purple gem was burning in the darkness. The Lingxi mine contains a huge amount of spiritual energy, and this can speed up the upgrade of the evolution system. Looking ahead, Zioking explained that opening the spiritual mines would allow humanity to catch up with the mutant creatures in a very short time. Ziyu frowned sternly. Squinting angrily, he thought that he wanted to reach the 3rd stage before showing himself to humans, but they unexpectedly found a way to catch up with the evolution of the mutant creatures in such a short time, causing all plans to collapse. Looking at him from under her brows, the girl added that a silver centipede appeared from somewhere. Hearing this, the tree core's eyes widened in surprise. The monster towered over the corpses of humans. Almost all the troops were defeated. Most of the humans died. With a worried look, the sphere wondered how the mutant managed to reach the 2nd stage and hide its true strength, and asked if humans hadn't encountered something like this before. Spreading her arms, the spirit explained that the silver centipede had appeared too suddenly and that people had not had time to prepare since it was the first 2nd stage mutated beast on the mainland. The ball silently lowered its gaze. Looking at his friend, he asked if he could deal with it. Zioking expressed doubt that people could solve this problem on their own, since the centipede had about 120,000 spiritual power. At this time, the tree only had 16,000. The protagonist silently looked forward. The vines fluttered in the wind. Ziyu asked his friend to go home and promised to let her know if he needed anything. The girl silently lowered her head. Looking up, she agreed. There was a terrace on the roof of the higher research center. The man turned around when he was called and asked what happened. Seeing the girl in front of him, he asked why she came. Standing behind him, Zioking said that she wanted to go explore the territory to the northwest. The old man replied that she should not do that. Taking a flower in his hands, the master promised to take her to the centipede as soon as it was caught, if that was what the student was interested in. The girl put her hand to her mouth, surprised that they were going to catch the monster. The man said that the mutant could not sit there forever, and added that there was enough ore for everyone. Spreading her arms, the girl asked why this creature literally appeared out of nowhere. Because there was no information about it before, the old man said that the centipede knows how to hide well. Turning around, he suggested that the problem could be in the mine itself. Zioking frowned tensely. The falcon opened its beak wide and screamed. In its paws was a huge larva. Looking at them, the protagonist was indignant that the birds caught the queen of ants, because a whole army of insects will come for her. A huge number of ants rushed towards the ravine. Ziyu realized that he had to think of something urgently. Frowning, he decided to consider it as gratitude. The vines rose into the air. Ziohong crushed the insect's head with his paw. The notification said that the beast was at the 8th stage. The fox lowered its head in front of many ant corpses. The notification said that the number of evolution points was almost 900. Puffing out its cheeks, The tree core decided that it was time to strengthen the roots. Beads of sweat flowed down it. The sphere decided to strengthen 8 roots this time, so that it would have the opportunity to resist such a creature as the silver centipede. A notification appeared confirming the improvement. Opening its mouth wide, the ball shouted that it was time to become stronger. Red energy appeared inside it. The protagonist wondered what kind of warm thing it was. Several thick roots burst out of the ground. The red energy around them began to dissipate. The roots filled the entire clearing. Looking up, Tsuyu thought that he had to endure this and become stronger no matter how much it hurt. The core of the tree began to crack. At the same time, in another part of the forest, a honey badger fell into the snow, leaving a bloody trail behind. There was a hole in the ice in the lake. The animal emerged from the water, holding a fish in its teeth. Its cheeks turned red with happiness. Not far from it, an otter was sitting on a rock. A group of otters stared at the unexpected guest. The animal opened its mouth in surprise. After some time, they sat together under the tree, eating fish. The otter offered the honey badger a nut as a gift. After that, the animals said goodbye to each other. Holding the nut in his hands, the animal looked very happy. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him. A cloud of snow rose above the animal. A huge green eye appeared from it. A huge turtle rose above the ground. The honey badger was scared and burst into tears. A bloody stain appeared under the monster's paw. The animal bared its fangs in horror. The mutant's eyes widened in shock. The air wolves were walking across the snowy clearing. One of them noticed traces of blood on the white snow. The wolves surrounded the body of the wounded honey badger. Tears of sorrow flowed from its eyes. The protagonist looked ahead suspiciously, stretching vines towards the animals. Tsuyu concluded that the enemy was incredibly strong and that it was a miracle that the animal managed to escape. Taking pity on him, the vine dripped the essence of life onto the body of the half-dead beast. It was covered in a green aura. Deciding that it needed to be bathed, the branch lowered the animal's body into the healing water. Hearing the order to find the enemy, the air wolves raised their muzzles. Xiaohong sat on a rock. He was asked to join the search. Frowning furiously, the tree core ordered to find the enemy and send him greetings. The honey badger floated above the water. It was clearly not injured because he did not notice the danger in the fog. The heroes could not allow the enemy to continue to grow stronger, lest the sphere be in danger. The spirit said that she would also go on a search. Looking at her, the tree was surprised that she had returned. Frowning sternly, Xiaoking explained that the master told her that the spiritual ore was able to block spiritual energy. The protagonist realized that everything had become much more logical now, frowning tensely. Raising her hands, the girl asked the master to wait and promised that she would receive the spiritual ore in a few days. Ziyu said that there was no need for that. When he reached a new stage, he would not need the ore. The tree's roots went deep into the ground. Looking down, the girl thought that chaos would break out once her master evolved, because there was no way to hide it. Looking up, the tree core asked her not to worry, because they were more sensitive to energy, and thanks to the underground spiritual river, he would be able to find the enemy in something else. Opening his mouth in surprise, the spirit asked what he was talking about. The sphere looked down. His eyes lit up as he thought of the river. The tree wondered why he hadn't thought of this before, and the mutated animals looked at him in confusion. Sweating, the protagonist wondered where the incredible amount of spiritual energy that the waters of the underground river contained came from. It came from a spiritual ore mine, and there were many purple crystals on the rocks. Squinting, Ziyu guessed that his team had not been detected due to the strong fluctuations in spiritual energy that made them invisible. But if that was the case, then their current opponent was much stronger than the snake. Stretching out its vines, the core tree changed its plan and explained that its comrades would simply be killed if they went to look for the enemy. Extending its hand, Xiaoking asked if the master would be able to access the spiritual ore if they killed the enemy, because if so, they were willing to help. The sphere explained that they needed to check everything first and asked the comrades to split into 3 groups. The fox and the air wolf stood next to each other. They were to go first, follow the enemy's scent and try to find it. The falcon hovered in the air next to the crane. They were to check everything from the sky for anything suspicious and inspect every millimeter of the ravine for any passages. The roots opened a passage to the mine. The girl had to go down there and find the underground river. Squinting sternly, the protagonist asked them to report everything to him before taking any action, and under no circumstances to act heroically or go to the enemy alone. The air wolves rushed forward. The birds rose into the air. The girl dove into the mine. Looking up, Ziyu prayed that his guess would be confirmed. The spirit looked ahead and saw something in front of her. The tree roots almost completely filled the cave with the river. Xiaoking decided to move upstream. Heavy snow began to fall over the valley. Xiaohong bent down to the ground and sniffed it. Animals were prowling around the gorge. The spirit flew through a long cave. Suddenly, something caught her attention. There were a lot of spiritual ore on the rocks in front of her. Xiaoking was surprised that she found this mine that the owner had spoken of so quickly. In front of her, from the depths of the cave, a deafening roar was heard. Putting her hand in front of her, the girl thought that this monster had a lot of spiritual energy, which made it much stronger than her comrade. The mutant was sitting in front of a glowing flower. Purple energy was glowing around it. Sitting behind a stone, the girl wondered if the giant turtle had injured that beast. The monster frowned. Its spiritual energy fluctuations were too powerful. The spirit thought that it was good that it was found right now, because no one knew what would grow from it in the future. The red flower grew directly from the ore crystal. The blood flower was found only in the mine and was a real treasure for the giant turtle. Zioking thought that this spiritual plant would definitely be useful to its owner, because it was incredibly valuable, otherwise the monster would not guard it. Suddenly the mutant opened his mouth. From the impact, the ore flew into the air. The girl rose into the air. The blood flower was covered in a protective aura. Looking back, she wondered if the turtle had reached the first stage of evolution and could see her. Enormous roots rose above the tree. Frowning, the protagonist thought that his friend had angered something very large. Looking at the pond, Ziyu asked how the beast was doing. The buffalo leaned over the water. Looking at the turtle, the girl thought that this could not be. A red flower was hovering behind her. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared. Spreading her arms, the spirit used spiritual reinforcement. A notification informed her that she was at the 9th stage. The mutant raised a clawed paw. Striking the ground, it destroyed the earth around itself and caused an earthquake. Feeling the shock, Ziohong and the airwolf looked at the ceiling. An explosion was heard in the middle of the frozen forest. The giant turtle burst to the surface, chasing its prey. Rushing forward with the flower, Zioking thought that she needed to get to the owner as soon as possible. The monster hit the ground with all its might. A stone wall appeared around the forest. A dome appeared above the ground, but the girl managed to slip through in time. Looking back, she realized that the blood flower could not pass through the stone because the mutant was holding it very tightly. The flower hung in the air next to its owner. The girl tried to understand what to do. She did not want to let it go, because then all efforts would be in vain. A wave of bright energy rushed past her. An explosion was heard in front of the turtle. The monster opened its eyes in shock. The honey badger hit him hard on the head. The mutant opened his mouth in pain. The spirit flew to the hole in the dome. Opening her mouth in surprise, Zioking asked what the beast was trying to do. The animal fell to the ground. There was a wound on its forehead. Light through the hole spilled onto the mutated animals. The girl frowned and shouted that the honey badger was still too weak and could die, so it should run away from here as soon as possible, but the beast did not hear her. The animal with crazy eyes bared its fangs. Jumping up, it made a swift dash forward. The turtle hit the ground. The summon stone spikes did not prevent the honey badger from reaching its target. The monster opened its mouth, noticing the enemy approaching. However, the animal's claws broke when trying to strike. Noticing this, the beast bared its fangs and growled. Its teeth sank into the mutant's flesh. The turtle looked back and noticed the splatter of blood. The honey badger was smiling madly. A huge paw moved towards him to grab him. The blow rolled through the entire forest. The girl covered her mouth with her hands in excitement. The monster lowered its head. Opening its mouth wide, the spirit called on its comrade to stop to avoid death. Blood flowed from the animal's mouth. In his memory, the little animals were eating fish. There was a pool of blood under the turtle's paw. The honey badger bared its teeth and let out a battle cry. The monster frowned menacingly. The animal was in the rocky terrain. It was a honey badger, a representative of the weasel family, living in Africa and Asia. It has a large strong body, a large head, a wide neck and strong paws. Strong rough skin and powerful paws help to resist enemies. It is the most vengeful and most terrible creature in the world. The animal opened its mouth wide. There were bright streams of energy around it. Its fur rose like streams of wind. The girl furrowed her brows, screaming that the animal's fur was changing color. It had definitely mutated. The honey badger opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth. Its eyes shone brightly, and lightning shone brightly around its body. It moved forward. There was a bright light around it. It used the ability Thunder Body. Pushing off the ground, it hit the lower jaw of a giant turtle, leaving a bright trace behind it. The girl opened her mouth in fear and covered it with her hand. The honey badger frowned. The turtle threw its head back. It opened its mouth wide and reached out to him with a paw with sharp claws. The girl with the yellow glow put her hand forward. Large stones were floating around her. She used the ability Spiritual Power. There were bright yellow flashes around the turtle's head. From the curtain of dust, the honey badger appeared, heading towards the back of the giant turtle's head. There was a wound on her paw from which blood spurted. The honey badger opened his mouth wide. His eyes widened. There were bright traces of the animal's movement around the giant turtle. Zioking opened her mouth in surprise, screaming that this was incredible. The honey badger opened his mouth wide and twisted. He needed to use the extreme speed and clumsiness of the land turtle to inflict serious wounds on her. The girl opened her eyes wide, wondering if he could win. After all, this is the 7th stage against the 1st stage of evolution. The animal rushed towards the land turtle's neck, leaving a bright trail behind it. The honey badger opened its mouth wide and rolled its eyes, lightning shining brightly next to it. The giant tortoise opened its mouth and threw its head back. A bright blue light appeared around it. It fell to the ground with a crash, raising the debris with the pressure of its body. The honey badger grinned, standing surrounded by a curtain of dust. Zioking smiled happily and raised her hands, saying that he had won. The animal froze, standing in front of the fallen land turtle. The honey badger lowered his gaze and opened his suit, breathing heavily. A bright stream of light struck his head. It flew through the trees, leaving a yellow light behind and raising dust into the air. The giant tortoise stood up on its paws and raised its head. The honey badger opened its mouth. Its body and mouth were covered in blood. Zioking, floating in the air, screamed in fear when she saw that the little animal was injured. The turtle hit it with its paw, creating a bright yellow glow. The honey badger leaned back and rolled its eyes. Streams of blood spurted out of its mouth. The stone turtle frowned, pointing its paws forward. The stones, leaving a yellow trail, crashed into its head. Its eyes widened. Zioking hovered in the air and watched from afar, telling the turtle to stop doing this. The giant creature opened its mouth wide and released a stream of energy forward. The shockwave threw her back. The girl covered her face with her hands. The honey badger held onto the stone slab with its claws and breathed heavily. When it came to fighting, you can never relax. You must always evolve and challenge a stronger opponent. You should not be afraid of the enemy's strength or death. You cannot be afraid of defeat. You must do your best. The honey badger's pain was unbearable. The battle with the axe snake, scarlet fox, and airwolf flashed through his mind. The honey badger opened his bloody mouth wide, tears streaming from his eyes. At this moment, he completely lost his mind, dragging his bloody body towards the giant turtle, ready to die defending his honor. The animal moved straight towards the stone turtle's head. He opened his mouth wide, showing his teeth. The beast extended his claws to attack. The turtle opened its eyes wide. Zioking raised her eyebrows and screamed, asking him to quickly run away. A giant root hit her head directly. Streams of blood spurted out of the turtle's mouth. She fell to the ground with a roar, raising dust into the air. Loud and powerful explosions appeared on the battlefield. The honey badger opened his eye wide, holding his paw in front of him. The protagonist frowned. Roots were coming out of the stone cracks. The mouth of the wood dragon was slightly open. The tree roots were holding the honey badger. It opened its mouth wide and its eyes widened. Zioking put her hands out, shouting that the dragon roots were finally here. Giant wood dragon roots appeared around the stone turtle. Ziyu frowned, telling Zioking to transfer his consciousness. The girl opened her eyes wide, saying that she understood everything. She put her hand forward, thinking that her father really wanted to come out here in person. The eyes looking at the mountain peaks with trees slowly closed. A curtain of dust fell around the turtle. Zioking and the protagonist frowned. Surrounded by dark roots, the wood dragon opened its mouth. The giant turtle froze, standing in front of the giant wood dragon roots. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was right. He said that the energy also came from this mutated beast. The hero thought that the creature managed to hide the emission of energy from evolution, thanks to the cave with spiritual ore. The stone turtle frowned. The status window provided information about the creature. The stone turtle has the first stage of evolution, a special ability, Earthquake. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, saying that this is it. He looked at the honey badger squeezed by the roots. The animal covered its head with its paw. The beast widened its eyes in surprise when the hero said that he was amazing, because he challenged an opponent of the first stage of evolution and still fought, was seriously injured and still continued to fight for his life. A bright sphere was above the head of the wood dragon. He said that the animal must have gone through many difficulties. Now it can die, and the hero will take care of the rest. Ziyu opened his eyes wide and bared his teeth. The honey badger closed his eyes and covered his head with his paws. He cried. The stone turtle moved forward, opening his mouth wide. Zioking opened her mouth, shouting to her father that the stone turtle had an incredibly strong defense, so he should not approach it. The protagonist frowned, telling her to watch carefully. A bright yellow flash broke one side of the stone armor. The girl and the animal opened their eyes wide, not understanding how this was possible. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, thinking that it would be difficult to fight this lazybones among the roots, so he would leave him there. A tree root threw the honey badger aside. His eyes widened in surprise. The animal flew straight into Ziohong, whose tail was shining with a bright flame. The honey badger opened his eyes wide, clinging to the fox's body. The giant turtle opened its mouth and screamed shrilly. It put its huge paws forward. Sharp stone blocks began to appear from the ground around the turtle. They went straight to the purple sphere. The protagonist frowned. He swung the root, cutting the stone, leaving bright yellow flashes next to it. Ziohong moved forward. The honey badger ran after him. Ziyu opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened. The roots around him formed the image of an axe blade. The hero used battle axe, Snake Fist. The turtle's shell was broken. There were bright flashes around the animal. Blood spurted from its wounds. The root coming out of the dust curtain rushed into the body of the giant animal. Its shell flew several meters above the trees, raising dust into the air. The stone turtle opened its mouth wide and rolled its eyes. The system reported that the turtle was killed. 8,000 points were received. The honey badger froze, standing in the center of the dust curtain. The animal's eyes were wide open. There were traces of blood on its face. Among the tops of the green trees, the body of the stone turtle lay motionless. The girl hovered in the air, looking at the pink crystals forming on the tree branches. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and cried out. A blush appeared on the sphere. Ziyu began to happily move from side to side, asking if this was all is now. Zioking smiled and pointed to the flower in the red sphere, saying that this spiritual plant would also be useful. She had to try very hard to take it from the turtle. The hero's mouth opened in surprise. Ziyu and the girl armed themselves with pickaxes. He said it was time to get to work. In order to move more spiritual ore, the protagonist cut a cave under the roots so that it would be easier for the animals to pull out the ore. Deep tunnels were dug under the ground under the tree's roots. The fastest ones, the scarlet fox and the four-winged wolves, dragged stones to the tree's roots. The animals dragged nets with bright purple diamonds behind them. During this time, Ziyu managed to dig 10 more small caves, so Zioking, Scarlet Fox, and others can use the ore and rest in these caves. Several passages were dug in different directions from the trunk of the dark tree. The protagonist frowned, saying that now everything is ready. They collected so much ore in just half a day. According to Zioking, this mine is medium in size, but the one occupied by the centipede is even larger. At the foot of the tree, there were bright purple crystals. The tree root wrapped around several precious stones. The hero thought that he could not even imagine what awaited them there. Very long branches and roots extended from the tree with a green top, twisting in different directions. A flock of birds flew over a ravine among the forests. After a strong surge of energy, most of the normal birds flew south, but the mutated birds decided to stay since they can easily withstand the cold. But this was probably not the best decision in their lives. Red roots grabbed the birds flying in the sky. A crowd of animals ran away, trying to hide from the attack of the tree roots. Small shoots extended from the wide trunk of the dark tree. The roots rushed out from under the ground. Long roots emerged from a deep ravine, intertwining with each other. A dark hole was visible among the settling streams of dust. A bright light came out of the sphere. A blue sphere was in the center of the tree trunk with orange leaves. The protagonist looked at himself in the mirror and stroked the top of the sphere, saying, "The color of the body became lighter and the eyes even more evil, but the head is still bald." He looked forward, thinking that it does not matter. The hero ordered to open the information panel. The status window presented information that the essence of the hero is an abnormal willow. Life expectancy is 1.2 out of 500 years. Evolution points are 13,432. Passive. First, daily position of sunlight brings 1 evolution point. Second, the destruction of living creatures adds an evolution point. Innate properties. Super regeneration, a terrifying innate ability available only to plants. Branches, 50 out of 50. They are hard as steel. They can be freely attacked. The branches secrete paralyzing and stupefying toxins. They can be restored without losing evolution points. Roots, 9 out of 9. Over 1,000 meters long. Reach high speed after the first stage of evolution. Can be used to kill enemies. Life essence. A special liquid is secreted inside the body, capable of accelerating the development of living beings. Foggy barrier. The ability to immerse oneself in thick fog, spreading fog in a radius of several kilometers. Hallucinogen, the ability to imbue the fog and branches with a substance with a psychedelic effect to disorient living beings. Earth elemental control, absorbing spiritual ore and killing enemies allows the use of earth element. The protagonist's eyes widened. He was surprised that he had earth element. He wondered if it was because he killed the stone turtle. Did he absorb its power during evolution? The sphere smiled widely, its eyes shining. Inside the tree trunk, surrounded by boulders, he shouted that he needed to check it now. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that he now understood why people called the second stage of evolution a catastrophe. Dust raised by the destruction of boulders fell to the ground. The hero noted that the attack range was not very long, but after improvement it could become better. He could pull out the roots from the ground, but if he could control the ground itself, then most likely he would be able to move too. The dark roots of the tree were intertwined with each other underground. Ziyu frowned. Looking at the status window, there were bright flashes around him. He said that the skill would become stronger after improvement. Last time there were not enough improvement points. The hero ordered the system to improve his innate skill. The status window presented improvement options. The first is to increase the speed of regeneration. The second is to reduce the consumption of regeneration. The third is to strengthen the ability to regenerate. Ziyu frowned, ordering to strengthen the ability to regenerate. He thought that one day it could save his life. Even if his body and roots were destroyed by nuclear weapons, he would be able to regenerate thanks to the roots that grew into the ground. From the tree with orange leaves, twisting branches like vines came out. The innate skill is evolution. Red and blue mushrooms grew on the roots of the tree. There were bright flowers on the stones. The eyes of the sphere narrowed. He noticed that this was too strong a regeneration. Now everything around was blooming and smelling. There were various bright flowers around the twisting roots of the tree. A black root appeared in front of the protagonist. A bright light immediately cut it. Beige smoke came out of the cut. A second later, an extension of the long root appeared again in this place. Ziyu frowned, saying that the speed of regeneration was simply terrifying. This skill is really amazing. The monkey, the bison, and the girl were in a small curtain of raised dust. Xiaoqing was rushing around in the air, saying that father had finally done it. He had even grown taller. The girl thoughtfully raised her hand to her chin. Noticing that father's current spiritual power was between 200 and 300,000, the hero said that it would be easy to defeat the silver centipede now. A peregrine falcon and a crane were hovering above the treetop. The hero asked in surprise why there were only two of them. The birds opened their beaks wide, screaming loudly. Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows, saying that they were talking about finding something suspicious, and returned faster than the others to report it. The hero frowned, noticing that he understood everything. He looked at the birds with their beaks wide open, saying that they could return. The bison's eyes widened in fear, looking at the hero. The sphere inside the tree trunk narrowed its eyes, not understanding what was wrong. The status window showed that the stone flower was a spiritual plant that grew in places where there were no living creatures. The protagonist realized that this flower had a lot of energy. The animal opened its mouth wide in front of the yellow flower. The bison's eyes shone brightly. It opened its mouth and threw its head back. The system reported that the abnormal bison was now at the 9th stage. Ziyu opened his eyes wide, surprised that there was an increase to the 9th level at once. It was simply unbelievable. The bison frowned. Its eyes shone brightly with a yellow light. A third eye appeared on its forehead. It said that the tree was a god. The protagonist's eyes opened wide. He cried out joyfully, noticing that the animal had spoken. The branches of the tree lifted the creature into the air. It continued to say those two words. The protagonist happily noted that animals open their consciousness after moving to the 9th stage. The sphere opened its shining eyes wide and introduced Xiaohong, thinking that the scarlet fox was still at the 8th level, but would soon be at the 9th, so if she tried hard, she could also open her spiritual consciousness and they could become even stronger in the future. The next few days, Ziyu continued to expand his cave. The animals carried the nets with precious stones at the foot of the tree. The fox, monkey, wolves, cows constantly carried ore. Soon after that, Xiaoqing moved to her human body. The girl put her hands forward. An explosion thundered in front of her. This was happening in the research center of the higher ones. She frowned, putting her fingers out. The girl thought that the body and spirit were already in complete harmony. The power of fire comes from the physical body, and the spiritual power comes from the spiritual. The glass door opened to the side. The hero in the white coat did not turn around, saying that the girl had finally arrived. She came closer, asking why the teacher had called her. He looked at the giant capsule that contained a human-wolf hybrid, saying that the mixture of these genes was a completely new form of life. The honey badger sat on the root of a tree, his eyes wide open. He looked at the net in his paw and remembered the squirrel. The animal began to eat, tears streaming from his eyes. The honey badger looked ahead, a pale sun, completely alone. The protagonist lifted the animal with the help of blue branches and began to spank him, calling him a slacker, telling him to get to work quickly. The bison and the monkey looked displeased at the honey badger's red bottom from the spanks. The girl looked at the capsule with the hybrid. Her teacher said that it was a mixture of human and mutated wolf genes. He had conducted over 1,000 experiments, but nothing worked. Human cells rejected wolf DNA. The girl frowned sadly, looking forward. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that the next batch of volunteers would soon be here. These were people who had decided to give their bodies for the good of science and all of humanity. The eyes of the hybrid in the capsule were closed. The teacher said that the fate of the whole world was at stake. This was a necessary sacrifice. Now his experiment must be successful. The man opened his eyes wide and bowed his head, saying that if he could solve the problem of cellular adaptation, then he would be able to catch organisms that had the ability to super regenerate. A new dawn for humanity, an era of spiritual rebirth for humans, which they would not miss. The girl remembered the sphere in the trunk of the tree. Her eyes widened. 6 people were moving forward into Bayou Gorge. The man in front was holding a weapon. Kinky frowned and raised his index finger, asking if this mountain was really that dangerous. They might get lost and die. Suhu furrowed his brows, saying that maybe it was like that before, but now with Kayankin, it would not be difficult to go deep into the forest. The long-haired girl raised her eyebrows as she moved forward. Kinky adjusted his glasses with his finger and smiled, saying that it was true. Zhao raised his eyebrows, saying that this time the task was not that difficult. They needed to collect spiritual herbs and kill some mutated beasts. He asked Fen if he wanted to kill a few more creatures. They could sell them to rich people. They would be paid so much that they would not want for the rest of their lives. The hooded guy told him to shut up. Kayankin frowned and opened her mouth, shouting that something was approaching. Brightly glowing eyes could be seen in the fog. The cat opened its mouth wide, its eyes glowed green, and meowed loudly. Kinky screamed and opened his eyes wide, saying that it was a mutated beast. The boy hit the small cat in the stomach. He threw it to the ground, saying that it was a first-stage mutated beast. He wouldn't have done anything. The girl asked if he really killed it. Kinky hid behind her. The boy in front said that this time they were exploring the mountains. Although it was quite a dangerous area, Suhu looked back over his shoulder, saying that it was all because of the fog. It scared people. If there was something dangerous here, the army would have arrived long ago. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked away. Kainking's eyes widened in horror. She said that she had a terrible premonition. She opened her mouth wide, telling everyone to run because she can't stay here any longer. The boys turned to look at her in surprise. A giant mutated white tiger with bright blue eyes appeared in front of the heroes. Kainking froze, her eyes wide. The boy frowned, looking back over his shoulder. Kinky put his hands in front of him and gritted his teeth. Fen reached for the weapon on his back. The tiger's eyes were shining brightly with a blue light. Blood splashed onto Kainking's face. She opened her eyes wide. The white tiger opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth. Under its paw lay the decapitated body of Suhu. The status window reported that this was an abnormal tiger at the initial stage. Skills: Tiger Claw. Incredibly strong and sharp claws that can tear the victim into small pieces. Tiger Roar causes primordial terror in the enemy so that he loses all desire to resist. Zhao frowned and raised his flaming fist, screaming furiously. The guy rushed towards the giant white tiger. Kainkin raised her eyebrows, asking him to stop. The tip of the tiger's tail passed near the animal's face. It rushed straight into the guy's chest. Kinky frowned and began to shoot at the creature with a pistol. Bullets hit its body, leaving flashes of yellow light. The abnormal tiger bit off the upper part of the guy's torso. Fen extended his sword and frowned, asking if she was that stupid, telling her to run away since they couldn't defeat the creature at the 7th stage and she had to survive and report what happened here. The giant white tiger reached out with its paw. A loud explosion occurred on the ground, raising a lot of dust into the air. The girl covered her face with her hands, trying to hide from it. The abnormal tiger, its eyes shining brightly, was heading towards her. It stepped on Fen's head with its back paw, pressing her into the ground. Kainkin furrowed her brows. Tears appeared in her eyes. She understood that they were all dead. The girl could not believe that this was the end. The white tiger opened its mouth wide, showing sharp fangs. The dark long roots of the tree grabbed the giant animal. The root began to fight fiercely with the huge abnormal tiger. Kin, injured and lying on the ground, watched from the side. Her eyes began to close slowly. She saw how the huge black root left no chance for the huge beast and asked what it was. After this question, her eyes closed. Some time passed. It was daytime outside. Mountain forest. The abnormal tiger sat on the ground, confused, drenched in cold sweat and looking around. In front of him sat all the servants of the protagonist, whose eyes were burning with rage. The honey badger, with his paws folded on his chest, began to laugh maliciously, mocking in a beastly way. He was under the roots of the protagonist, restraining him. The next second, Ziyu, with burning eyes, handed the predator a vine from which a drop of life essence was oozing, and said in his head that the essence of life now has new properties. He remembered how a system window appeared in front of him, in which he read that he can now subjugate the consciousness of the one to whom he gave the drop. After that, he thoughtfully asked himself whether he should subdue this tiger. Without thinking twice, he dropped the essence of life on the huge abnormal tiger. In that very second, shock and horror appeared in the predator's eyes. Suddenly, his pupils enlarged and his eyes shone. He immediately rushed to the protagonist, licking his sphere and meowing loudly. Ziyu said in shock that he did not need to lick him like that. At the same time, in his head, he said that the essence of life had become much more powerful than before. After thinking for a while, he asked himself what would happen if he used a drop on a person. At that very second, an idea came to his mind, and he hit the vine against the vine, saying that he could test it on the people he had recently saved. Immediately after these thoughts, he began to wake up Kin. The girl slowly opened her eyes. In front of her, she saw a monkey, a honey badger, a buffalo, and the protagonist, each of whom laughed maliciously. At that very moment, she was scared out of her wits, screaming, "Mutated beasts." She immediately turned to the two men on the floor and screamed furiously for them to get up. Both guys, wrapped in roots, were fast asleep and had vivid dreams. Realizing that no one would help her, the girl was horrified, saying in her head that this time she would definitely die, adding that no one knew that a tree demon lived here. At that time, the protagonist extended a liana towards the girl, from which the essence of life began to ooze. At that moment, he turned the girl over in the air, placing her horizontally. What is he doing? Kin asked herself discontentedly in her head. The protagonist had already brought the liana to the girl's waist. What if it's a tree? Kin said to herself slowly. At that very second, she screamed loudly, twitching, that she did not want this. The next second, the essence of life dripped onto the girl. How suddenly after that, Kin's eyes turned white. Visions began to appear in her head, and she screamed that everything was destroyed. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised. Lowering her head, Kin continued to say that this world was surrounded by giant trees, and the sky, the earth, animals and birds, all of this controls a huge tree, she screamed after a few seconds. In front of her eyes, she saw many animals, each of which had burning eyes, and their strength was enormous, and the sky was burning above them. After that, she quietly said that a kingdom of trees would sprout later. The protagonist listened with interest to everything that the girl he saved said. "You have an ability," he suddenly said in surprise, looking at Kin, who, having heard the voice of the tree, was very surprised and looked at him questioningly in response. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her face and she said that she had a sixth sense, a woman's intuition. At the same time, she said in her head that this tree spoke. What Kin said made the protagonist laugh. Laughing madly, he asked if women's intuition was also considered a skill. As soon as he calmed down, he put Kin down on the ground, released the root that was wrapped around the girl and told her to stay with them, adding that sometimes he trained his little animals. Hearing such a proposal, Kin became furious and screamed, asking if the main character really wanted to make a slave out of her. Suddenly, her eyes changed. Instead of a pupil, a tree petal appeared. Her face changed at that very second, and the girl said that she would obey. Hearing this, the protagonist was overjoyed. Laughing maliciously, he said in his head that the essence of life was indeed a useful thing, adding that Kin's attitude towards him had changed very abruptly. Immediately after thinking these thoughts, he leaned slightly toward the servant and ordered her to call him handsome. "Handsome," the girl immediately said. "Praise me," the protagonist ordered the next second. Kin obediently said that the huge tree had very large and long roots. "Take off your clothes," the protagonist suddenly shouted, succumbing to temptation. The girl's cheeks turned red at that very second, and she fell silent. Lowering her eyes and hands, she embarrassedly and quietly said that she did not want to do this. After these words, she fell to her knees and covered her face with her hands, screaming that Tizuyu was a pervert. Hearing this answer, the protagonist turned away and, putting the vine to his chin, thoughtfully said that it seemed that part of Kin was still conscious, adding that it came out a bit awkward. After a short pause, he brought the vines to the two sleeping guys and said that he hoped that these two could teach his lazy people human things. Looking intently at the guys, he added in his head that he could ask Kim, but time was running out. After a short pause, he said that anyone could teach this, adding that there was no need to disturb the girl once again, after which he said that the sleeping men could do this. In his head, at that very second, he imagined houses made of roots and said that first they needed to build them houses. "Yes," he said contentedly in his head after this thought, adding that they should be grateful to him for such kindness. After a while, the houses were ready. The protagonist wrapped Kin in a root and told her to move forward, because now this was the girl's new home. In a few seconds, he pulled the girl to her new home. After finishing the job, he said that it was ready, which meant it was time to get down to business. After that, he said in his head that he had to try not only to move freely, but also to become godlike. After a few seconds, he said that he could not even allow himself to think about such things before, because in order to do so, he had to keep his heart and mind under control. Because with evolution, everything is possible, he said in a very serious voice in his head. After thinking such thoughts, he turned around and ordered the information panel to open. The system window immediately opened. All the information about the main character was written in it, as well as the fact that he currently had 13,432 evolution points. After studying everything, he remembered the huge turtle and said in his head that when he entered the second stage of evolution, he gained more than 5,000 evolution points, and for killing the turtle he received another 8,000. A small lesson from the big tree. Initial stage first step net 10 points. Initial stage second step gives 20 points. The protagonist began to explain that the number of points earned on entry-level creatures increased by 10 with each step. After a short pause, he added that the evolution points of more advanced creatures are calculated depending on the amount of spiritual power. If you kill a creature with 80,000 units of spiritual power, you can get 8,000 points. At the same time, a system window appeared in front of the protagonist, which said, "Control the element of the first level of Earth." System, strengthen the element of Earth. Looking at the window, the protagonist firmly said. Another system window immediately appeared in front of him, asking if Z wanted to spend 1,000 evolution points to strengthen the element of Earth. After reading this, he was very surprised and asked himself dissatisfiedly, for what 1,000 points, after which he screamed in rage, asking why such prices if he was now a creature of the second stage of evolution. The next second, he pressed the strengthen button. After that, a bright flash lit up everything around him. All the servants who were nearby flew into the air, not understanding what was happening. After it was all over, the protagonist said with a very tense expression that it was time to try. At that very moment, huge stone pillars burst out of the ground, lifting some of the shocked servants up. Looking at how high he was able to build the stone tower, Siyu said that it was much stronger than before, but the range was still about 100 meters. At the same time, a honey badger was trying not to fall from one of these towers, whose hind legs had already slid down. Suddenly, the stone he was holding onto broke off under his paw. At that very moment, he flew down, bouncing off the stone tower like a stone off water, and then fell hard to the ground. A few seconds later, he stood up with difficulty, covered in bruises and abrasions. Tears were streaming from his eyes, and he wondered in his head why he was always the one getting it. At that time, the protagonist, turning away, told the system to improve the earth element skill again. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that 3,000 evolution points had been written off. At the same second, the ground shook and huge pillars burst out of it, rising into the sky. The honey badger suddenly began to rise into the sky again, not understanding anything. As suddenly, with great speed, the pillar rose to a great height. The earth began to slowly change, stretching out and creating arches and gorges. Looking at what he could do now, the protagonist said in his head that each root of his body was like a turtle made of earth and stone, adding that the roots could also tear the ground apart and cause an earthquake. Raising dust and dirt, huge dark roots began to crawl out of the ground, which at the moment of transformation acquired sharp tips. Looking at this, the protagonist said that if he used all the roots at the same time, it would be enough to fill everything around, but if he used his power on such a scale, he could harm himself. The next second, the huge roots joined together and created something similar to bones or a dome. After a short pause, Tsuyu said that by the time he can completely control the land, I will be able to move freely, the protagonist said with a very serious voice. After these thoughts, he chuckled contentedly. At this time, the honey badger, who was standing at the very top, tearfully asked himself if he was paying off debts from his past life. After these words, he burst into loud sobs. He was standing at the highest point of the Root Peak, a country on another continent. A guy with a telescope was staring at the sea, when suddenly he saw a huge wave approaching them. Horror and fear enveloped the guy. The next second, a wave washed over the city, destroying everything in its path. It completely swallowed the city. Only a few floors of huge high-rise buildings stuck out of the water. In one of the houses, a mother and her son looked out the window, realizing that a tsunami had washed over them. The next second, a huge monster with giant and sharp teeth in its mouth jumped into their window. At this time, huge sharks, piranhas, and other fish were swimming in the waves. They were jumping on peaceful citizens who were trying to escape in horror. Suddenly, the water began to rise rapidly near one of the high-rise buildings. The next second, a huge crimson octopus appeared from it. Its eyes, filled with bloodlust, were burning. He looked ahead and saw a black silhouette appear in the fog. The silhouette became clearer and clearer. A few seconds later, a huge golden eel appeared. It was slowly approaching the flooded city. 5 hours later, the White Palace on the other side of the ocean. Papers were flying around in the office and many people were working. A furious scream was heard, asking what the testing department was doing and why the troops were responding so slowly. After a short pause, a scream was heard again, asking whether the death toll was still unknown, since half of the city was destroyed. A man with a yellow mustache and hair was sitting at the table. His face was very tense, and he was the one screaming at all the employees. Aaron suddenly approached his desk. He immediately looked at the girl and asked if the news about the mutated creatures was confirmed. Yes, Aaron answered firmly. Aaron was holding a tablet in her hands and standing next to a huge screen on which an eel was depicted. Showing it to the boss, she reported that according to research, this sea-mutated creature belongs to the genus of snakes, adding that according to initial estimates, its length is about 100 meters, and its weight is 70,000 tons. After a short pause, she added, "As for spiritual power, the lowest limit is 170,000. A few seconds later, she said that the highest figure is 250,000. Hearing this, all the employees were shocked by such news. Cold sweat began to pour down their faces. The boss, with eyes filled with horror and fear, asked what the current situation was. Aaron, remembering how she saw a missile heading towards the huge eel, said that out of 3 nuclear missiles launched, only one hit, and now that the eel has sunk to the bottom, it will be difficult for them to determine the location of the monster. What does only one mean? The boss shouted furiously, looking at his frightened employees. After a short pause, he shouted, asking how they will now know whether the eel is alive or not. Aaron was very calm compared to everyone. She said emotionlessly that now it is the biggest danger to people. Hearing this, the boss opened his mouth and did not know what to say. Especially in the depths, the girl added after a few seconds. Immediately after that, she added that in the future, everything will be even worse. And at this time, air bubbles floated up under the water. At this time, in the territory of the protagonist, Fen was very focused on what he was doing. He held a semblance of a weapon in his hand and waved it in different directions. At this time, Qin was screaming very angrily, "Stop making mistakes." Zhao, having gathered his strength, was screaming loudly. In fact, Fen was cooking dinner in a huge frying pan, waving a cooking spoon. Not far from him stood Qin, who was pointing to the blackboard and teaching the tiger, who did not understand anything, to speak. And even further away was Zhao, who was being hit in the face by a golden monkey. Having knocked the guy onto his stomach, she jumped on him, took a victorious stance and loudly began to make monkey cries. Fen, who was looking for plates, was approached from behind by a buffalo with plates on its horns. At this time, the tiger stood on its front paws, and Qin, seeing this, furiously shouted at it to read the word 2 and stop standing on its front paws. But the tiger did not listen to the teacher and rushed to chase a butterfly. Seeing all this, Qin grabbed her head and screamed with tears in her eyes that she was going to go crazy because this tiger was the stupidest creature of all that was here. "Let's eat first," Zhao suddenly said, handing a plate full of food to Qin. Turning to her comrade, she saw that he was completely covered in bruises and wounds, and she screamed in shock, asking if he was really dying. They stood behind and watched as Fen fed all the beasts that had flown in and run to him, dissatisfiedly saying that he did not understand how he, a child of darkness, became the leader of this strange gang of beasts. With bruises and swelling on his face, Zhao, gobbling up the food he had prepared, said that he did not want to do all this because he had been beaten all day. After a short pause, the girl said that they had been here for 3 days and they had not been killed yet, adding that they were alive only because they were training the animals. It was quiet and calm in the main character's territory. Flowers were blooming and mushrooms were growing. Zhao suddenly said that he could not even imagine that a giant tree growing in the mountains, 300 kilometers from the city, would have enough intelligence for this. Qin immediately said that if the government found out that the mutated creatures had developed spiritual intelligence, the entire country would have been mobilized to destroy them. Suddenly, Zhao, stretching out his hand, said loudly that in order to survive, they needed to teach the animals to read. "Aha," Qin and Fen answered discontentedly. At that very second, a tiger passed behind them. Seeing the predator, all the guys simultaneously slapped themselves in the face and exhaled heavily. At this time, the main character was thinking about something. Zhao suddenly appeared next to him and immediately asked why the protagonist was keeping these people here, to which he replied that his animals needed the knowledge of people. After that, Ziyu, without turning to the girl, squinted and said that this knowledge would be useful to animals if they encountered trouble. After listening to the tree's words, Zhao suddenly said with a calm face that something happened in the human world. A few hours later, the honey badger was sleeping soundly on a thick branch of a tree. At this time, the protagonist was incredibly angry. He said angrily, "These little people. Did they really use nuclear weapons?" He screamed in rage, imagining a huge explosion on the water. Zhao, hovering in front of the tree, said that people launched 3 missiles, one of them hit the target, and the other 2 were reflected. Reflected, the protagonist asked in surprise, looking up at the girl, and then asked what she meant. "Roar," Zhao suddenly said, remembering what happened in the ocean back then. After a short pause, she explained that the creature used sound waves to change the trajectory of the nuclear warheads that were flying at it. After these words, she remembered how the monster raised its head and roared loudly. Leaving the memories, Zhao said a few seconds later that after being hit, the creature sank to the very bottom. Hearing such a story, the protagonist said in surprise that it seemed that the monster understood what the strength of people was, but unlike that creature that could hide at the bottom of the sea, it had nowhere to run. After a short pause, Zhao lowered her head and asked in surprise if that beast would die. After thinking for a while, the protagonist replied that the most terrible thing about nuclear weapons is not the force of the explosion, but the radiation. After these words, he introduced the abnormal fish and said that they now live in a world ruled by evolution, and if underwater creatures develop immunity to radiation, it could be a huge disaster for all of humanity. The next second after he said this, Tizuyu lowered his head and said that he needed to find even more powerful beasts. At that time, there was a huge underground tunnel under him, which had many branches. A few seconds later, he said that they also needed to build an underground kingdom as soon as possible. At that time, small and large fish were gathering in one place underwater. They were all attracted by a huge eel that had been hit by a nuclear missile, and its body was torn apart at the sight of the explosion so much that bones were sticking out. Some time passed. The protagonist sent his roots to search for animals. They covered huge distances at great speed. They grabbed everyone they found. Among those caught was a crocodile. The next was a wild boar. The third and last was a hare. All of their roots were carried to the main character. As soon as they appeared in front of Ziyu, he threw the animals into a small hole where his assistants had already gathered. The 3 boys who had been saved from the tiger were watching all of this from the side. They were hiding behind bushes and rocks, trying to remain unnoticed. Zhao and Qin asked what was going on there, to which Fen replied that the main character probably wanted to subjugate those animals. Seeing that there was a crocodile in the hole, the boys were very surprised. Suddenly, Xiaohong shouted menacingly at the crocodile, which scared him and lowered his eyes. The main character immediately scolded the fox and told her that there was no need to scare the newcomers. After these words, he handed the liana, from which the essence of life began to ooze, to the boar, who was shaking with fear. Seeing what Ziyu wanted to do, the boys began to drool, and their faces were illuminated by a bright green light. A few seconds later, the light went out and the ordinary boar turned into an abnormal boar whose stage was the initial stage of the 6th step. The boar had an innate skill and a special skill. Seeing how the first newcomer had changed, the protagonist rubbed his chin with a vine and said that it was not bad, adding that even the innate skill had leveled up. After that, he equated the boar with the honey badger, monkey, and peregrine falcon, saying that this animal was not as strong as the red fox, buffalo, or white tiger. A few seconds later, he added that the boar was still on par with the honey badger, monkey, and peregrine falcon, adding that in the future, these 4 could become the Great 4. After these words, Ziyu brought the vine, from which the essence of life was oozing, to the crocodile. A bright green light was heard as it dripped onto the animal. As soon as the light went out, a huge red crocodile with spikes on its back appeared in front of the protagonist. Seeing what happened, Ziyu was very surprised. Xiaoking, who was hovering next to him, was shocked. This, a girl suddenly began to speak. An ancient imperial crocodile, the protagonist immediately finished, looking at the crocodile's eyes burning with a blue flame. Hearing this, Xiaoking turned to the tree and said that she had read about such animals in the professor's textbooks. She was very tense and a little scared. Looking at the animal, she said that such crocodiles have an incredible genetic heritage, adding that this beast is considered one of the most ferocious creatures. At this time, the crocodile stood calmly and looked away. Xiaohong suddenly appeared in front of him, menacingly stamping his paw on the ground. Her fur was burning with a bright flame, and there was fire in her eyes. With her head held high, the fox looked at the newcomer. Seeing this, the protagonist lowered his head and grinned. After a short pause, he said that the two seemed to want to fight. At that moment, a loud roar was heard from the emperor crocodile. There was a strong tension between the two disputants. All the other animals looked at the fox and the crocodile with fear, expecting a fight. Even the honey badger woke up and sat on a branch, eating something. Suddenly, the red fox roared furiously. She was at the initial stage of the 9th step. She had both an innate skill and a special skill. The 3 guys who were watching everything from the side were shocked, realizing that a deadly battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the imperial crocodile roared loudly and an insanely strong sound wave burst out of its mouth. The fox jumped very quickly on the roots of the protagonist, which were cut one after another by the sound wave, approaching its opponent. Seeing this, Xiaoking was shocked to horror, screaming that it was like an air blade. She flew right in front of the face of the protagonist, who screamed in rage that he could not see anything. At this time, Xiaohong jumped on his opponent from above, delivering a strong blow. But the crocodile did not hesitate and squeezed the front paw of the red fox with its mouth. Realizing that he was caught, Xiaohong tensed up and became scared. The crocodile immediately pushed off the ground. Having jumped high, he, without letting go of his opponent, flew down with him. There was a loud and powerful slam on the ground, raising all the dust and dirt. With his jaw clenched, the crocodile was suddenly surprised to feel something. When suddenly his mouth opened, Xiaohong put all his strength into it, and with 2 paws opened the huge powerful mouth of the imperial crocodile. Seeing this, the protagonist and Xiaoking were shocked. A flame suddenly appeared in the mouth of the red fox. The next second, she released all the accumulated flames into the mouth of her opponent. A loud explosion was heard. Smoke and dust filled everything. Xiaoking and the protagonist coughed loudly from the smoke, trying not to suffocate. As soon as the smoke cleared, it was clear that the red fox and the imperial crocodile were standing opposite each other at a short distance. When suddenly the crocodile smiled. Xiaohong did not stand aside and also smiled widely. Seeing this, the protagonist frowned, but then realized that the 2 animals recognized each other's strength. The joyful Xiaoking turned to Ziyu and said with a big smile on her face that everything went very well. Excellent, the protagonist answered with a relaxed expression, saying in his head that the imperial crocodile has rare ancient genes and the strength of the beast cannot be underestimated. Looking at the huge crocodile, he said that the strength of the crocodile and the red fox is almost equal. The next second, a system window with the characteristics of a beginner appeared in front of him. The imperial crocodile was at the initial stage. It had both an innate and a special skill. It also had bone armor, sharp teeth, and a sonic boom. The 3 guys were shocked by what they saw just now. Only Zhao did not move from his place and did not say anything. The next day, the ordinary fox was instantly killed. It was Xiaohong's target. Seeing that his prey had been caught, Zhao shouted that he could handle it himself. Now that there were even more creatures in Bayou Gorge, it was time to think about food. Thanks to the people who now lived on them, the food could be stored longer. A few days later, Ziyu found newborn rats somewhere and gave them to Feng to take care of. "These are for you," the protagonist said through the dark root, handing the children over to the dissatisfied Feng. It was a strong blow to his dark heart, and humans are really good at some things. In just a few days, they trained the red fox and the water buffalo. They even talked to the protagonist. Approaching a huge tree, Xiaohong said, "Tree God, Happy New Year," and the water buffalo said, "May you have strong roots." Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised. But the monkey and the honey badger are lagging behind. They can't sit still for even 5 minutes. The golden monkey threw a boar at Qin. Unlike the other two, the white tiger studied hard, but when the word 11 was written on the board, the tiger said 2. Qin, hearing this, did not know what to say. Among all the inhabitants of the gorge, Zhao was the most active. He can not only hunt. At some point, Zhao, together with the red fox, hunted a small animal. But Zhao can also sew clothes, which he did for Feng and Qin. The new clothes looked like in prehistoric times, but were very high quality and good. Zhao himself even pumped up his strength by drinking spiritual water. His body became very large and muscular, so he walked without outerwear. Seeing Zhao's success, the protagonist said with malice in his eyes that this guy was very funny. "God tree, he is coming here," Xiaohong suddenly said, turning to Ziyu, to which he asked in surprise what he was talking about. Zhao walked purposefully towards the huge tree. The red fox continued to say that the guy couldn't even imagine. After a short pause, he said that the buffalo had already gone to stop the guest. At this time, the buffalo appeared in front of Zhao, stomping its foot menacingly. Its eyes were burning furiously. "Where are you going?" it asked the guy menacingly, adding that he didn't belong there. Slightly confused, Zhao said that he had something to say to the tree, and then asked to let him pass. Furiously stamping his hoof on the ground, raising dust, he said that he would never do that. Seeing that the animal was angry, Zhao asked it to calm down. "Let him go." The protagonist's speech suddenly sounded in the buffalo's head. Hearing this, the animal was very surprised. After a short pause, he said that he was interested in what the guest wanted to tell him. A few minutes passed and Zhao was kneeling in front of the protagonist. Raising his head, the guy shouted, wishing Ziyu a long life, adding that his admiration for the protagonist was like a stormy endless river. "Is this really what you wanted to say?" Ziyu asked displeasedly. Proudly raising his head, he added that she would give the guy exactly 1 minute, adding that he should get closer to the point. Hearing this, Zhao thought about it. After a few seconds of thought, he obediently bowed his head and firmly said that he wanted to become part of the protagonist's family. There was silence in the air for a while. "I really want this," Zhao firmly shouted. Beads of sweat were running down his face and, putting his hand to his chest, the guy said that he really wanted the protagonist to teach him, because in this world, Ziyu's strength comes first, and he was just a pathetic loser who had a talent for physical strength, after which he shouted that the protagonist was his last hope. Hearing this, the huge tree tensed up. After thinking about it, the protagonist asked why he should trust a person who would betray his own race, and then shouted at the boy to go back. Hearing such a rude answer, Zhao bowed and shouted that he would do whatever the protagonist said, adding that he was very sorry for wasting Ziyu's precious time. After saying this, he turned around and started to leave, and Xiaoking appeared next to the protagonist, who asked in surprise if the protagonist would not accept the boy. Then Ziyu immediately replied that he needed Zhao alive, adding that this place was simply overflowing with spiritual energy. Probably because of this, the three saved wanted to stay. A few seconds later, he said that now the guys were much stronger than before. After these words, he introduced the three saved and realized that they had already reached the 7th step. Hearing this answer, Xiaoking said with a very serious face that this was very good, because thanks to these people, it would be much easier to integrate into human society in the future. The protagonist, squinting and tensing, said that if you get rid of these people and give them too much, then they will get used to receiving what they do not deserve. And if one day you stop giving them what they are addicted to, the first to betray him will be those three. People are very insidious, the protagonist said firmly, looking after the departing Zhao, who lowered his head in sadness. A few seconds later, he added that no matter how good the guys try to seem, you must always keep an eye on them. After that, he turned his gaze to his huge stone structures and said that now that they have become even stronger, and the gorge is filled with spiritual ore, they need to sit in the shadows and behave quietly. Suddenly, Xiaoking turned to the huge tree and reported that the silver centipede had been captured, and that the creature had now become an object for experiments. Hearing this, the protagonist turned to the girl in shock and asked if it had really been captured in just a month. Xiaoking looked very tense and angry. Looking at Ziyu, she suddenly said that she wanted to absorb the centipede's spiritual energy, adding that she thought that this way she could reach the 1st stage. Hearing this, the protagonist also became very tense. Squinting, he asked with burning eyes if the girl was sure, because the soul of a creature of the 2nd stage of evolution was no joke, and then added that what if the centipede itself absorbed Xiaoking. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised and firmly said that she wanted to do so. After receiving a very firm answer, the protagonist did not take his eyes off Zioking, saying that the girl had become very independent. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the distance, where both of them turned their gazes. A huge predator was rushing after a small animal wrapped in a blue magical shell and having high speed. Ever since Ziyu caught the imperial crocodile, the monster tried its best to find something to do. Until a weirdo with the most seemingly empty head appeared, he certainly wouldn't let you get bored. It was a honey badger, lightning running across its skin, and the animal itself had reached the 7th step in the midst of the battle. The crocodile's glowing eyes made it clear that he wasn't particularly thrilled about all this. His friends, the monkey and the boar, also moved up to new steps. The golden monkey loved to ride the boar. As for the birds, except for the crane, which is on the 7th step, all the peregrine falcons moved up to the 8th step. The wind wolves are now in a pack and there are already 30 of them, and their strength will never stand still. The crocodile continued to try to catch a very fast honey badger. Is it bad that they are all here? The protagonist asked, looking into the distance. Zioking immediately replied excitedly that if they let the crocodile go, it could cause them problems in the future. Hearing this, the protagonist fell silent, lowering his head. After a short pause, he slowly and quietly said, "Well, it's time." Night had come. All the animals that belonged to Ziyu gathered around the tree. Even the 3 who had been saved came. What they saw shocked them. They had never seen so many animals before. In his mind, Zhao said that if the government found out what was happening here, they would all go crazy. As the protagonist, looking at everyone present, said that now that everyone had advanced to a new stage, in general, he could not protect everyone forever, which meant that the animals would have to practice. But not everyone could go, and only those who had reached the 9th stage could go, after which he said that the red fox, demonic bull, and imperial crocodile could go. Not hearing himself, the white tiger growled in displeasure, pointing at himself with his paw because he had also reached the 9th stage. After a short pause, the protagonist replied that the white tiger was too stupid, so he would sit here because he did not need any extra problems. Hearing this, the predator was happy and laughed maliciously. After a short pause, Ziyu turned his gaze to the red fox and proudly said that from now on Xiaohong would be called the 9-tailed fox and would be the main one here. After that, the protagonist looked at the buffalo, whose eyes were always shining, and said that he would call him the demonic bull. After a short pause, Ziyu turned his gaze to the white tiger and said that the predator would be the 3rd. And after the lion, he looked at the imperial crocodile and said that although 2 was stronger than the buffalo and the tiger, but since he was late, he would be the 4th. Having designated the animals, he loudly and very seriously said that from now on these 4 would be the beasts of the 9th stage team under his leadership. Imagining a huge city where the sun was just rising, he added that he forbade going to places where there were people, and the rest was up to the animals to consider. Suddenly, the buffalo stepped forward and said that he did not want to leave. Looking at him, the protagonist said that the animal could stay. "My lord," the crocodile suddenly said, looking intently at Ziyu. Looking at the imperial crocodile, the protagonist said that animals were very strong, but they could not defeat 100 creatures alone. "Understood," the huge predator replied, lowering his head and eyes. "Go," Ziyu said after a few seconds. After that, Xiaohong and the imperial crocodile rushed to run away. At this time, in some hangar, a dead silver centipede was suspended in it. A girl stood in front of her. She stared intently at the dead creature and said in her head that the body was cut to the head for experiments, adding that she did not even think that such a monster would come to life. It was Xiaoking. She looked at the centipede with a cold face, saying in her head that the vitality of the 2nd stage was terrifying. After that, she told the centipede to agree that it was better to become her strength than to be an object for experiments. "Let's live together," the girl suddenly said in a menacing and very firm voice, causing the centipede's eyes to open. The next second, they suddenly lit up and stared at Xiaoking. The girl's energy began to fill the hangar, and there was still not a single emotion on her face. Some time passed. Xiaohong sat on the edge of a low mountain, looking at the endless desert. At this time, the imperial crocodile was swimming in the deep waters of the lake, and in the main character's territory, Qin was teaching the white tiger to say the word tiger, and the predator showed a heart with his paws, which made the girl very angry. Wind wolves worked in the caves in whole packs, bringing spiritual ore. On top of them, a honey badger lay, doing nothing. He looked at the wolves and mocked the predators because they were working. Suddenly, one of the protagonist's roots knocked on his forehead, which scared the little beast. He immediately tried to run away, but the root immediately grabbed the beast by the tail. A minute later, the wind wolves watched as the honey badger carried a stone of spiritual ore on his back. At the same time, the protagonist himself was training to use the leaf blade technique. Having released a green projectile similar to a blade, it flew forward and hit the root structures. Looking at the result, Ziyu scratched his chin with a liana and said in his head that this was weak, and the range was short, adding that his roots were very good, but they required a lot of energy. After that, he firmly decided that he needed to strengthen the leaf blade. A system window immediately appeared in front of him, in which he needed to confirm the strengthening of the technique for 2,000 evolution points. Without thinking, the protagonist clicked yes. After the enhancement, he had 6,432 evolution points left. The next second, all of his vines began to glow with a bright light green glow. Excellent, Ziyu said in his head, now he needs to try again. The next second, he began to transmit magical energy to his vines. After that, he swung, and the next moment, he released about a dozen leaf blades in front of him. They all hit the huge root frame in the sky. As soon as the blades disappeared, it was clear that the roots were crushed into many pieces and immediately began to tighten. Seeing this, the protagonist was very pleased. In his head, he immediately said that the power of the blades and their range had increased significantly, but he was breathing very heavily at the same time, because this technique requires a lot of energy, so in order to use the skill, you need to process your spiritual energy, and this is not even close to the roots. System, Ziyu suddenly said. 7 system screens immediately opened in front of him, on which were all of his skills. After studying everything that was, he said, breathing heavily, that now all the skills except the dragon had reached level 2, which meant that it was time to improve the root dragon. The next second, a system screen appeared in front of him, which said that 100,000 evolution points were needed to improve the dragon. Seeing such a price, the protagonist was shocked. Having decided to improve the fog barrier, he saw that the price was 6,000 evolution points. Although the price was high, but he improved this ability, and a very thick fog was released from his leaves. In his head, he said that he had to pay a lot of points to improve the fog, and he still had to spend evolution points on each of the 10 roots. His vines suddenly changed color and became blue. In his head, Ziyu said that, however, the 3rd level was worth it, because after improving he would become invincible. Suddenly, a loud cry of a dragon was heard. The guys from the 3 were in the protagonist's fog. Qin, hearing the cry, excitedly asked, "Is that a dragon?" Fen turned to her and asked with displeasure, "What dragon?" Suddenly, a huge gray dragon flew past them, blowing away the fog. Seeing this, Fen screamed in horror, asking where the dragon came from. Did the tree do something again? The protagonist's fog mastery was at the 3rd level, which means the fog can not only serve as the owner's eyes, but also turn into whatever he wants. Hearing the screams of the guys, Ziyu laughed maliciously, saying that when Xiaoqing returns, he will scare her too. Suddenly, he looked away and said that it was very strange that the girl had not come for a long time, after which he asked if people really had so many things to do. At that very second, a purple beam struck from the sky. It descended to the very bottom, falling underground, to the very root of the protagonist, where he caught what was emitting this very light. Watching everything from the root, he saw that it was Xiaoqing who had returned. He was very happy, saying that it finally worked, adding that the purple centipede was around the girl, then said that it seemed that Xiaoqing had absorbed the soul of the monster right in the research center. The girl's eyes were completely white, and her mouth was open, as if she was unconscious. At this time, in the research center of the hire, in the center of the hangar stood Xiaoqing. An incredible source of power was gushing out of her. Scientists crowded around, shocked by what was happening. In front of everyone stood Master Xiaoqing, who, adjusting his glasses, shouted in shock that it did not matter whether the girl had lost consciousness or was sleeping, because Xiaoling was evolving, adding that no one should forget that the same thing happened to Zhou's son, so they needed to go right now and get the best fire ore stones. At this time, the protagonist presented Xiaoqing with the essence of life. On the other hand, Master Xiaoqing presented Xiaoling with fire ore. An incredibly bright flash of magical energy blinded everyone on both sides. Suddenly, the girl's eyes slowly opened. In front of her, she saw a centipede that was enveloping her. Seeing this, the protagonist blushed and shouted joyfully, "It worked." At this time, in the research center, the girl, who was already unconscious, was picked up and was going to be carried to the rest room so that she could recover. The master, with cold beads of sweat all over his face, said in his head that this time Yan Gaoyuan really brought home real treasures, adding that in just 6 months, Xiaoling had broken through to the first stage and now her future. Unpredictable, he shouted in his head after a short pause, looking at the girl who was snoring loudly. At this time, the root frame was breaking and collapsing. Xiaoqing was demonstrating her strength. Seeing that everything was starting to break, the protagonist shouted for her to stop, otherwise his house would be completely destroyed, adding that he already knew that the girl now had a lot of spiritual energy. Xiaoqing, he suddenly shouted loudly. The girl wrapped in a centipede happily turned to the tree. Lowering his head and scratching his head in confusion, Ziyu said in his head that Zioking had not only reached a new stage, but had also made the silver centipede her weapon, otherwise it was something else, adding that in addition, Zioking seemed to have become more tangible. Looking up at the girl again, he saw a centipede sitting on her hand, which had shrunk in size and was asking for protection, calling Zioking, who had a joyful and happy smile on her face, mistress. Suddenly, the protagonist laughed madly, saying that he would also show something now. Immediately after these words, a huge tornado appeared right behind the girl, which began to suck everything in. The next second, instead of a tornado, huge beasts appeared, which looked angrily at Zioking. Seeing this, the girl smiled widely and said that the protagonist had very interesting skills, adding that the creatures that appeared from the fog were so strong. Looking back, she saw that many earthen plates had been turned over and scattered in different directions. Looking at the destruction, she said that the moisture pressure in the air must have created a destructive force, but the attack power was not that high, it was only the power of an average mutated beast. Raising her head, she saw a huge flying dragon, and the protagonist immediately said that physical attacks would not hurt these guys. Suddenly, a root struck out from the ground at an incredible speed, emitting a bright glow. After seeing this, Ziyu said with wild eyes that you can shroud the roots in fog and they will seem like part of the beast, so the attack power will increase even more, adding that no matter how weak this skill is, it is still a second stage skill. After a short pause, he added that due to the unpredictable shape of the beast and the illusion of fog, you can come up with a real look for it. Suddenly, he laughed sharply and asked if the girl was jealous, to which she replied very coldly that she thought there would be something more interesting. Such words shocked the protagonist. The next second, Zioking said that she could not be surprised by such things. After these words, she snapped her finger, and the huge fog dragon exploded. Seeing this, Ziyu shouted in shock that he had tried so hard for so long and thought that this beast would be immortal. Then Zioking explained that such things do not work on her, adding that not only is it dangerous, but in addition, she can follow this fog monster to find the one who controls it. Hearing this, the protagonist grabbed his head. Drops of cold flowed down his face, and he himself was confusedly asking himself how he did not think of this in advance. The next second, Zioking picked up the spiritual ore and told Ziyu to use it, because the ore not only transforms spiritual energy, but also strengthens the beast. Hearing such advice, Ziyu hit the vine against the vine and shouted that he had also thought about it, adding that the girl seemed to read his thoughts. After that, he immediately grabbed one stone of the spiritual ore with the vine. After that, he brought the stone to the body of the misty dragon, which had no head. The next second, the ore began to emit a bright light. In less than a second, the dragon's head appeared again, and its eyes began to emit the same count as the spiritual ore. The next moment, the dragon was completely restored and roared loudly. Seeing what his dragon had turned into, the protagonist said that even he felt uneasy. Next to him stood Zioking, who, with her mouth wide open, shouted that the dragon was very beautiful and cool, adding that it had become even more realistic and Ziyu's spiritual energy was no longer felt. When suddenly she turned sharply to the protagonist and with a wide smile on her face said that she wanted to show him something. At this time, shelling was conducted from the city on the water. Huge explosions and splashes were heard. Huge aquatic mutated creatures were crawling out of the water onto the land. People stood on the shore and fired from tanks. Airplanes flying over the water dropped missiles and bombs. There was an explosion of terrible force. The pilot, looking down, was shocked, when suddenly his plane was grabbed by a huge claw, and it exploded. People from the shore continued shelling and shouting, asking where the promised support from the Federation was. It was not coming, they shouted from the other flank. Horror and tears began to appear in the eyes of the soldiers. A huge crab of the second stage of evolution crawled out of the sand at them. The soldiers realized that they had been left here to die. A few minutes later, the townspeople who had left the city watched from a high mountain as their city was burning in flames, and the high rises were being torn apart by a giant crab. "This used to be my home," people said sadly. Morning came. A village near the protagonist's forest. The butcher was hanging pig carcasses. It was bliss outside. Zioking was walking down the street and remembered how before leaving she had told the protagonist to order the peregrine falcon to meet her, and she would pass on something. Raising her head, she saw a peregrine falcon flying towards her. The bird suddenly saw the girl and was very surprised. He recognized her as the same dead Zioking. At that very second, he began to shout loudly and joyfully. Zioking was very confused and told him to shut up, otherwise everyone would come running here. The peregrine falcon began to rub its head against the girl's cheek, and there were tears in its eyes. Seeing such a reaction, Zioking said discontentedly that they were seeing each other for the first time when she was in human form, and then asked if they were really that close. After that, she took a small capsule out of her bag and handed it to the peregrine falcon, telling him to give it to the protagonist and not to lose it. The bird cackled happily. Some time passed. Tiazu's territory. The protagonist kept this capsule in his vines. Examining the thing from all sides, he saw a button. As soon as he pressed it, the capsule opened and inside was an ant. A system window immediately appeared, which reported that weak signs of life were detected. Having examined the ant, the protagonist immediately realized that the insect was dying. A table of characteristics suddenly appeared in front of him, where it was written that this was an abnormal ant that had an innate skill and a special ability that still needed to be awakened. Suddenly, Zioking appeared in front of Ziyu's face, menacingly telling him to wait for her. Some time passed, and the girl was next to a huge tree. Leaning over the capsule, she explained that this ant was a miracle because more than hundreds of millions of ants were used for the experiment, adding that if this one could live longer, the teacher would never give it away. Hearing this, the protagonist thoughtfully put the vine to his chin and said thoughtfully in his head, hundreds of millions of experiments. This gives him a strange feeling, adding that the ant awakened an innate skill at the first stage. After these words, he looked at the dying ant and said in his head that it had 2 more abilities, after which he added that if it were not for the experiments, they would not have appeared, which means it was a gift from above. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up and he said, looking at the ant, that it managed to surprise him, after which he told the girl not to worry, because while he had the ant, he would not let it die. Several minutes passed. Taking the ant out of the test tube, he placed the insect on a liana, and a drop of life essence began to ooze from the other. In his head, Tizuyu said that the life essence itself was too powerful and if you just give it, the ant could be torn apart, so he diluted it with spiritual water. The next second, a drop dripped onto the ant. The ant's eyes lit up with green fire. There was a bright flash, after which 2 notifications appeared, stating that the patient's condition was stabilizing and his vital signs were normal. Also, the protagonist said, once again dripping the essence of life onto the now healthy ant. Suddenly, a pillar of light struck the sky. It was so bright that nothing could be seen. As soon as the light went out, the guys saw that the ant had changed. Immediately after that, a table with characteristics appeared, which said that this was an abnormal golden ant. It had the innate skill Atlantean strength, the special abilities durable chitin and sharp paws, which had not yet been awakened. At that very second, the ant's eyes lit up. Seeing this, the protagonist was shocked. He immediately threw his liana at the ant to grab it, but the ant disappeared from the spot. Tizuyu began to try to catch the ant, but he did not succeed at all because the insect dodged all the time. The protagonist tensed up greatly, realizing that the ant was incredibly fast. At this time, the rescued insect decided to stop. He took the blow of the vine, defending himself with his claw. From the strong blow, he was thrown back. Landing perfectly on his feet, he slid along the ground. Seeing this, Zioking was very surprised and said that the ant had become the size of a palm. Suddenly, the ant knelt down. Bowing his head, he told the Lord to accept his gratitude, adding that he swears to serve the protagonist for the rest of his days. He is talking. Ziyu shouted in shock when he heard the voice of the rescued ant, after which he added that this is only the 5th stage, but the tiger on the 9th still has not learned. After these words, a very cheerful white tiger suddenly appeared out of nowhere, who began to stare intently at the ant. The insect did not like this and, raising his claw, rudely asked why the predator was staring at him, after which he called the tiger names and asked if he could say anything. With tears in his eyes, the huge tiger ran away. After a short pause, the protagonist said that he had a team of beasts of the 9th stage and the ant would be the 5th in it, adding that the ant should go to the cave later and train. A few seconds later, he said that he would also give the insect a new name. Staring intently at the ant, the protagonist said that the insect would be called Flash. Yes, sir, the ant answered obediently. After that, the ant turned around and left. Zioking, flying next to the protagonist, said that Flash had witnessed countless deaths of his comrades in the human lab and his poor heart had broken many times. After a short pause, she added that she was afraid that the stronger the ant became, the harder it would be to restrain her anger and resentment towards people. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head and said in his head that at least Flash would definitely not want to fight him, and that was enough. At this time, Kin was calming the huge white tiger, stroking its fur and saying that there was nothing to worry about, because where she came from, the smarter you are, the later you start talking. And at this time, the imperial crocodile brutally killed the abnormal snake. Suddenly, an insanely bright light began to emanate from it, blinding everything in the area. The crocodile was very surprised by this and asked himself in his head if it was time for evolution. A column of light shot into the sky from it. In his head, the crocodile said that if he began to evolve right here, people would see him. Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department. A huge triangle with an exclamation mark appeared on the huge monitor, and sirens blared that the red alert was on. The employees immediately calculated the location of the crazy energy. They reported that a high rate of spiritual energy oscillations was detected, more than 24,000. I confirm, another employee shouted, adding that this is a mutated beast, approximately the 9th stage of initial evolution. Hearing all this, the girl, with her head down, was silent. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table and loudly told the employees to send these coordinates to the Air Force. They must kill this creature, the girl said a few seconds later. At this time, the bright glow emanating from the crocodile did not fade. At this moment, the main character was playing with his misty dragon, scaring the 3 rescued guys, who ran in terror in different directions. After a while, many combat helicopters were already flying towards the Pillar of Light. The Imperial Crocodile immediately realized that people were flying. At this time, images of a huge crocodile were already being seen on the huge screen in the office. Suddenly, the monster threw a huge boulder at one of the helicopters. The next second, the broadcast stopped. The employees immediately began furiously tapping the keyboard and shouting that something had happened to screen number 3, adding later that they were unable to restore the image on the first screen or the second either. The girl in charge of everything bit her nail, and a drop of cold sweat ran down her cheek. In her head, she was saying that this beast was worse than that centipede, adding that the crocodile could not be killed with fighter jets alone. Immediately after these thoughts, she turned to the employees and furiously shouted for them to inform the advanced team about the strength of this creature, adding that the Imperial Crocodile must be destroyed as soon as possible. After a short pause, she ordered that medium-range missiles be requested there. This monster cannot be allowed to survive, the girl continued to shout. At this time, the crocodile looked at the sky, where 3 helicopters had recently exploded. At this time, on the protagonist's territory, a frightened Zioking flew up to Ziyu and shouted that they were in very big trouble, after which she said that people had found the Imperial Dragon. Hearing this, the protagonist became very tense and did not know what to say. He and the honey badger were playing tic-tac-toe on the ground. The girl continued to shout that dozens of fighters were already circling above the head of a huge crocodile, adding that people had even sent special forces there. Suddenly, the protagonist came to his senses and, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, screamed furiously, asking how people managed to find the Imperial Crocodile, adding that the crocodile could not have been so inattentive. With a drop of cold sweat on her cheek, Zioking excitedly shouted back that the monster was discovered during evolution, adding that this time the authorities had declared the highest level of danger. Hearing this, Tezu became even more tense. In his head, he wondered why the government was so concerned about a mutant with ancient genes. Were people really that afraid of a crocodile? After a short pause, he said in his head that the Imperial Crocodile was several times weaker than a centipede, and then added that he might not know something. Suddenly, the girl shouted that she would go first, adding that she would be ready, and then began to dissolve. The next second, she evaporated. In his head, the protagonist said that the crocodile had not yet seen Zioking in the guise of Zioling, adding that because of this, the two might fight, so this cannot be allowed. Immediately after these thoughts, he put the vine to his chin and thought. Suddenly, raising his head, he saw peregrine falcons. Without thinking twice, he said that these birds were the first ones he tamed. After a short pause, he asked for help in returning the crocodile to him, because peregrine falcons are very fast, so people will not be able to harm them. Tezu said this to the oldest peregrine falcon, who flew closer than the others. After a short pause, the main character said that the birds should hold back the planes that were pursuing the crocodile, and if necessary, let them destroy them. Fly, Tezu shouted the next second. The peregrine falcons immediately flew away, leaving a yellow trail behind them. At this time, helicopters flying in the sky were firing. The Imperial Crocodile could not respond in any way, and all he could do was growl furiously at the helicopters. At the same time, a huge plane was floating in the sky. The Air Force is leading the crocodile to the planes. A voice was heard from the plane. A dozen trained guys were discussing the plan. "We will sit here and intercept him," the commander said, adding that everyone should fight as if their lives depended on it. Among all these people was Zioking. Her face was sad. At this time, in the spiritual energy monitoring department, an employee jumped up from his seat and shouted at the girl, who was more senior than him in status, asking if they really needed to raise all their forces to destroy this crocodile, adding later that the monster needed to be driven into the red zone and let the beast fight with other creatures, and then they would finish it off. The girl at that very second turned to the guy with burning eyes and shouted that this was impossible, because the research center reported that the crocodile had ancient genes, adding that if they did not kill the monster, the predator would continue to become stronger. After these words, she remembered the huge abnormal eel and said that just a month ago, the government was turned upside down by mutated sea creatures. After that, she remembered the huge crab and said that it was an even more mutated cherry blossom crab that destroyed an entire coastal city. Gritting her teeth and with a drop of cold sweat on her face, she said that if they let the huge crocodile go now, then in the future we will encounter crocodiles that will be even stronger, the girl finished after a short pause. At that time, the huge predator was being fired upon. The Imperial Crocodile did not wait long and grabbed a huge stone boulder with its tail. The next second, it launched several of them at once at the helicopters. The stones collided with the missiles and a powerful explosion was heard. The pilots immediately reported on the radio that the stones launched by the huge crocodile collided with the missiles, causing a burst of smoke, so their view was blocked. Suddenly, in front of the smoke, another huge stone boulder dispersed, which flew straight at the helicopter. The pilot immediately reacted and pulled the lever, moving the plane to the side. But this did not help to avoid damage to the plane. The next second, flying stones began to appear from the smoke, with which the crocodile tried to hit the helicopters. All the flying vessels began to rise higher on command. One of the pilots transmitted by radio that this crocodile was very different from a centipede, adding that he was very glad that not a single shell from the monster had hit him yet. Looking at the monster from the air, he said that maybe this creature has intelligence. There was no emotion in the eyes of the imperial crocodile, when suddenly he began to quickly run away into the forest. All the pilots noticed this and transmitted by radio that the monster was leaving the battlefield, asking later what to do. The commander of the operation transmitted that it was time to launch missiles, because they had to keep the monster here even if the crocodile was already wounded. At that very second, missiles began to explode around the crocodile, when suddenly his front paw began to coagulate. He raised his head up in horror. His tail also began to coagulate. Noticing this, the pilots radioed that the imperial crocodile had stopped, adding that the monster's muscles were tense, probably very tired. The commander radioed for everyone to shoot and use up all their ammunition. At that very second, all the missiles and bullets were fired at the huge crocodile. A moment later, explosions began to ring out and smoke and dust began to rise. The crocodile, under brutal attack, was talking in its head, "Master." The guys on the huge plane were watching this on TV. The shells fell on the monster like a waterfall. Zioking looked at the screen excitedly, saying nothing. Everyone held their breath, watching what was happening, as if hoping to emerge victorious from this battle. Explosions of enormous force and bullets hit the imperial crocodile, which was unable to move from its place. The shells bombarded the huge predator non-stop. They hit the monster's body perfectly, causing blood to spurt from everywhere. The people at headquarters were watching the results of the bombing. Suddenly, one of the employees screamed, saying that squads 2, 4, and 7 were running low on ammunition. Then another employee screamed, saying that squads 8 and 9 were also running low. This would be the last run, screamed the third employee. Biting her finger, the lead girl screamed in her head that they definitely had to succeed. On the huge screen, they saw the crocodile screaming furiously, experiencing terrible pain from the bullets and missiles. Suddenly, an employee screamed that other creatures were approaching. "What?" the lead screamed in horror. The employee, looking at the monitor, reported in horror that 8 targets were approaching, adding that the highest spiritual energy indicator was 9,000 and the lowest was 8,000. "What kind of creatures are these?" the girl screamed in shock. "I don't know," the employee screamed in response, looking at the radar, adding that the targets were very fast. The radar showed 8 red dots approaching the helicopters at high speed. It was impossible to get even a rough image. Peregrine falcons, shrouded in a yellow aura, were flying toward the helicopters. The senior peregrine falcon suddenly screamed loudly. All the pilots in the helicopters were told by radio that a target was approaching them from the southeast at a speed of 4.6 Mach. Hearing this, the pilot asked in shock if this was really a joke. Suddenly, a peregrine falcon flew right in front of his face, piercing the helicopter's cabin, leaving only a yellow trail. At this time, there was not a single image on the huge screen at headquarters. One of the employees reported that they had lost contact with all air detachments. "We have lost the target," another employee reported a second later. The director looked at the gray screen in horror, and cold sweat poured down her face. Our plan had failed, she realized in her head. The guys who were flying on the huge plane were shocked. Zioking, putting her hand to her chest, breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, one of the employees at headquarters reported that they had managed to obtain an image. "Display it on the big screen," the director screamed at the same second, turning to the girl. An image of a peregrine falcon with glowing eyes appeared on the big monitor. The guy standing next to the director was horrified. Looking at the image of the bird, he reported that this bird was a very strong predator even without mutation, adding that the peregrine falcon could fly at a speed of 390 kilometers per hour. After a short pause, he said that peregrine falcons were now at the 9th stage of evolution, so their aviation could not keep up with these birds. "People will never be able to stand on par with them," the guy said after a short pause. And at this time, peregrine falcons slowly flew across the sky. They accompanied the imperial crocodile, which swam across the water to its owner, Bayou Gorge. All the animals that were in the area ran as fast as they could to greet their comrade. Suddenly, a huge crocodile's paw stepped on the ground, causing it to shake. Raising their heads, the animals saw the imperial crocodile, who was breathing heavily and looking at his friends. The honey badger came closer and sadly put his paw to the predator's bloody scales. Looking intently at his friend, he, with a bloody muzzle, said that everything was fine. A buffalo and Flash stood next to the main character. Looking ahead, Tizuyu reported that the Imperial crocodile was badly injured, explaining that the predator was found by people right during evolution, adding that the crocodile almost died under attacks from people. Flash silently looked ahead, when suddenly his eyes lit up and he angrily said, "People." Godtree said the Imperial crocodile as soon as he approached the main character. He leaned down to Tizuyu lower, expecting something. Suddenly, what the protagonist felt shocked him. At that very second, he struck the crocodile very quickly and strongly. Some device, which was already broken, flew into the sky. All in smoke, the crocodile said in shock, Godtree, not understanding why he had scared him. The very angry protagonist looked at the broken device and said that people thought to deceive them with a small bug, after which he ordered everyone to examine the crocodile. At the same time, he threw his liana to the wounds of the huge predator, bringing the liana to a huge hole in the crocodile's skin. He said that these were armor-piercing shells, after which he said that next time there was no need to try to stop everything with his body. In his head, he said discontentedly that the crocodile only received extra holes all over his body. After a short pause, he said loudly that it was still difficult for humans to cause much damage to first-stage creatures. There were missile holes all over the huge crocodile's body. Red Fox, what should we do now? The protagonist desperately asked in his head. The huge predator stood quietly in front of the protagonist and said that it was not very dangerous for him, but humans had missiles that could immobilize the body, paralyzing all the muscles, making the target completely incapacitated. Hearing this, Ziyu was very surprised. Lowering his head, he thoughtfully said, "Paralyzing missiles means," adding that hardened muscles are the most terrible opponent for a crocodile. When suddenly the Imperial crocodile said that he had a gift for his master. After these words, he opened his mouth and took out a strange egg covered in ice with his tongue. The protagonist looked at the crocodile questioningly. After a short pause, the huge predator explained that it was a snake egg, but unfortunately, he could not return it to the mother, so he decided to give it to the owner. "What?" Ziyu asked in surprise, holding the egg on the vines. The crocodile said that the mother of this baby was able to awaken the element of ice. After a short pause, he said that if he was not mistaken, then this egg also awakened the element of ice. After these words, he took a flower out of his mouth with his tongue and said that this is the herb of the ice spirit, adding that he found it next to the egg, so he needed to give it all together. Seeing this, the protagonist joyfully shouted that the crocodile had a huge mouth. After that, he introduced a huge ice snake and said that he really likes snakes, adding that he feels a very strong spiritual energy emanating from him. It seems that the ice snake can even surpass the snake he fought. At this time, in the headquarters, on the big screen there was a funnel of fog. The director, looking at the screen, asked if it was really a funnel of fog, asking later if the elements were able to create material embodiments for themselves, when suddenly they saw a strange silhouette. Pointing at it, the director said loudly that this tree on the right below had just moved. There was horror and fear in her eyes. Without looking up from the monitor, she said that the mountain where the crocodile had fled had already been investigated by their team. Some mutated creature lived there. After which she said that it was necessary to assign the red level to this mountain and send troops there to monitor the territory, because they had to kill the huge crocodile, no matter what. Imagining a huge predator with burning eyes and a mad grin, the director said that they could not let the crocodile leave the mountain. After a while, a military camp was already located in the huge fog. Armed soldiers stood along the entire perimeter. Flash saw all this from afar. He was filled with rage and hatred for people. At this time, the protagonist told all his servants to go to the center of the foggy mountain and make a lake there, and when the time comes, he will give them some life essence to turn the lake into a spiritual one. Yes, the crocodile said firmly. After that, he began to leave. The monkey and the honey badger looked at the huge predator with great excitement. Turning to his comrades, he, with burning eyes, told them not to worry because he would return as soon as he recovered. The boar, the honey badger, and the monkey smiled happily. After that, the crocodile turned around and slowly left. Zioking suddenly appeared next to the protagonist and said with displeasure that now people knew that a huge crocodile was hiding here, after which she asked what they should do. Rubbing his chin with a liana, Ziyu said that all that remained was to wait. After that, he, looking after the departing crocodile, said that so far people have only discovered a huge predator, so it is better to leave people for now, adding that you can use his misty beast to confuse the soldiers, because while they are on this mountain, no person can harm them. Looking at the main character, the girl said that a group of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, adding that they can come here at any time. Hearing this, Tizuyu became very tense. Browsing, he said that he also noticed this and then asked what they should do. After a short pause, he said that he had an idea. At this time, soldiers with very doomed faces were walking in a very thick fog. There were 3 of them. One of the soldiers silently took and began to leave. The other 2, noticing the departure of the third, rushed after their comrade, asking where he was going, ordering him to return later. The soldier did not react to the words of his comrades and continued walking. The second one immediately turned to the third one and shouted, ordering him to contact the camp immediately. "Yes," said the boy. Suddenly, a huge foot from the forest crushed the second soldier. Blood flew in all directions. Seeing this, the third soldier was enveloped in fear and horror. The next second, he screamed loudly. At the same time, all the soldiers began to come out of the tents, asking if there was an enemy attack. What they saw, looking up, terrified them. The soldiers saw a huge fog dragon above them. This fog creature shouted one of the soldiers. "Shoot, shoot," ordered the commander. All the soldiers opened fire at the fog dragon at that very second. They pierced the dragon through and through, leaving holes in the body. But the wounds quickly healed, restoring the dragon. The blue-haired soldier screamed in horror that it was all useless because the fog was made of water and let all the bullets through, so weapons were useless against such a monster. A guy with a flamethrower appeared behind all the soldiers, who immediately screamed that they needed to try it. But before he could try the weapon, he received a sharp blow to the face. This blow was dealt by Zhu. He remembered how the main character said that if he wanted to prove his loyalty, he should really show that he was one of them. "Right behind you," the soldier screamed. Everyone else turned around. "It's a man," the soldier screamed, seeing Zhu's huge body. "Don't relax, he's our enemy," the commander screamed. At this time, Flash slowly walked along the ground, asking people why wherever a person's foot stepped, there would always be a stench of rotting flesh. His eyes were burning madly, he was thirsty for revenge. At that very second, shots rang out, blinding everyone more than the battle. The protagonist and Zioking were watching all this from the side. The girl looked at the dying soldiers with a saddened look, saying that people realize how dangerous this mountain is. With a very tense look, the protagonist replied that they cannot hide forever, because now is the best time to show people the horror of the mountain, adding that they must detain the people, because if nothing is done, they will destroy everything around with impunity. Suddenly, Zioking pointed to the soldier who was the first to run into the thicket and asked what to do with him. "Let him go," the protagonist answered carelessly. This soldier was not himself. Tears were pouring from his eyes and drooling from his mouth. After a short pause, Ziyu added that he needed someone to tell about the terrible misty beast. Turning around, the girl said that the next time the soldiers came, it will not be just a bunch of soldiers, it will be an entire army reinforced by super detachments. Hearing this, the protagonist was silent. There was madness in his eyes. Looking at Zioking, he said that they would start a war then. Looking at the mountain of corpses that the ant had left behind, he added that since they could no longer hide, it was time to make a statement. A mountain where there was fog all year round. A mountain that made people walk in circles. Soon, rumors of the danger of the foggy mountain would spread to all the cities. Now, not only did a giant crocodile live there, but also scary fog creatures. Deep inside the mountain, the crocodile made the spiritual lake even bigger. The crocodile was given 10 drops of life essence. Now this place had become everyone's paradise. At this time, the protagonist crushed the rocks with his branches, squeezing them. When he unclenched the branch, only sand and small stones fell out. His 2 branches were on the 3rd level. Bringing them closer to himself, the protagonist said with a very serious expression that the speed and strength had increased significantly, and these branches could also split into several more branches and grab the target. A system window suddenly appeared in front of him, which said that strengthening the 2nd level branches cost 49,000 evolution points. Seeing such a price, Ziyu asked in surprise, was it really 1,000 evolution points for one branch, adding that the roots cost much more. After a short pause, he said that even for the protagonist, 100,000 evolution points were needed, so his evolution would take some time. Immediately after that, a system message appeared, which said that 8 branches would now be strengthened, and the remaining evolution points were 823. At the same second, a huge pillar of light from the strengthening of the protagonist struck the sky, who said in his head that his spiritual strength was now about 490,000, which was equivalent to the 2nd stage of evolution. After a short pause, he added that he needed to speed up the evolution, because before he could do it slowly and easily. But not now. Suddenly, Ziyu's voice was heard in the head of the crocodile sleeping in the pond. This woke the predator up. The protagonist, knitting his brows, said that the crocodile had found something in the river and it was important for him to know. Hearing this, the large predator fell silent for a while. After a short pause, he said that the great river was dangerous and unpredictable. Even given his strength, he did not dare to stay here for long. A few seconds later, he added that the waters of the great river were able to suppress the fluctuations of spiritual power. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked. "However, I still feel it," the crocodile said very tensely and quietly. An image of a very scary and terrifying monster appeared in his head. Without thinking twice, he said that a creature of the 2nd stage of evolution or even higher lived here. Some time passed. It was night outside. City X. In a psychiatric hospital, in a ward with white walls, sat the same soldier who had escaped from the battlefield. 2 doctors tried to approach him, but the guy, clutching his head in his hands, screamed that he did not want to die. The director and a man with short gray hair, who had a high rank, were watching this through the glass from the corridor. The girl, folding her arms on her chest, said that the only useful clue was the beast made of fog, nothing more. The man suddenly said loudly that they should gather an army and super troops for him, and also call the 10 heroes of the Federation team, adding that he would personally command this operation. His eyes were burning with rage, and he himself said that this crocodile was one of the 3 mutated creatures ever discovered by humanity. After a short pause, he said that even if only ashes remain, "I will burn this mountain to the ground," the man finished angrily. At this time, the protagonist said in shock, "A creature of the 2nd stage of evolution." The imperial crocodile continued to say that he did not go down, but even so he felt terrible pressure. After a short pause, he introduced many different underwater monsters and said that he suspected that there were creatures not only of the 2nd stage, but even of the 3rd stage of evolution. From what he heard, Ziyu squinted, saying in his head that this river was not as simple as the lair of a dragon or a tiger. As suddenly it dawned on the crocodile. "God tree, maybe," the huge predator suddenly said. But before he could finish, the protagonist with burning eyes said that he wanted this river to become part of his territory. Introducing a huge river, he said that their advantage was that they could lay its bed all the way to the sea, and in the future this would be a great help in the fight against people, so it was time to show themselves. The crocodile was shocked by the owner's ideas. Huge drops of cold sweat flowed down his muzzle. Suddenly he tensed up and said that if that was the case, then he should send the honey badger, the boar, the 2nd brother and the 5th brother first to reach the mountain range first. After these words, he roughly presented a map and said that he was already at the 1st stage of evolution, and if he made even one move, people would immediately notice his spiritual power. The next second, he turned his gaze to the monkey, boar and honey badger frolicking in the water, saying that it would be better to use this place for training. Besides, here they would be able to protect everyone. Hearing these words from the crocodile, the protagonist, looking ahead, said in his head that he did not think that the huge predator would be so attentive, after which he told the crocodile that this time the imperial crocodile was in charge of the hunt. The huge predator calmly said that the prey would be killed by the sacred tree itself, adding that if he met someone interesting, he could bring him to him. After a short pause, the protagonist told the crocodile to come to him because he would give him some life essence before he left, because he didn't want anything to happen. "Yes," the crocodile said firmly, getting up from the water. At this time, under the protagonist's tree, there was already a large city, which Tizuyu wanted to do right now. Down below, by the huge board, stood a large Shio. Approaching the guy in the form of a root, the protagonist asked how the construction was going. Looking at the huge board with the construction drawing, he answered that there were 3 floors, which after opening would be connected by an underground tunnel, and thanks to the air wolves, everything went smoothly. After a short pause, he remembered the mutated mice and said that they also help expand the cave faster. After that, he pointed to the very bottom of the city and said that they brought water, as ordered, and high bridges were also built to all the rooms. Looking at everything that was ready, Tizuyu said that it would be necessary to increase the number of ordinary and training rooms. Zhao, taking the spiritual ore in his hand, said that this ore could serve as lighting not only for rooms, but also for flowers and other plants. After examining the drawing more carefully, the protagonist said that the guy did even better than he expected. Hearing the praise, Zhao turned to Ziyu and asked if he could ask his friends for help. Hearing this, the protagonist was very embarrassed. After a short pause, he replied that this was the only safe place for them, and those guys had not yet proven their loyalty to him, so he could not trust the guys so easily. Hearing this, Zhao lowered his head and asked sadly if the protagonist would kill his friends if they rejected him. After such a question, Ziyu was slightly confused. He thought for a long time about what to say. In the end, he remembered how Kin had taught the white tiger hard and said that even if he wanted to kill the guy's friends, these animals would be against it, adding later that he was at odds with the human race, so the guys could decide for themselves whether to stay here or leave. After these words, he introduced Feng, who was feeding the animals, and said that he only hoped for the animals, that he had gotten along with people. Do not sell information to people. Hearing these words, Zhao was horrified. He silently looked at the protagonist and did not answer. "Father, come here." Xiaoking's voice was suddenly heard from above. The snake egg was about to crack. Hearing this, the root turned around abruptly, told the guy to continue doing business, and he had something to do, so he was leaving. Climbing up, he saw a blinding glow emanating from the cracked egg. Suddenly, an incredibly bright ray of light hit the sky. The egg cracked. An abnormal white snake hatched from it at the initial stage of evolution. It was an ice elemental and also had a special skill, cold breath. The boys were very happy about the birth of the snake. While the protagonist was rejoicing, something happened on the other side of the mountain. The bull loudly stomped the ground with its hooves. The expedition team worked according to the plan of the protagonist and the crocodile. "We are here," the crocodile's voice was heard. There were mountains ahead that the team had to conquer. A blue eye was burning in the bushes. The crocodile's voice was heard in the heads of the animals, saying that all the creatures here must be delivered to the owner, so we need to take them all alive and send them here. This eye belonged to a huge predator, who firmly and confidently ordered the team to move forward. The animals immediately rushed forward to the mountain. Flash was standing on the buffalo, who immediately said that he would go first. The buffalo calmly replied that Flash should go, but not provoke strong creatures. After these words, the ant jumped down. He landed firmly on his feet. At that very second, a strong aura surrounded him. After a while, very loud and strong blows began to be heard. Dust and dirt, which the squad raised, rose. The monkey and the boar defeated a large spider. Raising his head up, the monkey saw a honey badger, which, leaving a blue trail behind it, was flying somewhere quickly, when suddenly it flew into the jaw of an abnormal horse. In the other direction, a bloody dead head of a tiger appeared from the dust. A few seconds later, a white tiger appeared, carrying prey. Flash, however, covered great distances at great speed. Strong blows were heard, columns of dust rose. Under the cover of the moon, the ant stood on the corpses of abnormal bears and elephants. At this time, there was someone behind the tree who was closely watching everything. His eyes were burning with red fire, when suddenly a chameleon of the first stage of evolution appeared on the branch of the tree. Below on the branch appeared exactly the same chameleon. Events take us to the gorge, near which Bai caught animals and brought them to the protagonist, because of which the system all the time notified him about receiving evolution points. Tizuyu's eyes glowed brightly while blood splashed in all directions, and the system continued to notify about the murders. Looking at the small mountains of corpses, the protagonist said that over the past few days they caught many animals and hunting turned out to be an effective way to gain points. When the wolves were about to leave, Tizuyu stopped them by telling them to eat the corpses of monsters and replenish their strength. After Tizuyu surprised the little snake by telling her to take some and eat. Events take us to another part of the forest, where the gorilla screamed furiously, being the master of this territory. A gorilla comparable to a hill walked through the forest. Xiaoking, hovering above him, was amazed at his size. The gorilla raised his head and noticed Xiaoking. She only smiled seeing this. A moment later, the mutant screamed loudly at the girl. He immediately dug his fingers into the ground and picked up a huge piece of earth. He raised it above his head, intending to throw it at the girl. Xiaoking smiled mentally, saying that the beast was strong. A moment later, the gorilla threw a piece of earth at Xiaoking, but it was immediately divided into many parts with the help of spiritual energy, after which only divided pieces of earth floated in the air. Xiaoking smiled, saying that it was not so easy to get it. Having summoned a centipede, the girl said that now it was her turn. Events again return us to the gorge, to the protagonist, who was happy about the absence of bodies in the clearing. Suddenly, the body of a gorilla fell right in front of him. Xiaoking, hovering over the body of the monster, said that she brought him what he wanted. The girl thoughtfully asked Tizuyu in surprise if he really wanted to train the gorilla. After all, primates are very different from other creatures, and if you don't pay enough attention to them, it will be difficult to control them. Rejoicing and laughing, the protagonist said that he understood what she meant. Then he said that primates are the most human-like species, and if they are trained by people, they will be able to develop many times faster. And if they manage to master the knowledge of humanity, then in the future they will become representatives of a new species. Looking at the gorilla, the protagonist said that the appearance of the gorilla may be beneficial to them, because in any case, the world is now in complete chaos and evolution takes a lot of time. Xiaoking, hovering in the air, stared at her father. Suddenly, the gorilla opened its eye. Then it stood up, turning its attention to the protagonist in front of it. A moment later, she roared loudly, deciding to attack the enemy. Tizuyu slightly narrowed his eyes, saying that the gorilla was even bigger than the tiger. The monkey jumped into the air to attack, but it was immediately struck by Tizuyu's branch and thrown back, simultaneously paralyzing him. The system immediately notified about the use of paralysis hallucinogens. After the strike, the gorilla trembled while lying on the ground. The paralysis effect caused by the toxin was like a nightmare for him. The protagonist arrogantly looked at the enemy, offering him a choice to swear allegiance to him or die right now. The gorilla excitedly screamed, surrendering to Tizuyu. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock. He thought that he would listen to a bunch of threats and various offers. After calming down, Tizuyu asked the gorilla her name. But seeing how the gorilla did not answer him, he said that from now on his name is King Kong. Recalling the film adaptation of King Kong, the protagonist said that the gorilla would definitely evolve in the future, after which he handed him a branch with the essence of life. Having absorbed it, King Kong immediately released energy from his body. Tizuyu even leaned back due to the wave of spiritual energy. After the evolution was complete, King Kong's fur color changed and his body grew larger. A system window immediately appeared with a full list of the gorilla's characteristics, which turned out to be at the 8th stage of evolution. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that the gorilla's skills were good, but not enough to become part of the 9th stage beast team. When the gorilla straightened up, Tsuyu ordered him to call his tribe. King Kong immediately took a deep breath and tensed his muscles, after which he screamed loudly, causing the ground under his feet to crumble. Tsuyu and Xiaoking involuntarily covered their ears due to the mutant's loud scream. The monkeys in the other part of the forest opened their eyes wide. Their eyes began to glow brightly and then they looked in one direction. A moment later, the tribe of monkeys rushed forward, jumping on the branches. Ziyu was very surprised to see so many monkeys. Xiaoking also opened her eyes wide in shock. Behind the gorilla, there were a huge number of screaming and roaring monkeys. Seeing them, the protagonist chuckled, saying that this time they hit the jackpot. At this time, explosions occurred in another part of the forest. Rocks and trees broke like toothpicks. The fragments that hit the ant did not harm it. It jumped back due to the release of energy from the enemy. His enemy was an early-stage blue mantis of the 7th level. Approaching the enemy, Flash mentally said that although he was a 6th level, he could easily fight the monsters of the 8th, but this mantis suppressed him in strength. The praying mantis suddenly began to chatter furiously. Then it rushed at Flash. He blocked his attack with his paws. Their collision created a shock wave that shattered the ground around him. The pupil of the praying mantis turned red due to anger and rage. Flash, blocking the attack, recognized the enemy's strength. Suddenly, he sharply bent down and struck. After his attack, the praying mantis's body was damaged, because of which it fell to the ground and was immobilized. The insect's entire body trembled while the ant told it that it would not die, because its trembling and weakness were a consequence of its master's poison. Suddenly, a buffalo began to approach from afar, worriedly asking his brother about his condition. He braked sharply and stopped in front of the ant, who assured him that everything was fine. Looking at the mantis, the buffalo asked his brother if the mantis had injured him. The ant answered him saying that he had not been injured, but the mantis was useful because it had great speed and control over the wind element. Looking at the sky, the buffalo said that the hunt was over for today because sunset was approaching. Soon, the sun completely disappeared from the sky. The group of hunters were returning back to Ziyu. A bright light was visible behind the boar. It was the eye of the imperial crocodile glittering. The ant looked at the buffalo and asked why the 4th brother was looking at them like that. The buffalo answered him saying that he was watching them and if they encountered a strong opponent, he would leave the misty mountains and come to the rescue. Flash bowed his head expressing his understanding. Then he looked at Bai, but not seeing him, he asked where he went. The buffalo, slightly nervous, said that the tiger most likely left taking the praying mantis, wanting to show off the prey and earn the trust of the divine tree. Events take us to the protagonist, who was sweating profusely due to fatigue after training in which he spent all his 450,000 spiritual energy. Looking at the improved branches, Tsuyu said that he needed to strengthen 27 more branches, after which he called up a system window with the number of improved branches. Tsuyu looked sharply to the side, noticing a happy tiger approaching him. Becoming serious, the protagonist asked the tiger why he was making so much noise and whether the hunt was over. He stopped in front of him and spat out the praying mantis. The protagonist frowned, feeling disgust. When the praying mantis began to rise, Tsuyu called up a window with a list of its characteristics. It turned out that he had already managed to reach the 8th stage of the initial stage. Seeing the characteristics and talent of the mantis, Ziyu praised Bai, making him happy. At this moment, the ant sneezed, feeling uncomfortable. Ziyu began to dip the mantis into the spiritual well to recover from its injuries. When the insect was completely immersed in water, its body was enveloped in the essence of life. Suddenly, its eye opened sharply due to a surge of energy, after which it immediately shot up trying to escape. But Ziyu hit it with a root, sending it straight into the well. The mantis lost consciousness due to a blow to the head. From afar, the buffalo and his company began to approach. As they approached, the buffalo said that he would like to go look for Xiaohong because she has been gone for a long time. Thoughtfully, the protagonist said that Xiaohong has been gone for half a month, but with her level of strength, there is no need to worry about her. But the buffalo only raised its head, asking the protagonist to let it go. Ziyu glanced at the water buffalo in front of him and said that even if he was skilled in combat, it did not mean that he would be able to go to the desert and find Xiaohong, because if he met someone comparable in strength to Xiaohong, he would lose, so only if he broke through to the next level would he let him go. The water buffalo frowned, expressing his understanding, and then said that he would immediately go to the spiritual stone mine and seclude himself for training. Ziyu looked at the water buffalo and mentally said that it had been by his side the whole time, and by absorbing the power it emitted, it was able to reach the 9th level of the initial stage, and now he was going to the spiritual stone mine, which was the best place for it in terms of its properties. Looking at his subordinate, the protagonist tried to figure out what kind of powers he would gain when he broke through to the next stage. The events move us forward 3 days, during which time the protagonist strengthened all the branches with the help of Bai Honey Badger and Flash. All of Ziyu's branches turned red, and on the system panel, it was clear that all of the branches had upgraded to level 3. Watching his branch split, the protagonist realized that if the branches were constantly filled with spiritual energy, they could sprout new shoots and grow more branches. Ziyu suddenly tensed up, deciding to try to fill the branches with spiritual energy. All of his branches shot up in different directions, overflowing with energy. The monkey, boar, and honey badger looked at this with interest. Bai and the wolf leader were very surprised by what they saw. Qin and Fen were also amazed by what they saw. Both of them stood rooted to the spot, amazed by what they saw. Qin looked at the sky, saying that it looked like the northern lights. Indeed, Ziyu's split branches overflowing with energy created an amazing sight. Qin could not stop looking at this beauty. Fen gritted his teeth in horror, saying that Ziyu's power was terrifying and if he decided to attack them, he would raise their bodies to the ground. The protagonist's branches continued to shine brightly. Flash appeared behind the people and said that they were honored to see a piece of his master's power. Ant angered Fen by saying that if they were not useful, he would have killed them himself. Qin nervously asked Flash if he really hated people that much. Ant turned around saying that he did not feel simple hatred. Then he looked at the girl and said that he despised people and felt true disgust for them. After saying this, Flash immediately jumped away and left. The girl was horrified after hearing this. At the same time, the glow of the protagonist's branches began to fade. Soon, all the numerous branches connected back, returning to their original state. The protagonist was breathing heavily, exhausted by the new ability. Frowning, Ziyu said that the speed of spiritual energy absorption was too fast and all 400,000 units of spiritual energy disappeared in a couple of minutes. Looking at his branch, the protagonist mentally said that he would only use this ability in a critical situation. The events take us to the dungeon, to the monkeys carrying logs for construction. Root Ziyu hovered above everyone and watched the workers. Crawling towards Zhao, Ziyu praised him for his hard work. Zhao was surprised by the appearance of the master and said that he could easily control ordinary primates as long as they understood that he was more powerful than them. Looking at King Kong, the protagonist said that they now needed to train primates as warriors to create an army. His body began to slightly transform, after which it loudly moaned in pain. Tizu immediately plucked 2 flowers of earth power seeing this. Looking at them, the protagonist said that it was better to find them without anything. When the protagonist put the flowers down, they violently released their energy, but the buffalo immediately clenched them in its jaw and began to chew. Suddenly, a pillar of energy burst out of its body, because of which the surface of the soil was greatly destroyed. But a moment later, a beam of energy pierced the soil and rushed into the sky. The protagonist, looking at the rising dust, tried to understand whether the buffalo had broken through or not. The smoke slowly began to dissipate. At that moment, a buffalo came out of it with 2 more horns growing on its head. Tizuyu, lowering his roots, said that a pair of horns looked majestic, and judging by the aura, Bai was now weaker than him. Taking a closer look, the protagonist noticed how the air around the buffalo's body was trembling. By calling the system window, the protagonist learned that this was a consequence of the gravitational field. A second later, Tizuyu became very nervous, expressing his joy, because gravity is one of the most powerful forces on the planet. Suddenly, the honey badger on which Flash was sitting began to run up to the buffalo. Approaching him, the ant asked how he was able to break through, but the buffalo did not answer, saying that even so, he did not feel much strength in himself. The protagonist's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately put the praying mantis and the ant in a pair to fight the buffalo, saying that he needed to have a duel because only in it would he be able to turn to his new abilities. Getting into a stance, the praying mantis remembered how Tizuyu told him that if he won, he could leave. Flash bowed his head and began to shout, asking for forgiveness from his second brother. The buffalo's eye lit up brightly, after which he called the ant. The mantis released its aura, preparing to attack. Flash did the same. Then, both of them suddenly rushed at the water buffalo. Tizuyu, who was watching from the side, became nervous, saying that he could not even see the silhouette of his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, both of the water buffalo's opponents moved dozens of times across the battlefield. The monkey looked at this in surprise, while its comrades were focused. Suddenly, a swarm of insects rushed straight at the second brother. The mantis struck furiously, wanting to escape, while the ant struck with all its strength out of anger. The mantis and the ant were trying to attack from above, from a place where their attack was unnoticeable. But suddenly, the water buffalo released its spiritual energy and moaned. Because of this, the mantis began to fall rapidly, and a second later, the ant was pinned to the ground. The water buffalo stood motionless, while the bodies of its enemies fell to the ground. Tizuyu, who was watching everything, praised the water buffalo. The honey badger was suddenly dumbfounded when the protagonist told him that he would lose immediately. Worried, the buffalo asked Flash about his condition, who answered him by saying that his internal organs were damaged and several joints in his legs were broken. Suddenly, a branch of Tizuyu flew over them, from which the essence of life flowed. The system immediately notified of a rain of life force. The protagonist, observing everything, mentally said that outwardly everything looked normal, but the internal organs were seriously damaged. Suddenly, the mantis ran away saying that he would be glad to join, but he must leave for now. But a blow from the protagonist's root returned the mantis to the ground. Soon, only the buffalo remained in the clearing. Tizuyu, looking at him, said that now he had only broken through to a new level and he needed to get used to his abilities, because in the future his abilities would become even greater, and since he had previously made a promise, now he gives his permission to go and find Xiaohong. The buffalo immediately turned around and walked away. The events transfer us to the soldiers' camp. The soldiers were very nervous discussing the imperial crocodile and a possible attack. Soon another pair of soldiers began to approach the pair of soldiers to replace them. The events return us to the mountain again, after which the events transfer to the Institute of Transcendental Research, in the hall of which Xiaoking was training. A huge cloud of smoke rose in front of her, and the ground was torn up. Having created a pair of fire butterflies, the girl mentally said that with the achievement of a new level, she became stronger than she initially assumed. Imagining herself in the flames, the girl noticed how much her flames had changed. Suddenly, a student of the institute called out to the girl, saying that the mentors were waiting for her. Xiaoking immediately turned around and walked away, while the young student looked at the destroyed arena in shock. The girl became slightly nervous remembering that this training room was created. Soon 2 groups of people gathered opposite each other. Xiaoking approached her teacher and greeted him with a smile. A guy standing nearby was surprised to see her. He looked closely and saw waves of heat radiating from Xiaoking's body, but he was more surprised by her flashes of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the guy became embarrassed, recognizing the girl's beauty. When Xiaoking approached him, Lehao introduced himself, saying that she had probably heard his name, but Xiaoking disagreed, saying that she had heard his name for the first time. Teacher Xiaoking began to laugh loudly, causing Lehao to tremble with anger. Xiaoking's assistant approached her and whispered in her ear about Lehao, a guy who had broken through to the realm of excellence half a month before her. Master Hao was from a rich family. His father had spent billions on maintaining spiritual herbs to help with daily training. Lehao, who was very depressed, told Xiaoking that he had come to invite her to join the 2nd military region, but she needed to pass a test first. Xiaoking frowned slightly upon hearing this. A moment later, both of them suddenly released their auras, deciding to fight each other. The scientists immediately began to fiercely support Xiaoking, while Lehao was only supported by his companion. The guy got into a lunging stance and then warned of an attack. Xiaoking looked at him and formed only one fire butterfly. Lehao was dumbfounded upon seeing the butterfly. Looking at his opponent, the guy told himself that it was unusual to see such a terrifying element in such a manifestation. Xiaoking suddenly became serious and wished good luck to the enemy. The angry guy rushed forward, saying that his spiritual energy exceeded 20,000 units. The guy put out his fist, trying to hit the fire butterfly. It immediately exploded, engulfing the enemy's body in flames, after which he jumped back, flying out of the smoke. Suddenly, Teacher Xiaoking began to shout, demanding the girl to kill the guy, and Lehao's companion was alarmed, telling him to be serious. Everyone gathered around the arena began to cheer for their idol, demanding a fight. Lehao covered his face, feeling the heat. He did not understand how an ordinary butterfly could be so deadly. Xiaoking, looking at him, smiled, reminding him how she asked him to be careful. This greatly angered her opponent, causing his muscles to swell. He immediately enveloped himself in spiritual energy, and in a rage, he began to shout, demanding not to blame him if she died. Xiaoking bowed her head, saying that something like this would not happen to her. Teacher Xiaoking became very worried, seeing people ready to kill each other. Even Lehao's partner was alarmed, because of the huge swarm of butterflies that formed near Xiaoking. The girl pointed her hand at the guy, telling him not to blame her if he didn't survive. But the enraged Lehao didn't even think of stopping, rapidly approaching. He hit his fist on the robe of butterflies lined up in front of him like a madman. A powerful explosion occurred a moment later. The shockwave made the teacher Xiaoking bend over and the girls hold their clothes. Lehao's partner also covered her face from the shockwave and dust. In the arena, Lehao himself was kneeling, wounded. Blood was pouring out of his mouth while he was coughing. A moment later, he completely fell to the floor, admitting defeat. The doctors immediately rejoiced and began to celebrate the girl's victory, while Lehao's comrades were horrified. All this was recorded on a camera on the ceiling. In a separate room, the head of the academy watched everything. He smiled, seeing how Lehao suffered a crushing defeat. General Li, who was standing nearby, said that the girl's strength was terrifying, but the guy was a serious opponent even for him. The head of the Federation looked at Lai and ordered him to collect information about the girl for him and keep everything related to her secret. The man bowed his head, saying that after the deployment of the 2nd Army, most of the recruits of the 2nd Division were inferior in strength to Lehao. Then he looked at the photo of the girl, admitting that she was the only worthy transcendent. The events take us to the Bayou Gorge, in the eastern part of the Misty Mountains, of which Bai and his comrades were trying to catch prey for the protagonist. Meanwhile, Ziyu collected a huge amount of spiritual energy within himself and began the process of strengthening again. However, there was something that Ziyu did not know about. In the depths of the mine in which his subordinates mined magic stones, a scarlet glow of evil energy was spreading. And the only one who could feel it was Qin. She looked at the divine tree in the distance, saying that she periodically felt discomfort. She approached one of the caves, having found the source of strange energy. Streams of air rushed towards the girl. She was very nervous seeing this, and her anxiety was growing stronger. Suddenly, vines flew out of the cave at great speed, which immediately began to envelop the frightened Qin. The girl soon began to lose consciousness due to suffocation. She tried to scream, but the vines dragged her into the very depths of the cave. It became quiet and calm again, and the protagonist, being at the top, did not notice anything. His eyes were closed while he was meditating. Suddenly, he opened them. He felt something strange and immediately thought of Qin. The girl, who had not yet lost consciousness, mentally screamed, calling the divine tree. The protagonist stood in a stupor upon hearing the girl's voice. His root immediately began to examine her room, but could not find her. The roots began to examine the area, but did not find anyone. The protagonist squinted, saying that because of the too thick fog, he did not have time to track everyone, but Qin could not disappear while being near him. Invisible waves began to spread from Tezuyu due to the use of foggy senses. He frowned when he found the girl. His root immediately broke through the soil, rushing downwards. Looking at the red light in the distance, Tezuyu tried to understand how Qin ended up there. When he got closer, he saw red roots, which enveloped the girl and dug into some parts of her body. The system immediately notified about the discovery of a mutated plant, whose innate ability was to subjugate opponents. The mutant smiled evilly, anticipating his freedom. Tezuyu involuntarily remembered that flower and understood how this mutant appeared. Hovering above it, the protagonist assumed that it managed to mutate and even kidnapped Qin, which means that the monster has intelligence. The mutant grinned and laughed, thinking about something. Suddenly, he attacked the protagonist, surprising him with his evil and bloodthirsty aura. Without even trying to defend himself, Tezuyu pondered the reason for such aggressive behavior. Suddenly, the guy became decisive. He instantly cut off the monster's vines, freeing the girl from captivity, after which he immediately enveloped the mutant and tore it out by the roots. The stones began to break and crumble because of this. Soon, the system forced Tezuyu to stop, notifying him of the acquisition of a new ability. The panel was fully described by the skill of the Seed of Life, which, having absorbed the essence of a mutated plant, the owner could grow several trees. Throwing the mutated and killed mutant, the protagonist wondered if he could grow a forest. Stopping thinking about it, the protagonist hung over Qin, trying to figure out how to heal her. Her body was in many places, and she herself stopped breathing. The protagonist looked at the body of the already dead Qin. Looking at the vines that had dug into her body, the protagonist assumed that the plant wanted to leave the cave by taking control of Qin with a parasitic skill. Looking at her with the root, Tezuyu decided to bury the girl here. Suddenly, her body was enveloped in bright energy, after which the energy formed a cocoon, surprising the protagonist. Soon the energy turned into stone, which Qin broke a moment later. The girl in her new appearance emerged from the cocoon. Her appearance shocked and amazed the protagonist. Looking at the girl, Tezuyu assumed that the girl was in symbiosis with the plant. Suddenly, Qin grabbed her head because of the pain. Tezuyu anxiously asked her about her condition. Suddenly, Qin began to cry, asking the protagonist if she was still considered a human. The protagonist slightly pulled out the root, telling her that she was no longer considered a human. Then his eye widened and he congratulated her, calling her a vegetable. The girl screamed, telling the protagonist that his jokes were not funny. Tezuyu suddenly became serious, telling Qin that although he did not know who she would like to classify herself as, she would definitely not be able to return to humans in this form, because they would hardly consider her human. Qin stared at Tezuyu in shock and horror, not knowing what to say. The protagonist slightly raised the root, mentally saying that since the girl's consciousness remained the same, she was able to absorb all the energy of the red plant. Tezuyu slightly brought the root closer to the girl, offering her to join them, and then in the future this place will become her home. The girl opened her mouth, making a decision. A moment later, she looked at the protagonist and accepted his offer. At this time, the mutated chameleon attacked Bai. His tongue pierced the tiger's chest, throwing it back. The chameleon began to laugh maliciously, anticipating victory. Events take us to the protagonist. Flash brought Bai to the protagonist, saying that the Emperor Crocodile wanted to intervene, but Bai did not accept his help. Bringing a branch with the essence of life, the protagonist mentally said that the pride of the tiger made him fight against the enemies alone. Looking back, Flash asked the divine tree if it seemed to him that there were more trees. Ziyu looked at the forest and answered the ant, saying that he used a new skill and now he can create trees, and when the internal energy injected into them dissipates, they will become ordinary trees. Suddenly, a tree grew right in front of the protagonist, which greatly surprised Bai. Flash shuddered, feeling someone else's aura. A moment later, he abruptly rushed back. He looked at the man hiding in the fog. When he was about to attack Kin, her vine blocked his attack. The ant was very surprised and stopped when he saw her. Kin looked at Flash with alarm, not understanding why the girl had become like this. The system suddenly announced the girl's life force talent, which allowed him to freely control the vines for attack and defense. The vine's attack made the ant retreat back. Ju, who was looking at them, told Flash that Kin was now their sister and that she would now take 6th place on the list of 9 monsters. His words greatly surprised Bai and the monkey. Unexpectedly, the ant glanced at the protagonist and objected, after which he made the girl wary, saying that he would kill her right now and prove that weak people were not able to fight with them. Tizuyu frowned, asking Flash what he had told him earlier was not clear. The ant became worried after the protagonist's question. Tizuyu, releasing his spiritual pressure, asked Flash if he dared to challenge him. The forest. The girl and her partner expressed their dissatisfaction with the time they spent looking for the imperial crocodile. The guy walking behind the girl angered her by saying that they were generously paid just to find its location and they did not even need to fight. The leader of the group stopped and said that this place was designated as a red zone, and some creatures supposedly lived in this fog. Mercenaries were a profession that was a consequence of evolution. Possessing unique abilities and talent, they relied on them in battle, performing a variety of work, but well paid. The events take us a few hours ahead. The old man in the mercenary group became wary. He saw a woman in the distance and immediately reported to the group. At this time, Kin, unsuspectingly, was picking fruits. She smiled, saying that she would never have thought that there were so many fruits here. Suddenly, the leader of the mercenary group appeared next to her. He grinned angrily, saying that he could not even imagine that they would encounter such a mutant. Kin, seeing the man, became alarmed and stepped back. Suddenly, the man grabbed her by the head and hit the tree, after which, holding her by the hair, he said that such a find is more interesting than finding an imperial crocodile. The old man approaching him shouted, telling him not to disfigure the girl, because her price would immediately decrease. Kin barely opened her eyes listening to the old man's screams. Approaching the man, the guy was surprised, calling Kin exotic. The men of the group approached Kin, saying that they would first enjoy her and only then hand her over to the market. Suddenly, the girl pushed the guy, telling his comrades to remember the purpose of their arrival. But a moment later, she abruptly stopped screaming, looking at the girl's figure. She also looked at her legs. Then she gritted her teeth in envy. She smiled broadly and, taking a dagger, offered to gouge out her eyes and make a cripple out of the girl. Kin, looking at the dagger, tried to object. After which, taking control of the vines, she attacked the mercenaries. Kin screamed loudly in fear, continuing to attack the mercenaries. The mercenary stared in fear at the girl, whose aura suddenly became very powerful. A moment later, she looked at her comrades and informed them that their enemy had recently awakened his abilities and could not yet control them. Hearing her, the entire group suddenly rushed to attack. Kin looked at the approaching enemies in horror and fear. Suddenly, a yellow line rushed past one of the guys, after which his partner saw only a splash of blood in his place. The guy's body, deprived of a head, fell to the ground, and on the head itself stood an ant. Kin saw it, internally exclaimed. Flash raised his bloody blade and looked at the people with hatred. The group of mercenaries became alarmed and began to scream and curse when they saw the ant. The old man suddenly turned around, saying that it was not written in his contract that he should fight. But a moment later, his head was already separated from his body. The girl who saw this was very scared. Flash appeared next to her and asked if they thought they could come and go as they pleased. The ant surrounded itself with an aura and screamed, saying that since they had come to the lands of its master, they would not leave alive. A second later, Flash pierced the girl's stomach through and through. Immediately after that, Flash rushed towards the last enemy. The guy stretched out his hand and began firing, trying to defend himself. But to his regret, all the bullets bounced off the ant, and a moment later, his chest was pierced through and through by an ant. The battle was over in a minute, and now only the corpses of the mercenaries remained in the clearing. Kin looked at the dead in disbelief and horror. The mercenary who managed to survive coughed up blood. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind Flash. The mercenary managed to activate the grenade, which began to glow. A second later, a powerful explosion occurred, and the body of the ant was thrown back. While he was lying down, his slightly cracked armor became visible. He looked at his legs and said that he was careless. Suddenly, a wounded mercenary appeared in front of him, furiously saying that these grenades were designed specifically to deal with people like them. The mercenary screamed furiously, telling the ant to die. Her blade appeared in front of the enemy's face in an instant. A moment later, blood sprayed in all directions. The mercenary's head was pierced by Kin's vine and she died. Kin, who was sitting aside, looked at the girl in shock. She, being beaten, could no longer express all her emotions and felt terrible. The events take us to a clearing. where Kin was crying bitterly. The ant standing next to her got angry, telling her to stop crying. But the girl could not calm down, saying that this was the first time she took someone's life, but she just went to this forest hoping to collect herbs and earn money, and now she is already a murderer. Flash bowed his head listening to the girl. He sadly asked her why they people felt guilty only when they killed their own kind. Kin calmed down when Flash began to talk about how he was an ordinary ant, but now he is a creature that suffered torture and captivity at the hands of people, and if she is caught by his former masters, then he does not envy her fate. The ant lowered his hand, saying that she killed the mercenary in order to save him, so she does not need to feel guilty. Suddenly, the girl began to cry when Flash began to thank her for saving his life. Climbing on a boulder, the ant asked Kin if she missed her family. Kin hugged herself, sadly said that she does not have a family because she is an orphan. The ant heard this and looked at her, after which the girl, hugging herself, heard him tell her that now she has a family. Kin calmed down and looked at Flash gratefully. Her appearance greatly embarrassed the ant. Events take us to the gorge, to the grinning protagonist who was glad that he did not even have to interfere in the improvement of relations between Kin and the ant. Events take us to the houses of people. Fen worriedly and surprised asked Kin if she was sure of what she wanted to do. The girl looked at him and expressed her confidence. Leaving, Kin told Fen that he also needed to think about his future. The guy angrily clenched his fist, saying that he was not like them because he still had a family waiting for him to return home. The process of growth of spiritual energy began, because of which the cities of people were attacked by beasts and the death toll continued to increase. Events take us to a meeting of the leaders of the Federation. The head of the Chinese Federation frowned, saying that their institute studying spiritual energy managed to find out the cause of the rabies of sea animals. The scientist standing next to him stepped forward and began to say that the concentration of spiritual energy in the depths of the ocean continued to grow rapidly. After saying this, she asked everyone to look at the graph showing the growth dynamics over the past 6 months. The heads of the federations became nervous when they heard that the reason for this was the inability of the sea mutants to withstand the pressure of spiritual energy. The scientist, without expressing emotions, said that due to the increase in spiritual energy, many creatures swam to the surface, afraid of the stronger mutants that began to live in their halo due to the enormous pressure in the depths. Zhao frowned and asked the scientist how long this would last. But the scientist's words made everyone horrified. She said that this was only the beginning. Then she showed a huge jump in spiritual energy on the graph. Looking at the graph, the girl said that another surge of energy would soon occur, which would force the monsters to undergo a second mutation. After hearing this, the entire room seemed to be immersed in a world of flames, but the girl continued to speak, reminding that the main problem at that time would be that, unlike the coastal cities, it would be impossible to use powerful weapons like nuclear weapons in the depths of the continent. Becoming more serious, the scientists suggested that a more terrifying battle would take place on the continent than in the coastal city line. The heads of the Federation began to sweat profusely and become nervous after hearing this. The head of the Chinese Federation frowned, saying that he wanted to show them all something. The events take us to the gorge. Ziyu was busy deep underground at this time, his main route now reaching 10,000 meters. Being very worried, he, accompanied by Xiaoqing, sank into the depths of the earth. They suddenly stopped when they saw a bright light in front of them. Xiaoqing screamed in alarm when she saw this. Her eye involuntarily widened in shock after seeing it. A huge amount of spiritual energy was concentrated right in front of them. Xiaoqing flew away from Ziyu slightly when she saw this. She flew to the source of the bright light, trying to figure out what it was. Taking control of the ball of spiritual energy, the girl was surprised by its density. The protagonist crawled towards her and called out to her. Looking at the bright light in the distance, Ziyu said that this was the beginning of a new cycle of evolution. At this time, at the conference, the heads of the Federation were looking at a picture of an ant protecting Qin and telling the mercenaries that they dare not set foot on the lands of his lord. Zhao pointed at Qin, saying that the woman was most likely a mutated plant. After which the head of the Chinese Federation opened his lips, saying that they received this video thanks to the mercenaries' built-in camera. It is assumed that the ant is just one of the local creatures. Frowning, the man reminded everyone of the peregrine falcons that came to the aid of the crocodile. After which he said that he believed that someone was leading them all. Ziyu took the chip with his tentacle and thought about the spiritual shield. He narrowed his eye and broke it. He realized what was preventing his fog skill from sensing them. He didn't expect anything like this. Human technology was quite advanced. The hero frowned and thought, if other guests had similar devices, it would be difficult for him to sense living beings inside his fog. He knew that this could cause problems. He looked at the chimera and asked if he had really collected them all. The beetle replied that he had collected 5 in total. A reptile appeared and said that he had bad news. Ziyu opened his eyes wide. The reptile said that a large number of strange chimeras were approaching them. Birds were flying across the sky. A large number of helicopters were flying with them. Tanks were driving on the ground. A bunch of soldiers were walking next to them. A huge army was walking towards the hero. The soldiers were looking sternly ahead. A twin-rotor helicopter was flying forward. Its door began to open. A foot stepped onto the ramp. Various creatures began to leave the helicopter. It was the Spiritual Energy User Department of the University of Transcendence. The girl with ears was shaking her head. Muscular guys in sleeveless jackets had already dismounted. They were from the Spiritual Energy User Department of the Federal Military Academy. A bird was looking at the army from the branches of a tree. There was alarm in its eyes. The beast stood on the slope and watched. It growled angrily and trembled. The beetle raised its head and asked how the humans dared. The white tiger howled into the fog. The guy with scars smiled. He looked at the surroundings and asked if their goal was really the highest mountain. He said it was a nice view. The willow was drowning in the fog. The hero looked ahead and said that the people came faster than he expected. He asked why Zioking didn't warn him. Did something happen to her? Ziyu frowned, said that judging by the size of their army, they were clearly not going to limit themselves to capturing the Imperial Crocodile. He knew that their goal of the operation was clearly different. 5 days earlier, the man was sitting at the table. He demanded to find out who controls this foggy mountain. The council members looked at him in fear. The girl asked if there were people who could train mutants. The blonde looked at her with concern and said that she clearly heard that the ant was speaking human language. It was clearly not possible for it to learn on its own. The shaggy man looked at the others and suggested that it was unlikely that it was one person and most likely that there was some organization behind this, so they should not rule out the possibility that the giant crocodile was also intelligent and that they had the technology to modify people. He pointed to the map and said that there were 8 red danger zones in this location, and Bayou Gorge was the most dangerous of them. He said that the second wave of spiritual tide was approaching. There were about 10 days left before it arrived. The man gritted his teeth and said that this zone must be cleared before they can evolve again under the influence of the spiritual tide. The leader was sullenly silent. They entered the room. The gray-haired commander looked at the council. He leaned over and said that he would report on the battle plan they had developed in the gorge. He said that they would need a few days to prepare and they would attack 5 days before the tide. In the laboratory, they were working with the yellow sphere. The scientists said that the elixir with the mutagen had been successfully produced. The old man with horns said that with its help, Miss Lin would be able to further improve control over her flames. He would send it to her right now. The girl loomed over the scientist and asked, would Lin really get everything again? She viciously suggested that they would be fine if everyone except their precious Lin died, right? The people looked at the holographic screen. Someone asked if they really had to use this. They said that even if they won, there would be no point in winning. The cost was too high, and they planned to use too much military force. The commander stood in front of the map. He said that if they lost, the consequences would be disastrous. He said that all the mutated beasts in the gorge after the tide came were not subject to any control. Everyone was tensely silent. The man looked at the papers and said that all the plans for the operation were completely classified and no one below the rank of major knew any details. The commander looked at him and said, one last thing. He asked for someone special to join the operation. If the one controlling the fog on the mountain was a human, then they needed someone who could withstand him in strength. The leader tensed up. The commander said that this person. He introduced General Lai. The beast eyes flashed under the glasses. After the meeting, it was decided to build walls around the cities of the Federation. It is not yet clear whether this will be useful or not. However, such protection will definitely work against weak monsters. Meanwhile, in the city of Zed, the girl ran after Zioking. She opened the door. She saw the scientist on the hospital bed. The frightened doctor looked at the girl. The old man was lying in an oxygen mask. Zioking went into shock. The girl was covered in bright flames. The scientist then shouted that this elixir was made from the core of a fire leopard. He began to shout that she did not have the element of fire and her body was now mutating. He demanded to spit her out immediately. The girl struck the old man. Blood spurted. Zioking approached the bed. The girl said that she lost consciousness after this blow. Then the soldiers came and took Yanlin. She said that as far as they understood, the military accepted her into the squad of genetically modified people existing under the auspices of the university. But she was not executed. They thought that she was not aware of what was happening. Being under the influence of the drug, she would soon be taken to the front lines, where she would atone for her crimes with blood. The doctor covered his face with his hand and began to cry. Zioking looked at the old man with anxiety. He began to cough and turned to Lin. She began to say that she was here. The old man showed half a bitten pill. He said that he was trying to protect it for her. Zioking took the pill and asked her not to say anymore. The old man looked at her and said that she was young and had a brilliant future. He asked her not to blame anyone for her death. He asked her not to ruin the future because of such an old man. He asked if she understood him. Zioking pressed her lips together. The old man looked at her and called her name. The girl was silent. She quietly said yes. The old man closed his eyes and said that he could leave with peace of mind now. The machine began to beep. People ran to the bed and began to mourn the deceased. Zioking looked ominously into space. She held a pill in her hand. She squeezed it. She walked silently down the corridor. A man approached her and said that the 2nd Army Command had ordered her to go to a new combat zone. The man stood and said that the first group of Transcendents had already gone there. He said that she was leaving for the battlefield with the 2nd group. He asked her to follow him. Zioking looked up and asked where they were going. The helicopter was flying over the area. The man then said that he had no right to divulge the details to her. He said that she would find out everything along the way. Zioking looked at the familiar gorge in surprise. The Transcendents stood on the platform while Zioking thought about how they would fight here. The commander approached the counter and said that he was in charge of this operation. Zioking looked at him with concern. Gray shouted that this was the first combat operation carried out by their troops against the creatures living in the depths of this territory. Their goal was to destroy the Emperor Crocodile and the Mist Beasts. He shouted that any other animals they spotted would also be destroyed. He looked at the large troops and shouted that they would be fighting an enemy they had never encountered directly before. He shouted that the enemy's strength was great and this would be a difficult battle. The people stood with their hands behind their backs. The commander asked them to take into account that these creatures were capable of shooting down their combat aircraft. He said that 30,000 warriors had gathered here today. He said that they would have global superiority in numbers on their side, but even with this, they understood that losses were inevitable. The commander leaned forward and shouted that they must win, because only in this way would they guarantee humanity a comfortable life on this earth. He said that the code name for this operation was hunting. Everyone stood up straight and shouted exactly the same. Zioking looked ahead in fear and thought that something was definitely wrong here. She knew that she should go back to the master and report this. A man approached her and said that the general wanted to talk to her alone. In the tent of the headquarters of the operation area, Zioking stood in front of the general and asked if he had called her. The general looked at her and said that he had read her personal file. It turned out that her home village was at the entrance to this canyon. He leaned forward and said that she and her sister were attacked by fog monsters, but only she managed to survive. He said that she should be familiar with the area and the roads leading to the center of the fog mountain. He asked if she wanted to avenge her sister. Zioking calmly replied that she did not remember how it happened. The general raised his head in surprise and asked if that was really the case. The girl asked if that was all the general wanted to talk about. His glasses flashed. He asked if she would agree. Meanwhile, Ziyu looked at the spirit of Zioking and asked if he really wanted to make her his disciple. The spirit said that she agreed. Ziyu rubbed himself and thought that Zioking's physical attributes were excellent, so it was no wonder that many people wanted to have such a disciple. It would be nice to be part of such a big shot's entourage. He looked at the spirit. She said that tomorrow the army would attack the mountain. Would they be able to win? Tizuyu looked at her and said that every problem always has a solution. He said that no one wants to die and everyone wants to live. However, some things cannot be obtained simply by wishing for them. The beasts looked ahead. Tizuyu said that if he could, he would prefer not to interfere with what was happening. Meanwhile, the tanks were approaching. The hero said that they should be honest about the fact that this was impossible. He looked up and asked everyone to listen to him. He said that they were in for a fierce battle. A huge army of creatures looked at the master. They looked at him silently. The hero said that a full-fledged war awaited them. If they were defeated, then everyone would die. He said that even if he won, it would not be bloodless. Casualties were inevitable. The red-eyed monkeys looked ahead. The hero said that if they won, their reward would be that people would no longer dare to disturb their lands. Ziyu frowned angrily and said that everyone should be ready to fight, giving himself completely to the battle. He said that tomorrow's battle would be decisive for them. He shouted that their future would be decided here. All the animals and creatures screamed. The monkeys began to beat their chests. The birds let out a piercing cry. Ziyu frowned and said that the humans should move forward. The guy looked at the gorge. He pulled the mask over his face and thought, the army has finally revealed their location. He should take advantage of the confusion and, taking his precious little ones, escape. The forces of the gorge and the human army are compared. In the end, the human forces are 49,355 against 285 forces of the gorge. The army is located in the canyon. Zioking looked at the army and thought that there were many more troops than she imagined. The guy with scars approached her and said that their army was divided into 3 subgroups. The other 2 parts also had quite a few soldiers. They looked at the huge parts. The guy said that their task would be to surround the zone and prevent escape attempts by mutants because they cannot be allowed to reach the city. That is why they gathered so many warriors. The guy looked at the crowd in shock and shouted that there were 50,000 people here and called it some kind of madness. The guy with scars said that this was losses. Zioking silently looked at the army. She imagined the beasts and the master, thought about the large number of soldiers and 3 directions of attack. She was trying to figure out if the master had a chance. The commanders gathered in front of a large map of the area. The commander said that they already knew that their forces were divided into 3 main groups. The central one is the main strike group, the left and right are pincers that surround the enemy positions. He said that they would start with a massive shelling of tanks, then the forces of Transcendence would enter the action. Their task is to inflict the main damage and help close the pincers of the encirclement. The commander shouted that all soldiers should be equipped with devices that generate a spiritual shield. This will hide the presence of spiritual energy and smell from the mutants, thus they will receive sudden attacks. All the soldiers lined up. The commander shouted that they had 24 hours to complete the operation. He shouted that the battle was beginning. The tanks moved forward. They fired a salvo from all the guns. The forward forces, explosions began to thunder in the forest. The left flank was being fired upon. Helicopters were firing at the forest on the right flank. A soldier shouted that at this rate a major forest fire would start. A neighboring soldier said that the firefighters were already ready. The commander drew a map showing that the task of the bombing was largely to drive the animals to one point. The general stepped forward and asked not to think about such trifles. He asked to focus on completing the task at hand. The soldier looked at the general and said so precisely. The general walked forward. The soldiers began to talk about how healthy he was. They introduced him with a sword and said that he was one of the strongest generals in the Federation. The soldier looked forward and asked if he was blind and wanted to jump from such a height. The dust cleared. The soldiers shouted that the way was open. Everyone's attention. The commanders began to raise their hands and give orders to prepare to move. With a shout, the soldiers moved forward. A huge army marched forward. The roots began to crumble the ground under the soldiers. The crocodile stepped onto the ground. He screamed. Zioking looked ahead with alarm. He saw a dragon made of roots and other mutants. She realized that it was the master. The commander grabbed the earpiece. He was told that the central part of the army was attacked. On the left flank, the higher ones were fighting with huge beasts. A guy with scars reported that the left flank was attacked by a large number of misty beasts. On the right flank, huge mutants hung over the soldiers. They reported that the flank was attacked by an unidentified creature. They said that they were observing strange creatures that looked like tree roots. The commander approached the slope and took out his binoculars. He shuddered in fear. Tizuyu looked forward angrily and said that he would not let the people break through so easily. The commander shouted and asked to count how many fog creatures in those trees were attacking them. He asked to call in the Air Force. He demanded to support the right and left flanks. Anti-aircraft guns began to fire incendiary shells. Shells hit the animals. Root creatures began to protect the animals. The soldiers on the anti-aircraft guns began to shout that their fire was being blocked. A crowd of monkeys jumped out of the smoke at the soldiers. A huge flock of them jumped on the people. Orders were heard to open fire. The monkeys grabbed stones. They threw them forward. Huge boulders fell on the tanks. The guerrillas jumped forward with a roar. The clash of the two armies began. Tizuyu looked forward, laughed and talked about how to stop the enemy breakthrough. They turned to him. The crocodile looked at him and said that rats had gotten to them. Ziyu said that everything was under control. People walked with lasers through the dark forest. The hero said that a surprise awaited them. The soldiers froze. The laser aimed at the forehead of the creature. A bunch of mutants looked at the soldiers from the darkness. Screams were heard. At the meeting, the general approached the map. He was told that they concentrated 50,000 soldiers and a lot of equipment in this direction. Also 2 corps of soldiers who have undergone evolution. 1,000 transcendents and 2,000 genetically enhanced people act as separate combat units. They also decided to separately mention General Lai. He silently looked forward. The gray-haired man looked forward tiredly and said that the search for the Imperial Crocodile was not their priority. He said that the reason they attracted such significant resources to carry out this mission is because they want to uncover the organization that is behind the events happening in the gorge. He pointed to the map and said that in order to avoid attacks by fog beasts, they decided to deploy forces in places where the fog was not so strong at the start of the operation. But this was not enough. Because the fog beasts were fighting on the front lines, he did not know how they were able to do such a thing. But he could say one thing with certainty: the leader of their opponents was extremely strong. The commander looked angrily ahead and guessed that he most likely had strength comparable to their transcendence. The fog beasts were going to attack. He said that they had a little more than 23 hours left to lift the veil of secrecy covering the gorge. Map of the deployment of forces. On the left flank, soldiers were firing. Kin laughed and attacked the soldiers. Tentacles pierced their bodies. A soldier shot at Kin and called her a witch. A huge beast appeared behind him. Blood splashed. Bai and Kin galloped forward. She asked him to calm down and said that there were still enough enemies for everyone. The bird flew towards the girl and began to chirp something. A missile cut through the air. A series of explosions were heard. The people from the Transcendent Squad looked forward. They laughed and said that they would crush everyone with one hand. Yanlin laughed and said that the tiger was hers. Yanlin turned around with a smile and asked what was this. Qin was standing in front of a bunch of beasts. Yanlin asked, "Isn't this the girl they talked about in the briefing?" Lion smiled and was surprised that the missiles were specially designed to kill mutated beasts. He didn't think that he would survive a direct hit to the head by a missile. He looked at the ferocious Bai and called him the king of beasts. Yanlin smiled and said if they caught that girl, they would quickly find out who was behind all this. Lion transformed and said that he would take on the tiger, and the girl was hers. He shouted that he had finally met a worthy opponent. He said that their battle would be legendary. He swung his stick. The beast hit the soldier in the groin. The honey badger knocked down several soldiers with one blow. Another beast flew in an arc at the soldiers. They shot and asked them not to come closer, but the beast calmly hit him with its butt. The three animals climbed on top of each other, surrounded by trembling soldiers. The animals happily gave each other 5. After a while, the red beast noticed something in the forest. With a scream, he swung his stick. A man with a scorpion tail was looking at him. He attacked the beast with his tail. He was thrown aside. The beast rolled head over heels towards his brothers. He stood up. There was a cut on his side. The man screamed and said that this was the strongest scorpion poison and the beast would now die in less than a minute. The other beasts started attacking him. He turned around. A mutant was flying at him, mouth open. A runner covered in a yellow aura appeared next to him. He said that this beast was pretty fast. He struck. A girl with a huge hammer jumped on the red beast. The boar blocked the attack with his forehead. Blood spurted out. The girl landed on the ground. The squad of Transcendents looked at the beasts. The beasts looked at them angrily. Everyone ran at each other. The man shouted that there were almost 2 of them now. The honey badger sped up and ended up above the people. Thunderbeam laughed and said that this baby has balls since he decided to attack first. The honey badger screamed. He enveloped the entire battlefield in a blue aura. The Transcendents screamed in pain, surprised that this honey badger could control lightning. The warthog and the monkey jumped to attack. They struck. The lady was thrown aside. Locusts are very common arthropods, most often having a greenish-brown or yellow body color. In total, there are more than 10,000 species of these insects on Earth. In general, locusts are not dangerous to humans and are relatively easy to get rid of. However, this is true for individuals. The farmer looked ahead tensely. In front of him was a huge flock of locusts. When people are faced with a devastating swarm of locusts, they become almost powerless. In such a situation, a person can feel only one thing: bottomless, insurmountable hopelessness. The Transcendents lay exhausted on the ground. The monkey fell to his knees and began to use extreme absorption, a unique ability of golden monkeys that allows them to absorb useful substances from organic sources. He was breathing heavily. When a toxin enters the body, absorption begins to work in the opposite direction, actively eliminating the negative impact, and this process is very, very painful. The beasts approached the monkey. The soldiers gave the order to find the monsters that had disabled their Transcendents. They started shooting and shouting that no one should let them escape. The bullets ricocheted off the beasts. Lightning flashed in front of the soldiers. The soldiers shouted that it was a high-level monster. They needed to switch to special bullets. The monsters ran forward screaming. The monkey turned around. The Transcendent swung for a blow. He struck, screaming that this was his first frag. The blow was approaching the monkey. The warthog managed to take the blow. The monkey looked pitifully at his friend. The honey badger turned around in horror. The man grabbed the boar's heart. The beast screamed. Blood spurted from his mouth. He fell dead. The monkey howled pitifully. The Transcendent put his hand to the honey badger's head and pierced it with a shot. The army moved forward. The Transcendents shouted that ordinary bullets were useless and they should use special ones. Orders were given to catch up with them. The monkey ran towards the people with a scream, swinging a stick. A bunch of bullets flew at him. The honey badger managed to grab him by the skin and galloped away far into the forest. The soldiers began to gather in pursuit. The honey badger flew forward at a rapid pace. His paw was torn. At the moment of the shot, he managed to put up a block. Tears flowed from his eyes. Yellow and blue rays zigzagged between the soldiers. 2 beetles flew forward. One of them told his friend that if he moved so fast, he would quickly run out of breath. The beetle looked ahead and shouted that he must kill all the humans. They rushed forward. Bai began to cough up blood. Qin and the tiger were breathing heavily, all battered. Lion and Yanlin stood still in front of them, saying that this was crazy because they had already killed 100 soldiers. The 2 crowds stood opposite each other. Corpses were lying everywhere. Lion bared his teeth and said that they could not hold out any longer. He noticed that there was only one wolf left. Qin and Bai looked ahead with difficulty. Yanlin noticed that the tiger was still protecting the girl. She suggested using her as bait to kill them all at once. Qin looked at the tiger and thought that it would not last long, and its strength was running out. She realized that the missile attack had not gone unnoticed. The tiger looked ahead, ready to fight. Qin thought that if it had not held out until now, she would have been captured by now. The other Transcendents approached Lion and noticed that they were pretty battered. They asked, "Can Lion really not even handle the tiger?" Lion turned around and said, "Gullah has finally arrived." Qin was breathing heavily. She wondered how much longer they could hold out. She looked at Gullah and noticed that he was particularly strong. The amount of spiritual energy in his body was enormous. She realized that only a hero could compete with him. Gullah looked ahead and said to just keep attacking and they would soon give up. Everyone ran forward, shouting for the Transcendents to attack en masse. The tiger began to fight back. The beasts began to attack back. Qin fought off the soldiers with her tentacles. Yanlin ran forward with a scream, holding blinding grenades in her hands. A bright light flashed near Qin. All the beasts were blinded. Yanlin summoned her claws and told Qin to go to hell. She struck the girl. The warplanes fired shells one after another at the mutated animals. Clouds of dust from the explosions rose up from the tree roots. One of the Monaco soldiers clutched his weapon in his hands, asking if they had managed to blow up the creatures. When the curtain of dust fell, the eyes of a dozen animals that had taken refuge among the tree roots were visible. The monkeys quickly moved forward. The soldiers pointed their weapons forward, continuing to shoot. The peregrine falcons pierced the warplanes with their bodies, leaving bright yellow traces in space. The protagonist frowned, wondering how a missile of such a caliber could harm him. A branch cracked under the protagonist's feet. Near the tree, a silhouette of a man with brightly glowing eyes was visible. Tizu's eyes narrowed. He was waiting for the people to arrive. The guy in glasses stood silently. Yanlin gritted her teeth, striking the girl in the stomach. She was thrown into the air, long pink branches coming out of her body. Qin threw her head back and wheezed. Her stomach had a mark from the blow. Yanling opened her eyes wide, screaming that she smelled like a village girl. She intended to tear the girl into pieces. Sharp claws of a giant tiger appeared behind her, its eyes shining brightly in the shadows. The abnormal tiger threw Yanling several meters away. Lion froze, watching their fight. He loudly shouted the girl's name. Yanling opened her mouth wide and closed her eyes, saying that things were bad. Qin furrowed her brows, breathing heavily. The tiger opened its mouth, showing its sharp fangs, and told her to go away. The girl froze, looking at the giant tiger, who, without turning his head, told her to find the divine tree. Qin opened her eyes wide, surprised that the creature could speak. The white tiger frowned, saying that he sensed many people with spiritual energy. If she did not leave now, they would all die. The girl frowned and opened her mouth wide, preparing to object. The abnormal tiger roared furiously, looking at her. Qin froze in place, the corners of her mouth lowered. The girl, gritting her teeth, moved forward, moving with the help of branches from her body. Two guys chased her, telling her not to even think about escaping. The air wolf grabbed one of them by the head. The soldiers opened fire on the girl, shouting that she should not be allowed to leave. Qin pressed her palm to the wound on her stomach and turned around. A crane appeared in front of her, covering her with its body from the hail of bullets. It opened its beak wide, tears flowed from its eyes. The people with guns knocked down the giant wolf. There was blood under it. A group of guys headed straight for the abnormal tiger. It frowned hostilely and opened its mouth. Qin burst into tears and covered her face with her hand, asking Bai for forgiveness for not being able to help, as it would only be a burden. The faces of the two guys were darkened. Their eyes were shining brightly. They ordered everyone to get out of the way. The fair-haired guy struck the crane with his weapon, leaving a bright trace in space. The bird rolled its eyes. Blood spurted out from its open beak. That battle that it did not even want to participate in the mind of the white crane there was no emotional attachment to those two girls. It did not want to go to certain death, and it did not understand why those who were no longer there were so mourned and so avenged, because such behavior was meaningless. The image of a dark dragon with an axe blade on its head appeared. Xiaoqing and Xiaoling smiled, looking forward. But still, the crane went to that battle and suffered a heavy defeat. The dragon grabbed its wing with its mouth. The crane stood on the snow and looked forward. These animals are unusual birds. They prefer to live on the ground, forming flocks consisting of several families. They were one of the endangered species, but with the advent of spiritual energy, they managed to restore the population. After the incident with the giant snake, he found refuge in the shadow of the divine tree. He was not the strongest, but still managed to survive on the edge of existence. However, despite this, he was happy because he had a home. The crane looked at how the branches of the protagonist beat the lazy honey badger. Communicating with other creatures, he gradually understood the essence and knowledge of revenge that happened that day. The more understanding came to him, the more pain it became. He felt ashamed that he was so weak at that moment. The creature sadly lowered its head. Then he decided that if something like this ever happened again, he would not stand aside. The crane spread its wings, feathers flew out. The guy opened his eyes wide. The bird frowned and opened its mouth wide, screaming that he would not pass. He lowered his head, spreading his wings wide to the side. The abnormal tiger immediately appeared next to the guys, pressing one of them with his paw, and grabbing the other with his fangs. He opened his mouth, showing sharp teeth. There were traces of blood around his mouth. The white tiger and the crane stood in front of several thousand warriors. The vampire Gullah put his hand forward, saying that they were already at the limit, they needed to finish them off. His army moved forward with a war cry. The tiger opened his mouth. The protagonist frowned, telling Bai that it was good that he was seeking praise. He thought that in combat skills, the tiger was second to none, but he needed to understand that the flesh was weak. The abnormal tiger stood in front of a tree, which said that the strength in battle would gradually leave his body, and then he would begin to fear that his strength would not be enough. So he must sharpen his mind, because the courage to not retreat in front of a powerful enemy gives him the righteous right to bear the burden of responsibility for his decisions. Ziyu frowned, looking ahead. This is something he must understand, and later he will definitely need it. After all, he is the king of beasts. A crowd of guys surrounded the beast looking up. The white tiger opened its mouth wide, showing sharp fangs, its blue eyes shining brightly. The wind tore small blades of grass. The insect, lowering its paws, raised its head. An abnormal tiger, its eyes shining brightly, was descending towards him from the pile of corpses. It said that this creature was stupid. Herbivores were grazing in a large field. At what point do tigers begin to show royal behavior? Perhaps when they leave their mother forever, during their first successful hunt, or when they first show unwavering courage when they come face to face with death. The white tiger was walking away from its mother lying on the stone slab. The beast had a fallen animal in its teeth. The tiger took a fighting stance, standing in front of a giant elephant with sharp tusks. But all this is not true, because a true king looks even death in the face with pride. The insect raised its head. An abnormal tiger stood on the pile of human corpses. It closed its eyes, its muzzle was stained with blood. The insect spread its paws to the sides. Its red eyes were wide open. Tears appeared in them. The giant white tiger walked forward. One side of its skin was torn off or burned. Its eyes closed tiredly. The insects froze, looking at it. A shudder ran through the yellow creature's body, and tears appeared in its eyes. It lowered its head, asking how much more the humans were going to take from it. When would they finally drown in their endless hatred? The insect threw its head back and opened its mouth wide, screaming piercingly. Its scream echoed among the trees and rocky cliffs. The honey badger was covering a monkey lying in a felled tree trunk with leaves. Its eyes were wide open and its mouth was slightly open. The honey badger froze, hearing the cries that the animals were definitely there somewhere. The other man accepted his words, ordering him to search further. The monkey, lying in the green leaves, frowned helplessly and reached out with a paw. The honey badger looked sadly at him over his shoulder. He immediately started running. A group of guys were moving forward. One of them frowned, saying that this honey badger had defeated their scouts, the Gaiyuan team. This beast couldn't be defeated by armor-piercing bullets. It was too dangerous, so it was imperative to deal with it. He froze, asking where the creature had gone. Bright eyes appeared in the shadows of the trees behind him. The honey badger moved forward, piercing the guy's head with its body and heading high into the sky. It left a bright blue trail behind it. The beast bared its teeth, hovering in the sky. People on the ground were shouting that it was up there. The guys grabbed their weapons and struck the honey badger. Its eyes rolled back, and blood spurted out of its wide open mouth. The girl with green hair hit it with a hammer, leaving a bright trail in space. Her eyes were wide open in surprise. When the girl moved the hammer away, she saw a deep hole. She wondered if he had simply dug himself underground. The heroes froze in the clearing, saying that they had let him go again. One of them told everyone to be on guard because they had to finish him off. A step was heard. The honey badger, closing his eyes, flew out from under the ground and hit one of the guys in the lower jaw. The beast bared his teeth. Blood was dripping from his teeth and mouth. A dark silhouette of a guy appeared behind him, whose eyes were shining brightly. He asked where the animal had put that monkey. The guy struck, leaving a bright flash in space. The honey badger rolled his eyes and opened his mouth wide, from which blood spurted. The ground split under the force of his blow. Stone blocks began to rise, releasing streams of dust and air outward. The beast lay in stone debris, throwing its head back. The guy's hand grabbed the animal by the neck. He clenched his teeth. The hero frowned and raised his fist, saying that nature's mistakes were already starting to bother him. The honey badger covered his face with his paws, trying to protect himself from the blows. The guy asked why the beast did not run away. He, gritting his teeth, struck the honey badger with all his might. The beast rolled its eyes, flying to the side. It flew several meters and crashed into stone cliffs. The heroes froze, looking at the raised cloud of dust. When the dust curtain fell, you could see the trembling honey badger, who pressed himself to the ground in fear. The girl, holding a hammer in her hands, smiled, telling him to finish with him. There were still plenty of monsters to shoot. The honey badger weakly opened his mouth, thinking that he wanted the girl to give him some more of that meat. It was really tasty. He remembered the smiling Xiaoling, who held out treats to him. He closed his eyes sadly. 4 people began to hit him at the same time. Drops of blood spurted out. Grenades were hidden in the animal's mouth. He lowered his head, letting them fall out. The girl opened her eyes wide and gritted her teeth, asking when he had time to take them. Her face lit up with a bright light. The honey badger narrowed his eyes tiredly, a bright glow appeared around him. The heroes tried to quickly get away from the resulting flash, but it was too late. A loud explosion threw the animal's body aside with a shock wave. The grenade explosion raised clouds of dust into the air, smoldering particles fell down. The creature's giant paw stepped on a tree, knocking it to the ground. The beast looked like a giant purple crocodile with horns. Clouds of dust rose from beneath it. The honey badger was sitting in the middle of a white space. It turned around when someone called out to it and came closer. A girl with long brown hair was smiling. The honey badger began to cry, its mouth open. The animal jumped on Zioling, and her face showed surprise. The honey badger hugged the girl. It began to burst into tears, pressing its muzzle to Zioling's body. The girl looked at the animal and said that everything would be fine and there would be no more pain. They held hands and walked away. In the middle of a depression in the ground lay the bloody body of the honey badger. The red-haired animal froze in terror, its mouth open. There was a deep hole in the ground, and the man lying there screamed loudly that he was in great pain and called for help. His body was covered in blood, and he closed his eyes, screaming that he would skin the honey badger even though it was dead. The creature with long ears struck the man with a sweeping blow. The monkey clenched its teeth tightly, holding a long stick in its hand. The man, who was missing several teeth, raised his hand and screamed, asking not to kill him and to let him leave the forest right now. Tears appeared in the monkey's eyes and it screamed loudly. Many blows were heard. A long trail of bright red blood stretched across the ground. The body of a beaten man lay on the ground. The monkey was carrying the corpse of the honey badger. A deep wound was visible on the monkey's stomach, from which blood was flowing. The animal was lying on the ground. The monkey reached out his hand to the honey badger's white fur. Its lips were covered in red spots. A rainbow could be seen in the blue sky. The monkey smiled faintly. The honey badger, the boar, and the monkey were fighting over an apple. They sat next to each other, all three covered in blood. A girl in green clothes was walking along a path in the middle of the forest. She put her hand on a nearby tree and said that she needed to get to the divine tree. She suddenly turned around when she heard a sound behind her. Qin saw a familiar black and white striped fur and called out to Bai. Yonglang smiled widely and put her hand to her ears, asking if Qin was talking about that white tiger. There were drops of blood on Bai's fur. The girl smiled madly and said that Bai's fur was quite warm. Qin frowned and screamed loudly in despair. Many red ribbons came out of her body and the girl screamed, wishing for Yonglang to die. Yanlin jumped up, emitting a bright light, and laughed as she shouted that Qin was too slow and weak and therefore could not handle her. Qin closed her eyes and screamed as Yanlin approached her and told her to finally die. Yanlin's eyes shone brightly. A powerful explosion thundered in front of the man in the dark cloak. The girl was knocked down, asking what it was. Kingen and Langfeng appeared in front of Qin. Yanlin, whose cheeks were stained with blood, shouted loudly, asking if the two were from the same organization. The man with red eyes approached Yanlin and said that they would capture and interrogate Kingen and Langfeng. He ordered Yanlin to retreat because she was in no condition to fight them. Red flames appeared around the man, and he said that he would deal with the enemies. The blonde man stood in front of the tree. There was a long sword hanging on his waist, and he said that it seemed like the leader was Ziyu. The blue ball inside the tree confirmed this. General Lai's eyes widened in surprise that the ball could talk, and he thought that they had suspected that there were intelligent beasts here from the beginning. Ziyu's eyes looked angry, and the man thought that he still found it hard to believe. General Lai took out his sword from its sheath and said that he didn't expect Ziyu to admit it right away, and asked if those misty monsters were his doing. The system provided information about an outstanding representative who had undergone the second evolution. The ball floating inside the hollow replied that it was true, and that humans shouldn't. The man with a longitudinal scar on his forehead said that mutated creatures should not take away their living space, and if humans don't get rid of them now, they won't give them life in the future. Ziyu narrowed his eyes and said that these words were very arrogant, and it seemed that they could not resolve the problem at hand with words. General Lai swung his sword and shouted loudly that he was ready to fight. Suddenly, small pieces of his weapon were scattered around the man. His eyes were widened in shock that his sword had broken. Then, General Lai frowned and waved his cloak. A white fog was visible while someone was speaking. At this point, the reconnaissance aircraft recorded the location of the giant crocodile for the last time, after which it disappeared from the radar in the misty mountains. A deep trench was visible in the middle of the forest. This is how the area looked before the spiritual energy appeared. Many people were looking at the screen. The old man frowned and said that they had previously concluded that there might well be people behind this who control the animals, but from the looks of it, this organization might not be controlled by people at all. The man in the blue suit widened his eyes in shock. There was fog, and the old man said that this was the last picture that the reconnaissance plane had transmitted to the base before it was shot down by the fog creature. The people's mouths dropped in shock when the old man said that there were outlines of some unidentified creatures in the lower right corner, and after the picture was processed by their specialists, they saw something. The screen showed the vague outline of a blue ball inside a tree. The bearded man frowned, asking if this tree was controlling the evolution of the beasts in this region. The old man sitting across from them replied that it had been about half a year since the last release of spiritual energy, and this creature was apparently already able to control peregrine falcons and even that giant crocodile, which meant that it was at least at the first level of the second stage of evolution. The old man frowned and said that as far as he could tell, it was not only able to control the same animals, but also to help humans evolve, and could understand human speech. He said that they would soon be able to learn everything in detail because General Lai had gone to this location. A purple beam of light destroyed the tree branches, and the old man said that this time they were not facing humans at all, and this was the first confrontation in history between humans and an awakened intelligent monster. General Lai stood in the middle of the fog. A stream of blood flowed from his lips. Suddenly, a tree branch appeared in front of him. Ziyu, who was floating inside the tree, said that the man had made a rather rash and boastful statement that he could win. General Lai sat on a rock, and the protagonist said that he would now kneel before him. The blue ball shone brightly, saying that he had no intention of starting a war with the humans. Ziyu asked why they were attacking this peaceful place. He warned that if the humans retreated, no one would attack in their territory. The general covered his face with his hand and asked if Ziyu thought he was stupid enough to believe him. The man stood up, saying that all of his warriors were equipped with devices that concealed their spiritual power within a radius of 5 meters. Ziyu's eyes widened as General Lai said that the protagonist's subordinate's spiritual energy had been isolated from him, and they could no longer sense his mist. General Lai had just received reports that all pockets of organized resistance from the spirit beasts had been suppressed, and all the beasts had been killed. The man raised his hand and shouted that absolutely every animal had died on this mountain, whether it was the honey badger that had wiped out Gaiyun's squad, or the white tiger that had killed hundreds of soldiers while protecting the mutant woman. And right now Ziyu was just a huge elephant surrounded by thousands of ants, and the only way humans could survive on this land was to destroy him. The protagonist, who had cracks appearing on him, said that he knew that this war could not be won without sacrifices. General Lai's brows furrowed and lips pursed as Ziyu said that this meant that they were not afraid of death. A bright golden light appeared. A hawk flew through the air. There was a loud explosion in the air, and the soldiers said that the movement speed was decreasing. A man with long dark hair was visible, and Ziyu shouted that this world belonged to everyone and they would not retreat. The soldiers attacked the gorilla, which opened its mouth in pain, and the protagonist said that they would fight to survive. On the ground were a boar, a honey badger, and a monkey. Tears gathered in the crocodile's eyes, and Ziyu said that it did not matter if the whole world hated them. The ant's eyes were shining brightly. The protagonist opened his mouth and loudly asked, "Since when did this world belong only to humans?" The general glared at Ziyu furiously. A black creature with bright purple eyes appeared above the tree, and the protagonist shouted that humans started this war, but if they could not kill him, then nothing could stop his punishing hand. The protagonist opened his red eyes wide and shouted that they had always lived on this earth, and this world was a place where all creatures had the same rights. General Lai widened his yellow eyes as Ziyu shouted that humans only knew how to talk. The giant crocodile opened its fanged mouth wide. There was a crowd of people standing in the clearing. An ant was approaching the white-skinned man. King opened her eyes wide and shouted Flash's name. The ant narrowed its eyes and said that it had finally found Bai's killers. There were many soldiers who were preparing to attack the golden ant. Suddenly, a thin beam of light quickly passed by the soldiers. Flash cut through their bodies. The man in the black cloak jumped back. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and thought that he did not expect that there would be another rather nimble individual here that was also intelligent. The girl gritted her teeth and began to run away. The ant ran after her, shouting that he would not let her go. Suddenly, a black cloak appeared in front of Flash's face. The man attacked the ant, and it flew back. The man waved his cloak and said that animals were not the only ones who could move fast. He cursed loudly when a praying mantis appeared in front of him. A lot of bats appeared in the air. Qin Feng's limb was cut off, and blood spurted out. Blood also flowed out of his eyes, and he thought that the man had only hit him once, but it was enough for him to understand that he was on a different level and was not an opponent for him. The system provided information about the green praying mantis. Qin Feng turned around when Flash stood up. He frowned. The system indicated that the ant was at level 8 of the first stage of evolution. Gullah frowned his thin eyebrows. He was at level 1 of the second stage of evolution. Flash opened his mouth and screamed loudly. He rushed towards the enemy. The ant attacked the vampire. Flash narrowed his red eyes. He began to strike Gullah many times, but Gullah dodged. At the end of the ant's legs was a sharp claw. Flash began to move so fast that golden stripes appeared in the air. The mantis raised his head, watching the fight and thinking that the ant was so fast that he could not keep up with it. Flash's eyes emitted a red light. He fell down, leaving a yellow stripe of light behind him. His eyes opened wide. Gullah frowned and said that the ant could not even pierce his skin. The vampire impaled Flash on a sharp stake. The mantis rushed into battle. Gullah waved his cloak and said with a smirk that their attacks were nothing to him. Suddenly, a dark man grabbed the vampire by the throat. He opened his mouth wide, calling out for Lang Feng. A dark silhouette of a man was visible in the middle of the fog. The man held a sword in his hands, shouting that since he couldn't pierce Gullah's skin, he would try to rip his guts out through his eyes. The vampire wrinkled his nose as the blade approached. Suddenly, bats flew around. Lang Feng gritted his teeth and thought that he should attack the bat with red eyes. There was one such bat in the middle of the others. The men turned around when Qin shouted that it was Gullah. The mantis rushed after the bat with red eyes. Gullah turned around. Qin Feng hit him in the back. Blood spurted out of the bat's mouth. Gullah flew back. Flash stood in a fighting stance. Gullah's eyes widened. The ant began to attack him. There was an explosion. The man with dark hair asked if they had won. Behind Flash stood the mantis, calling out to him. There was a lot of blood on the ground. Qin Feng was lying on his back. He lay motionless. Green liquid flowed out of his body. The ant cried, thinking that Qin Feng took the blow to the right side of his body and sacrificed himself to cover it. Gullah turned one hand into a sharp stake and ran towards the opponents, thinking that Flash had a small body, but excellent speed, as well as the strength and accuracy of his strikes, and if he was not finished off immediately, he might be a problem later. The ant sat by the mantis. Qin stood in front of the vampire's stake that was piercing her body. Flash turned around. The girl stood with her hands down and her knees bent. She smiled and cried, saying that it was her time to repay the debt of life. Qin trembled. She fell to the ground, and the vampire said that if he reported this to the command, then perhaps they would wind up the operation and there would be no more wars like this in the near future. But he would not do that, otherwise he would be deprived of the pleasure of killing to his heart's content. Gullah smirked and said that it did not matter to him who died first, because now he had changed his mind and would not take them prisoner and would get rid of them instead, because Bai and Qin had whetted his appetite. Lang Feng swung his sword, approaching the vampire from behind. He began to sob, and the ant screamed at him to quickly grab the praying mantis and get out of here if he did not want to die. The vampire turned around, confused. He frowned, blood was running down his face. Flash looked straight at him. Qin Feng looked at him and said that he could not win, and so he should leave. The mantis' eyes were red, and he screamed that people should kill each other. The ant looked at the pile of corpses, thinking that at that time he had resigned himself to his fate. His face was stained with blood, and he thought that this was a special feeling of helplessness and pain, because you know that you can die at any second. Because the life of an ant is worthless. Flash stood there, shaking all over. He frowned and said that he would fight even if he could not win. The mantis pushed him to the ground and screamed that he had no chance. The ant burst into tears, screaming that he knew about it, but at least he would not die in vain, defending this place. Qin Feng looked at Flash in surprise, who said that running away would be the same as dying. The ant was crying, lying on the ground, and the mantis said that if he wanted to win even at the cost of his own life, then let him devour him. Blood began to drip from Qin Feng's mouth, and he said that he wanted to become part of the ant's power. Flash, whose tears were streaming down, asked what he was saying. The mantis began to sweat and said that he was practically a corpse anyway, and that his mother devoured his father, then gave him life, and his father became the embodied force in his mother's body. Qin Feng stood over Flash, who said that the mantis should not die such a horrible death, and that Flash had been running from this fate all his life and now wanted to control it until his very last breath. While the ant was lying on the ground, the mantis said that this was his conscious choice and his right, and he wanted to give his strength and speed to Flash. Ant began to cry harder, saying that he didn't want this because enough of his friends had died today. Suddenly, a multitude of small rats appeared. Lang Feng swung his sword and shouted for Gullah not to hurt them. Mantis coughed up blood, saying that he could hardly even speak anymore. Red drops dripped from his mouth, and he said that he couldn't feel the presence of their friends because they were all dead, and that he would rather give his power to Flash than die at the hands of humans. Qin Feng looked at Flash and said that he had always considered him as a friend, and this was the path he had chosen himself, so the ant should not blame himself. Flash trembled. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. A bright flash appeared. Lang Feng, who was holding the rat in his hand, cried in despair as his body was pierced by Gullah's stake. The man coughed up blood. The rat cried with its mouth wide open. The vampire smirked and asked what was the point of saving these mutated rats. Lang Feng fell, and Gullah brought the spike to the rat's body. Suddenly, a fiery explosion thundered. The vampire frowned in confusion. A red insect stood in the middle of the fog. Gullah looked at it carefully and thought that its appearance had changed and its aura had become stronger. He did not understand whether the ant had some kind of ace up its sleeve. Flash's eyes shone brightly, and the vampire thought that he was already at the first level of the second stage of evolution, and this insect was no match for him. The ant stood in the middle of the smoke, and Gullah said that Flash was hopelessly stupid because his partner risked his life to give him a chance to escape. But he did not take advantage of it, and even with greater strength, Flash would not defeat him. Suddenly, the ant was behind the vampire. Gullah instantly turned around, surprised by this speed. The vampire hit Flash with a black cloak. The stake sank into the ground. Gullah frowned and turned around. The ant raised the rats. Finglin was among the rats' bodies. Flash lowered his hands and shouted that he would avenge them all. Gullah's face darkened, and he thought that the ant had transferred their bodies in a second. The vampire asked if Flash thought he could win. Gullah smirked and shouted that he had underestimated the ant, but he would not make the same mistake again and would make him regret being born. Suddenly, a blow flew into the vampire's cheek. An explosion appeared in front of Flash. His fist was smoking and he told Gullah to get up. The vampire lay in the middle of fragments and the ant told him not to even hope for a quick death. Flash's eyes shone brightly and he shouted loudly that Gullah would know endless torture. The vampire frowned, not understanding how the marvel became so strong at his small level and how he could surpass him. A black cloth wrapped around Gullah's arm and he said that he refused to be tortured. His cape disappeared and his hair grew longer and he said that he did not think Flash was strong enough for this. The ant's body began to emit red flames and the vampire's body began to emit blue. Gullah hit Flash in the back. His hand turned into a huge bat with spikes and he screamed with laughter that the ant was weak. The vampire hit Flash in the face. Gullah, laughing loudly, attacked the ant. He smiled widely and screamed that Flash would still die by his hand, despite his speed, because strength is the most important thing in any fight. Suddenly, the yellow eyes of the ant appeared in the middle of the smoke. Flash hit the vampire in the face. With a big swing, the red ant struck the man. His eyes emitted a bright yellow light and his face reflected rage. The white-haired man flew back, gritting his teeth. Various silhouettes similar to bats appeared around him. He dashed forward and began to strike. A stream of dark aura quickly approached the monster. The eyes of the ant were burning, and behind him a bright flame burned. The white-haired man opened his mouth wide and stated that the bomb made of bats was his special technique. He added that the monster could continue to dodge. An image of several crippled warriors leaning on the boulders appeared. The man said that if that were the case, not even ashes would remain of his friends. A dark purple aura surrounded the monster's body, and he asked if that meant that all he had to do was kill those bats. Hundreds of animals instantly filled the sky. The white-haired man asked what he said and if he had misheard him saying that he just had to kill them all. The bats continued to fly around the red ant. The man asked if he even realized how many there were. Opening his mouth wide and screaming, he stated that there were more than 13,000 of them and he would simply raze the place to the ground. The monster looked at him speechlessly. Throwing both hands forward and directing the bats to attack, the man bid farewell to the enemy. Dozens of flying animals quickly approached the enemy from the sky. With his eyes wide open, the ant began to envelop his right hand in aura. A dark bat grabbed one of his limbs. The second and third did the same, greatly limiting his actions. 10 quick attacks from different directions caught up with him. Putting his paws forward, the red ant blocked them with his armor. A large number of bats suddenly rushed back, flying past the man. Turning towards the exploding, flying back animals, he asked why they were flying back. A huge column of smoke rose above the location after the explosion. Caught under it, the man flew to the side. Falling to the ground, he spat out a lot of blood. When he opened his red eyes, he noticed a red ant, which was a meter away from him. Making a powerful swing, the monster delivered a strong blow, strongly throwing the enemy back. After receiving the attack, the man quickly fell to the ground, breaking a couple of meters of earth beneath him. A new stream of blood flew out of his ditch. Instantly approaching him, the ant grabbed his head and began to press him into the stone. He clenched his fist and instantly enveloped himself in fiery energy. With his mouth and eyes wide open looking at the attack, the white-haired man thought about what would happen if his opponent hit. Smoke from the attack rose tens of meters above the dense forest. The shockwave quickly spread across the location, destroying many objects in its path. The bloody man began to emerge from the smoke. Gritting his teeth and squinting his eyes, he began to wheeze in pain, and mentally asked what the hell was this? Was his opponent hiding his real strength, mentally adding that he was incredibly fast, so much so that he simply could not keep up with him. The ant lowered its arms and slowly walked forward. The man mentally declared that this power frightened it. He screamed with fury on his face and asked how this was possible, because the ant was only at the 9th level of the first stage of evolution, and he had already passed the 2nd. The red monster looked at him with its head down. The man asked why he couldn't defeat it. Throwing its body back and screaming, It tore its clothes, expanding its muscles. Rushing forward, it declared with madness on its face that its opponent would regret this. Instantly approaching it and swinging at the standing ant, it told it to stop getting on its nerves. The white-haired man delivered a powerful blow that destroyed a huge slab under the opponent's feet. The man turned around in surprise as the ant managed to jump away. Turning its body, it began to deliver numerous attacks with its fists. Dozens of fast and relatively chaotic attacks did not harm the opponent. Passing under the man's arms, the red monster delivered a powerful blow to the body. Intercepting his hand, the man squeezed it. The ant's eyes widened in surprise. Spitting out blood, the white-haired man declared that this was the end. Swinging, he said with a mad smile that he was the embodiment of unrivaled power. A bright flash showed the power of his fist. Continuing to hold his hand forward, the man grinned. The ant looked forward silently. The white-haired man mentally said that his opponent harbored a strong hatred for humans. Several fighters with severe injuries were sitting in a clearing near the battlefield. He mentally added that not all of them were bad, and perhaps in the future he would change his mind about them. An image of a sphere with eyes appeared. The ant's eyes glowed red. He delivered an attack with mad fury. The white-haired man mentally said that he thought that at this moment, they would become reliable support and loyal comrades for him. With a surprised expression, the white-haired man opened his eyes. An ominous purple aura instantly enveloped the monster. With red eyes, he declared that he had taken the lives of his comrades, then attacked his master and tried to take their home. He also added that his only friend had been brutally killed. The white-haired man's eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. Declaring that this was unforgivable, the ant slammed his fist into the opponent's face. A column of dense air instantly rose up from the site of the attack. The ant looked at the man who had fallen to the ground with his head down. He continued to stare at him silently with his yellow eyes. The ant stood in front of his defeated opponent. A powerful explosion came from his back. Turning his head, he mentally asked if his body was incapable of holding this power. Looking at the torn-off pieces of his body, he mentally said that this power did not originally belong to him. Starting to walk forward, leaving a trail of his flesh behind him, he declared that he had reached his limit. Continuing to walk calmly forward, the red ant declared that he had avenged them. Crouching on the ground in front of the corpses of his friends, he said that although it might be too late to say such things, he was glad that he had met them in his life. The purple-haired girl sat with a peaceful smile. Fen sat with his head slightly lowered and a calm expression on his face. Zhao, whose face was covered in blood, sat with a calm smile. The badly injured ant looked ahead, apologized to the Lord, and said that he would rest for a while. The purple-haired girl ran through the forest where the wind blew quickly. She slowed down when she saw the man in front of her. Putting her hand to her neck, she shuddered in surprise. Lowering her head, Xiaoling looked menacingly into his eyes. Leaning her body forward slightly, the girl mentally declared that she did not expect to meet her here, and she was clearly very unlucky. She lowered her gaze, remembering something. The wind gusts swept chaotically through the forest. Looking ahead, the purple-haired girl said that everything was bad, because in that direction their soldiers were fighting mutated animals, although most of the animals were beaten. She mentally added that she needed to finish her off quickly. Lowering her head, the brown-haired girl asked if she was telling the truth. Smiling, passing Xiaoling, the girl said that she was seriously injured, so she was going back. Turning around, she launched a quick attack on her back. Receiving a powerful blow from the brown-haired girl, she was sent flying 10 meters away. With rage on her face, the purple-haired girl asked what she was doing and whether she wanted to die. Coldly looking ahead, the girl confirmed, adding that she was not the one who would die. The purple-haired girl looked at her in fear and clenched her teeth. Xiaoling's eyes widened. Looking down madly, she declared that she would be the one who would die. Standing up, the girl asked if she was crazy to want to kill her. The brown-haired girl looked at her with impenetrable coldness and replied that it was exactly like that. Gritting her teeth, the girl mentally declared that she was clearly not joking. Looking at the warriors standing a few meters away, she said that she knew that she had touched her before, but now was not the best time to sort things out because they had to fight the beasts together. Squinting her eyes and opening her mouth wide, Xiaoling loudly declared that she couldn't, so she should stop talking nonsense. The purple-haired girl's pupils narrowed. Looking ahead, she impulsively asked if this was all because of that doctor, adding that she simply had no choice because the drug was too strong and she couldn't control herself and didn't even understand what happened. Just a moment, and he was already dead. Xiaoling's quick blow deformed her face for a moment. Leaping forward, she launched a powerful attack, sending the girl flying into the ground. Clutching her face, the girl screamed that it hurt so much. Clenching her bloody fist, the brown-haired girl stated that she had promised the doctor not to kill her, but that promise did not stop her from beating her up. Taking a stance, the girl created hundreds of streams of white and purple magic around herself. She stated that she had asked for it. Taking off, the purple-haired girl, with burning eyes, swung her fist at full amplitude. Lowering her body and delivering a straight punch, called a fire fist, Xiaoling was able to stop the attack. The girl's eyes rolled back, her mouth wide open as the air was knocked out of her lungs. Without wasting time, the brown-haired girl launched an arcing attack with her foot. The attack sent the girl flying into the 2-meter-high boulders. Throwing her hand forward, Xiaoling, enveloping herself in fire, used flame butterflies. A dense stream of fire instantly enveloped the girl and the entire nearby location. Breaking through the fire, the purple-haired girl stretched her hand forward, trying to reach her opponent. Taking her head, the brown-haired girl instantly slammed it into the ground. Her body was enveloped in streams of fiery energy. She slowly walked towards her crawling opponent. Hecking and putting her hand forward, the purple-haired girl asked not to kill her, adding that she really was wrong. She said that if the girl let her go now, just this once, she would repay her later. Xiaoling created a fiery blade in her palm. Approaching the enemy, she thrust it into her hand. Opening her mouth wide and closing her eyes, the girl screamed in pain. Looking down, the brown-haired girl said that she would not kill her, but she would not be able to get rid of her that easily. Several monsters with hairy gray-blue legs approached them. Xiaoling said that these mountains were full of monsters, so she would not be lonely. 2 wolves with bloody mouths were looking forward madly. Looking at them with fear, the purple-haired girl told her not to dare. She screamed at her with fury on her face and her eyes wide open. Several wolves instantly approached the girl. Xiaoling, with madness in her eyes, looked down. 2 animals were eating the girl lying on the ground. The brown-haired girl made her way through the forest, passing huge trees. Lowering her head and clutching her head, she mentally asked what was wrong and why she could not return to her master. She also mentally added that she felt like she had lost all her strength. Starting to run forward, she mentally declared that she should hurry and get back to him. Several huge monsters with glowing eyes were running to attack. Wooden tentacles were hitting different parts of the location. They were knocking down tanks. A buffalo, a dragon, and a bird were rushing forward, being in a stream of explosions. Bringing a radio to his mouth, a long-haired man said to use incendiary bombs and burn everything to hell here. Several rocket launchers fired. Dozens of rockets were flying towards the huge animals. A powerful stream of fire covered the body of the buffalo. The bird tried to stay in the air. A dense stream of fire was damaging the dragon. The fire was slowly splitting the shell of the animals' bodies. Looking forward, one of the soldiers said that the roots of this tree were somehow regenerating. The man's eyes widened, his mouth wide open. He told them to continue the bombardment, adding that the creature needed spiritual power to restore its abilities and regenerate its body. He added that once it ran out of spiritual energy, they could finish it off. Also, its roots couldn't reach the launcher operating from this station. The fire burned through the roots of the tree. The military installations continued to attack. 3 falcons covered in a yellow aura were approaching the launcher. Rushing forward, several warriors knocked them down with their fists. As they struck again, the green-haired guy with a mad expression asked if they thought they could move at maximum speed all the time without problems. Rushing forward, one of the falcons quickly flew over the group of soldiers. Gritting his teeth and turning around, the orange-striped guy said that there was another one. Opening his beak, the bird continued to fly at maximum speed. It dove towards the ground, causing a huge explosion. The bright light from the explosion illuminated the formation of warriors. One of them stated that the launcher behind them had been destroyed. The ground beneath the shocked soldiers' feet began to collapse. A column of smoke covered the location. A huge monster with large triangular growths on its back opened its mouth, approaching the soldiers. One of them asked what kind of nonsense this was and what kind of overgrown crocodile it was. The soldiers raised their rifles and began to shoot. One of them said that this was the same imperial alligator and it was attacking from the front. Its eyes glowed purple, and it opened its huge mouth. Dispersing the smoke, the monster looked forward. Looking at it, Xiaoling said that it was glorious and that they finally met again. She added that this time it would not be able to escape. Spreading its paws and raising its head, the monster roared with all its might. Gritting his teeth in fear, the brown-haired man said that this was the alligator they were hunting. Hundreds of shots instantly caught up with the body of the large monster. It roared, creating powerful sound lightning. This was the ability of the sound blade. The stream of sound knocked 10 warriors off their feet. Soldiers and tanks attacked the alligator from different sides. Someone said to stop it and not let it reach the commander. Grabbing the radio, the man said that the infantry and spiritual energy users should retreat and the air forces should prepare to bombard with paralyzing bombs. 10 helicopters opened fire on the monsters. A barrage of shots covered the body of the large monster. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The fire covered a huge location. The dark-haired man and the girl went out onto the mountainside. The monster mentally asked if this was their commander. Opening his mouth, he called the divine tree. Dozens of attacks per second were delivered to the tree trunk. The red alligator growled, being under an endless stream of attacks. They continued to destroy the area, causing damage to soldiers and equipment. The commander narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth. The missile launched by the installation approached the monster's eye. A powerful explosion was heard, destroying part of the stone cliff. The commander and the girl flew to the side on the cobblestone. The dark-haired man narrowed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. Two blue eyes looked at him. Looking at the frightened man, the monster asked if he was their commander. Throwing him into a huge mouth, the alligator stated that if he died, then everything would end. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that they could not lose in this fight. After his command, powerful fire opened on the red monster's body. A flurry of attacks filled the entire area. The alligator stood in the stream of attacks. An image of a rocket appeared, standing against the background of a cloudy sky. It was a rocket saturated with spiritual energy. It was ready to launch. Looking at it, the man said that it could be said that this was the last hope of humanity. An unusual energy was burning brightly inside the metal body. He added that even if General Lee was not able to cope with that mutated creature. Turning his head, he asked if there was no news from the general. The yellow-haired girl replied that there was not, and they had not received any data from the sensors monitoring him for over an hour. An image of an orange-haired guy with 2 scars on his face appeared, spitting out blood. A huge snake with purple eyes looked at him. An image of a sphere with eyes appeared, declaring that he was unable to defeat it. Gritting his teeth and looking forward in irritation, the general asked if he really thought he had lost, or if he was betting that he was the type of person who would give up in the face of adversity. Opening his red eyes, the monster asked to be allowed to demonstrate his true power before he died. With a shocked expression on his face, Lee looked forward and mentally asked if he had not used his true power yet. The monster opened its mouth and roared. All the elements of the location surrounding the man began to collapse. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, he asked if all this spiritual power was coming from this tree. The ground began to crumble quickly. A gust of wind was destroying the area and blowing away the general. Covering himself with his hand, the orange-haired man continued to stand in place. The monster wrapped in aura smirked confidently. Tilting his head and narrowing his eyes, Lai mentally declared that it was already strong, but now it was even more powerful. He also added that if they did not eliminate this creature now, it would become a real pain in the ass in the future. Taking a brown pill in his hand, he extended it to his mouth. As he bit into it, General Lai declared that he honestly did not want to use this pill, but it seemed like he had no choice. His pupils shrank and an animalistic smile appeared on his face. The man mentally said that it must be destroyed before the pill's effect wore off. He spread his arms and enveloped himself in a powerful stream of aura. Lee declared that even if he had to put his life on the line, he would never allow him to poison the air of this planet with his breath. He added that he would bury his opponent at this mountain along with all of his henchmen. A system notification appeared about the instant strengthening and deterioration of his opponent's indicators. He had reached the intermediate level of the 3rd evolution, so his spiritual power was approximately 680,000. Lifespan of 10 hours. Smiling, the spherical monster asked what he was waiting for and invited him to come here and finish him off if he had the guts. Level of the 2nd evolution. Spiritual power 490,000, lifespan of 200 years. Hundreds of thorns appeared in front of the tree. Quickly moving along the platforms, the general passed them. Jumping onto the stone platform, Lee mentally stated that his opponent wanted to break the distance and fight from afar, but he would not allow him to do so. Pushing off from the platform, he made a sharp dash forward. Putting his hand back, the general created a blue blade in it. He made an arcing motion with it. With a swing, the orange-haired man attacked the tree trunk. A powerful shockwave passed through the tree. Lai held the blade in front of him. Looking ahead, he mentally wondered if this was just a reed. A large stone fist burst out of the ground and smashed into the man's chin. The tree beneath his feet instantly snapped in half. General Lai jumped a few dozen meters into the air. Dozens of explosions were heard in different parts of the tree. Dozens of swings of the blade occurred in the air. The monster opened its mouth in surprise. Spreading its legs and arms to the sides, the orange-haired man released multiple energy attacks in different directions. His eyes widened and his teeth clenched as he flew back. A powerful energy attack caught up with his opponent. He jumped above the area with dozens of spikes. Turning around abruptly, he let out a shocked breath. The tree's branches were cut in an instant. The tree used flying willow blades, sending green bullets forward. They hit the ground and created a column of smoke. The brown-haired girl quickly moved along the ground with jumps. Xiaoling gritted her teeth, thinking about the master. The president's office. In the large room, various discussions were in full swing among a dozen employees. Another report came from the front lines. Their commander's headquarters was attacked by a giant alligator. At the moment, they have no contact with the headquarters, so they do not know if the commander is alive. Looking ahead excitedly, the brown-haired man in a suit asked who was in charge of the operation in that case. The man reported that the commander of the superhuman squad had taken command. Looking ahead seriously, the man asked if that thing was not ready yet. An image of a large new rocket appeared. The employee replied that on the contrary, everything was ready for launch. He added that as soon as they learned that General Lai had to retreat, they would immediately launch it. The general received another powerful blow to the body and spat out a lot of blood. The employee added that as soon as he entered the limit of these mountains, they lost contact with him, so they can assume that he is fighting the leader of their opponents. The tree, spreading its tentacles, regenerated. Straining his muscles to the protruding veins, General Lai mentally said that it regenerated again. So continuing the fight at this pace simply does not make sense, and it is necessary to act as quickly as possible and destroy its core. He used an increase in strength and an increase in speed, lasting 5 hours. Clenching a fist emitting energy, he ran at the enemy. The transition to the third level of evolution was carried out. The core tree looked at the approaching attack. A powerful explosion, destroying the entire landscape, covered it. General Lai created a sort of turquoise energy in front of him. His eyes widened, he silently looked forward. The spherical monster's eyes reflected madness, asking if this was really the full power of the third stage of evolution. An image of a general appeared, slashing at a tree. He mentally declared that his fighting skills were equivalent to the third level of the second stage of evolution. The man's attack was approaching the tree's core. He mentally added that despite this, he could not even scratch it. Throwing his sword behind his head and jumping at his opponent, Lai declared that he could not lose, for he had thousands of people behind him that he must protect. He also added that he must continue the fight. Opening his mouth and narrowing his eyes, the tree told him to stop talking nonsense. It dealt a powerful blow with a branch to the orange-haired man's body, and said that in his opinion, all of his subordinates should die, which meant that only the lives of people mattered. Having received a powerful attack on his body, Lai raised his head and spat out a lot of blood. The spherical monster tilted its body and said that they were constantly attacking them, and now they had brought an entire army and surrounded their home. It added that this meant that in their opinion, this was all to protect the people. The monster opened its mouth and eyes wide and told him to shove those arguments up his ass, and asked if any monster had ever attacked a human settlement. It told him to answer and asked if they had attacked their cities and destroyed them. The bloodied General Lai stood there speechless, barely able to stand. The core said that they, the insignificant ones, were simply afraid of them, and that was the only reason they sought to destroy them. Sending out dozens of tentacles, it asked who gave them the right to do this. The orange-haired man silently clenched his teeth. He looked up when he heard the sounds of a radio. Putting his hand to his ear, he told him to speak. Grabbing his headphones, the brown-haired boy stated that he had significantly exceeded the estimated time of their battle, so he needed to leave this place because they had prepared a rocket with spiritual energy for launch. The general looked away in surprise, silently listening to the boy's words. He added that he needed to be at least 10 kilometers away from their current location. Opening his mouth, he said that he refused. Zhao asked him with a surprised face what he meant. The monster, with his mouth slightly open, looked at him silently. Lowering his head, the orange-haired man said that although he didn't want to admit it, he was afraid that his current level 3 was not enough to fight this rank 2 monster, but he had to destroy it. Taking the earphone and looking at it, the gray-haired man said that it was him. They greeted each other. Shifting his gaze, Lai listened to the other man. The man said that there were still many other tasks that required his attention. They couldn't afford to lose him. Looking down, Zhao told him to go back. The orange-haired man lowered his gaze. He said that he would not fight him anymore. The shocked monster looked at him questioningly. Looking ahead, the general said that very soon this place would be attacked by a missile containing a huge amount of condensed spiritual energy, and he would not be able to stop this bombardment, no matter what. Raising his head, Lai said that his task from the beginning of the operation was to stealthily infiltrate here and destroy him, and take control of the mountain. An image of a dark monster with a sphere inside appeared. The man said that there was another condition, a limited time allotted for the kill, an hour. He added that since even a third-level master could not cope with a second-level creature in an hour, there was no need to fight anymore because his internal energy would gradually run out and he would gain the upper hand. Standing in place and looking at his opponent, Lai said that, of course, they wanted to do without using a missile. An image of a fenced area with danger signs appeared. The man added that this was a unique development, a prototype. It was built by the entire country. It was charged with more than 1 million units of internal energy. And although the pollution from its use would be less than from a nuclear bomb, this place would still turn into a lifeless desert. He added that in order to protect humanity, they were forced to take such measures, so it was a double-edged sword. The missile began to take off slowly. The man said that this was their trump card. Making a powerful leap into the sky, the general declared that it was not the fact that he was unable to move that was his main problem, so he needed to take care of his survival. Gritting his teeth, the core glared after him. The powerful rocket was quickly closing the distance to the target. The rocket stage fell off, falling into the forest. It accelerated and quickly flew past the location. Opening its mouth wide, the monster told everyone to go back. Several trees raised their bodies. Others did the same, raising a column of dust in front of the warriors. The roots of the trees began to actively tear themselves out. One of the warriors asked if they were leaving. The rocket was already 100 meters away from the monster. The tree with purple eyes covered the core with its body. It declared that it would not die like that. The orange-haired man, raising his head, saw the rocket fly over his head. The warhead aimed at the tree core was already a couple of dozen meters away. It touched it. The core looked at the bright flash from the collision with the missile in fear. The missile cut through the tree. In an instant, the entire tree was destroyed. Slowly disintegrating, the monster looked at the missile destroying it. A massive explosion covered the entire location, completely changing its landscape. Having cut through the ground, the missile began to fall into the cave. It quickly moved along the empty cave. The core continued to split, being in the flow of the explosion. A powerful explosion completely incinerated the earth. The tree was instantly erased from the face of the earth. A bright light devoured the monster. He looked at the attack in fear, unable to utter a word. An image of a buffalo, a bird appeared. An image of wolves. The monster mentally declared that he would not let any of them die, he would save them. An image of a crying, purple sphere appeared. Looking forward to the attack, he once again mentally declared that he would not let anyone die and everyone would live, at least here. A bright light filled the entire battle area. Smoke rose from a location with a lot of trees. The monster split into pieces while in the energy flow. A huge nuclear mushroom cloud rose above the forest. The forest was illuminated by a flash from a missile strike. A blast wave swept across the area. The man covered his face with his hands, resisting it. A tall pillar of light rose into the sky. The soldiers looked at the flash, realizing that they had launched a spiritual missile. An employee of the organization ran into the office and shouted that the target had been successfully hit and that they had won this battle. A man in a formal suit frowned sternly. Lai opened his mouth wide and spat out a clot of blood. His comrades ran up to him. The young man, looking worried, said that they had come here to evacuate their colleagues because their units had begun to retreat and they also needed to leave as soon as possible. The general, frowning in confusion, asked what had happened to force them to retreat. Standing in front of the leader, the soldier reported that the beasts on the mountain had either been killed or escaped. The area had been cleared. However, the alligator that was the most troublesome had destroyed all the tanks and launchers, including even the planes. The monster had emerged from the dust cloud. It had killed more than 10,000 people, and the commander alone, people had spent thousands of missiles to destroy it. Now that the main mutant had been killed by a powerful missile, there were no strong creatures left on this mountain. The spiritual power of the gorge had dropped from 300,000 units to 1,000, so the headquarters ordered a retreat. Lai's eyes widened in surprise. Zioking watched them from the side with burning eyes. Seeing her, the soldiers called out to her. The girl was crying because she could not sense the presence of her master. Her connection with him had been completely severed. A huge fire had broken out in front. Raising his eyebrows, the general asked what kind of nonsense this was and which master were we talking about. Summoning a large amount of energy around herself, the girl replied that people were the cause of her misfortune. Approaching her, the boy asked what was happening to her and ordered her to stop using her spiritual energy. The disciple viciously slapped him in the face. His body fell to the ground. Raising her burning hand in front of her, Zioking declared that the divine tree they had killed was her master. Lai stared at her in shock. A deep mark appeared on the ground. The young man rose into the air, raising his clawed hand. The distraught soldier opened his mouth and shouted that a traitor had appeared among them. The girl narrowed her eyes in tension, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, something burst out of nowhere and grabbed the boy. A centipede loomed over the ground and wrapped itself around the soldier's body. The general, open-mouthed in shock, realized what had happened and shouted that their comrade had absorbed the centipede. The recruits decided to attack together to destroy the traitor, but the man stopped them by holding out his hand. With his eyes flashing red, he declared that he wanted to do it himself and the others would only hinder him. Zioking rushed forward, swinging her burning hand. A powerful explosion thundered in the forest. Something bounced off the ground several times, leaving a bright trail behind. The girl landed on her feet amidst the destroyed rocks. Summoning a weapon in his hand, the distraught commander reminded her that he accepted her as a disciple because he was asked to look after her and sincerely hoped that anyone in their army would be a traitor other than her. His eyes bloodshot, Lai declared that his heart was broken because the disciple should have had a bright future. Using spiritual enhancement, the girl was covered in a bright aura. Swinging an energy weapon, the general shouted that a first-rank child did not stand a chance against him. The disciple charged. The two energies crossed with each other in the heat of battle. The man opened his mouth wide and bared his teeth as he shouted his student's name. Her eyes lit up as a wave of energy approached her face. A huge explosion sounded from the middle of the ravine, dust rising into the air. A commander stepped out, clutching his weapon. Zioking, covered in blood, was barely able to stand. Frowning madly, Lai ordered her to stop and not to resist, because she would not be able to defeat him and she might die if she continued. The girl spat out blood. Her yellow eyes began to glow. Seeing this, the man lowered the corners of his lips and realized that his student had gone crazy. Raising her hand, the girl tried to summon fire butterflies. The master cut the air with his weapon and ordered her to stop. Baring his teeth, he offered to surrender and promised to forget all her mistakes in her past and treat her like his own daughter. Frowning madly, the student ordered him to be quiet. Lai gritted his teeth menacingly. Concentrating all his power in his hands, the commander wished her death. The air wolf immediately pounced on him and sank its teeth into his shoulder. The protagonist could not see anything. There was pitch darkness in front of him. All his mutated animals were dead. The ground was strewn with bloody flowers. In the tree, Ziyu realized that he was alone again. Zioking smiled and called out to him. Clumps of light energy appeared in the air. The girl looked happy. A bright light appeared around the tree core. He frowned and called out to his friend. The air wolves pounced on the enemy. General clenched his teeth in anger, realizing that these beasts had attacked him to help his student. With a sweeping blow, the man ordered them to leave here. The monster fell to the ground. There was a deep, bleeding wound on its neck. The girl sat next to it and lifted its muzzle with her hands. Opening its eyelids, the animal thought that it had failed to save its comrade that time. The student cried in sadness. Asking for her to survive this time, the air wolf closed its eyes. Zioking opened her mouth and screamed loudly from unbearable mental pain. In her memories, the air wolf bared its fangs. The ant looked forward. The blue eyes of the white tiger were smoky. The eyes of the falcon lit up. The honey badger smiled. Remembering them and the frowning master, the girl asked them not to die. The remaining soldiers ran to the scene of the fight, calling out to their commander. Opening his mouth and breathing heavily, the mentor realized that his body was getting weaker. Looking at the group of soldiers, the girl shouted that they decided to kill her friends only because they were unable to negotiate peacefully. Lai stared at her in surprise, but did not utter a word. Sobbing with anger, the bloodied Zioking said that there should have been other options for resolving the conflict. But people always use war to solve any difficulties, but everything could have been completely different. The general's pupils narrowed in shock. Pityingly knitting her brows, the girl asked if it was the mutated animal's fault that they existed. Opening his mouth in rage, the man ordered her to shut up. Facing the enemy, he said that they were just a bunch of beasts that had learned to use speech, but could not live their lives like humans. No one could guarantee that they would not attack cities. Surrounding the enemy from all sides, the soldiers shouted that even if there was the slightest risk of such a thing happening, they would not allow it to happen. Therefore, they had the right to do so. The crowd gathered around the traitor. Summoning a cloud of blue energy in his hand, the mentor called out to his disciple and said that it was time for her to join these beasts in the afterlife. The girl looked down in disappointment. Wishing her death, the enraged Lai threw a spear of energy at her. The disciple silently looked forward, surrounded by smoke and ash. Suddenly, a burning creature appeared above her head. The soldiers opened their mouths in shock upon seeing it. The general gritted his teeth in horror. Zioking opened her mouth in confusion. The creature landed in front of the soldiers, destroying the ground around her. The shockwave washed over the people closest to him. The man held his hand out in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. In the center of the burning tree, the protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed. The girl burst into tears and called out to her master. Ziyu summoned a bright fire around him and ordered the soldiers to take their dirty hands off his girlfriend. The tree's roots rushed towards the enemies. Baring his teeth, Lai asked when his enemy would finally die. The tree's core continued to scream in the center of the fire. Multiple notifications reported that all branches and 9 roots had been damaged. The regeneration ability had been stopped, the system would soon be destroyed, and the estimated time remaining was 10 minutes. The soldiers rushed to attacking the tree from all sides with the intention of finishing it off. Looking back, the general ordered them to stand still, because they were much weaker than this monster. The sphere closed its eyes and urged them not to even think about leaving here alive. More fiery energy erupted from the center of the tree trunk. The roots threw the bodies of the soldiers one after another. The boy's eyes turned white as a branch struck his chest. Screams were heard everywhere. The branches quickly knocked the opponents down. The young man froze in place and opened his mouth in shock. At the same time, a branch struck him right in the head. Baring his teeth, the protagonist screamed that all his opponents must die. The roots and branches flew in different directions, lifting the enemies into the air. A fiery explosion was heard. The general rushed forward, swinging his energy blade. The notification said that the remaining life was equal to 57 minutes. Widening his eyes, the man shouted that this was his last fight. Ziyu was almost completely destroyed. The notification said that the remaining life was equal to 9 minutes. The man approached the enemy from the air. The core of the tree was destroyed in half. A wave of energy hit the sphere, shattering it. The commander opened his mouth in anger and shouted that after the missile strike, the enemy would not be able to defeat him and should accept his death. With a sharp tug, the root tore off his right arm. Blood spurted out from the leader's mouth. A thick branch wrapped around his neck. The tree lifted him high above the ground. Baring his fangs, the ball declared that the world should become a place where everyone can live in peace. Zioking covered her eyes with her hands to protect herself from the strong gust of wind. Lai's eyes turned white from the intense suffocation. The protagonist rose into the air, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. He rushed forward through the forest, leaving a trail of fire behind him. The roots helped him move above the trees. With his mouth wide open and greedily gulping in air, the general wondered in which direction he was being dragged. There was a huge army of people on the plain, fires were raging. A huge monkey sat in the middle of the rubble. Someone confirmed the destruction of the target. The soldiers were happy that they managed to clear everything. The crocodile was lying on the ground in a cloud of dust. Despite the problems he had caused, people were able to calm him down. Looking down, the blonde said that there were only about 30 people left in the team of spiritual energy users. The army was moving forward. The man with the machine gun ordered the rest to count the survivors and check how much ammunition they had left. Smiling, he thought that the commander was dead, so he himself would have to lead everyone. He needed to lead the soldiers to the mountain and finish the cleanup, and then all the laurels of the winner would go to him. An incredibly beautiful sunset opened up in front of the army. The leader ordered everyone to get ready to move to the mountain. Raising a clenched fist, the man ordered to kill all the remaining creatures. A huge root hit him. The faces of the frightened soldiers were sprinkled with blood. The burning protagonist hung over the enemies. With his mouth wide open, he was outraged by the behavior of the people. The awakened ones rushed forward. The young man gritted his teeth in fear. The soldier noticed Lai, who was being held by a thick root. The general closed his eyes, trying to catch his breath. The soldiers concluded that this monster was the main one here, so they needed to be more careful. Ziyu swung the root to strike. The branch hit a group of opponents. The men with machine guns opened their mouths, noticing the enemy approaching. With a powerful blow, the root pressed them into the ground. The sweeping blow lifted the tanks into the air. Looking back, the boy shouted that they did not have enough strength to deal with this monster. Just when he wanted to call on his comrades to retreat, the root cut off his head. Grinning, the core tree called on the people not to even try to escape from it. Bright traces of the willow whip strike appeared in the air. Waves of energy cut through the bodies of the soldiers and chopped off their limbs. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the tree. A cloud of smoke rose. The people rushed back, deciding to retreat to save themselves from death. The roots hit the rocks with force. Other roots wrapped themselves around the boulder. The people looked up in horror. The tree raised a huge boulder above itself. With crazy eyes flashing, the protagonist ordered the enemies to leave his lands forever and not even try to return here. With his mouth wide open, Lai thought that his comrades should flee from here immediately. Ziyu shouted that none of them would ever return here again. A giant stone fell on the army. From its impact, the nearby rocks collapsed. Dust rose into the air. Zioking stood on a cliff. The fragments of rocks were covered in white haze. A branch carried the general's body to the core of the tree. Looking at him, the sphere promised to cause chaos and kill everyone its branches reached. And it did not care at all how many more people they sent or how many missiles they launched. The ball bared its teeth and warned that it would destroy the invaders every time they came to these lands. The man narrowed his eyes and said that humanity would not lose and that their enemy would regret it. The protagonist smiled and said that this time would never come. A shadow fell on Lai's lifeless body. The woman watched what was happening through a huge screen. Frowning in fear, she realized that the entire army had been destroyed. A video camera was lying among the rubble. The root immediately destroyed it. Zioking approached her master. Tizuyu looked back and noticed her. Turning to his friend, the tree core asked her to leave, because her personality had been completely erased and now no one knew anything about her. Notifications said that there was 1 minute left and the system was on the verge of destruction. The girl burst into tears and clasped her fist to her chest, shouting that she was not going to go anywhere and wanted to stay with her master. The sphere opened its mouth in surprise and remained silent. Approaching its friend, the ball revealed that it had actually been a human before. The girl frowned in confusion and asked what that meant. With a worried look, the protagonist explained that her soul had somehow survived the disaster that killed her sisters and was able to inhabit Xiaoling's body. Imagining the smiling girls, he explained that he was sharing this information because his friend should understand that this was not her real body. Narrowing his eyes in disappointment, Tizuyu added that his heart was filled with pain every time he had memories of the time when they were alive, because he really wanted to save them. Zioking closed her eyes and cried even harder. Flames flashed between the rocks. The tree core asked her friend to return to the people because they won this battle despite all the losses. The girl fell to her knees in front of her comrade. Dissolving into thin air, the sphere asked her to live with her head held high no matter what happened. The protagonist said that he could not keep this promise, but now his time has come and he will go to them to ask for forgiveness. The girl hugged herself by the shoulders. After apologizing for having to leave her alone, Ziyu disappeared. The man sitting on the computer chair opened his mouth in amazement. There were people in the office sorting through documents. Operation Hunt ended after 18 hours, 50,000 soldiers, squads of genetically modified superhumans and spiritual energy users were destroyed. The starry sky hung over the valley. Xiaoqing lowered her head. In the north of the gorge everyone died except her. All the other animals were also killed. Somewhere in the distance, the sun's rays illuminated the vastness of the ocean. A blue whale swam deep underwater. A notification informed that it was at the first level of the second stage of evolution. The king of the killer whales, who was at the fifth level of the second stage of evolution, according to the message, opened his mouth wide. His eyes lit up. In the pitch darkness, notifications popped up one after another that the system was damaged, and the backup image was being loaded. A message appeared about the successful loading of the system, and the protagonist appeared in the darkness. He opened his eyes. A flash of light illuminated the darkness. Looking around, Tizue wondered what was happening, why he was still alive, what kind of place was this, and why nothing could be seen here. A green notification appeared in the air. The system reported switching to recovery mode after the user's death. Looking up, the core asked why his consciousness still existed and suggested that his soul would be placed in a new body again. Leaning over, the system notification explained that despite the user's death, nothing had ended yet. Everything in this world would continue to exist as before. The sphere frowned. The system said that the willow tree was still alive. With a stern frown, the sphere asked what this meant. The backup image loading notification began to distort. The voice stated that the world would soon end. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that he must be alive to become a god when the true darkness came. Squinting menacingly, Tizue asked if humans would be the ones to bring this darkness. The distorted notification above him said that there were far more terrifying creatures than humans, so the system would give him more power and the opportunity to appear in one of the days in the distant future. Looking at the message, the core urged him to help him without any conditions when the disaster struck. The system message hanging in the air asked if the user was willing to accept such a deal. The sphere trembled and replied that it had no choice. The system confirmed this, multicolored lights shining in the air behind it. The ball expressed a desire to ask the last question and asked who was in front of it. A haze appeared around it. Disintegrating into particles, the notification replied that the answer would come by itself when the right time came. The ball began to transform into a creature of white haze. Energy flowed in the air. A young man stood in front of the system message. Smiling, he called on the system to begin executing the plan. Glowing particles appeared in front of the crying Xiaoqing. Noticing them, the girl looked up. There were more and more particles. Suddenly, a glowing ball appeared in the girl's hands. A blue flame flared up in the gorge. Roots rushed upward. The branches wrapped around the student. A huge number of branches lifted the corpses of comrades from the ground. Among them were kin and other mutants. The animals ended up in the air when the branches pulled them along with them. Xiaoqing watched what was happening from the air. A red trunk appeared in the center of the roots that had burst from the ground. One of the branches continued to hold the girl next to it. The red branches slowly opened. There was a bright light inside. The ball in the girl's hand sparkled. She put it to her forehead and asked the owner to let the animals live another life. The branches carried the animals to the tree. A blinding flash appeared in the hole in the tree. The red branches formed a willow trunk. Small leaves appeared on them. Golden vines hung from the branches. The tree blossomed majestically. One of the vines rose into the air and began to shine. With a jerk, it summoned a flying willow blade. The shockwave went straight into space. A satellite flying in Earth's orbit exploded. Fire flared up high above the planet. Bright particles rained down from the tree. Xiaoqing turned around and looked at her hand. The wounds on it immediately healed under the influence of the particles. The branches carried all the dead animals to the tree. The dead monkey looked peaceful. Suddenly, it opened its eyes. The white tiger rose to its feet. The air wolves opened their mouths. The birds flew into the sky. The crocodile opened its eyes, and the other animals stood in front of it. Zhao looked at his hands and asked how this could be, since he was definitely dead. Flash looked at his claws and asked what happened if he was eaten. Qin rushed to hug her friends, happy that they were all alive. Fen spread his arms, welcoming his happy rats. The two gorillas burst into tears and hugged each other. Zhao raised his eyebrows and asked who she was, and his rat-faced comrade said that it was a good question. Xiaoqing looked ahead. In front of her was the protagonist, who was in the tree. With a sad frown, the girl called out to her master. Ziyu narrowed his eyes slyly. The animals gathered in front of the tree. The core declared that the war with the humans had ended in their victory. The beasts opened their mouths in fury and let out a cry of victory. Frowning, the sphere admitted its guilt for what had happened, because it seemed to him that maintaining neutrality would help them avoid conflict. But it was because of this that the situation began to develop in a terrifying way and led to what had happened in recent days. He added that the ridicule they had suffered should not go unanswered. The animals watched the leader. The ball declared that they must reverse the people's attitude towards them. A bright light lit up in the womb of the tree. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said that people would never dare to set foot on these lands again. Raising his head, the crocodile asked what they should do now. Flashing his fiery eyes, Tzuyu replied that the people were sure of his death. If this were not the case, they would immediately attack this place again. Stone spikes rose around the gorge. The divine tree said that they needed more followers and that the lands inside the Bayou Canyon were no longer enough. Looking around the mountain valley, the core called on its comrades to conquer all the mountains in 5 days. The tree began to glow. The sphere asked its friends to bring all the animals they could find to it, regardless of their evolutionary stage, and if they did not want to join, they would have to be killed. The leader called on his comrades to subdue as many animals as possible. The air wolves and the tiger opened their mouths and roared. The honey badger screamed with a frightened look. The sphere asked what happened to it. The beast rushed towards Zioking with tears in its eyes. The girl asked what was going on. Looking down, the protagonist realized that the animal had witnessed the sisters die, and now he was happy to see the girl alive. The girl picked up the honey badger and hugged him. Tzuyu asked her to return to the humans because he still needed her help. The heroes looked at each other. The air wolves were walking around. Smiling, the student agreed. Frowning, the core explained that in 5 days, the spiritual energy would manifest itself again and then they would have a chance to attack. Zhao blushed with embarrassment and asked again who she was. Fen called her beautiful. Someone's footprints were visible in the desert. Xiaohong waved her burning tail, upset that she had to spend so much time on the desert snake. Lowering her head, the buffalo noticed that his friend was cursing the whole way. Squinting, the fox explained that they would have been able to see the master by now if they hadn't been delayed by the fight. Her red eyes lit up. The yellow eyes of the animal shone. Zhao was kneeling in front of the ruins. He was upset that half a year of hard work was in vain. The gorilla put a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, Fen was surprised that they had been working on building this base for the past half a year, and asked if there was no way to fix everything here since everyone survived in the end. Looking down, his friend said that coming back from the dead was a feeling akin to a miracle, and it was impossible to describe. He decided to come to his senses and start over and asked his comrade to help him. Turning away and waving his hand, the guy apologized that he could not help because he had to take care of the cubs. The roots scattered throughout the forest. A thick fog rose. Frowning, the protagonist realized that on the second level, his roots only penetrated a few hundred meters underground, and now almost half of the misty mountains were entangled in his root system. Even the length of the 9 great roots had increased significantly, which was incomparable to before. The red roots had deepened into the ground. In the center of the blossoming tree, Ziyu opened the settings window and thought that when advancing to the 3rd level of evolution, many new abilities should have appeared. In the window that opened, a huge amount of various information about the tree's abilities and skills was written. The core's eyes widened in surprise, noticing something. In the green window in front of him, a description of the magical power of crystallization appeared, which allows some organic parts to crystallize. Summoning a crystal root next to him, the sphere thought that with this ability, his defense would become even better. Frowning sternly, he realized that he could truly feel how strong his defensive abilities had become. Bringing the vine to his mouth, the ball decided to look at the next skill. Seeing a window about the abilities of mutated roots in front of him, the protagonist realized that his roots were now able to extract spiritual power and decided to find a guinea pig. Lying on the branches, the honey badger yawned widely. A branch pricked its tailbone and began to suck out spiritual energy. A notification reported that 3,000 points of spiritual energy had been obtained. The beast ran away. Ziyu thought that this was an excellent result. Looking down, he realized that this ability was simply amazing, because it allowed him to suck energy from opponents and replenish the reserve of spiritual power right during the fight. Looking forward, the core decided that its next battle against humans would not end so pointlessly, and asked the system to show the way to confront humans and carry out the evolution of innate abilities. A notification with the directions of evolution of abilities related to regeneration appeared against the background of the chips. Looking down, the sphere realized that next time, even if its body was destroyed, it would have the opportunity to recover from the parts remaining in the soil, even if it took months or years. As long as his remains lay in the ground, he could be resurrected. The willow lit up. A golden ball appeared in the middle of the branches. The notification explained that the heart of the tree was a crystal formed through the use of a powerful regenerative ability, which has the ability to bring dead creatures back to life and is a rare and precious treasure of nature. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The crystal was not far from the womb of the tree. Ziyu was surprised that he had a heart and realized that he could bring everyone who died back to life. Looking up, he thought that as long as his body and heart were not destroyed, his new abilities made him a virtually immortal being. But in that case, He should entrust the heart of the tree to someone else to be safer. He was worried about who resurrected him and what kind of darkness the system was talking about. Golden vines hung from the tree. In the second military district, there was a tall building. The lookout opened his mouth in surprise, noticing something strange. Zioking was standing in front of him. The man was surprised that she was okay. The girl decided to take a hot shower. Some time ago, the tree core narrowed its eyes and asked her to gather as much information as possible about General Lai to find out what kind of awakened ones it was talking about. The girl reached for the tap to turn off the water. The hallway was empty. The light was on in the general's office. Sitting in front of the computer, the student realized that she could not find anything useful. Suddenly, she looked around. There was a painting on the wall. Zioking felt a spiritual projection. Walking out into the hallway, the girl realized that there was a secret room here. Entering the room, the girl saw something strange. Her eyes widened in amazement, realizing what it was. The ravine was covered by a protective barrier. A spiritual field covered all the surrounding areas. Looking around his domain, the protagonist thought that he had the ability to cover an area several miles in diameter with a spiritual field, thanks to which people other than spiritual energy masters would be weakened, and given the possible evolution in the future, the range would increase even more. Flying up to the owner, the spirit said that it was able to find all the information that was asked for. Introducing the general and the tattered book, Zioking said that Lai was able to awaken the memory of a sword master from the past, and in his hidden room. Alchemical ingredients and other things that clearly did not belong to the modern era were found. Among these things was a book similar to a history textbook. Leaning towards it, Ziyu asked what was written in it. In the distant past, there were thousands of Tao lineages, and gods walked the earth with mortals. There were many different clans, and almost all the people who lived at that time reached unprecedented heights in the use of magic. A man's hand stretched forward against the backdrop of a city. People died in the fire. At the end of that era, everything was consumed by chaos. Magicians tried to play with their fate and change the future, and this turned into a bloody suppression of masters whose souls were burned without the ability to return to the circle of reincarnation. Putting a vine to her face, the tree core thought that she understood the feelings of these magicians perfectly. Putting a hand to her chin, the girl explained that people like the general followed the dogmas of a humble life and somehow managed to survive, although returning to the circle of reincarnation is a real miracle. Imagining itself among the human corpses, the sphere decided that in that ancient era of cultivation, spiritual energy grew, and in the end, a reversible process began. Its amount began to decrease sharply, and the master magicians died one after another until they became legends. Now they returned to the circle of reincarnation and walked the earth again. The ball realized that it was not the only one who was given a second life. A thick fog hung over the valley. Remembering the distorted notification, the tree thought that this was exactly what the system was afraid of. Looking down, the protagonist said that the masters were most likely hiding their true strength, waiting for the right moment to attack. Frowning, the girl said that according to Lai's records, a lot of time had passed between the previous and current eras. The heavens and earth had changed, so those who reincarnated would have to get used to the rules of this world in order to have a chance to evolve and be noticed. Like what happened to the general, unfortunately, the heroes would have to start all over again, while the masters had a clear advantage in time-honed methods that were inaccessible to them. Looking ahead, Ziyu asked how the Federation was doing. Narrowing her eyes angrily, Zioking reported that they had suffered a heavy defeat and would not be able to disturb them because the amount of spiritual energy on the planet had increased. However, the master should take into account that the general's death did not solve anything because he had 8 disciples. The girl guessed that the Federation's forces would now be divided into factions. Standing next to the belly of the glowing tree, the girl explained that humans were a race that should not be underestimated, and suggested that they take this opportunity to reach the peak of their powers with the resources of the Federation. The core of the tree looked down thoughtfully. With a stern frown, the student promised to ensure that humanity could not become an obstacle in the path of the master, and not to allow history to repeat itself. The bright sun illuminated the misty mountains. In the ravine, there was a cave. Giant red ants were crawling inside. Flash kicked the ground, destroying it. The insects watched him in surprise. Flash narrowed his eyes, saying that they were too weak, and suggested that they follow him to gain incredible strength. The red ant opened its mouth to eat the victim. The animal immediately hit him in the jaw. The insect fell to the ground with a crash. Flash tensed his paw and declared that he had been ordered to kill anyone who refused to obey. Clenching his fist, Flash asked if his brethren wanted to live in glory or die in obscurity. A huge spider crawled out from the depths of the cave. A wide smile lit up the monster's face. The golden monkey came to the jungle to join his kind. He had a sly grin on his face. The huge monkeys pounced on him. At this time, another beast was sitting on a tree branch. The honey badger pounced on the giant spider with its claws. The warthog stood in front of the fire boar. The white tiger grabbed the salamander with its teeth. Kinfeng bowed before the mother and announced his return. In front of him on the island sat a huge insect. The mother frowned seriously. After the battle with the people, the key task of the heroes was to spread their influence beyond the gorge. The roots spread in all directions. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist expressed confidence that he could easily control the new recruits with the essence of life. Luminous particles flew around the tree. After its evolution to the third stage, an elemental flower bloomed on it, which needed to be given to the bull, but now it was not there. Ziyu's eyes widened as he realized who to give the flower to. The dragon descended to Zhao, who was carrying a huge log on his shoulder. The creature gave him the flower, and the tree asked its comrade to eat it. The boy bit the plant. At that moment, a bright energy pierced his body. The dragon opened its mouth and explained that the elemental flower would allow the body to be transformed and the potential hidden within it to be revealed. The core thought that his friend had rather average abilities, but his qualities were ideal for being able to fully reveal the potential of the elements with the help of the flower. A bright flash appeared around the boy. The transformed Zhao looked down. The notification said that the incarnation of the earth element had the first level of the second stage of evolution and many abilities. Looking at the clenched fist, the boy thought about what would have happened if he had this power during the battle with the vampire. Frowning, the dragon assumed that his friend would have been able to cope then, but now he needed to get used to his power and learn to rely on it. Kneeling before it, the young man swore eternal allegiance to the divine tree. The dragon turned into an ordinary root. The sphere informed him that he had a lot of work and it was time for him to go. Looking up, the protagonist decided that it was time to level up himself. The notification said that the number of evolution points was 12,000. The system asked if the user wanted to spend 10,000 points to raise the level of the earth element to the third level. Ziyu agreed. There were many roots around him. Suddenly, they all began to move. Many roots rose into the air, leaving behind clouds of dust. Sand fell from the sky. The tree asked people to watch it carefully. The core narrowed its eyes, waiting for the end of the evolution. The roots dug into the ground. A shock wave rolled through the forest. Grinning widely, the sphere said that almost a year had passed and finally he had the ability to walk. The tree rose above the ground. Sitting on a branch, Qin congratulated her master. She raised her finger to her face and asked if it was a good idea to cause such a powerful spiritual force fluctuation, since humans might attack them again. The ball looked down and explained that in 3 days there would be another spiritual force surge, so humans would have no time to attack them, and its evolution was just a message for them. In 3 days, the heroes would announce themselves to the world. The warthog stepped into the clearing. Behind him walked many fire bulls. Salamanders walked next to the white tiger. Flash sat on a spider, followed by an army of ants. A large monkey sat on a stretcher, dragged by its subjects. An army of praying mantises moved towards the ravine. Honey badger stood on the back of a spider, followed by huge snakes. Seeing all the animals that had arrived at the tree, the protagonist declared that this time the advantage in military power would be on his side. The leaders of the troops bowed before him. They opened their mouths wide and let out a battle cry. The tree in front of them began to glow. Qin knelt down and declared that she was ready to fight forever by her master's side. Ziyu looked at her and said that she had been at the 6th level of the first stage of evolution for too long. The tree decided to help her and dropped the essence of life on her head. The core's eyes widened and it thought that after advancing from the 3rd level of the 2nd stage, the concentration of energy in the essence had increased tenfold, and because its friend was half plant, the essence would work more effectively on her. A green aura enveloped the girl. Notifications informed her that she had advanced to the 9th level and that her skills had improved. The sphere stared at the window that appeared in front of it in surprise. The notification floating in the air described the skill of the seed of life force. The sphere realized that the skill obtained from the scarlet color had fully adapted and would evolve on its own as the owner's strength increased. Squinting, the protagonist realized that his comrade could now create a forest in a few seconds, and that such an ability was enough to destroy an entire city. Looking at the girl, Ziyu asked her to bring them new followers. Grinning, the core decided to call its comrade by her new name. Sternly knitting her brows, Qin agreed to carry out the order. A full moon hung over the gorge. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the forest. The giant crocodile opened its mouth and roared. Rushing forward, he saw a creature that had passed the 2nd stage of evolution. In front of him, a hedgehog stood on the rocks. A notification confirmed its evolution status. The crane quickly attacked the eagle. Dust rose into the air from the impact on the ground. The bird pinned the enemy to the ground with its clawed paw. There was snow next to the cave. The moonlight illuminated small holes. Judging by the notification, the animal lying on the ground had reached the 2nd level of the 2nd stage of evolution. The man watched him from behind the rocks. Zhao frowned angrily and thought that he couldn't make such a creature follow him even if he risked his life. Dissolving into stones by merging with the elements, the boy decided to notify the divine tree because only it could deal with such a monster. Asking where he was going in such a hurry, the monster destroyed the ground in the cave. Finding himself in the air, the young man gritted his teeth and realized that his opponent had managed to get him out of the ground. Flashing dissatisfied eyes, the mutant asked who he was. Red vines rose into the air. They wrapped around the two monsters. Looking back, Kin asked the airwolf to lead them to the divine tree. Many insects, reptiles, and other animals swam across the pond. The red ant stepped forward, with a giant gorilla standing behind him. Looking at all the animals gathered around, the protagonist thought that all the monsters brought to him had already been purified using the spiritual pool, thanks to which they became stronger and now would be able to distinguish their own from others. The most interesting specimen was a mutated hedgehog, curled up into a ball. Information about its abilities appeared in the notification. Rounding his eyes, Tizuyu thought that the life force needle was a very serious technique that allowed him to kill an enemy with one blow. Bringing the animal to himself, the core asked why it did not use this technique when it was caught. The beast replied that there were too many targets around, and this trick can only be done once. The sphere asked if it would join them. The animal opened its mouth in fear and agreed, asking not to kill it. Frowning in displeasure, the ball wondered how such a powerful creature could be so timid. Energy ignited around it. A strange noise was heard. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that some powerful force was approaching them, the level of which reached more than 200,000. The root rushed towards the hill. The spiritual energy reached 300,000 units, and a panda walked in front of Zhao. The animal, with its mouth open in surprise, asked if this holy tree was really as strong as they said, and was able to gather thousands of mutated beasts around itself. Walking along the road, the beast asked many questions about various animals. Frowning, the boy thought that the stream of questions was too annoying, and asked himself why all the opponents on his way were always stronger than him. Suddenly, the panda stopped. The young man turned around and asked what was wrong. Smiling nervously, the animal asked why the divine tree was hiding and asked him to come out. The root burst out from under the ground. The dragon loomed over the heroes. Bowing his head, he was surprised that this beast spoke so clearly. The tree asked if the beast had escaped from the zoo. The panda put its paws to its mouth and said that hundreds of thousands of people had rushed after it, but it had managed to escape from them. The animal bared its teeth and asked for a name. The root opened its mouth and suggested that they discuss this later and asked the guest to climb on its back. The beast jumped into the air, but refused, saying that it would be easier for him to roll down. Curling up into a ball, the panda ran down the hillside, constantly tripping over rocks. Sitting on the dragon's back with a bunch of bruises, the animal was surprised that this method of movement was much more convenient. The root rushed forward. The beast opened its mouth in amazement. Seeing a blossoming tree in front of it, it asked if this was the Bayou Gorge. The protagonist explained that this was the first animal that had come in recent days to break through the threshold of the second level of the second stage of evolution. Pointing at it with his finger, the panda was surprised. Holding a basket of ore in its hands, the animal said that it had not come empty-handed and had brought many fire spiritual stones. Taking the stone with a vine, Ziyu asked where he got so many stones. The beast replied that he had a whole cave of these stones, and added that he could give them to them if he was allowed to stay here, since it was very comfortable here. Frowning, the tree core thought that this mutant was definitely raised by people, judging by its ability to give gifts. There was a pot on the ground. The sphere asked the guest to accept this gift. The panda looked at the pot in amazement. The ball explained that this was monkey wine, which they found during the agreement with the group of monkeys, stating that he had drunk something similar before, but this aroma was simply incomparable. The animal opened the lid of the pot. Without wasting a second, the beast began to greedily swallow the drink. Sitting on the ground, it said that it really liked this delicious drink. The notification informed about the abilities of the Iron Eater. Looking down, the protagonist was surprised that he had such good skills that could be useful both in attack and defense, and the innate talent for devouring will help the beast gain immunity to attacks of any elements if he manages to eat spiritual stones of all elements. The panda looked back. Tizuyu said that since he liked the treat, he will become the 9th member of the Brotherhood of Terrifying Monsters. Smiling, the animal asked why the 9th, and suggested that the 9th is the strongest. The yellow eyes flashed as the core confirmed that rank 9 was the highest and asked if his new friend understood the hopes that were placed on him to be given such a high place in the hierarchy. The beast asked if they had any more wine, and the golden monkey took the pot from him. The sun was shining on the building of the Supreme Council of the Federation. People were sitting at a round table. A new wave of spiritual energy was expected to occur within 2 days, and there would be significant casualties among people. The woman looked down and explained that the continent would undergo fundamental changes and they should prepare for a rather grim future. White clouds floated above the city. This time the increase in spiritual energy would occur not only in the remote mountains and forests, but also in the cities of the Federation, so the main task of humanity at this stage was to ensure the safety of citizens. Frowning, the man asked his subordinates to spread the news of the spiritual energy through all channels, to make publicly available the methods and techniques they had developed for a smooth passage of the evolution process. Looking up, Zhao asked if his colleague really wanted to make the techniques of the ancient masters publicly available. It seemed to him that they were not ready for this yet. The girl frowned in concern and said that the ancient immortals were simply enjoying the changes that occurred due to the emergence of spiritual power, so they had no time to deal with such problems. Frowning sternly, the man expressed concern for the beasts of the Bayou Gorge because the release of spiritual energy would happen very soon. People were wondering what would happen to their world now the sun had set below the horizon. Particles of energy appeared above the roots. They rose high into the air above the ground. The protagonist concluded that the concentration level of spiritual energy began to increase. Looking down, he thought that he had managed to seal the hole created by the rocket explosion, but in the end it only accelerated the approaching energy release. So the release would happen today. The second wave was approaching. The animals gathered at the roots of the divine tree. Looking at them, Ziyu thought that he needed to direct the energy evenly throughout the gorge. The beasts looked at him. The core was worried about whether his comrades would be able to withstand such a powerful flow, because if they did not, they would explode from excess energy. Frowning, the sphere called on those who doubted their strength to leave right now. The animals opened their mouths and let out a battle cry. Having caught fire, the ball decided to take action. The tree opened up, illuminating the space in front of it with a bright flash. Waves of energy burst out from the womb of the tree. Feng turned around. He looked at how tongues of flame rose from the tree. Flash looked at his hand. Feng said that he was bursting with strength and that it continued to grow. The bodies of the animals were covered in a multicolored aura. Bubbles appeared in the body of the air wolf. A moment later, the beast exploded. Frowning sternly, the protagonist asked those who could not withstand it to leave. The beasts struggled to stay on their feet in the face of the gusts of wind. Ziyu widened his eyes and asked if they had made their first breakthrough. The honey badger bared his fangs, his body covered in fire. Wings began to grow on the white tiger's back. Pintu opened his mouth wide. Bai spread his huge wings. Notifications reported their level. Looking up, the core reported that their strength would steadily increase over the next 2 days. The white crane raised its head and screamed. A falcon soared behind it. Birds flew in from all over the area. Various animals ran after them. Looking at them, the sphere realized that a wave of monsters that relied on a surge of spiritual energy was heading straight for them. A huge number of beasts ran forward. The sphere remembered how an ordinary tree was at the beginning of its journey, and how it once managed to obtain 149 evolution points at once. It wondered how many points it could earn now. The roots rose above the ground. They rushed forward, skirting the rocks. The tree opened up completely, emitting light. The protagonist guessed that he would get 10,000 points. The running bulls opened their mouths wide. Frowning, Ziyu wanted to get 1,000,000 points at once. People ran along the corridor. They recorded a significant increase in spiritual energy in the Bayou Gorge. Its current level was 800,000 and continuing to rise. The screens in front of the people turned red. They could not understand what was happening. Someone guessed that the damn tree was able to survive. Putting her hand on the fence, the woman ordered the satellite to be taken to a point above the gorge, which should have been completely destroyed and would not be able to recover so quickly. Looking back, the employee said that they had lost contact with the satellite. The girl slammed her fist on the crossbar. Gritting her teeth, she wondered how they would even be able to fight such a strong creature. It turned out that the rocket filled with spiritual energy not only did not kill the tree, but also made it even stronger. The roots pierced the bodies of thousands of running animals. The core looked down. The notification reported receiving 720,000 evolution points. The sphere did not expect that this wave would allow so many beasts to advance to the first level of the second stage. If it failed to advance to the third level, it would be difficult for it to deal with this herd. The snake rose above the cages. It noticed something ahead and thought that these animals would be very difficult to deal with. In one of the cages stood an ancient creature, a woolly mammoth. In another cage was a dinosaur, viciously baring its fangs. Frowning, the snake was surprised that such ancient creatures were able to awaken. After all, if all the dinosaurs returned, even the creatures at the top of the food chain would have to move over. The lizard opened its mouth. Behind it stood a huge dinosaur. The ancient beasts gradually continued to awaken. The cages towered above the ground. The ball thought that it had quite a few beasts that had entered the second stage of evolution, who should stay here to gradually get used to the new power. Someone called out to the divine tree. The snake rose into the air. The buffalo and Xiaohong rushed to meet her. Their eyes sparkled. The snake opened its mouth wide, happy that they had finally returned. Xiaohong landed on her paws. A notification about her abilities appeared in the air. The protagonist noticed that she had grown a new tail. The fox bowed and confirmed this. The notification said that each tail gives the owner additional internal strength. Ziyu concluded that his comrade received a new tail and ability with each evolution and was becoming more and more like the nine-tailed fox from fairy tales. Xiaohong raised her head. The core wondered if this was the heir of those very magical foxes. Raising his head, the buffalo asked what had happened here, since many things had changed. The snake replied that it was a long story. In the center of the huge valley was a divine tree. Looking down, the fox concluded that people were too afraid of them and believed that all mutants should die. Frowning, the buffalo decided that they should build their own country. Looking up, the sphere declared that with their return, he had 2 more generals and that there was only 1 day left until they would make their presence known. A powerful wave of energy burst forth from the belly of the tree. The surface above the earth began to shine, time passed, and after the explosion that shook the entire planet, a strange glow spread everywhere, changing even the most remote corners of the planet. The man and the dog froze in place. The thorny plants sparkled. The underwater inhabitants rushed forward. A wave of spiritual energy broke free. The inhabitants of the city clutched their heads in great pain. The man, shrouded in a yellow haze, clutched his throat. People who could not take in such an amount of energy disintegrated into molecules in a matter of seconds. Clothes were scattered on the roads, and those who managed to survive gained unprecedented power. Xiaoking, shrouded in energy, looked back. The energy coming from the mountains and ancient forests was even more wild and unbridled. The gazelles bowed their heads under its pressure. The people of Bayou Gorge were among the first to feel the impact of the wave. The golden monkey sat on a root, closing its eyes. The presence of the divine tree increased the concentration of spiritual energy in this area. The animals stood in front of it. The protagonist's followers absorbed the energy. Qin and Zhao's bodies were covered in a colorful aura. The animals ran out of the forest. Those who could not withstand the wave, the thirst for life forced them to run as far as possible from places with high energy concentration to places with lower concentration. The lights were on in the windows of the office building. Bark City, people on the wall fired machine guns. Someone said that they cannot allow animals to enter the city. The beasts ran towards the fortress wall. A huge paw hung over the soldiers. The elephant destroyed the first wall of defense. The wolves pounced on the military. Gaji City, wolves howled at the moon in the middle of the street. Bangor City, many wasps filled the streets. Yasuo City, huge monsters smashed houses. The gorilla looked up. A bright flash appeared in the sky above her. A nuclear bomb was heading towards the ground. A giant nuclear mushroom cloud appeared above the city. Looking back, the red-haired girl said that they had successfully gotten rid of 80% of the attacking beasts in Yasuo. Looking at the screen, she added that other cities were also under attack and asked if she should continue using nuclear weapons. The man with a mustache frowned tensely. Bayou Gorge, Chinese Federation. A guy with a selfie stick walked out onto a cliff. In the distance, a huge glowing tree could be seen. Its vines covered the entire area around. In the distance, faint lights could be seen. Looking up, the protagonist decided that these were probably human cities, which were several hundred kilometers away. The divine tree was shown on TV. The news anchor said that it was able to evolve due to the release of spiritual energy, and that the full-scale military operation that had taken place had only resulted in casualties on the human side and the strengthening of the ravine monsters. The military satellite they used to monitor the ravine had been destroyed. Holding a piece of paper, the girl said that they could not obtain the latest information on what level of spiritual power the tree had reached. She opened her mouth in surprise. Someone said that it could have obtained 1,800,000 units of spiritual power. Zhao frowned menacingly, saying that this demon had killed many soldiers and General Lai, but the ancient martial artists were not concerned about its existence. Now they are gradually starting to emerge from the shadows because they have become confident and are no longer afraid of them. Initially, people did not plan to use nuclear weapons, afraid of turning the entire gorge into a scorched wasteland. But now the situation has changed and they need to suppress the potential threat. People were sitting at a round table. With his mouth wide open, the man decided that he needed to act and use nuclear weapons, which, unfortunately, would completely destroy all 4 mountains in the northern canyon area. The roots stretched throughout the valley. Yellow energy burst out from the womb of the tree. Grinning, the protagonist thought that the changes that had occurred to his subordinates as a result of evolution were simply amazing. Now it was time for him to improve his own abilities. System windows appeared in the air. Ziyu thought about the purpose of each of his abilities and decided that on top of that, he had the power of the Great River of Earth element. Liana confirmed the improvement of the illusion skill by pressing the button. It was the only skill of the 2nd level. The notification said that 30,000 points had been spent on improving the skill, and the vines began to glow. Looking at the system windows, the core thought that the illusion paired with the skill of creating beasts from the fog would make the enemy believe them even more realistic. The sphere widened its eyes, hearing a terrible noise. Several nuclear warheads appeared in the air. They were heading towards the place where the divine tree grew. Looking up, the ball noticed them. Turning to his comrades standing on the roots, he called on them to hide underground. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist repeated his order. The vines tensed up, deciding to give it their all. Flying blades of willow leaves appeared in the air. They cut the air in front of the missiles. The warheads were cut in half. Several successive explosions were heard in the sky. A bright flash lit up the area. The animals were crushed by rubble. Chizuyu closed his eyes in front of the bright light. Opening his eyes, he wondered if he had failed to defend himself. Thick smoke filled the sky. Another missile broke through. Imagining an intercontinental ballistic missile rushing towards the tree, the core thought that this thing would definitely be able to destroy it. A nuclear mushroom cloud rose above the forest. All the trees were torn out by the roots. A bright flash illuminated the entire area. Looking at the events through the broadcast, the man said that the target was hit. Frowning, the man wondered if it really worked. The blast wave swept across the entire gorge. Jumping up, the employee announced that they had finally succeeded in destroying the tree and asked his colleagues to urgently report this to the Prime Minister. The flash was enveloped in gray smoke. The woman frowned in fear and asked her comrade not to rush to conclusions. The smoke cleared, revealing a dome on the ground. Zhao's mouth fell open in shock. Sweat was pouring down his tense face. Crystallized roots covered the impact site of the missile. Gritting his teeth, people shouted that this was simply impossible and that it must be some kind of illusion. An eye flashed from the depths of the dome. The man's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and addressed the people. He declared that his enemies were seeking their death. Black roots rushed forward. The ground in the gorge began to collapse. The city residents looked around, feeling the earthquake. The roots held back the rock debris. Ziyu lowered his gaze. He had a thoughtful expression. There were roots around him. The core thought that his crystallization ability was able to prevent the impact of a nuclear weapon and withstand the heat of the bomb explosion, which was comparable to the surface of the sun, but the burning sensation everywhere was simply unbearable. Approaching the owner, the spirit asked if everything was okay. The answer was affirmative. Zioking raised her eyebrows in surprise. Looking down, the sphere decided to make the humans pay for everything. The soldiers continued to fire at the animals. Birds tried to break through from the air. Someone called on his comrades to kill all the mutants and not let them break through the wall. A wasp stung one of the soldiers. A swarm of mutated bees destroyed the squad at the foot of the wall. Mutants crawled out through the gap. Someone hit the monster right in the stomach. The man cut its flesh. Green blood spurted. Looking back, he asked the soldiers to leave the monsters to him and focus on those who remained outside. Gritting his teeth, the old man thought that cracks had formed in the wall due to a sudden earthquake. The turrets on the wall began to fire. Powerful explosions were heard in front of the animals. Opening his mouth wide, the soldier shouted that there were too many enemies and the artillery would not be able to hold them back. The animals were dying under fire. It was important for the people not to let them near the city walls. Mr. Lee called to kill everyone, because then the city would be saved. The monsters pounced on him. The man frowned, realizing that they were all around level 8, and that the city would fall if they couldn't kill them as soon as possible. The old man jumped into the air. Looking up at the sky, he realized that another earthquake had started. The wolf's eyes widened in fear. The animals began to run away. The animals behind the wall also retreated. The soldiers on the wall wondered if the enemies had fled just because of the tremors, but they were glad that they had survived. Mr. Lie's brows furrowed tensely. A thick fog filled the city wall. The soldier looked around and asked what had happened to the visibility. His colleague pointed behind him, speechless. A huge root struck the ground. The mutated animals stood in a row. Their comrades stood next to them. The falcons rose high into the sky. The vines fluttered in the wind. Thousands of animals gathered in front of the divine tree. Gritting his teeth in fear, the old man thought that this feeling was very different from the previous wave of spiritual energy release. The new energy flow was like a bottomless ocean. The tree exuded a bright aura. The man realized that they had no chance against such an enemy. The protagonist frowned sternly. Raising his hand, the fighter called on his subordinates to escape from here as soon as possible. The soldiers opened their mouths in confusion. They needed to turn on the warning system and lead the people out of the city, otherwise everyone would die. He reported that a demonic tree had appeared. Ziyu looked threatening. The roots tore the city wall out of the ground. Other roots pounced on the city. New shoots began to grow everywhere. Eventually, the root system completely covered the city. The residents watched in shock. Looking ahead, the Corps called on its comrades to grab all the people who remained in the city. The monsters rushed forward to carry out the order. The monkeys pounced on the people. The buffalo made the residents feel a strong pressure and fell to the ground. The spider spun a huge web, which caught the people. A bright fire surrounded the crowd. The residents realized that they were trapped. Ziohong bared her fangs menacingly. Screams echoed throughout the city, hiding under the blanket. The guy thought that no one would reach the 90th floor, so he just needed to wait for the rescue team to arrive. The snake knocked out his window. The roots broke into houses and carried out the residents. Finding himself under the rubble, Mr. Lie fired his gun, cursing his enemy. The bullets bounced off the sphere. Root picked up the old man from the ground. The heroes found themselves facing each other. The man shouted that humanity would not allow the enemy to enslave them. Opening his mouth wide, he added that the day would come when they would kill all mutants. Frowning, the ball said that they had already tried to do this once. Mr. Lie confirmed this with wide eyes. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist said that this time they had come themselves to tell their will, and that the life and fate of this planet was not something that could be entrusted to people. Root headed towards the old man. Blood sprayed in the air. The root system of the divine tree completely covered the city. There were many fruits on the shelves of the store. The refrigerators were full of food. Approaching the fruit section, Zhao was surprised by such a large selection and called on the monkeys to take it all to the cave. Qin immediately ran to the clothing store. Flying up to the owner, the spirit asked what they should do next. The protagonist looked down and suggested waiting for the humans to send envoys to negotiate. Looking ahead, Xiaoqing said that the Foggy Mountains were located to the northwest of the Federation lands, making them easy to defend. But if the Federation decided to take matters seriously again and attack with all their might, it would be very difficult. A piece of stone rose into the air. Mountains and a house were drawn on the surface. The girl suggested establishing a border with the Federation that would pass through the city of Qingfeng, taking all the territories to the north, including the basin, rivers, and desert, and beginning to competently manage the new lands, and under the rule of the master, these territories would prosper. Confidently knitting her eyebrows, the girl added that when the thick fog rises, humans will not even dare to think about attacking a tree that is not afraid of even a nuclear strike. Even despite the loss of 1/8 of its entire territory, the Federation is unlikely to decide to attack the mutants unless the master is willing to go to war against them. Tizu smiled and agreed with her. Frowning, the core explained that the next move in this game was that person's. The car was driving down the road. Mr. Lie was driving. Some time ago, having brought the root to him, the sphere ordered him to go to the Federation and tell them that they must hand over the person who planned and carried out the nuclear attack to him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the population of the entire city would turn to ashes, and many cells appeared above the city. Gritting his teeth, the old man cursed his enemy. Opening his mouth in fear, the spirit asked if the Federation would really hand over this person to them. The sphere replied that in fact, it was not the person he needed, but an official statement from the Federation. Sternly knitting his brows, he added that even if this person did not hold some important position, it would not be of decisive importance to us, because by handing over a person in exchange for the population of an entire city, the Federation would admit its inability to resist mutants. And if they decide not to save the people of Qingfeng, then it will be the greatest crime, because they will abandon their people in their hour of need, and every resident will curse the Federation. Pintu watched the people in the cages, with his red eyes flashing. The protagonist concluded that no matter which option the Federation chooses, it will lose its face anyway. Xiaoqing silently looked away. At the same time, the country of cherry blossoms, the moonlight illuminated the ocean. Two giant monsters met face to face, representatives of the land and the sea depths. Against the background of the full moon stood a furious wolf, the ruler of the steppes and plains. The white rhinoceros, the master of the forgotten lands, came out to the river. In the cave, a giant rat was hiding, the king of the dungeons. In the near future, these representatives of powerful centers of power will clash with the protagonist in battle. The divine tree plunged into darkness. Looking at the notification that the evolution points had reached 1,600,000, Ziyu thought that in addition to the points obtained during the battle in the fog and the destruction of the maddened beasts, military action in human territory could also be a good way to obtain them. The monsters approached the tree and asked if the master was looking for them. Next to the mammoth stood a dinosaur. These were huge creatures with an ancient genome. Deciding that such talents could not be left idle, the core frowned and offered them to drink the essence of life to determine their place among their comrades. Glacier looked up. This is his name now. The tree has appointed him the 7th monster. King Zhu's red eyes flashed. He now ranks 8th among his brother monsters. Touching the animal with a vine, the sphere offered them to absorb the essence of life. Green particles appeared around the beast. A notification appeared describing its abilities. The Tyrannosaur opened its mouth wide. A similar notification appeared next to it. The monsters flashed their glowing eyes. The ball announced that all 9 of its servants were now assembled. People had gathered in the Federation office. Looking down, the man reported that the tree was capable of movement and that it was leading a horde of beasts to attack cities. Looking ahead, the employee asked who reported this. The brunette replied that he was in the hospital because there were many wounds on his body. With a stern frown, the worker explained that the demonic tree had captured the city, but had not killed a single civilian. Instead, the population had been taken hostage. The enemy had threatened to kill the civilians if the people did not hand over the person who had made the decision to launch a nuclear attack. Narrowing his eyes, the man stated that this tree was behaving like a person. Raising his hand, his colleague concluded that they would be in a losing position no matter what the decision was. With his mouth wide open, Zhao shouted that he was in charge of the attack, so he had to go there because they couldn't abandon tens of thousands of city dwellers to their fate. The employee looked at him and said that the tree had come for revenge and that his comrade would die. Jumping up from the table, the employee said that he wasn't afraid of death. Looking ahead, he added that he was afraid of the doubts that were forming in his head. So the man decided to talk to the tree himself, and a fire ignited in the tree's belly. The motorcade drove along an empty road. The cars stopped in front of a wall of roots. Looking out the window, Zhao thought that he would never have believed in the existence of something like this if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The protagonist squinted, expecting a quick meeting. The man with a loudspeaker in his hands announced that the Federation commander had arrived and asked for permission to negotiate. The roots opened up before him. The man with lightning on his cheek frowned and thought that he had managed to reach the first level of the second stage of evolution during the last wave of spiritual energy. He wanted to destroy the demon even if he had to risk his life. A huge number of monkeys appeared in front of him. The man looked up in fear. The gorillas bared their fangs and growled. The man from the Federation spread his arms. A huge buffalo loomed over him. The heroes stood opposite each other. The employee looked at the animal and said that they had come to negotiate. The buffalo turned away and asked him to follow. The man gritted his teeth, surprised that the animal was talking like a human. Xiao Hong was standing on the branches of the tree. The fox cast a disdainful glance at the man. The employee looked down and regretted his decision to come here. The monkeys were screaming in displeasure as they watched the car driving down the road. The huge beasts were looming over it. The ancient creatures were watching from the branches. Bai and Pingtu bared their teeth, and an air wolf was standing next to them. The car drove up to the divine tree. Zhao went outside. The protagonist looked at him carefully. Looking up, the commander thought that this was the same demonic tree leading an army of beasts, and that the general was fighting a similar creature face to face. The people in the cages, noticing their leader, begged him to save them. The people stuck their heads through the bars and shouted that their relatives were being held captive. The man straightened up, introduced himself and said that he was the one responsible for developing the plan and deciding on the use of nuclear weapons. Ziyu squinted and called out to the general. The Federation officer frowned sternly and demanded that the civilians be released immediately. Without taking his eyes off him, the Corps asked if anyone dared to give him orders. The wolves opened their mouths wide and howled. The monsters showed their fangs. All the animals on the branches screamed menacingly. Gritting their teeth, the awakened ones wondered if the enemies would really attack the parliamentarian. Looking around, the guy thought that even the weakest opponents were at least level 6 of the first stage. The most frightening thing was the dinosaur standing on the branch, looking carefree and calm. King Zhu's red eyes flashed. The young man felt his gaze and decided that the monster would have pounced on him long ago if the tree had not been there. The sphere looked down. Squinting, the awakened one thought that this was a real king among animals, and humans had provoked such a powerful creature. Looking back, the boy called out to his leader. Sternly knitting his brows, Zhao asked the enemy to spare the people and not involve innocent civilians in the war. Looking at him, the protagonist asked why the conflict had come to this. Sweat appeared on the man's tense face. The general stood in front of the tree. Ziyu said that he did not care who exactly was to blame for the use of nuclear weapons and whether they would have to continue to fight with humanity after the negotiations. Bringing a sharp root closer to the enemy's eye, the Corps asked him to remember that he would definitely make everyone know about him if people dared to stand in his way even once more. The workers watched what was happening through a large monitor. Hearing that the only future they would face if they resisted was slaughter, the men in formal suits opened their mouths in fear. Zhao stared ahead tensely. Without lowering the root, the sphere said that it would fulfill its promise and release the civilians, but the Federation would have to send cars to pick them up. The people were sitting in cages. The protagonist announced that from today on, this city belonged to his mist kingdom, and any person who dared to set foot on his land would be killed. Ziyu frowned sternly. A wave of energy rushed past him. Static appeared on the screen. Zhao slammed the table and insulted his enemy. Looking at the screen, the staff realized that these words were definitely addressed to them. The brunette frowned sternly and said that the enemy controlled the ancient animals, so they could not afford another war. The man said that the general would be temporarily suspended from making decisions. The commander opened his mouth in surprise and asked why. Turning around, the employee reported that they were threatened by a wolf tribe on the plains. Sea creatures surrounded the coast, and now a foggy state had appeared in the interior. The entire nation was surrounded by enemies, and it was good that a tree could be negotiated with. The people raised their eyebrows in fear. The man said that they could not afford to suffer another defeat and should take a step back. Zhao walked away. There was sadness on his face. Military vehicles, but it didn't matter. He activated the power in his roots and commanded them to grow. The roots began to penetrate the ground. They twisted into a spiral and activated the power. The ground quickly began to be covered with shoots. Tizuyu looked at what he had done, because he had done everything as he liked, and it was beautiful. The voice of a girl riding a tiger was heard, shouting that the master had finally returned. She flew closer to the tree and announced that she had some good news, and Tizuyu asked her about it again. The girl said that the white tiger and the white crane could now talk. Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. She asked the animals to say something, and Bai only let out a joyful cry. Then the tiger began to shout that they needed to quickly find the master and report to the Lord that everyone would die. Ziyu was surprised by this and wondered why he didn't like what he was hearing. The girl, clenching her fists in satisfaction, demanded that the animals speak more. The white crane, opening its beak wide, announced that it would never let her go. The tree was even more discouraged, thinking that the more he listened to them, the more delusional their words sounded. He looked at the three with irritation and said that it seemed that they had only learned these basic sentences and did not know anything else. The white tiger and the white crane vied with each other to quickly find the master. They would never let him go and report to the Lord that everyone would die. Ziyu felt ashamed. He turned to the white crane. He smiled grimly and said that he knew that the white tiger was a bit dumb. He looked at the bird and said that he didn't think that the white crane would be the same. The bird almost cried when it heard that he usually didn't show himself much. Anyway, Tizuyu often forgot about him, and if he tried to escape, he probably wouldn't notice. The white crane soared into the air and shouted in an offended tone that he would finish him off, to which Tizuyu realized that he had said everything correctly and then asked him not to make hasty decisions. After he was left alone, Tizuyu looked around. The sharp stone pillars were in his way. With one blow, he cut off the sharp peaks. Tizuyu pulled one of the tentacles closer to himself. He looked at it carefully and said that the improved leaf blade skill impressed him, as not only did its range increase, but its pure power also increased. Ziyu looked at the furrow left behind and said that this skill had become much stronger. A system window appeared in front of the tree with text that the ability Hallucinogen had evolved and moved to level 3, and now the skill was called Realm of Illusions. The next system window reported that the level 3 skill Illusion Realm consumes spiritual energy and creates an illusory world. After that, the next system window appeared with the text that the level 3 spiritual field allows you to collect 1,000,000 units of spiritual energy, distorts the magnetic field at the collection point, creates fractures in reality, to which Ziyu commented that if you use Spiritual C in tandem with Illusion Realm, the trap set will gradually suck the strength out of people, weakening their combat capabilities, so it can become an invincible combination. He happily thought that with his current level of strength, he can immerse the entire mountain in illusions, and he also has a bunch of spiritual stones, and they found the cold spiritual stones in Maple City. He thought about the 4 stones and how although there were not many of them, they would definitely be enough in addition to that. He also had the fire elemental stones that could be mined in that panda's cave, so in the end, it turned out that he had collected stones of all 4 types. Ziyu thought about the sea, since the mysterious sea creatures would soon rise up, and before that happened, he had to become even stronger. Ziyu narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, since they had conquered the Bayou Canyon and the Paradise Mountains, so their next step would be to conquer the northern territories. The mysterious north is a place that is cold all year round, and there are practically no human settlements here, and the Luo Kingdom, located in this region, is gradually losing its lands, giving into the harsh climate. However, a huge number of strong monster beasts probably live in this area. Ziyu thought that it is unlikely that the north will give into the desert in this parameter, or the Great River, or plains, as all these places are united by the same deadly danger that awaits at every step. In order to begin the expansion to the north, Ziyu first needs to capture all of the Paradise Mountains, which is why he previously sent his subordinates on a mission to conquer this unyielding mountain range. Glacier is the first level of the evolution stage. Kingju is the 9th level of the first stage. Imperial Crocodile is the first level of the second stage of evolution. Ziyu was confident that with such strong monsters at the head, his army would bring him victory. Suddenly, the tree saw insects that said that it was time for them to go too, since one day they would become so strong that they would lift the mountain, and this was beyond any doubt. Ziyu looked after Confeng, a level 9 first stage mantis, and Flash, a level 1 second stage mantis whose innate ability was a special enhancement that had a terrifying potential, hundreds of thousands of times stronger than an ordinary ant, and his abilities included armor of sharp scales. Since his shell was covered in small sharp scales that completely covered his body, there was also fur of sharp paws, since his limbs were sharp enough to cut almost any flesh, and power absorption, which could absorb about 30% of someone's spiritual energy, converting it into his own power. Ziyu thought that this way Flash would also receive a transcendent rank, since he was at the first level of the second stage of evolution, and the tree itself was so busy lately that he did not have the strength to keep track of everyone. A system window popped up in front of him with a text that absorbed power could absorb about 30% of someone else's spiritual energy, converting it into his own power, and Ziyu thought that this was a good skill since this little one would go far in building up his own power. It was time for the tree itself to move on, since he wanted to go on foot like a panda and see the local mine. The sun was shining brightly over the mountains. King Zhu caught a cow and carried it in his teeth. Glacier hit the mountain with his huge trunk. The imperial crocodile stepped on the polar bear. The huge beasts looked back. The imperial crocodile tiredly said that as soon as they arrived here, they were attacked by a fairly large group of snow monkeys. They looked ahead, since the fluctuations in spiritual power in the depths of the northern region looked promising. The entrance to the cave was covered in snow. Snow was even blowing inside the cave. Ziyu thought that this was it, the place where the fire spiritual stones were hidden. There was a small explosion and a long smooth body penetrated deep into the cave. The snake rushed towards the ruby stones, surprised that there were many of them. It looked around and said that according to Panda's words, the stones here were not very large, but these would do. The snake decided to start absorbing. Its body began to glow. The hawk looked thoughtfully at the sky. Ziyu was also glowing. The sphere was filled with power. The beasts watched as the golden power enveloped the tree. System windows flashed in front of Ziyu, reporting that the volume of spiritual power was increasing. The hawk rushed towards the divine tree, addressing it. The beasts thought that absorbing the stones should be a trigger for improving cultivation. Xiaohong jumped onto the branch of the divine tree and decided that she would also cultivate here. Her body was immediately engulfed in a golden power. Ziyu perked up. He realized that the presence of the nine-tailed fox had purified the flames, so he decided to consider it a pleasant bonus. Ziyu turned to the system with the desire to improve the branches, and immediately a system window appeared with a text saying that 10,000 evolution points had been spent on improving the branches, so now the branch had been improved to level 4. He thought angrily that one branch had cost him a lot. He thought about how after he reached level 3 of the second stage of evolution, the number of his branches had exceeded 100, and if he used all 2 million evolution points on the branches, he would not have any points left to improve anything else. He looked at his tentacles and thought about how his strength was equivalent to a national disaster in human terms, so what would happen when he surpassed level 4? The power around the divine tree exploded, and he decided that he would become a real natural disaster. The system window reported that the branch had mutated to the 4th level, and now it was becoming stronger, capable of conducting various elements through itself, and if the branch conducted fire, then it emits impulses of monstrous power, which spread in waves over a distance, devouring enemies, and if the branch conducted the element of earth, then it strengthened and strengthened, growing a thick layer of scales that significantly improved its defensive functions. Suddenly, monkeys appeared, shouting that they needed to go forward. They entered into a fight with bears. The bull rushed to attack the representative of the monkeys. Suddenly, the white snake blocked his path. Singan and the snake greeted each other. The bear roared with rage. Singan and the white snake decided that together they would defeat this bear in one go. The water buffalo was walking in the forest and thinking that he was bored when Master and Big Sister were not around, so he needed to take a walk and occupy himself. Suddenly, he was attracted by the noise from the forest. King Zhu came out to meet him. His mouth immediately started to water. The water buffalo was confused and asked what he was doing here, because the water buffalo thought that he had gone to the front lines. The dinosaur growled deep in his throat. The water buffalo immediately used gravity. He did not understand what the dinosaur was thinking. The water buffalo seemed to have grown 100 times larger, asking King Zhu about his decision to rebel. The dinosaur shrank back in fear. Ziyu was surprised to think that the demonic water buffalo had also leveled up. Xiaohong turned to Master and said that she had refined these spiritual stones for him, so now she would like to join the others in the conquest. He allowed her to go and asked her to take Flash and Thorn with her, as all the beasts on the outskirts of the slopes of the Paradise Mountains needed to be pacified, so he would leave the fire spiritual stones for her. Xiaohong said that she understood everything. Ziyu looked around and grumbled that here he was again, like an old man in his declining years, all alone. Meanwhile, in the Bayou Canyon, Tiger, Panda, and Spider swaddled the birds. The divine tree snake sternly asked what they were doing there, and the birds immediately asked to be saved. He scolded the instigators of the quarrel, released the birds, and ordered them not to mock the birds. He left, but promised to return and check how they had learned their lesson. Meanwhile, in one of the clearings, a young man was training. The boy was training with a sword woven from strength. He thought about what King Yang had told him that the divine tree had taken over an entire city this time, so he thought that he would have to bring the boy more and more supplies in the future. To which the boy thought that he didn't expect the tree to take over a city since King Yang had brought him a bunch of necessities. King Yang then said that Linghai City, where his sister lived, had been attacked by a wave of monsters, and it was said that it had been completely destroyed. The boy clenched his hand. he cursed. Suddenly, the divine tree snake appeared, and the boy excitedly turned to the master. The master asked about the boy having a younger sister, to which the boy hesitated. Then the snake said that he should see her. Ziyu said that perhaps she was still alive and had been waiting for him all this time. He went down the cliff. Fen heard that if he wanted to return after finding her, then he should return, and if not, then he could explore the outside world on his behalf. He turned to the divine tree. Ziyu urged him on. Fen clenched his fists. The man slid along the path laid by the divine tree like an eel. Ziyu watched him go. He walked into the room where many baby beasts were kept in nests and said that Fen had spent a lot of effort raising them. He looked at each nest carefully. The babies were sleeping when Ziyu said that each of them was a tragic testimony to the destructive power of nuclear weapons. He looked at the white wolf with 2 heads and thought that their short lives would be full of pain due to the mutations in their bodies, and if they could not overcome the threshold of the second stage of evolution, they would most likely die. The snake's eyes filled with purple light when he said that he was sorry that even after bathing them in his essence of life, he could not rid their bodies of radiation. Ziyu thought about how thousands of infected baby animals were born every day and only 1 or 2% survived, but fortunately, many of them had decent abilities. Ziyu narrowed his eyes and thought about how they were the ones who had been fighting for their lives since birth, going through the trials that death gave them every day, and if they could handle it, they would be incredibly strong in the future. Meanwhile, Fen had come to Linghai City. He stood under the constant rain. The rain poured down, turning the area around him gray. He began to clear the rubble. He used his strength to lift heavy objects. He threw away stone after stone, hoping to clear a path. Suddenly, someone came up behind him. It turned out that Zhao had found him. He asked how much longer they would continue to clear the rubble like this. Fen did not answer. Zhao waited silently for his answer. Finally, Zhao couldn't take it anymore and removed a huge section of the road with the boy. He heard that they would do this until they reached the very bottom. Fen shouted furiously that they needed to go even deeper than they were now, since he and his sister lived here and their house had a basement. He hoped that his sister might be there. They reached a ruined house. It became clear that there was no one here. Fen was very upset. He said that he saw that there was no one here, and he understood this, since it was strange that they did not meet a monster from those who were supposed to come here with the wave, and on their entire journey here they did not see any of them either. Fen did not understand that the city was really destroyed by nuclear missiles. Zhao said that the divine tree would not want the boy to despise his kind, even if their points of view on all this were different, it did not want him to make the wrong choice. The boy raised his head to the sky and said that he would join the divine tree army. He began to cry because he wanted to avenge his sister's death. Fine weather settled over the city. The pink-haired girl stood on the balcony and leaned on the railing. Her friend came up to her and asked her what she was thinking about. The pink-haired girl replied that she was thinking about her brother, to which her friend replied that Miss Lin said that her brother was studying the secrets of spiritual practice somewhere, and when he finished, he would come for her. The girl asked her what she was going to do and whether she would help Sister Lin strengthen her position in the 2nd military region. The pink-haired girl sighed. She turned around and agreed to help. A black snake slithered between the sharp stone peaks. Zhao and Fen walked through the forest. Suddenly, they were met by grown-up babies who now seemed like full-fledged animals. They immediately crowded around Fen, who happily started talking about how much he missed everyone, and he had only been away from them for a short time. Ziyu came out to him. He asked the guy to share with him his plans for the future. Fen said that separation from the little ones was hard for him, and the human world was too hostile and full of strife, so he preferred to live the way he was living now. Fen addressed him as the Divine Tree, and Ziyu was surprised by such a nickname. The guy knelt down on one knee and asked him to let him follow him from now on. Zhao watched this with pleasure. Ziyu said that the guy's talents are very unusual, so he thinks that he will not yield to any of his followers. In his heart there is room for both pride and self-esteem, as well as amazing tenacity. Fen heard that from now on he can consider himself Tziyu's partner. The Divine Tree had mastered the fire and earth elements, and thought that if it could also develop the ice and lightning elements, it would have 2 additional trump cards in its attacking abilities. It looked at its branches and thought that once it finished strengthening all of its branches and absorbed the 2 remaining spirit stones, its spiritual energy would increase from 2 million to 5 million. It was happy that once that happened, humans would no longer be a problem for it. Meanwhile, in the outer perimeter of the Northern Kingdom, in the middle of the white wasteland stood a musk ox, which resembled an ordinary ox, but had thick fur and large curved horns similar to a sheep, and even before the first surge of spiritual energy, it was the sole ruler of the snowy plains. The musk ox roared. The buffalo mooed longingly. They clashed in a fierce battle. The musk ox's horns were broken. The monkey and the boar entered the battle. The monkey swung his pole, hurting the monster. The boar used the wild boar charge. The glacier entered the fray, crushing the monsters with its paws. King Zhu bit the musk ox on the back. The buffalo stood in front of the musk ox herd. He used gravity. The space was engulfed in golden light. After the explosion, a crack appeared in the middle of the icy space. Even King Zhu became nervous. The air wolf howled in surprise. His attention was drawn to the snow Urbis, who attacked him from the side. The snow Urbis bit the wolf on the back, and hot blood immediately flowed through the fur. The sacred cow went on the attack. The Urbis, still holding the wolf in its teeth, was tense. The Urbis rushed to intercept the cow and hit her in the muzzle. Blood spurted out from the wound. The snow Urbis laughed. A honey badger immediately attacked him. Snow flew up from the blow. The honey badger slammed the snow Urbis to the ground. The buffalo raised its head with interest. The monster in front of him furiously exhaled a cloud of steam. The buffalo said that the enemy had finally decided to show himself. King Musk Ox, at the peak of the first level of the second stage of evolution, entered the battle. A bright flash pierced the space in the area of the Paradise Mountains. This was the blooming of the flower of the fire element. Ziyu looked at the sprouted elemental flower and thought about whether its power had grown again and it had blossomed so quickly this time. Glacier took a step forward. He and King Zhu walked towards Ziyu, and behind them lay the defeated King Musk Ox. Ziyu commented on the snow leopard in King Zhu's mouth as a new victim had arrived. He thought about how the mutated snow leopard was just what he needed, since it was at the first level of the second stage of evolution. Its innate ability was to have phenomenal explosive speed, but it could not maintain it for long or it would damage its internal organs. Its special ability was its ice-clad claws that cut the enemy while freezing their wounds, and its frost breath that released a stream of cold air that froze everything it touched. And it had boiling blood that could temporarily enhance its combat ability by changing its blood. Ziyu looked at the system window and couldn't understand how they managed to catch a beast that was so fast, and then asked who killed the cat. Glacier said that Urbis was too fast, so the honey badger got him. Ziyu was silent in surprise. He thought about Urbis and that its abilities were quite good, since it could be left with them and forced to train. However, he was not very interested in the others, since even though Musk Ox was the first level of the second stage, it had poor abilities. Ziyu thought that he would use the rest for evolution points. The war in the north had already lasted for a whole month, and no one could resist the demonic bull, since everyone fled in fear before his army. However, the conquest did not pass without a trace for them, since the pack of storm wolves lost 20 individuals, and there were only 10 of them left. There were 7 wild boars left, but there was movement among them and the wolves, as 2 of the wild boars had broken through to the second stage, as had 3 of the wolves. On their way, they encountered a very strong enemy, a second stage Arctic frost bear, and they almost lost to it. If it weren't for the demonic bull's gravity abilities, even the support of the mammoth and Tyrannosaurus wouldn't have helped them escape alive. The demonic bull and Glacier looked at the icy plain that stretched out before them. They were talking about what they would do with that little ice bear, as it was too tough for them to handle. Behind them, a white snake appeared from under the snow. It turned to the bull and said that it had found the bear's habitat. It was impressed that it was full of ice elemental spirit stones. Glacier said that it understood why he was so strong, as he could freeze the ground around him with just a flick of his paw. The bull called him to go, as this was not something they could handle with him. The buffalo smirked, as it was high time for the 9th elder brother to appear. Within 10 days of the battle in the Paradise Mountains, the entire area had fallen under the control of the divine tree, after which some of the rare and powerful beasts either left the mountains and went north or hid at the border. At the same time, the 9-tailed fox returned to the meditating Ziyu. Suddenly, its body was enveloped in spiritual energy. The protagonist widened his eyes, guessing that Xiaohong was about to break through. A moment later, a pillar of energy burst out from the fox's body. The protagonist became nervous, realizing that Xiaohong was evolving. Within a few minutes, the fox had grown a 3rd tail, and the spiritual energy no longer enveloped it. The protagonist brought up the system window with her stats and realized that the fox had now reached the first level of the second stage of evolution. Ziyu exclaimed upon seeing the fox's new skill. He then became slightly despondent, saying that he was level 3 and should be content with what he had. Xiaohong glanced at Ziyu and said that she had a new talent. The protagonist looked at the fox distractedly when she said that she now had an ability that allowed her to control spiritual energy at the highest level, precise manipulation. Xiaohong dissolved part of her paw, saying that the ability reduced energy consumption by 30% and, more importantly, allowed her to precisely manipulate its flow. Watching the fox walk in the air, the protagonist guessed that the secret to using sky walking was the precise control of spiritual energy. Ziyu looked at the fox carefully and noticed how she was wasting a huge amount of spiritual energy to use the new ability. A minute later, the fox finally landed on the ground. Xiaohong, who was very tired, said that in just a few minutes, her spiritual power had already been depleted so much that she could no longer support walking. Ziyu, who was watching her, pointed to the fire flower, telling Xiaohong to absorb it to increase her spiritual energy to 4 million units. Xiaohong looked at her master and refused. This greatly surprised the protagonist, causing him to ask the reason for this. The fox bowed her head, saying that if the flower was only needed to increase spiritual energy, then it would be better to give it to someone else, because now this flower would not give her much benefit. Ziyu frowned, trying to figure out who he should give the flower to. Within a month after the last wave of spiritual energy surge, winter came. Xiaoqing was giving Tizuyu interesting news all this time. The latest wave of monster attacks had devastated several small countries, leaving them deserted. In countries like Gajai and Baku, the government had resorted to a general mobilization to confront the monsters. Some of the countries had become a real home for the monsters, while others were barely holding on. At such a time, some countries united and raised a flag to announce the formation of an alliance of 10 powers. Their representatives would soon arrive at the Federation to discuss the future. But Tizuyu did not pay attention to this, continuing to improve. The events take us to the snowy mountains, where the honey badger, shrouded in lightning, ran to attack. He roared furiously, not even thinking of retreating. Behind him were a boar and a wolf leader. Even the dinosaur and the small white snake did not interfere in his battle. The events take us to the demonic bull, who stood next to the mammoth. The monkey and the boar, along with the dinosaur, stood at a distance. They all came to the divine tree. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked if everyone had returned. Then, becoming serious, he noticed that the number of his followers had greatly decreased. 3 storm wolves stepped forward, after which the demonic bull said that they were the only ones who managed to survive. Then he pointed to the 2 boars and said that out of everyone, they were the only ones left, even though they had reached the first level of the second stage of evolution. The protagonist frowned, accepting the fact that fighting was the easiest way to quickly evolve. The buffalo raised its head and told Tizuyu that the reason they came back this time was because they had found a cave full of ice elemental spiritual stones. But there was a monster living in it that was at the second level. Tizuyu narrowed his eyes and became wary of the fact that even in the abandoned and lifeless plains, a second-level monster had already appeared. A monster living in the middle of the northern lands. Slightly bowing his head, the protagonist guessed that there were many more powerful monsters in other regions than in the north. A moment later, he suddenly whistled. A second later, air appeared in front of him, and he ordered him to call the panda and the vulture. After saying this, Ziyu directed his branches at the beasts. Looking at the healed buffaloes, the protagonist said he was thinking about their breakthrough. A second later, the boar was already completely healed. Looking closely at the 3 wolves, Ziyu mentally said that they should evolve soon, because he saw signs of the beginning of this process. She stood in front of the demonic bull, making him realize that she had become stronger. A huge amount of spiritual energy was released from her body, and the system panel showed that the fox was at the second level of the second stage of evolution. Xiaohong's pupil lit up, after which she told the demonic to rest here in peace. The events take us to the snowy mountains, to which Xiaohong's group was heading. The panda smiled widely and said that he did not think that he would be lucky enough to go on his first mission with her, after which he asked how to address her, but without waiting for an answer, he decided to address her as an older sister. Along the way, the panda repeatedly asked questions to Xiaohong, who was flying near him. The fox did not answer him, but began to get very angry. Suddenly, she sharply accelerated and rushed away. Zai began to curse angrily, trying to speed up the vulture. At this time, the protagonist looked at the sky, wondering if he had made a mistake in sending them to the north. Numo returned to the gorge to train in the spiritual stone mine. Most of the fire stones underground have already been absorbed by the protagonist's roots. Ziyu spent 3 million evolution points to strengthen all branches to level 4. The system notified him that level 4 branches are able to apply the effect of an attribute of one of the elements to themselves and receive properties thanks to this. Looking at his branches, Ziyu thought that now the branches are not yet saturated with all types of attributes, and when he absorbs the spiritual stones of ice and thunder, he will finally be able to use the full range of elemental abilities. Having divided the branch, the protagonist said that if he combines the ability to divide and control the element, it is even scary to imagine how strong he can become. Then he looked at his roots, realizing that he must increase them next. Imagining a whale, Ziyu became interested in how strong the most powerful creature of the deep sea is now, but he did not think about it much and called up the system panel. After which he stared at the new ability he had acquired, the Blood Testament, an ability he had acquired because his roots were heavily stained with blood. A wave of spiritual energy came out of the protagonist's body when he told the system to improve the Blood Testament. A moment later, the system reported the expenditure of 1,000 evolution points. Then it notified the improvement of the Blood Testament to the second level. Tizuyu looked at the remaining evolution points and decided to continue improving. A moment later, the system notified the expenditure of 5,000 evolution points. And a moment later, it notified that the Blood Testament had reached the third level, and now with its help, he could bind his loyal subjects to himself, using blood as a conductor. Tizuyu cried out in surprise, realizing that he could turn anyone into a servant. thinking slightly, Tsuyu compared himself to a vampire who could turn people into his followers using blood. The protagonist looked to the side and called Zhao. A second later, he emerged from the ground, greeting the divine tree. Looking at the kneeling boy, Ziyu told him to stop the representatives of the 10 nations and the Federation from holding a meeting to discuss another attack on them. When Zhao accepted the order and was about to leave, Ziyu told him to take a group of mutated beasts with him for support. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up brighter when he told Zhao to bring everyone who could be useful here. Zhao turned around and accepted the order with a shout. Soon Zhao approached Fen's house and began to call him. Fen heard him and turned around. Zhao emerged from the ground, forming behind his friend. Surprised, Fen asked Zhao what he was doing here. The boy stood up and said that he came to ask for help for reinforcements at the border. But a second later, Zhao became nervous when Fen asked him why he came to him, because he had his own monkey troops. Zhao remembered the guerrillas and said that the border territories were quickly restored and were now busy guarding their borders. Fen became serious and asked what happened to his legion of ants. His friend answered him by saying that the ants were busy building underground structures and transporting ore, otherwise he would have spent his whole life on this. Fen grabbed his head and thought. Then he summoned his rats and told his friend that he could only lend them for a while. 3 rats were level 9, and 1 was even a rat emperor who had reached the first level of the second stage. Zhao was very surprised when he saw them and asked his friend how he was able to achieve such a result. Fen did not answer him and only squinted and said that the rat emperor had already awakened the power to control the element of darkness. Then he pointed to his hand and said that he was feeding them with his own flesh and blood. Zhao raised his hand and said that although the rats were strong, there were only 4 of them and that was not enough to complete the mission. Suddenly, a horde of rats appeared behind Fen, making Zhao shut up. Zhao gritted his teeth, feeling fear. The events take us to the snowy mountains, to a bear walking in a cave. Suddenly, the ground under his paw began to crack. Then the enraged white bear roared. At this time, the level of the beast was displayed on the system window. A moment later, he raised his head and roared loudly, which created a shockwave. Then he stared at 3 vultures in the sky. Zai, standing on the vulture, smiled at the enemy. The bear was starting to get very angry because of the intruders. A second later, Zai jumped off the bird, and with a smile on his face, he began to fall straight towards the cave. His landing caused a powerful explosion and caused the ground to break into pieces. The white bear was surprised by this, but did not stop growling. The panda released his aura, starting to glow in the dust. Zai's eyes glowed brightly as he announced the start of the hunt. Ziohong and the white snake stood aside and did not interfere with the battle. The white bear, feeling superior, stood in front of the panda. Zai began to approach the bear while his comrades were watching everything. With a stupid smile on her face, the panda walked towards the enemy. The bear growled furiously, angry at the appearance of the intruders. The snake, watching the bear, said that the wounds they inflicted on him last time had almost completely recovered. She remembered the bear's condition in their last battle and said that although they did not kill him, they exhausted him greatly, and surprisingly, he had already healed in the past 5 days. The snake frowned. She felt the difference in the bear's aura. He became stronger again. Releasing his aura, the panda told his comrades not to interfere with his battle. He did not stop smiling, looking at the enemy as prey. The bear opened its mouth and rushed to attack. Zai immediately concentrated spiritual energy in his fist, and struck the bear's face and threw it back. The monster's body crashed into the cobblestone, splitting it. The snake opened its mouth in shock after seeing this. The vultures opened their beaks in shock, and only Ziohong frowned. The panda smiled, remembering how he exhausted his body with training in order to become stronger. Zai formed a fire around himself, calling the enemy, saying that even after absorbing spiritual stones with fire attributes, he never let himself relax so he could calmly attack. The bear began to get up, listening to the panda, offering him a great time fighting with him. The monster frowned and became serious after the panda's blow. The vultures hovering in the air were surprised by the sudden snowfall. The snake looked up at the sky trying to figure out how the snowfall had started so suddenly. At that moment, the bear that had formed the blizzard stood in front of the enemy. Zai laughed without fear. A moment later, he released a pillar of flame from his body, neutralizing the effect of the blizzard. The wild grin of the little panda did not disappear from his face. Seeing this, the bear separated the ice crystals from his body. Then they greatly increased in size, hanging over him. A second later, the ice crystals rushed towards Zai from all sides. Having hit the ground, they again increased in size, becoming incredibly large. Zai was able to melt the ice and break through it. He immediately rushed towards the bear and struck him on the head, which greatly angered him, causing him to roar. The bear immediately attacked the panda that was in the air, but he was able to dodge and rolled right on his paw. When the bear saw this, he was very surprised. Zai rolled and crashed right into the bear's face. Bouncing off the cave wall, Zai rushed towards the bear again. He moved around the beast at great speed, attacking it all the time. The bear went mad and began to scream terribly. Then he stood on his hind legs and created a hurricane, throwing Zai back. The panda frowned and covered her face with her hands from the wind. The snake, standing to the side, became alarmed, noticing the intensification of the blizzard. The bear swung his paw, furiously attacking the panda. He hit the ground, creating a powerful stream of energy which struck Zai. A moment later, the spiritual energy turned into ice, trapping the panda in itself. A huge piece of ice formed in front of the bear, trapping his enemy. The snake, worried, was about to help, but Xiaohong stopped her with a scream. The ice began to crack when Zai released his aura. This made the bear frown and become wary. A second later, it shattered into pieces due to Zai's power. This greatly surprised his enemy. The panda immediately rushed towards him, enveloping himself in aura, after which he seriously wounded the bear, hitting him in the chest. The bear was immediately thrown back and Zai retreated back. Being seriously wounded, the panda's enemy lay defeated on the ground. The snake was happy and congratulated Zai on his victory. The vultures also began to loudly rejoice at the panda's victory, and only Xiaohong said nothing, only smiling faintly. The panda began to get up, dissipating spiritual energy. Then he turned around and asked if he had succeeded. After that, Zai turned completely and began to rejoice at the victory. But the snake, watching from the side, stopped rejoicing. She was suddenly horrified and tried to warn the panda, but he could not dodge the bear's claws in time. Zai only noticed the enemy's attack approaching at the last moment. The vultures began to scream loudly indignantly. A golden wave of energy swept through the air. Xiaohong instantly appeared in front of the bear, wanting to save the panda. But the enemy, not intending to give up, roared loudly. But Xiaohong, not afraid, enveloped herself in spiritual energy, ordering the bear to burn. A second later, the enemy's entire body was enveloped in flames, causing him to scream in pain. The panda was very surprised at what he saw and even a little scared. A second later, the defeated bear fell right in front of him, on which Xiaohong was walking towards him. She became serious and looked reproachfully at Zai. Smiling broadly, the panda said that one day they would fight her. The events take us to the city of Yam, over which air was flying. Xiaoking, sitting in the office, saw the falcon and was puzzled. Air landed on the girl's desk, after which he handed her a note in his beak. Taking it and starting to read, the girl expressed understanding. Xiaoking began to burn the note, saying that it was good that Zhao would disrupt the work of the state representatives, because among them there was one very problematic guy. She watched the sheet burn, mentally saying that she now had control over half of General Lai's army, while the remaining 40% obeyed Yuanhu. The girl frowned, beginning to assume what would happen if Yuanhu died. Suddenly, Kylie began to form in her office, who frowned, saying that the man had come to see her again. Indeed, outside Xiaoking, a guy who had once lost to her in a fight was waiting. Xiaoking, irritated, ordered Kylie to tell the guy that she was at a closed training. The vampire bowed her head, accepting the order. The girl asked the vampire, becoming serious, when she would finish processing her innate blood essence. Kylie smiled sarcastically, saying that of all the drops, only one remained, and after that, General Lihao would become her subordinate. The events take us to the meditating Tizuyu, on one of the branches of which a flower grew. The system notified him that it was an elemental flower that significantly increased spiritual energy. Tizuyu squinted, thinking that this flower had 9 petals, unlike the others, and it seemed to be strikingly different from the others. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of Tizuyu, notifying him of the receipt of a new skill, the mystical art of feathers of fire fragments, which allowed him to create spheres of flame that descended from the sky like rain, incinerating everything around. Tizuyu opened his eyes wider, rejoicing at stronger again. Turnia couldn't help but stop looking at the pillar of spiritual energy in the distance. At this time, when air flew to the protagonist, spheres of flame began to fall around him like rain. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that if he used this skill, the entire area around would be destroyed, and he only put in 20% of his spiritual power. His branches began to descend after he said this, and the spheres of flame in the air began to dissipate. Air called out to Ziyu, a little irritated. The thoughtful protagonist did not pay attention to the falcon, saying that the power of mystic arts was completely different from what he could do before, and they were no match for him. After saying this, Ziyu spread his branches using the power of nature, and only now did he notice the returning vultures. One of the vultures even carried a defeated bear with him, which he immediately threw to the ground upon arrival. The protagonist looked at the beaten bear and saw its evolution level in the system window. Xiaohong landed near the bear, saying that he was too stubborn and refused to kneel before him even under the pretext of death, and on the way back he even tried to break free, almost injuring the vulture. The protagonist slightly squinted, saying that creatures that have reached such a high stage of evolution have an intelligence that is in no way inferior to that of ordinary people. After saying this, he raised the bear with his root, mentally saying that it is not easy to tame such a thing. Suddenly, it released its aura and roared loudly. Because of his aura, the protagonist's root was covered in ice, puzzling him. Ziyu stared at the root covered in ice in bewilderment. But after a minute, the ice completely disappeared. Ziyu, who was looking at the bear, said that it had absorbed not only its spiritual power, but also the power of the element, and so it was even easier for him to adapt to it and prepare to absorb the power of the spiritual stones. The proposal, then the dragon court guards would pay them a visit. Snow was falling in the northern lands. A falcon hovered in the air in front of the protagonist. Ziyu's brows were furrowed sternly, thinking of the Sakura country's envoy. Looking at the bird, the tree core asked it to be quiet and not to make any rash decisions in its absence, and said that Zioking should handle this situation. Squinting, the sphere thought about the Steel Knights being the Federation's backup plan, and asked its comrades to immediately notify it and wait for its return if they noticed anything strange. Opening its beak, the falcon agreed. After that, the bird flew away into the snowy forest. Looking up at the sky, the ball thought that so many things had happened during its absence. Coming out of the cave full of stones, the panda asked who the divine tree was talking to. Looking at it, the protagonist asked if his comrade would be able to seize power over members of his species and maintain control if they encountered a conflict. Opening its mouth, the animal said that this question was difficult to answer because its species tended to follow those who were good to it, regardless of who those people were, just like his brother refused to follow him when he ran away. The beast raised a finger and introduced his brother, who asked what was wrong with living out your life slowly and comfortably, slowly awaiting your impending death, and why leave your cozy home. Ziyu frowned meaningfully. Going back to the cave, the panda said that he was very tired during his stay here and decided that it would be nice to hibernate. Looking up, the core thought that the Metal Eater tribe could not be considered a low-ranking race, because they obeyed the one who is stronger, but at the same time, personal opinion plays a large role. If you try to arrange the races by rank, then the tribe of the panda's brothers will clearly be at the top of the evolutionary list because they have the strength of bears, the speed of cats, amazingly powerful jaws, and razor-sharp claws. A crystal sparkled in the air. Pandas had a racial talent that allowed them to absorb life energy from stones, which greatly enhanced their elemental abilities and improved physical strength. A man in armor sat on a panda. Steel Knights used Metal Eaters as mounts, and the heroes would have to reckon with them. Looking up, the sphere wondered if it should create several strong troops. The panda fell asleep on a coiled snake. Root picked it up by its hind leg. The bear was dragged out of the cave. Bringing it to itself, the sphere said that it needed help with a few things. Drooling, the beast asked Zioking to smile. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in confusion. In anger, he began to slap the animal's cheeks. Raising his paws, the beaten panda said that he felt refreshed after a great night's sleep. Looking down at him, Ziyu asked him to find the nearest polar bear rookery. Agreeing, the beast went in the opposite direction from the tree, intending to find more followers. Suddenly, the beast stumbled. Seeing that it had fallen asleep, the tree core trembled in anger. The beast swam deep underwater. The notification said that it was a first-level sperm whale of the second stage of evolution. A black shadow loomed over it. The giant octopus grabbed the beast with its tentacles. It opened its huge mouth to swallow the prey. Traces of scarlet blood appeared in the water. The notification told me that the king octopus was at the third level of the second stage of evolution. On the schematic background, the information and ability windows of the divine tree appeared one after another. Looking at them, the sphere brought the vine to itself and thought that the blizzard and the dragon were still at the first level. The root was next to the crystals. Thanks to the stones containing the power of the ice element, the spiritual power of the tree exceeded 6 million units. There was a notification in the air about the status of the blizzard and dragon incarnation skills. The ball decided that it had 4 million evolution points, so it needed to improve these skills in order for the spiritual power to become even greater. Looking up, the protagonist decided to raise the blizzard to the third level. The notification reported that 40,000 evolution points had been spent. Spreading the vines to the sides, Ziyu realized that he did not feel anything, and concluded that the power that is aimed at controlling nature cannot directly affect his body and does not have a clear connection with it. Looking at the notification, he thought that the dragon incarnation skill did not need to be improved because other skills with attack potential were preferable. Against the background of the binary code, a notification appeared that 500,000 evolution points must be spent to improve the wooden dragon skill. This was too much. Poking the notification with a vine, the core confirmed the evolution. A bright purple flash lit up the space. The sphere closed its eyes. The vines rose high above the ground. Opening his mouth in horror, the ball felt that pain again, as if it was being torn apart. A flash lit up the ocean. The light even penetrated the horizon. The king octopus swam out of the depths of the ocean. Waves rose above the water. The horned killer whale swam to the surface. It headed towards the place where the flash occurred. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. The monster was approaching him. The beast opened its fanged mouth. A notification informed him that he was at the second level of the second stage of evolution. Squinting, Tsuyu realized that the mutant had come. Feeling the release of spiritual energy that occurred due to the improvement of the skill, he was upset by the appearance of the monster because his whole body still hurt. The killer whale jumped out of the water. Its red eyes lit up. The vines wriggled in the air. Because of the skill, the frozen ground, the surface was covered with ice blocks. The ocean was completely frozen. The notification announced a new elemental enhancement of the mutated branches. The core narrowed its eyes, happy that it managed to shout the name of the technique, just like in the anime. The ice cracked. The sawfish jumped out from under it. The sphere widened its eyes in shock. The sharp nose of the fish hit it. The animal looked forward in surprise. The vines wrapped around its body. The sphere stated that such sneak attacks still would not work against it. The vines squeezed the monster's body. Blood gushed out. The notification said that 170,000 evolution points had been obtained. Looking at the blood, the protagonist thought that this was the maximum points he could get from a single kill. Looking at the ice spikes, he asked how long the enemy planned to hide. The ice trembled. Tsuyu looked forward in fear. A long tentacle appeared from under the ice. Rock fragments rose in front of the tree. Tentacles covered the surface of the ocean. The yellow eye of the octopus king flashed in the darkness. His giant body hung over the gorge. In his mouth were many sharp fangs. Stretching out the root, the core thought that this was his first meeting with the one who dominated the sea, and decided to find out who was stronger, the inhabitants of the land or the sea. Luo Kingdom, snow covered the dome of the building. The screens in front of the people were filled with red warnings about colossal emissions of spiritual energy. Someone asked what was happening. Strange lines appeared on the screens. An employee asked why the level of spiritual energy exceeded the permissible maximum, and reported that 2 points emitting an incredible amount of energy were found along the coast. Raising his hand, the man said that they needed to adjust the sensors and cameras to get a picture. Opening his mouth wide, the worker began to work. The root hit the ground. Looking at the screen, the man gritted his teeth. His colleague asked what it was. Black snakes rushed at the octopus. The sphere extended the vines forward. The man asked what the spiritual tree from the Federation was doing here. Static appeared on the screen. Looking at the blank screens, people wondered why the signal was lost. Someone ordered them to immediately return the picture. Using the deadly entanglement, the mutant released its tentacles forward. They wrapped around the tree to the very top. The tentacles began to emit purple smoke. A notification reported that this skill gradually absorbs the spiritual energy of the victim. Seeing purple particles in front of him, the protagonist was indignant that his energy was being stolen. The black snake opened its mouth wide. It bit the monster on the head. Flashing yellow eyes, the king octopus repelled the attack. Its tentacles went forward. Noticing their approach, Ziyu thought that they wanted to drag him under the water. Flying blades of willow leaves cut the tentacles into small pieces. The mutated beast opened its mouth in front of the tree. The monster fell to the ground. Having swallowed the tree, it began to chew it slowly. Suddenly, holes appeared on its body, from which a bright light poured out. A powerful wave of energy pierced the animal's body. The core tree put out glowing vines in front of it. Smoke was pouring out of the mouth of the screaming octopus king. Many lights lit up in the air due to the use of the Inferno skill from magnetic feathers. They illuminated the battlefield. The mutated beast looked at them in fascination. Frowning angrily, the sphere wished him to go to hell. Each of the fireballs exploded in the air. The monster's eyes bulged in fear. It rushed back into the ocean. Its eyes lit up. Throwing forward crystallized branches, the sphere urged it not to even think about running away. The roots immediately grabbed the animal by the tentacles. The protagonist closed his eyes, trying to suppress the victim's resistance. The huge body of the octopus king rose above the water. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Devouring ink burst out of his mouth. Frowning, Ziyu thought that this was very bad. Streams of dark liquid doused him. The roots were forced to let go of their prey. The muscleized roots had completely enveloped him. The core peeked out from behind the roots. A notification reported the beginning of the regeneration of branches, the number of which reached 40. The wounds on the branches began to glow. The sphere thought that this ink-corroding organics was simply terrifying and that it was a miracle that he managed to react in time. The enraged king octopus raised his tentacles. Its ink dissolved even the ground, creating holes in it. Leaning over, the mutated beast bared its fangs again. Ice vines rose in front of its owner. The monster's body was frozen. The vines sparkled. Everything around the divine tree froze. Looking at the open mouth, the ball thought that reaching the third level of the second stage of evolution was quite difficult. The falcon flew up to its owner. The protagonist asked him to gather everyone for a feast, because today they had seafood on the festive table. The eyes of the dead monster turned black. All the animals gathered around a huge fire on which the mutant was cooking. Having bitten off a tentacle, Zhao was indignant that this meat was too tough and asked how the animal retained such tissue density even after death. One of the tentacles got stuck in King Zhu's throat. Someone asked why the dinosaur had stuffed it into his mouth hole. Bai held intestines in his teeth. Qin asked him not to drag the entrails here. Ziyu watched his companions eat. Xiaohong walked up to him and said that they hadn't feasted like this for a long time. Agreeing with her, the core turned to the crocodile and said that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in evolution. Turning around, the animal said that compared to the nine-tailed fox and the demonic ox, his progress was quite slow. Bringing the white tiger to himself, the core reported that his companion was still in the early stages of the first level of the second stage. The beast winked and stuck out its tongue. The sphere reminded him that it had asked him to be more serious and said that this was not praise. A roasted octopus hung on a spit. Looking at it, Qin thought that one day, the master's power would be enough to support the entire world. Zhao asked his friend if he thought they were forgetting someone. The rat chewing on a piece of meat thought of Fen, but it was not him. The smiling hedgehog walked up to his friends and announced his return. His friends smiled. The animals decided to enjoy the holiday. Since everyone was there, the white crane stood in the shade. There were tears in his eyes. The tree stretched out its vines. The branches dug into the octopus king's head. His hearts appeared in small balls. The animals looked at them with lust. The giant crocodile opened his mouth. Glacier stood behind him. Bringing the hearts to himself, the protagonist noticed how they interested the animals. The monster's glowing eyes sparkled. He had 3 hearts and 9 brains. The hearts of third-level mutants were a priceless treasure and the perfect promotion elixir for any animal. The octopus hearts were covered with golden threads. 2 of them flew up to the crocodile and the mammoth. Small pieces appeared next to Zhao, the warthog and the golden monkey. Qin and Bai happily looked at their pieces. 2 pieces were also given to Pingtu and the spider. Frowning, Ziyu urged his friends to eat them, because the heavens themselves had gifted them with this treasure. The crocodile bit the glowing piece of the heart. Energy burst out of the guy's mouth. The tree watched the pillars of light that formed. Seeing them, the girl declared that her friend and the imperial crocodile were evolving. The core opened its mouth wide. The animal turned purple and grew sharp spikes. A notification announced its evolution. Spikes grew on the young man's back. A notification announced his transition to a new stage. The sphere happily rounded its eyes. Zhao looked at his hand filled with energy. The ball realized that its evolution was clearly not going along the human branch. Because its strength was already many times greater than that of a person, he wondered if this was due to the fact that the guy was the owner of the element of earth. The guy happily clenched his fist. Approaching him, Qin said that her comrade had become even more beautiful. The young man asked her to step aside so that he could have a chance to demonstrate his new abilities. Zhao hit the ground. The animals opened their mouths in shock. A huge building appeared under the guy's feet. A stone castle rose into the sky. The protagonist and the girl opened their mouths in surprise. Raising his hands, the young man standing on the castle asked if it looked impressive. Ziyu thought that the fact that a mutant was engaged in construction even sounded creepy. Qin and the snake called their friend amazing. Flash was surprised that people could be so strong. Falling to his knees, Zhao said that he was a little tired. The monster noticed this. The mammoth realized that his comrade used all his spiritual power at once. Frowning, the girl asked her friend to stop so as not to die. The Clawedpaw caught the guy who fell from the castle. The imperial crocodile threw him a stern look. Lying in his paw, the youth thanked him for saving him. The beast opened its mouth in amazement. Looking up, the core thought that its body was becoming more and more like a dragon, and guessed that the reptile was gradually evolving into it. The beast's body was covered in a red aura. Despite the fact that he suppressed his spiritual energy, it was still very dense, and its emanations were visible even to the naked eye. The notification reported a new ability of the crocodile, which increases its strength, speed, and regeneration when injured. Frowning, the ball thought that this was a very good ability, from which enemies in the thick of battle would have a hard time. Frowning tensely, Qin felt the approach of several strong auras. The protagonist looked back. The panda took a sip from the bottle. Seeing that a pack of polar bears was following him, Juyi realized that everything went smoothly and new followers would join them. The beast stepped into the cold water. Sitting on the crocodile's paw, Zhao called out to it. The bears walked forward, and the water beneath them immediately froze. The core looked at them in surprise. The polar bears stopped in front of the divine tree. They stared at it silently. Smiling sheepishly, the animal said that the entire tribe had come at the master's call. The bears opened their mouths and growled. Smiling, the sphere greeted the guests. The little bears trembled. The panda said that the master had scared them. Frowning, the sphere said that it only wanted to be hospitable. Notifications appeared above the burning bears, stating that they were all at the first level of the second stage of evolution. Looking up at them, the protagonist realized that out of the 120 animals, 4 were at the second stage of evolution. A huge beast with scars on its eyes stepped forward, being their leader. A blue flame shone behind him. and a notification appeared describing his abilities. Ziyu widened his eyes, thinking that the power of lightning and thunder were excellent abilities, because controlling such power opened up new horizons, and even that bald guy couldn't compare to this monster. Putting the vine to himself, the core asked how his comrade managed to bring this tribe here without any problems, because these monsters were very powerful, and those they had met before were completely unwilling to bow their heads before a tree even at the threshold of death. Smiling widely, the panda said that he had agreed with them not on subordination, but on an alliance, which was quite an accepted benefits after killing only 1/3 level monster. A notification appeared in the background of the chips describing a new ability that allows you to transfer part of your consciousness to a new plant. The core thought that if you abuse this ability too much, you can be fixed. Introducing many of its new personalities, the sphere thought that it can create several copies of itself, and this scared it. Looking at the notification, the ball said that this skill is not suitable. Treasure for the Misty Mountains would be a big failure. The girl looked back and asked her colleague to notify the genetically modified forces that they needed to seize the flower at all costs. The bats flew into the sky. Looking at the falcon, Xiaoqing said that it knew what to do. The bird spread its wings above the city. In the Misty Mountains, there were thorny branches. The demonic bull sat on the throne next to its comrades. Raising its head, it asked about the holy flower. Floating in the air in front of him, Ar said that he understood all the orders and would immediately head north to inform the Lord and summon the imperial crocodile to protect the border. The beast grabbed the handle of his axe. Rising to its feet, the animal decided to go on reconnaissance. The man stepped into the water. A squad of fighters was walking through the swamp. Looking ahead, Wang Gao asked his comrades to be careful because something was wrong here. The swamp was covered in fog. The guy felt some kind of effect on his consciousness as soon as he took the first step into this forest. This place was somehow wrong. Frowning, the young man thought that the further he went, the stronger the feeling of this wrongness. His intuition literally screamed about danger. This meant that the squad was on the right path. One of the fighters grabbed his head. Someone asked what happened to him. The White Emperor looked back. The eyes of the screaming Feng lit up. His comrade asked what happened. The leader of the squad opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to get away from him. The awakened one sliced the air with his sword. One of his comrades fell to the ground. The others asked if their friend had gone crazy. Swinging his fire sword, Feng used a blade strike. Dropping the cigar from his mouth, the man ordered his subordinates to get away from him, because this technique is capable of killing a person at the first level of the second stage of evolution. Flashing his crazy eyes, the guy wished death on them all. Putting his hand in front of him, Wang Gao parried the blow. Asking the fighter to calm down and deciding to knock him out, the man asked why he suddenly lost control of himself. His colleague suggested that the spiritual flower might be involved. Suddenly, their eyes also turned green. Surrounding the leader, the fighters began to laugh uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, the White Emperor realized what had really happened. A multicolored flower burst out from under the water. Its petals sparkled. Because of the cursed flower, the people of the Federation would fight among themselves. Unfortunately, thought that every time in the process of evolution, he had to endure this terrible pain. A notification reported that 1 root out of 9 had advanced to the 4th level. Air flew to him and transmitted the information. Golden vines rose into the air. Ziyu was surprised that a holy flower appeared that could have no less spiritual powers than himself. Looking down, the core thought that the appearance of this treasure could greatly shake the Federation and that all the main forces of the country would fight for possession of the flower. The demonic bull had already gone there, but it would not be enough. The heroes could not allow the flower to end up in the hands of people. It was evening in the swamp. Jiao and his squad came out of the forest. Wang Gao was sitting on a log next to him. The boy frowned sternly and asked what happened to his men. Without raising his head, the White Emperor explained that warriors below the 2nd level could not advance further because this holy flower could control the mind, so those who were not strong enough would die almost instantly. The young man grinned and asked if this was all the useful information, and concluded that the squad leader had to kill his entire team, who had fallen under the influence of the flower. Rising to his feet, Wang Gao asked if his rival was going to join him. Jiao narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Looking at his opponent from under his brows, he asked the deputy commander to order all the fighters to guard the perimeter of this place because he would have to go further himself. The awakened one behind him sternly knitted his brows and agreed. The rulers of the different cities rushed forward. 2 streams of energy of different colors rushed through the sky. Suddenly, the guy looked back. People in black robes were walking on the ground. Putting his hands behind his back, Jiao said that a bunch of hyenas were trying to steal prey from the tiger's mouth, not even understanding what killed them. Gritting his teeth, the White Emperor said that his opponent was underestimating others too much. Looking forward, the guy desired to take possession of this flower. Waves of energy raised a strong wind behind them. Seeing the flashes in the sky, the man in the black robe said that these were the rulers of the White Imperial City and the city of Zing. His colleague said that these people would be clearing their way, so they would be able to reach the desired location relatively safely if they followed them. The man in the straw hat watched them from behind a tree. The masked people were hiding in the tall grass. Not far from them stood people in yellow masks that covered their entire faces. The holy flower glowed, thinking that there were more and more unfamiliar auras and that they were all approaching from the same direction. It was very annoying. There were so many glowing eyes around the flower. Wang Gao killed the monster with one blow of his sword. Waves of green energy pierced the mutants' bodies. Jiao raised his hand, the beasts fell behind him. Looking back, he thought that the monsters were becoming stranger as they approached the treasure, and concluded that the flower was controlling them. Among them were several creatures at the first level of the second stage of evolution, a horned beast lying in the water. According to the map, only mountains separated the heroes from the flower. Looking back, the White Emperor asked his competitor to speed up, because the goal was already close. Suddenly, the water below them began to move. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what kind of overwhelming aura it was. The guy saw something above. A huge black horse was approaching the fighters. Steam was pouring out of its nostrils. A notification said that this animal was at the second level of the second stage of evolution. The guys looked at it furiously. They could not believe their eyes. The abyss hawk opened its beak. The notification announced that this beast was also at the second level. The animals pounced on the intruders. Rising into the air with the help of energy, the young man decided to retreat because they could not afford to die right here. Snow fell next to the colorful flower. The water surface was calm. Someone was happy that he managed to find a treasure and thought that there were no beasts around the holy lake. Peeking out from behind the tree, the man in the straw hat thought that he would immediately advance to the third level after absorbing the flower, although it was quite possible that it would be a breakthrough to the fourth level. Seeing something in the sky, the man closed his eyes. The rulers of various cities of the Federation appeared above him. The faces of these people were tense to the limit. Gritting his teeth, Jiao noticed something ahead. Right in front of him, in the lake, grew a holy flower. The abyss hawk spread its wings. The mad horse moved behind it. Looking after them, the man in the straw hat was glad that he managed to remain unnoticed. Jumping back, Wang Gao asked his comrade to pick the flower while he dealt with the mutants. Grinning widely, the guy asked him not to regret his decision later. Rushing forward, the man thought that this was not part of his plan at all. People rushed towards the glowing holy flower. Circles appeared on the surface of the water around it. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. The man raised his eyebrows in amazement. A huge black snake burst out of the holy lake. The next moment, it returned back to the water. The heroes landed on the water surface. The cobra protected the treasure with its body. A woman from the spiritual energy monitoring department watched what was happening, looking at the screen. She stood on a dais, arms crossed over her chest. An employee reported that 20 auras were detected, each of which has a reserve of spiritual energy of at least 100,000 units. It was clarified that among them there are 8 creatures with a reserve exceeding 300,000 units of internal energy. With her mouth wide open, the woman ordered her subordinates to urgently remove image data from satellites in order to establish the identities of these 8. Images of various monsters and people appeared on the screen. The employee raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked to enlarge the image of the black figure. A demonic ox appeared on the screen. The animal was running across the clearing with all its might. Gritting her teeth, the girl realized that the Misty Mountains had also joined this pursuit of the treasure. She suddenly opened her mouth in surprise. An image of Zioking appeared on the screen, who was also interested in this flower. The abyssal hawk opened its mouth menacingly and screamed. Wang Gao raised his sword over his head, full of raging energy. With a swing, he struck the bird on the neck. The animal immediately fell to the ground. At this time, Jiao and the man in the straw hat were fighting the snake. Thinking of his rival, the man gritted his teeth menacingly. The boy stretched out his hand to grab the holy flower. With a malicious grin, the youth declared that the treasure would belong only to him. A demonic ox jumped out in front of him. His gaze was confident and his horns were glowing. Jiao had to jump back, stirring up the water beneath him. The boy bared his teeth in rage. The beast raised its axe in front of itself. Frowning angrily, the boy said that he did not expect it to appear and declared that he would not be able to escape so easily this time. A hellish serpent appeared behind him. A notification said that this was his innate ability. The monster opened its huge mouth, hearing the master's order to kill the enemy. Swinging his axe, the mutant immediately struck the enemy. The hellish serpent melted into thin air. Its other half appeared behind the mutated beast. Due to the use of gravity, a huge wave of energy fell on her. However, the purple creature was able to escape from it. Wishing him to burn, the demonic bull brought down a wave of flames on him. Running past him, Zioking asked her comrade not to engage in further combat with them. Smiling, she asked him to engage the enemies in hand-to-hand combat. Seeing his friend, the animal shed tears. Seeing the large waves rising above the water, Jio realized that this was the enemy's doing. Rushing forward, the girl promised to talk later and asked her friend to kill the rival. The guy frowned in fear. He shouted the girl's name, who dashed in the opposite direction from him. The demonic bull struck the ground with an axe so that the wave would douse the enemy. Summoning a shield of purple energy in front of him, the young man asked if his opponent had not seen the woman who had broken through to the flower. Gritting his teeth, the animal declared that the one who had hurt his loved ones would not leave here alive. Grinning furiously, Jio thought that the fight could drag on for at least half an hour if nothing was done. A fight with such strong beasts seemed truly disgusting to him. His eyes bloodshot. Using the heavy blade realm, the mutated beast unleashed a barrage of bright energy at the enemy. Leaning over, the boy felt a very strong pressure. The tip of a heavy axe flashed in front of his face. The impact sent a huge wave of water cascading over the nearby rocks. Having crashed into the rock, the boy spat out a clot of blood. Summoning many purple snakes around him, he cursed his enemy. The demonic bull frowned, noticing something strange. Zioking stood in front of the holy treasure. Its petals began to shine. The girl silently looked at them. Bright particles appeared around the plant. It realized that it was not a human standing in front of it, because the girl's aura was exactly the same as his. Looking up, Zioking realized that this flower had also awakened its consciousness, just like their master. Her soul separated from Zioling's body. The girl rose into the air next to him and asked the treasure to hurry up and use its control ability because many powerful masters would be coming here soon, making it impossible to guarantee the plant's safety. Hearing that the flower could protect itself in this body, it glowed even more brightly. Opening its petals, the plant asked why the stranger wanted to help it. Frowning, the girl explained that they were of the same species. The bird opened its beak wide, coughing up blood. The bird flapped its wings and the wind rose. A deep wound was visible on its body. Suddenly, the wound healed. The man clenched his teeth and thought that this battle was very difficult. Suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared behind him. The man turned around abruptly. Next to the bull stood a man with long green hair. Next to the snake was an old man in a straw hat. A golden beam of light struck the water. Against the background of this beam, a dark silhouette of a girl was visible. The snake opened its mouth wide. Her purple eyes widened in surprise. The bird's eyes were bright green. The yellow eyes of a predator were visible. The snake slapped the water with its tail and screamed loudly. The black-skinned monster opened its mouth wide. All the wild beasts screamed loudly. The men who were running through the forest shouted that all the animals had decided to attack Zioking and their eye color had changed, meaning that the flower had stopped controlling them. The men quickly ran forward, shouting that it would be too late if they didn't hurry. Jio furrowed his brows and shouted loudly for the monster to get out of the way. The men rushed towards Zioking, who was standing in the middle of the water. The girl's long hair was floating in the air. Golden butterflies were visible. Zioking's brown hair flew up and a flock of butterflies appeared around her. She raised her hand and opened her brightly shining eyes. The butterflies flew towards the monster. All the animals opened their mouths wide and screamed loudly. Golden flashes appeared around them. Then, a blinding light blocked their path. The monsters' bodies were burning. They gradually disappeared into the flames. Then, the space was filled with gray smoke. The men watched from afar, saying that so many strong masters were rushing to their deaths and the flames were evaporating the lake. A predator's face appeared in the middle of the smoke. Zioking was emitting a golden glow. She raised her head and looked up. The people with masks on their faces looked at her and said that there was something wrong with her eyes. The girl frowned, looking straight ahead, and the men guessed that it was because she touched the flower. Two men with golden masks stood next to each other, and they said that the situation had just become even more complicated. Zioking's face darkened, and the men shouted that not only had they failed to take the flower, but they had also encountered strong opponents. The system reported a spiritual power of 400,000 units. A ghost of another girl appeared next to Zioking, who said that she needed to get used to the body, and Zioking said that she felt that she could become even stronger. The ghost widened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, Zioking jumped high into the sky. She frowned her thin eyebrows and screamed shrilly. A bright golden light appeared around Zioking. The girl began to fall down, leaving a yellow streak in the air. A man with long white hair raised his hand to shield himself from the wind. He immediately recognized Zioking's spiritual energy. Wangao gritted his teeth and said that he did not expect the girl to be so incredibly strong. A stream of water swept the man off his feet. Jio clenched his jaw tightly and screamed that he knew Zioking was strong, but he never thought she would be this strong. The girl stomped her foot. Her body emitted bright flames, and her spiritual energy was equal to 700,000 units. The man in the straw hat would have squeezed, shouting that if it was about killing the beasts that were under the control of the flower, no one would have said a word. But now if he killed Xiaoqing, the Federation would not let him leave. Xiaoling said with a smile that she did not expect that her sister had such an ace up her sleeve, and Xiaoqing replied that she had only temporarily strengthened her body, and it would not last long because it would soon return to normal. The monsters were drowning in the lake, and Xiaoqing said that although many of those present were hiding their auras, she could still feel them. And too many strong masters had gathered here waiting for an opportunity to take possession of her. The girl said that she could also feel other beasts moving here, and it would be difficult to escape from here with only this body. Xiaoqing looked straight ahead, saying that she didn't know where to go if she succeeded. Xiaoqing's eyes widened in surprise and said that her sister could escape to Mount Tianqian, and that people didn't dare go there because it was very hard to survive there. Xiaoqing silently looked at Xiaoqing with her green eyes. The ghost stared back at her sister and said that they could go to another place. There was a fog in the middle of the mountains, and Xiaoqing said that they could go there. In the middle of the forest, there were huge roots with thorns. Xiaoqing frowned, looking down. Xiaoqing, standing behind her, said that this was the only place where her sister would be safe. Xiaoqing imagined a huge bull and said that if Xiaoqing wanted, she could follow that beast and it would lead her to the mountain. Xiaoqing began to emit flames. She turned around and said that she had a question. The girl looked at Xiaoqing seriously and asked if she was from the Misty Mountains. The ghost smiled softly. There was a fog over the lake, and Xiaoqing said that she wanted to ask Xiaoqing for something. Jiao was fighting a monster. The man created shining predators and shouted for his opponent to go to hell. The beast frowned. Suddenly, Xiaoqing kicked Jiao in the face. The man flew back. Xiaoqing knelt down on one knee and ordered the beast to quickly take the holy flower and get out of here. Jiao put his hand in the water to stand up, and the girl said that she would hold him back. The beast sweated and said that he understood. Xiaoqing frowned. Water vortices appeared around the girl. Men in yellow clothes were hiding in the bushes, saying that there were whirlpools on the lake. Xiaoqing was standing in the middle of the water. Suddenly, the space was filled with white smoke. A gust of wind almost blew Wang Gao off his feet. The man in the straw hat screamed, barely standing. Jiao raised his hands and let out a loud sigh. A colorful flower was visible above the beast. The flower flew towards him and said that it was time for them to leave. The men sitting in the green grass said that the spiritual energy emitted by the flower was moving, and they could not wait any longer because they had to follow it. The man in the straw hat jumped up and stretched out his hand, shouting that he had gotten here with great difficulty and would not let them escape so easily. A long beam of light was visible. Xiaoqing raised one hand. She frowned and screamed loudly. Jiao turned around, and the man in the straw hat fell next to him. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Xiaoqing frowned as he stood in the fog. Jiao stood next to the man in the straw hat, saying that he had been following him all this time, and the man asked if Jiao was sure that he could defeat the girl. Jiao smirked and said that it was hard to say for sure right away because Xiaoqing was still under his control. The girl looked to the side and thought that the holy flower was moving away from here and that the demonic ox and the others had also left. She imagined a colorful flower and thought that she would regain control of her sister's body, but first they would need to distract the enemies for a while to get further away. Xiaoqing bowed her head and her hair covered her face. She found the man in the straw hat. Xiaoqing was emitting a golden aura, and Wang Gao said that the girl was too strong. The man in the straw hat gritted his teeth. 2 streams of red blood flowed out of his mouth. Jiao frowned and cursed loudly. Wang Gao pursed his lips tightly and thought that the Fire Princess Xiaoqing, who had been controlled, was the most dangerous of all the people here. Wang Gao stood in front of the men and said that he would stop the girl, and ordered the 2 to follow the flower. The divine ox ran alongside the colorful flower, shouting that the Misty Mountains should not be allowed to get hold of the holy plant as well. Suddenly, the petals of the flower began to deform. A black ball appeared in the air. The sphere rushed into the tree, asking if they had managed to get the flower. Xiaoqing raised her hand, creating fire around it. Wang Gao gritted his teeth and swung his sword. A column of water rose into the air from the blow. Men in yellow cloaks ran between the bushes and trees. A powerful explosion thundered, and one of the men thought that the strength of these young talents defied common sense, and he did not expect them to be such a formidable opponent. Xiaoqing collided with Wang Gao. They created a yellow and red flash, and the man thought that the Fire Princess had always been impressive in her skill level. But now, under the control of the flower, her spiritual power had increased to an unimaginable level, and Wang Gao was taking her blow with honor. The man in the golden mask ran quickly, thinking that even if the boss or second brother were here, this battle would not be easy for them either. His colleagues ran ahead of him. Bright eyes were visible under the mask, and the man said that whether it was a demonic bull or a holy flower, they, the dragon guards, would catch them. The animals opened their mouths wide. Among them was a huge cobra and other predators. The man in the straw hat gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, shouting that he was already fed up with this bull and that he wanted to turn it into soup. The animal clenched its jaws, cursing loudly. Shadows appeared behind the bull, and he asked why there were more and more enemies. The flower flew next to the divine bull, saying that all these animals were attracted by his energy because he was like a magic elixir for them to drink. The bull gritted his teeth and said that if this continued, he would most likely be captured due to the depletion of his spiritual power. The flower caught fire and laughed and said that the bull should leave it to him. Fire also appeared around the divine bull. He opened his mouth wide, feeling his power increase. The bull stamped his hoof on the ground, causing it to crack. He then jumped up, leaving a golden streak in the air. The bull began to run very fast. The men tensed up when they saw this. The bull moved so fast that only a yellow beam of light could be seen. This light could be seen from afar. The sky was gray. On Bai, who had wings, sat Kin. The red fox cried out that she had a bad feeling. Kin furrowed her brows and asked Bai to fly faster. Xiaohong emitted a yellow light, shouting that she would also speed up. Yellow and white rays of light were visible in the air. Two bright flashes appeared in the sky. The panda sitting on the animal asked if it was his fault that he could not fly, and the man standing next to him asked if this meant that they had been moving slower all this time on purpose because of them. The divine ox jumped on the ground. He turned around, gritting his teeth. Then he looked straight ahead again and said that he did not see his pursuers, which meant that they had shaken them off their tail. A golden arrow pierced the air. A ray of light struck the ground. The man holding a bow said that they were fast. Smoke rose up, and he said that they had managed to avoid his attack. The flower shone brightly. The divine ox turned around and saw men in yellow cloaks behind him. Two red flashes flashed. Blood sprayed in the air. The bull gritted his teeth in pain. He turned around and looked at the two opponents. Blood was running down the bull's face, and he thought that these people had strong auras. The faces of the enemies were hidden behind golden masks, and the bull thought that their strength was still not enough for him to deal with them. The huge cobra opened its mouth wide, and the bull thought that the real problem was the monsters that would soon be here. The divine bull smiled and understood why the divine tree asked them to work together. The man in the yellow cloak approached the bull and demanded that he hand over the holy flower. The bull grinned, his eyes sparkled, and he shouted that this was a funny joke. Suddenly, both men shuddered at the same time. One of them clenched his fists and asked if gravity was the cause. The divine bull, whose eyes shone brightly, asked with a smile if his opponent had heard of mad cow disease. One of the opponents dropped to one knee. The divine bull leaned down, creating a dark sphere around itself. The system provided information about the dark priest's abyss. A wind blew past the flower, and the flower did not understand what the bull was doing. The divine bull, whose face and horns were stained with blood, screamed that he needed to become even stronger. He stretched out his arms to the side and screamed loudly. A blue ball was visible in the middle of the forest. Zhang ran quickly along with the man in the hat. The blue-haired youth gritted his teeth and thought that someone was fighting ahead, and also, the closer they got to that place, the stronger the gravity became. The man stomped his foot on the ground. The divine bull was inside the sphere and shouted that this force was still unable to crush him. The muscular man threw off his yellow cloak and shouted that he would see if he could defeat the bull quickly or lose to gravity. The divine bull gritted his teeth. The man clenched his fist and jumped towards him. A large blue sphere was visible. The man, whose body had become very thin, looked up, breathing heavily. He gritted his teeth and thought that in order to absorb the holy flower, he had accumulated and stored a huge amount of this acid in his body, and with this move, he used it all at once, and he was annoyed that he had to win at such a cost. He turned around and ran away. Suddenly, a white tiger appeared behind the man. The man turned around, his mouth wide open in surprise. Bai's eyes emitted a bright blue light. Many sharp stakes were visible. The dark blue-skinned creature gritted its teeth, saying that its opponent had finally been caught. The warrior with a broken mask on its face, shouting that it was a traitor to humanity for joining the Misty Mountain. The man gritted his teeth and said that he could only say harsh words in response. The structure shrank, and red blood sprayed into the air. A bloody hand was visible. The yellow-cloaked warrior watched from above, calling out to his comrade. Suddenly, a golden light appeared next to him. There was a bright flash, accompanied by a loud sound. The red fox frowned and said that the warrior still dared to be distracted and look around while fighting her. Xiaohong asked if the man was neglecting her as his opponent. The red fox swung its long tails. The warrior swung his hand, creating a bright yellow light and using a blinding technique. Then he swung his blade. A panda appeared in front of Xiaohong with a smile on his face. Zai shouted with a confident grin that he didn't even need to dodge such a blow. Gold shards appeared in the air. The warrior looked up, not understanding why a panda was there. Zai smiled widely and swooped down. The panda landed, creating a deep crater. The warrior's yellow cloak fluttered in the wind. Zai touched his nose and let out a loud laugh. The warrior bowed his head, not understanding why he was seeing a panda in the wild outside of a nursery. The man didn't understand why Zai was so strong and why he was free. A rock was visible, and the warrior guessed that it might be the one who had once escaped. The man bowed his head and asked if Zai was standing in front of him. The panda's eyes widened and asked how the warrior knew his name. The warrior's cloak fluttered in the wind, and he said that he never thought that Zai would join the Misty Mountain and that his brother would be furious if he knew. The panda looked straight ahead and said that his lazy brother had joined the Dragon Guard, but Zai did not need anyone's permission to choose which side to fight for. The warrior bowed his head and said that he could help Zai return if he wanted to end the Misty Mountain. Anger appeared on the panda's face. The animal stood in front of the man in the yellow cloak, who asked how the creature would respond to his offer. His hair fluttered in the wind and his face was hidden by a mask. He spoke of how one day the beast would have to face and fight his big brother, but he did not want that to happen. The wind blew the cloth tied around the panda's neck. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he refused. The boy turned around in surprise, the wind lifting his bright cloak higher. The animal lowered its head sadly, saying that it did not want to betray the divine tree, and it did not want to fight its brother, but if that day came one day, it would protect its brother's life at the cost of its own. The panda opened its mouth, looking forward. The boy raised the bright sword above itself and called forth the wind, saying that in that case, he had nothing more to say. He would use his strongest technique to end everything with one blow. His eyes shone brightly in the shadow of the mask. He said that he would achieve this at any cost. Even if he had to give up his life, he would still rip the skin off the beast. The fox pressed its ears, asking the panda to be careful. The creature covered its face with its paw and gritted its teeth, saying that this aura was very powerful. Bright streams of energy emanated from the weapon raised to the sky. The hero shouted that even if he avoided the technique, he would still be hit by the shockwave. No matter if he tried to block the attack or dodge it, he would not have a chance either way. He lowered his head, telling him to see what the boy could do. The animals gritted their teeth. Their bodies were pushed back by the shockwave. They wondered if this was the strength of a warrior at the peak of the second level. The masked hero's face lit up with a bright purple light. He used the ability Sky Slasher. Lone Swan, a mutated beast with flaming blue fur, appeared on the battlefield, crushing the masked boy. Its eyes shone brightly. It opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth. The creature turned, seeing the two animals in front of it. Ziohong and the panda froze. The corners of their mouths turned down. The animal that arrived, with its fur burning brightly, looked around in surprise, saying that it had finally managed to catch up with them. He asked where all the enemies had gone. The scarlet fox came closer. Kin was fighting the blue-haired guy with the tentacles growing out of her body. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking that everyone had already been killed. If things continued like this, then he himself would soon die. The guy frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The girl frowned and moved closer to him, saying that his friends had been waiting for him for a long time. A long tentacle pierced the hero's throat, lifting him up. A bright flower with multicolored petals informed the demonic bull that all his friends had won their battles. There was a bleeding wound on his forehead. He said that this was not surprising, because they all embodied the true power of the Misty Mountains. The group of heroes, consisting of a tall guy with long hair, Kin, the abnormal tiger, as well as a panda, Siohong, and a beast with a bright blue flame on its back, stood on a rocky area. On the high rocky slopes were trees with bright green tops. The white paw of the animal froze. The fox sat on the edge of the slope, telling the black fox sitting next to him that it was good that they did not interfere, otherwise their bodies would now be lying lifeless. He opened his mouth, showing sharp teeth, and said that they could no longer openly confront the Misty Mountains. The blue eyes of the white fox shone brightly. There was a mark on his forehead. He said that he did not expect that under the command of that tree there would be a ruler of the fox tribe. The black fox turned and headed into the shadow of the dense forest, noticing that Xiaohong clearly had an outstanding lineage, because he could feel the pressure of her aura from here. The white fox looked forward with hope, saying that they too would one day become as strong as him. The dust that had been raised was carried by the wind currents among the rocky slopes. A man sat among the rubble, his head down. He looked forward from under his brows, his body covered in bruises and traces of blood. The girl took a step forward, her dark hair fluttering in the wind currents. The man frowned, asking if she was already coming to her senses, because it was so unlike her. He could not believe that her mind had been taken over by a sacred flower. Xiaoking knitted her brows, looking down at him. She froze a short distance away, saying that it was a small misunderstanding. The man, sitting in the rubble, began to shout in displeasure about how this small misunderstanding of hers almost cost them all their lives. He spent 50 years of his spiritual energy just to save her. He asked if she even understood how much he sacrificed. She should be grateful to him. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked away, wondering if the demon bull and the others managed to escape. Xiaoking turned around and headed in the other direction, saying that he needed to rest, and in the meantime she would go see if she could still get the flower. The man with long ash blonde hair stretched out his hand and shouted, asking her to stop, because he saved her and now she should marry him. He froze, sitting in a curtain of raised dust and lowering his hands. The hero asked where everyone else went. The lifeless body of the blue-haired boy hung from the tentacle that had pierced his neck. The hero's eyes rolled back. The purple silhouette quickly made its way through the trunks of the dark trees. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that he did not expect that the reinforcements of the Misty Mountain would be so strong. They even destroyed the Dragon Guard, although he lost his physical body, but his soul was still alive, which meant he could start over. The giant purple creature opened its mouth with a scream. The boy opened his eyes wide and frowned, not understanding what it was. When the giant centipede closed its mouth, a white flash shone brightly. A translucent sphere formed at her mouth. The creature handed it over to the girl. She smiled and looked at the sphere, saying that it was all over now. The sun's rays passed through the thick clouds above the metropolis. The next morning, the entire alliance was shocked by the shocking news. Many powerful cultivators who went after the divine flower simply disappeared. No one survived. The Dragon Guard Knights, the 7th, 8th, and 9th were killed. Zhao Jiao and some other lords fell. Almost no bright shine remained from the knight's mask. Clouds of smoke and smoldering particles were raised behind it. The bodies of Liner and Wanhao were not found at the scene of the battle. They were listed as missing. Dust was raised among the stone debris, scattered by the streams of wind. The sky was covered with clouds. The dark silhouettes of the girl and the guy stood with their backs. In the world of evolution, spiritual energy is the key driving force behind the changes that occur in the world. It is the catalyst that triggers evolutionary changes in simple living beings, turning them into something more. It was with a concentrated release of spiritual energy that all the processes of evolution in this world were launched, and the history of the divine tree began. Clouds were slowly floating above a deep canyon in the middle of a dense forest. Now the entire world is shrouded in an aura of ongoing mutations, and the hero understands perfectly well that he is not the only one in the reserve of the entire planet. When the concentration of spiritual energy on the planet exceeds a certain level, a large-scale release occurs, which is known as a spiritual energy release. A girl with a yellow glow, dressed in a long dress, was hovering next to the head of a creature with bright eyes. She froze and raised her head, asking if this could be so. The release of spiritual energy leads to evolution, during which even ordinary animals turn into super beings. However, even such evolved individuals have a certain limit to the level of spiritual energy they can withstand. The excess of this very energy, which breaks out in a huge stream during the emission, is capable of killing even creatures in the second stage of evolution. Therefore, many, in order to avoid potential problems, migrate to places where the concentration of energy is weaker. This reason is the key factor in the emergence of waves of mutated animals during emissions of spiritual energy. They are literally trying to save themselves. Mutated fish open their mouths wide, moving through the raging waves. There are various resources that in one form or another help with spiritual energy. Local legends call them heavenly treasures or earthly wonders. At the moment, they can be divided into two simple types: plants and minerals. Plants that have absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy during growth, while failing to develop their own consciousness, will turn into treasures rich in spiritual energy. A striking example is spiritual grass. The girl smiled and handed the protagonist a red sphere with a flower, saying that it was a spiritual herb. It would be very useful to whoever could absorb it. The girl put a lot of effort into taking it from the back of the stone turtle. The hero screamed and opened his mouth wide, saying that it was simply amazing. In places with a high level of concentration of spiritual energy, under certain conditions, spiritual stones can begin to crystallize, which are an extremely rare resource. The girl in the yellow light hovered among the cave with bright purple gems. In the upcoming sequel, emissions of spiritual energy will play an important role. 9 ferocious monsters of the Misty Mountains. The 9-tailed fox, with bright flames at the tips of its tails, angrily looking forward and frowning demonic bull. A white tiger, with blue eyes shining brightly in the shadow of its muzzle. An imperial crocodile with sharp teeth and claws. Flash, a praying mantis with bright red chitin. Thornia, a girl with long hair and red tentacles from her body. Glacier, a mammoth with sharp tusks. A tyrannosaurus with giant sharp fangs. A panda named Zai. The protagonist frowned and, surrounded by 9 fierce monsters of the Misty Mountains, declared a general assembly. Right now, the Federation is in a desperate situation. It all started with the invasion of rats. Wolf packs began to attack numerous human tribes living in the steppes. The number of victims exceeded 30,000 people. There was a scarlet sunset behind the tall buildings. A swarm of rats, led by a giant mutated rat, moved forward on stone rubble. Among the smoke raised by the fire, one could see the muzzle of a wolf with brightly burning eyes. The mutated creature opened its mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. There was a stack of documents on the table. Liner and Wanhao returned only yesterday, both injured, and there was more disturbing news. A group of scouts found creatures in the forests, in fact, mutated creatures, but having humanoid features very similar to humans. Among the curtain of dust, one could see a female silhouette with her hair raised up and a tall man who looked like a bear. The man was sitting at a table, people with documents were bustling around, he was talking about how they had stopped their genetic experiments to create artificial life forms. The hero asked if this meant that someone had restarted the project and initiated experiments with the genome. During the investigation carried out on his instructions, it was revealed that the data from the laboratory where the experiments on creating genetically modified soldiers were originally conducted had been stolen. All the personnel who took part in the experiments had disappeared. There were traces of blood on the vials in the laboratory table. The head of the Chinese Federation frowned, asking what fate those people had met. They have fresh footage from Australia. A city was attacked by some ancient monster that is rampaging along the entire coast of the continent. More than 100,000 victims have already been confirmed and their number is only growing. The laptop screen showed an attack by a giant tentacled monster on a city. This is a real threat to the entire human population of Australia. They are barely holding on. People seemed like the smallest creatures, standing in the rubble of buildings and looking at the giant monster above them. The guy, holding a tablet in his hand, said that the Coast Guard reported today that this ancient creature has moved towards the Federation. Within a month it will reach their coastal waters. The giant creature had brightly glowing red eyes and long tentacles, thanks to which it moved through the water. Standing opposite the head of the Federation, the hero reported that they convened an emergency headquarters. All military commanders arrived for a meeting and are developing countermeasures. The man lowered his head and frowned. The leader frowned. A drop of sweat was dripping down his face. He asked what level this creature was. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked at the tablet, reporting that 2 months ago they received data that it was level 3, but according to the latest data it was already level 4. The monster's red eyes widened. The leader's eyes widened in shock, not understanding how this was possible. Sweat was dripping down the guy's face. He was saying that at the moment this was the strongest anomalous entity of all that they had discovered, both in size and level. This creature was one of the most powerful on the planet, while they did not take into account the fact that it could become stronger in the remaining month. The leader frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that this creature was already stronger than those beasts from the Foggy Mountains. He ordered to immediately put all available military personnel under arms, including retired ones. Their rank does not matter, the main thing is to gather as many as possible, and also it is necessary to plan an address to the nation on television tomorrow. The beast jumped up and ran forward, trying to put out the flames on its head with its paws. The second head of the blue wolf released streams of ice at him, sealing him in a block of ice. The protagonist frowned, saying that not everyone could play with him safely. He narrowed his eyes sarcastically, saying that after the attempted kidnapping of the children, for their safety, he left Pingtu with them, asking him to bring the youth here. Ziyu introduced the mutated two-headed blue wolf, saying that it could become stronger by absorbing fire and ice crystals. The status window showed information about this creature. It is on the first level of the second stage of evolution, innate ability, breathing ice and fire, special abilities, ferocious bite. The speed of bites of this creature is much higher than that of an ordinary blue wolf. Multiple consciousness, each head thinks independently while they can coordinate actions with each other. Ice flow, the creation of a terrifyingly powerful release of energy based on the use of the ice element. Blazing fire creates a terrifyingly powerful release of energy based on the use of the fire element. The hero imagined a mutated three-headed green snake. The status window showed information about this creature. It was on the first level of the second stage of evolution. Innate ability, immortality, even having lost one of its heads, it can regenerate it. With further development, it is able to grow new heads. Special abilities, poison, spews extremely toxic poison. Scaly armor, a powerful defensive ability that reduces damage from attacks on the beast. Growth, with enough food, it can grow extremely quickly, constantly increasing in size. Tizuyu narrowed his eyes, saying that the snake was well suited for battles in the water, suggesting that it was better to keep it by the sea. The hero called out to the killer whale. The vines of the tree fluttered in the wind. There was clean snow below. The head of the creature appeared from the water. The killer whale opened its mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. This animal swore allegiance to the hero along with its clan. This was the first time that the inhabitants of the Sea Kingdom joined them. With the help of a purple vine, the tree transplanted the snake onto the killer whale's back, saying that it was giving it over to guardianship. The creature replied that everything was clear to him. The protagonist's eyes were shining brightly. He was thinking that this killer whale was furious and brutal only at first glance, but her voice was so gentle and ingratiating, so he should give her a couple of slaps as a preventative measure. The wooden dragon's head went down to the three-headed snake, saying that as soon as she reached the second level, he would take her. He watched the animals swim away, saying that he would look forward to their next meeting. Tizuyu grabbed the mutated two-headed blue wolf with Diana and brought it to the bright crystals, saying that now they would make his paws powerful. he would not let him go until he could freely use the element of ice. The dragon's head went down to the monkey holding a small animal in his paws. A boar stood behind him. The ice block around the honey badger fell apart into small pieces. He began to look around in fear, not understanding where everyone had gone. The honey badger smiled widely and raised his paws, dispersing maliciously. The root of the dark tree touched him. The beast turned around. The protagonist frowned, saying that he would personally take care of his training, because both the monkey and the boar had long since surpassed him in strength. Tizu began to poke his body with vines, dissatisfiedly saying that his progress was not fast enough. If he continued to be lazy, he would kill him, arranging a small hell. The leopard and the mantis froze in surprise, saying that the master was scaring. The protagonist shouted at the honey badger, calling him a weakling and asking him to accept his fate. Meanwhile, the time of day had changed in the sky. The sunsets were bright red. The night sky hung over the treetops. When it was already light outside, there were still dark clouds in the sky. 5 days had passed. The honey badger frowned, looking away. He had an athletic, pumped-up body. Ziyu narrowed his eyes and gave a thumbs up with a vine, saying that these 5 days were tough, but the hellish training paid off. Now anyone below level 1 is no longer a hindrance to him. The peregrine falcon opened its beak wide and screamed, approaching them. The protagonist looked up, noticing that they had returned. The honey badger grinned and folded his arms across his chest, showing off his athletic and toned body. He had reached the peak of level 1 of the second stage of evolution. The paws of the other animals froze in front of him. The creatures were impressive in size. The polar bear king with flaming blue fur was level 2. Next to him was Xiaohong, level 2b. The demonic bull behind them was level 2. Turnia and Kinging had reached level 2. In front of the beast stood a smiling panda of level 2. The honey badger immediately darkened and lowered the corners of his mouth. Ziyu looked at the departing animal in surprise. His gaze fell on a bright flower with multicolored petals. He happily noted that this must be the holy flower. The mutated creatures froze in front of the tree. The hero looked at the unusual flower again, surprised that it was indeed the holy flower that everyone was fighting for. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, ordering the attribute panel to open, because he was eager to see how unusual the flower was. He covered himself with vines as a bright stream of light struck forward. The hero frowned, saying that even the attribute panel looked so unusual. Information was presented that this was a mysterious flower of the Holy Land, the first level of the second stage of evolution. Innate ability, Time Freeze can stop time. However, the skill immediately consumes 1 million spiritual energy. Special abilities, Control, emits a special fragrance that allows you to control living beings within 1,000 kilometers. Blessing, can bestow a large amount of spiritual energy on the blessed creature. Language of flowers, spiritual flowers and herbs obey him without question. Energy gathering, able to gather spiritual power several times greater than the ability to gather on ordinary soil. The hero paid attention to the words about the innate ability. Beads of sweat flowed down the Ziyu sphere. He excitedly read the words about stopping time. He looked at the flower with multicolored petals, thinking that his abilities were related to time management. The hero hung over the small plant and slyly narrowed his eyes, saying that he envied it. His eyes shone brightly. He looked up. Ziyu smiled and brought a liana to the sphere, asking the flower not to be so nervous, because none of those present had any evil intentions towards him. The flower was behind the demonic bull. The eyes of the sphere narrowed. He thought about the ability language of flowers, thinking that it was a sin not to use such an ability. The hero asked if the holy flower could help him in growing spiritual flowers and herbs. The flower spread its petals, saying that if it was oversaturated with spiritual energy, they would ripen even in half a month. However, it also needed to consume about 1/5 of the herbs and flowers as food. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, saying that there was no problem. He would ask the nine-tailed fox to find seeds of spiritual herbs and plants, and he could stay here for now. Zai stood in front of the tree, saying that he would like to return to the Misty Mountains to chew bamboo. The hero thanked him for his contribution to the common cause and let him go. The holy flower turned to the departing panda, asking him to wait for a moment. The plant pressed its petals to itself, saying that it needed to stay here for a while. He himself was going to the Misty Mountains, so he asked if Zai could wait for him. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise. Looking at them, Kin joyfully brought her palms together, saying that this was a real confession of love. The holy flower blushed, saying that she thought the panda was very handsome and seemed to have fallen in love. Zai folded his arms, asking what business it was of his. The panda turned and walked away, asking not to bother him. The heroes silently watched him go. Everyone surrounded the upset flower, who was crying about being rejected. The main character narrowed his eyes. He looked ahead, thinking that sadness goes hand in hand with love. Military planes flew over the sea, on which ships were moving. A white plane was moving along the runway. Something huge burst onto the surface of the water. A giant monster with red eyes appeared in front of the military planes. He looked to the side. Planes were moving rapidly across the blue sky with white clouds. The ships moved forward, cutting through the waves. The captain, looking ahead, reported that the target was detected. He ordered to prepare for battle. He gave the order to open fire. A hail of bullets rained down from the installations on the ship. The planes fired shells, leaving behind a bright yellow light. Shells exploded around the giant monster. Bullets hit him, but he continued to look up. His eyes opened wide and shone brightly. His pupil began to move from one side to the other. He opened his mouth with sharp teeth. A bright white light began to appear from his mouth. The shockwave threw the military shells back. The planes were blown up by their own weapons. The sound wave rocked the ships, causing strong waves. The hero reported that the intercontinental ballistic missiles were ready. The order was given. Launch. A large white missile with red edges was ready. She moved forward, leaving a bright trail of fire behind her. The missile was heading straight for the mouth of the giant monster. A bright explosion illuminated everything around, disturbing the peace of the sea waves. The people on the ship held on tightly and crouched down so as not to be caught in the explosion. The shockwave raised the sea waves higher. A bright explosion illuminated the surroundings. The guy frowned and looked forward, wondering if it worked. In the settling curtain of dust, an unharmed giant monster was visible. The guy clenched his hands into fists, saying that the creature did not even feel it. The monster's eyes opened wide. It approached the warships. The creature hit the ship with a raised strip, disturbing the sea waves. The head of the Federation watched what was happening through the TV screen. There were several more people sitting at the table. The man frowned and clasped his hands together as he listened to the words that their traditional weapons were completely ineffective against a level 4 monster. These were their most powerful missiles. The leader's expression darkened as he leaned on his clasped hands. The giant monster's eyes were shining brightly, and there was smoke around it, blown by the wind. The countdown to the war between Ziyu and the ancient creature from the depths had begun. 40 days left. A holy flower was shining brightly above the sphere in the tree. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking that her ability was amazing. She was able to directly absorb spiritual energy from the earth into her body. He envied this ability. Ziyu frowned as he looked at the status window, which showed a message that an unknown power had been detected. The system asked if he wanted to spend thousands of spiritual points to unlock it. He opened his shining eyes wide, choosing the activation option. The status window said that the innate ability, Time Stop, stops time, but consumes 1 million spiritual energy. A notification appeared on the blue background, stating that the innate ability Time Stop consumes 1 million spiritual energy. Looking up, the protagonist was surprised that he had the ability to control time. The withering holy flower reported that it had transferred all of its spiritual energy into the body of the divine tree, allowing it to gain a new ability. Ziyu stated that the plant looked like it was about to die. Lowering its petals, the flower said that everything was fine and that it just needed to rest for a while. The purple vine dripped life essence onto it. Raising its renewed petals, the plant said that it was much better now and asked what kind of magical liquid it was. Smirking, the tree core explained that this was only a small part of its ability. Frowning, he realized that he could only stop time for 1/100th of a minute, spending 1 million energy to do so. This skill is very useful, but too expensive and difficult to use. The note that the time of use is limited indicates that in the future the duration of the ability can be increased. Raising its hands in victory, the sphere asked its comrade to continue developing and promised to gift him with even more life essence. The flower agreed. There was a projector on the ground. Standing in front of a large screen with a clock, the panda asked what her comrade was doing. Zhao replied that he wanted to watch a movie and said that this is one of the most popular entertainments among people. The equipment was next to him. The guy explained that he brought this equipment from Qingfeng and that you can watch any movie with a smartphone, but the signal here was very bad. The beast said that people in the zoo said something about this. The screen started working. An image of a man appeared on it. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man watched his comrades. The actor said that the people of Hueshan never give up. The man on the screen beckoned to someone with his finger. The animals laughed. Zhao wondered why they liked the movie even more than he did. More animals gathered around the screen. The actor asked if a person lives without a dream, what is the difference between him and a fish swimming with the current, and then declared that the fire in his soul will never go out. The panda burst into tears and admired these words. A news window appeared on the screen, which said that the city of Jir announced an increase in the danger level to the first. The animal's eyes widened in surprise. Approaching the screen, the animal asked its friend to switch to the news. A huge monster appeared on the screen. The host said that a 4th-level creature had emerged from the waters of Huexia and that experts say it will arrive in Jir in 28 days. A state of emergency has been declared in the country. All residents are being evacuated to the city of Chaosim. People ran away from the approaching mutant. The host repeated his words. With her mouth wide open, the panda asked to press pause. The frozen image showed a red-haired girl. The beast approached her image. Zhao asked what happened. The animal looked at the screen with a sad expression. The girl ran away from the scene. Going into the forest, the panda said that she would go look for bamboo. The guy and Pintu looked at each other in confusion. Kin was swimming in the spiritual pool, enjoying the pleasant water. Lying next to him, Bai tried to get into the water. Frowning, the protagonist warned him that he was not allowed here. Pointing with a liana at the forest, Ziyu said that the white tiger needed to train and that he should not return here until he reached the second level. Hitting the animal on the back, the core hurried it. Flash emerged from under the water and felt something pleasant. The sphere suggested that this was the beginning of evolution. A pillar of bright light appeared above the pool. The ant spread its wings. A notification about its new abilities appeared. Putting her palms together, the girl called him handsome. Kinfeng said that his body had also increased in size. Looking at his comrade, the ball realized that he had the ability to fly. Looking at his hands, the mutant said that he had become even stronger. The notification contained information about the strengthening ability, which increased the creature's strength every 10 seconds. Squinting, the protagonist realized that his friend would be able to become several times stronger for some time. Swinging his fist, the beast decided to test his new powers. A strong explosion was heard from his blow. The ground within a radius of several meters under his feet collapsed. The heroes looked at him in surprise. Flash explained that for now he only had the opportunity to strengthen himself twice as much, otherwise his body would not withstand it. Approaching them, the panda asked how they were doing. Sparkling, the holy flower was glad of his return. Blushing with embarrassment, the plant said that his friend had become not only stronger but also more attractive after evolution. The ant grinned. Putting a paw to her chin, the panda said that she wanted to have a fight but came here for the redhead. Looking at Xiaohong, sitting on a branch, the beast offered to have a fight with her. The fox did not pay any attention to him. Suddenly, she came down to the ground. Taking paper ribbons in his hands, the protagonist offered to bet on someone's victory. Covered in a red aura, the panda said that she had long wanted to fight the fox. Rounding his crazy eyes, he added that he always wanted to know how such a strong warrior feels after defeat. Xiaohong put her paw forward. Igniting a bright flame, she said that she had also visited this thought. A blazing flash appeared around her. The panda fell into a rage. The ground around her caught fire. After wrapping his comrades in crystallized branches, Ziyu asked them not to get too close because it was very dangerous. Frowning, the core tree concluded that they were really ready to give it their all. Flames burst out of the fox's mouth. The animal's eyes lit up. The fire beasts stood opposite each other. A deep paw mark formed in the ground. The mutant's eyes widened. Xiaohong was behind him. Looking back, the panda was surprised by such speed and used the ability to stupefy. A huge cloud of dust rose in front of the tree. Kin opened her mouth in fear. Flash covered his chest with his claws. The sphere was completely covered in sweat. The fox furiously tried to suppress the enemy's resistance. The beast thought that this was how it should be, because only in such a fight did he have the opportunity to surrender to the fury of battle without a trace. After steam, Xiaohong opened its fanged mouth and roared. The black dragon rushed forward. The tree core thought that the entire island would collapse if the fight continued like this. The snake stopped as the panda admitted its defeat and asked its opponent to stop. Smiling, he acknowledged the strength of the nine-tailed fox. The mutant narrowed his eyes in displeasure but remained silent. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Kin could not believe that the beast admitted its defeat. Opening his mouth in confusion, the sphere asked what was going on, since his comrade never behaved like this. Baring his fangs, the fox asked why his opponent wanted to fight and now he was just running away, and why it was worth starting this fight in the first place. Lowering his eyebrows pitifully, the animal apologized and explained that he only wanted to know if he could stand up to a powerful opponent on his own. Looking back, the panda said that it wanted to discuss something alone with the divine tree. The full moon was shining in the sky. The protagonist asked if his companion really thought that he couldn't defeat Xiaohong while sitting on his branch. The animal confirmed that she was incredibly strong. Looking back worriedly, the beast asked how strong the creature that had ascended to the 4th level was and whether its master could destroy such a monster. Looking ahead, Ziyu said that he could win if he went all in. Looking far ahead, the panda asked how it felt to go out to fight against enemies that were obviously stronger. The core replied that fear was the most prevalent, because against the background of the fear of death, everything else faded into the background and became unimportant. The animal was surprised that no matter how strong the divine tree was, meeting a powerful opponent still made him like everyone else. The sphere asked if this was really what his comrade wanted to ask. Smiling, the beast explained that he just wanted to chat. Everything around the flute lit up. The ball asked why his friend always kept it with him and if he knew how to play it. Looking at the instrument in his hands, the animal said that during one of the emissions of spiritual energy, his girlfriend dropped this in the zoo, trying to escape from the mutated beast chasing her, so he wanted to return this flute to her personally. Looking down, the protagonist said that he didn't like humans because they were stupid, selfish, arrogant, and always tried to learn from their failures, but they kept making the same mistakes over and over again. Tizuyu added that this cycle would never end and that there was no room for trust in his heart when it came to humans, and the beast looked back with a sad expression. Frowning, the tree core said that there were exceptions for which he was not ashamed to give his life, but they were very few. Smiling, the panda explained that she was raised by humans, so sometimes she felt like the divine tree was behaving very humanly. The sphere narrowed her eyes. Sitting on a giant branch, the animal said that all of its deeds, undertakings, conversations, and orders were similar to what humans would do. Rising to its feet, the beast added that not all humans were bad, at least the ones it knew were definitely good. Looking ahead menacingly, the panda asked if he had to become friends with humans or go over to their side, would the divine tree kill him? The sphere looked at him silently, its pupils dilated. Looking up at the sky, the beast repeated its question. The protagonist lowered his gaze and thought. Looking straight ahead, Ziyu said that such a thing would not happen because his comrade would never harm them. The animal silently looked away. A smile appeared on its face. Looking at the divine tree, the panda asked if the divine tree liked music. After that, it began to play the flute. Hearing the melody, the core looked around. Light particles appeared around the musician. The sphere closed its eyes peacefully. Looking up, a whale surfaced in front of it. The Leviathan monarch grinned angrily. A notification said that it was on the 4th level. The mutant's red eyes flashed. The notification said that the unknown monster was also on the 4th level. The whale jumped out of the water to attack. Spiky roots rose above the ground. 2 caterpillars were depicted on the screen. A man said that nature was awakening and it was time for a new mating season. The animals gathered in front of the projector. The TV presenter explained that a little time would pass and new caterpillars would be born, after which the caterpillars noticed the reporters, and the man said that it was time to leave his size. The notification that appeared in front of him said that the divine skill allowed the user to manipulate the size of his own body with spiritual energy. Looking ahead at the mountains, the core thought that the view in front of him was simply mesmerizing. His comrades were standing on the ground. The sphere thought that it might have accidentally bumped into something. Looking up, the holy flower noticed that the divine tree was having fun. A surprised white snake was standing next to it. Notifications reported that they were at the 2nd level. The Leviathan monarch opened its mouth. Using its tentacles, the unknown beast bit into it with its teeth. Throwing its head back, it swallowed the whale completely. Its red eyes widened. The Leviathan monarch's tail was covered in a red aura. The monster's body became several times larger. A notification reported that the mutant had reached the peak of the 4th level. A bright neon sign hung on the cliff. Someone shouted that the lion had escaped from the cage and ordered his subordinates to bring a tranquilizer gun. A small panda cub was eating bamboo. Suddenly, a formidable lion appeared in front of him. The enraged cat bared its fangs. The red-haired girl stood up to protect the cub, spreading her arms out to the sides. The shot hit the lion's body. Smoke poured out of the gun's barrel. People ran up to the zoo worker and asked if she was okay. The girl fell to her knees and said that she was very scared. Looking back, she assumed that the cub was scared too. Coming out onto the cliff, the panda looked ahead. Seeing a city covered in thorns in front of him, the beast realized that Jir was already close. Raising his eyebrows, he declared that Sayoi must survive. The girl lowered her gaze. The unknown mutant moved forward. A month later, a snowstorm raged in the mountains. Shouting that they needed to find the master quickly, otherwise everyone would die, Bai flew up to the divine tree. With wide eyes, the protagonist noticed that less than half a year had passed since his comrade was able to evolve. The white tiger bared his teeth. A notification reported reaching the 2nd level. Ziyu said that his friend had done an impressive job. Smiling widely, the big cat repeated her words about the master. Flash crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had broken through to the 2nd stage 2 months ago. Flying up to Bai, the holy flower said that he had also accidentally broken through to the 2nd stage. The white snake praised his friend for reaching the 2nd stage. The white bear asked what was the matter and whether the 2nd stage was really that cool. The white tiger frowned in displeasure. His eyes turned white as the other animals began to discuss how easy it was for them to reach the 2nd stage. Continuing to shout about the dead, the beast flew away. The tree core asked why his comrades started bullying Bai. The white snake said that she just wanted to sincerely congratulate him. Squinting, the sphere thought that they had managed to achieve a lot this month because everyone had achieved more and experienced a qualitative leap in development, thanks to which their overall strength had increased significantly. Looking at the pop-up notifications, the ball realized that it had a new minor skill, and the amount of spiritual energy had exceeded 8 million. There were blue crystals in the ground at the roots. The heroes were able to absorb almost all the minerals and save the rest for the cubs. There was a glacier near the mountains. A legion of gorillas guarded the northern borders, but a little later, a legion of polar bears would come to replace them. Purple vines swayed in the wind. The divine tree needed to return to the misty mountains. Frowning, the protagonist hoped that the panda, who had been gone for at least a month, would be able to find his friend. Despite how annoying he was acting, Tizuyu missed him, hoping that nothing bad would happen to him. The bloody beast stood on its feet. Looking up, the animal clenched its teeth. The unknown mutant raised its tentacles. Blood flowed from its red eyes. The spiky roots were shrouded in fog. The screen showed a comedy about a little boy who forgot to put on his pants. The animal sitting in front of the projector laughed when the mother decided to catch up with her naughty son. Picking up the phone, Zhao said that they had not watched cartoons for a long time and suggested watching what was new. Pintu said that he wanted to watch the program in the animal world. The news about a monster attack appeared on the smartphone screen. The guy frowned sternly, realizing that his friend had become worried just at the moment when this city was mentioned in the news. The young man clicked on the monster icon. The animals looked at the screen tensely. The news anchor said that someone tried to save them, but he was caught, and now it was all over. The man said that the last hope of humanity was shattered by harsh reality. The monster picked up something with its tentacle. Zhao opened his mouth in amazement. The cloak and the tentacle fluttered in the wind. The imperial crocodile looked up and said that it was impossible. The tentacle was holding the panda's paw. Vines were hanging from the branches of the divine tree. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. A guy appeared from the ground in front of him. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. Qin and her companion's eyes widened in fear. The polar bear and Bai looked shocked. Xiaohong came out from behind the tree branches. There were sharp branches next to the protagonist. He said that it was time for them to return to the Misty Mountains. The unknown monster opened its mouth. The injured panda opened its mouth in pain. The mutant's eyes were bloodshot. Ziyu bared his teeth furiously and said that it was time to fight. An explosion was heard in the zoo. The animals went crazy and chased the people. Even the barriers could not hold them back. Xiaoyi ran towards them. Turning around, the old man shouted that it was very dangerous there and that the animals would eat her. Gritting her teeth, the girl ran forward, thinking about her friend who was in danger. The baby panda hid under a wooden canopy. Suddenly, a lion approached him. With a powerful blow, the maddened beast broke the canopy. The animal fell to the ground, crying. The lion opened its mouth and pounced on him. The baby cub screamed with a frightened look. The girl hit the beast on the fell on Jir. Walking through the ruined city, the beast reached the Blackbird Community Zoo. Looking down, the animal said that it had returned home. Looking around the ruins of the city, he thought that it was too quiet. Strange spikes were sticking out of the ground. There were no survivors or even a level 4 monster in sight. The panda noticed that there was someone behind the stone house. A small boy was lying on the ground, suffering from pain. Taking a box in his hands, the child was glad that he could finally find food. Climbing up a pile of stones, the beast asked who he was. Opening his mouth in fear, the boy screamed that there was a monster in front of him. The city was covered in fog. The child said that he did not expect mutants to be able to talk. Following the animal's trail, he warned that the mutant had come here in vain, because this place is a red zone and it is very dangerous here. Looking around, the panda asked what happened to the monster that destroyed the city. The boy replied that the monster simply disappeared the day before. Before that, an unknown mutant fought with a leviathan. Most of the city went underwater during the battle. Climbing a pile of rubble, the beast asked why the child did not evacuate. The boy replied that they wanted to leave, but they did not succeed. Giant spikes appeared above the houses, blocking the roads, so the boy was separated from his family, and then a giant monster appeared, which even the army could not destroy. Lowering its head, the animal thought that a lot of people died that day. Looking around, the panda said that this was a real hell, and asked why his new acquaintance was not afraid of anything. The child replied that they had been trapped for a month already, and the supplies quickly ran out. Looking at the box in his hands, he said that he wanted to survive to meet his family again. The animal looked at him upset. The heroes went out to the cliff. The guy said that in that direction there was a government bunker where all the survivors were gathering. The zoo employees were taken first because they understood the habits and behavior of monsters better than anyone. Taking the beast by the paw, the boy called it to follow him and said that they had nothing to fear because among those who protect them were pandas. Looking down, the animal explained that it would not go there and that the rest of the way should be safe, so the child could return there on his own. Throwing a surprised look at him, the boy asked why the mutant did not want to see his friend. Smiling sheepishly, the animal replied that it was not yet ready for this meeting. The heroes stood opposite each other. The panda explained that it still had things to do before going to the bunker. Resolutely looking ahead, he added that he would definitely return if he survived. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Having climbed onto a pile of stones, the animal left him. Opening his mouth wide, the child asked him not to die and said that they would wait for his return. As he left, the beast smiled broadly. Suddenly, a huge tentacle appeared behind him. The panda crouched down and turned around. His eyes lit up. Near the place where the tentacle had struck, there was a bloody boy. His eyes had turned white. The animal's pupils narrowed with anger. The tentacle rose into the sky. A hole appeared in the destroyed earth. An unknown monster appeared from underground. Lifting the boy's body, the beast asked him to hold on a little longer. He poured the essence of life into his mouth. Rising to his feet, the child was surprised that his wounds had disappeared. The mutant loomed over the heroes. The panda ordered her comrade to run away as quickly as possible. Grinning madly, the animal explained that this was the matter that needed to be taken care of. The heroes stood before the monster. The unknown mutant opened his mouth wide. Gritting his teeth, the beast thought that it was unexpected that this monster could hide underground. Frowning menacingly, he asked his companion to leave. The boy asked what would happen to him. The animal replied that it had come here to settle scores with this monster. The child pursed his lips tensely. The panda's eyes flashed furiously. The boy ran away. A bright aura appeared around the beast. The unknown mutant opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. The animal put its hand in front of itself, resisting the gust of wind. Frowning angrily, he realized that the pressure of the enemy's spiritual energy was making it difficult for him to breathe, and that this energy was much stronger than that of the divine tree. Seeing the monster approaching, the panda realized how powerful the 4th level creature was. Smiling, the beast wondered if it would be able to survive today. A tentacle rushed forward. It approached the animal. The panda was able to jump to the side before it hit. The cameraman said that they would be noticed if they approached too quickly. The journalist said that they must at any cost get reliable information. Turning around and looking into the camera, the girl said that the creature that had disappeared several days ago had shown itself to the world again and was fighting another monster. This was the second time it had fought its own kind. The reason for the battle was unclear. Perhaps one of them was defending its territory. The cameraman was able to catch a frame of the second fighter, who was in a cloud of dust. The panda clenched her teeth in fury. The reporter said that these animals were familiar to everyone thanks to the squad of steel knights. Watching the news on TV, the survivors wondered why the beast was fighting alone and if the government had sent a new rescue team. Sitting next to the bandaged panda, the blonde asked which team the beast was from. Looking up, the man noticed that the opponents had entered the battle again. His comrade standing next to him said that the beast had no chance of winning because it was too small. Opening his mouth wide, the bandaged guy asked if the government didn't have someone stronger, and said that the city's protector would simply be destroyed. Sitting at the computer desk, the old man asked his friend to look at something. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he recognized the panda. Looking at the screen, Xiaoi recognized her friend by the color of his fur. The beast clenched his fists menacingly. Tears of joy, the girl noticed the flute and realized that her comrade had returned to protect them. The animal curled up into a ball and lunged forward, a trail of bright energy trailing behind it. The panda hit the monster's body. However, the unknown monster did not even stagger from this attack. Turning around, the monster unleashed a barrage of energy on its opponent. Unable to cope with it, the beast clenched its teeth. Its body fell to the ground, destroying it. Coughing, the animal tried to get to its feet. Squinting, it realized that its eyes were blind, there was a ringing in its ears, and its nose was broken. Xiaohong's mane lit up. Remembering her, the beast thought that he had held his own in the fight with her, considering his current level. Looking at the huge opponent, the panda realized that it was no match for a 4th level creature and that he had no chance of successfully attacking. Frowning, the man shouted that he was about to be killed. Sadly lowering the corners of his lips, the animal asked if everything would really end like this and accused itself of helplessness. Remembering how he and Xiaoi sat on the canopy and played the flute, the beast thought that he loved this city where he grew up and where his beloved person was. The panda realized that he wanted to stay here forever. The girl turned her back to him. The lion pounced on the girl with a pitchfork. She clenched her teeth in fear. The little cub ran away, abandoning his beloved person who adored him because of his fear. The panda ran away. Xiaoi probably experienced real despair at that moment. The girl smiled happily. The animal thought that he would never have the courage to look her in the eyes. A huge tentacle rushed towards him. From the impact, the ground collapsed, dust rose into the air. The unknown mutant widened his eyes in shock. The beast was able to stop the tentacle with his paw. Menacingly frowning and grinning, he decided to destroy this monster and throw it out of the city. A new, completely unknown creature appeared in the vast expanses of Australia, passed through the city, sowing chaos and destruction, and then plunged into the depths of the ocean and continued on its way, reaching the lands of the Federation. This creature was the strongest monster on the planet. The Federation mobilized the entire army to repel the attack. Equipment rose into the air. There were missile launchers on the ground. They were able to deploy 5 times more troops than during the war with the main character. The whole world glued itself to the screens and watched the outcome of the battle and the fate of the Federation. People supported the Federation, thinking that the second most powerful army in the world would be able to stop a 4th level creature. The unknown mutant sent tentacles in all directions. The monster threw people into its mouth. 250,000 soldiers were killed, and together with the civilians who did not have time to evacuate, the number of victims reached 570,000. By the 6th day of the confrontation, the losses exceeded 650,000 people. The monster destroyed the building. By the 23rd day, the number of victims exceeded 800,000. The tentacles towered over the ruined city. To date, almost 2 million people were killed, buildings were collapsed, destroyed by the attacks of the monster. The monster opened its red eyes. It was a danger of planetary scale. The girl watched what was happening through a huge screen. Frowning, she asked what a panda from the Steel Knights was doing in the city, and was the 7th unit completely destroyed. 2 men entered the room. The head of the Federation sternly knitted his eyebrows. He placed his hands on the crossbar. With his mouth wide open, the commander asked if this panda could win a fight with the monster. Bright flames flared up around the beast. His expression looked mad. Some time ago, the animal, sitting on the branch of the divine tree, asked if he had a chance to defeat Ziohong. The protagonist replied that the fox was the strongest. Looking down, the panda then said that his progress was quite slow and asked how he could become stronger in a short time. Looking up, Tizuyu replied that the spiritual energy they absorbed was in their hearts and that they usually only used 1/3 of their spiritual energy. There was a fire burning in the mutant's chest. If he tried to use all of the energy, he would be able to distribute it to every cell in his body. Then he would have the opportunity to surpass his level for a short time. The animal looked up. Narrowing its eyes, the tree core warned that it was too dangerous and that it was better not to use it. Smiling, the beast replied that it was not that stupid. Grinning furiously, the panda thought that he would not use this even if he was on the verge of life and death. The ground beneath him collapsed, rocks flew into the air. The unknown mutant recoiled. His pupils contracted. Spreading his arms, the burning animal called for him to come to him to receive his punishment. The tentacles rushed towards him. The monster hit the ground in several places at once. Suddenly, its limbs froze completely. The beast rose into the sky like a fiery arrow. At the same moment, it pierced the body of the roaring monster. Blood gushed from the mutant's mouth. People looked at the TV screen with a tense look. A wave of fire hit the unknown monster. Leaning on the fence, the head of the Federation heard that the panda's spiritual energy was rapidly growing and almost reached 100,000. Looking up, the woman wondered if this beast could really win. Frowning menacingly, the man thought that now not only the residents of the Federation were watching this place, but the whole world, and that the survival of humanity depended on this battle. The tentacle rushed to attack. The animal swung its fist. From the powerful blow, the tentacle was torn to pieces. A smile shone on the panda's face. He grinned, thinking that the 4th level creature's bones and skin were too tough. Many tentacles attacked him again. The beast opened its mouth and let out a battle cry. With a series of blows, the monster's limbs were thrown to the sides. They were torn away from the owner's body. Blood splashed in the air. The beast's eyes lit up. The bear found itself at the very mouth of the unknown mutant. The monster grabbed it and fell to the ground. The people raised their eyebrows in fear, thinking that their protector had been killed. The head of the Federation, frowning sternly, said that something was wrong. Something glowed in the belly of the monster. A stream of fiery energy burst out of its mouth. Its eyes turned white with pain. Thanks to the fire, the panda managed to escape. It summoned a solar sphere of a crimson lotus around itself. Holding a microphone in her hands, the journalist asked if this was really the sun. A huge fireball appeared in the air. The animal bared its fangs viciously and said that its enemy was lucky to see this technique before dying and that even a 9-tailed fox couldn't use it. The beast wished its enemy to taste the sun. The fireball grew in size. Waves of energy emanated from it. Grinning widely, the panda wished death to its enemy. A wave of fire pierced the monster's body. It turned around and flew back. Another blow made the monster open its mouth in pain. The animal's eyes widened in madness. Waves of fiery energy darted through the air, piercing the body of the unknown mutant every now and then. Pieces of its flesh and blood rose into the air. Frowning, the journalist said that for the first time in many months they could observe a fight in which the creature had such serious resistance. Perhaps they even had a chance to win this war, because the giant monster could hardly fight back. The head of the Federation looked tense. His colleague was amazed by the strength of this beast. The future of humanity would be decided in this battle. The people raised their fists, cheering on their protector. Opening their mouths wide, they wished for the animal to be able to destroy this monster. Watching what was happening on the TV screen, the children wanted the beast to drive the creature out of their city. Looking at the phone screen, the boy said that the panda must win. Clenching her fists, Zioe said that her friend could do it. Another fiery blow hit the head of the unknown mutant. Blood gushed from his eyes and mouth. Rising above him in a fireball, the animal shouted that this city was beautiful and full of life and that the monster could not take this place. Baring his fangs, the beast wished the enemy to go to hell. A huge wave of fire headed towards the monster. A bright flash lit up the sky above the city. A wave of flame engulfed the entire surface of the earth. The cameraman tried to stay on his feet. The journalist grabbed her skirt. A huge cloud of smoke appeared in front of them. The girl was surprised that the shockwave reached them and asked if everything was okay with the camera. The answer was affirmative. Suddenly, she frowned in fear. The people froze in anticipation. Zioe looked at the computer screen with excitement. The head of the Federation relaxed his facial muscles. When the smoke cleared, they saw that an unknown mutant had grabbed the panda. The tentacle was holding the bloody animal by the leg. Seeing this scene on TV, the people could not believe that their protector, who gave them hope, lost. Gritting his teeth, the man asked who could even defeat this monster. The man slammed his fist on the crossbar. The commander angrily lowered his gaze. The girl behind him silently looked forward. A tentacle burst out from the ground. The beast was lying on the broken rocks. Looking up, he wondered if there was nothing more to be done, and felt that many of his bones were broken. An empty bottle was lying nearby. The essence of life given by the protagonist had run out. The panda wondered if humans also felt all-consuming despair when they came face to face with a divine tree. With its red eyes flashing, the monster loomed over its opponent. Looking back, the reporter noticed a child running from the battlefield. Grabbing her hand, the boy asked her to save the beast because it could not die so easily. Bursting into tears, the boy explained that the beast did not want to die at all because it needed to see its friend. Hearing this, Zioe covered her mouth with her hand. Looking at the screen with tears in her eyes, the girl asked her friend to get out of there. The injured panda could not get up. His eyes lit up in the darkness, and he thought that there was nothing left and that he would die if he did not run away right now. The girl in his memory was smiling. Standing up on two legs, the animal thought that he had changed a lot since their last meeting. Looking up, the beast asked if the girl could see him. Straightening his shoulders, the panda declared that the fire that had ignited inside his heart had not yet died out. With his yellow eyes flashing, the animal said that he would never kneel or run away. Turning to the sky, he shouted the name of his girlfriend. His cries echoed throughout the ruined, empty city. Spitting out blood, the beast shouted that he would not run away this time. Zioe began to cry and covered her mouth with her hands. The panda charged forward. After the spiritual energy surge, humanity launched a massive military operation to exterminate the mutant humans. But today, 2 years later, they witnessed a battle between a mutant beast that desperately wanted to save them, and a monster hell-bent on devouring the entire human race. Seeing her friend worried about her wound on her arm, the girl explained that she got it when she encountered a lion because the predator scratched her with its claws. After petting the cub, the zookeeper explained that when humans protect someone, they instinctively cover them with their hands. Sometimes in such situations they sacrifice their lives, but this is a sacrifice that can be made to protect their loved ones. She asked who her friend would like to protect. The girl sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. The panda spread her arms to the side. His eyes stopped glowing. At 1730 the animal was defeated. His status became unknown. The heroes watched the setting sun. Zioe said that she loved this city and wanted to stay here for life, and asked what her friend wanted. The beast held his hands up. He looked down sadly. His legs were wrapped in the energy of the earth. 2 tall pillars lifted his body. The unknown mutant's eyes widened in surprise, noticing him. Journalists watched what was happening, standing on a cliff. The audience looked at the TV screen in shock. The monster opened its mouth to swallow the enemy. With her mouth wide open, the girl screamed her friend's name. The panda's wounded body seemed lifeless. The monster grabbed it, biting off the stone pillars. The protagonist watched what was happening through a projector. Ziyu frowned angrily. Flying up to him, the spirit of Zioking said that she had found the information she was asked about. The girl frowned sternly and said that their friend was born in Jir, and there were several people in the zoo who took care of him and raised him. The woman the panda was talking about was one of them. The tree core lowered its gaze. There were many dossiers on the table. There was not a single zoo employee on the list of citizens who left the city, but they were not listed among the dead either. Squinting, the sphere asked how long it would take them to get to the city. The girl replied that it would take about a month. Frowning, the ball remembered that their friend had indeed left about a month ago. The people were sitting at the table. The girl at the screen explained that the beast was not part of the steel cavalry, and that judging by the color of its fur, it was an individual who had previously escaped from the city, and the Zioe he mentioned could be one of the zoo employees. Frowning sternly, the head of the Federation realized that the beast wanted to protect someone and entered the battle, and asked if they could not begin a rescue operation. Turning to her colleagues, the woman answered negatively and explained that they had not made much progress because the area was still sealed and the entire city was isolated from the outside world. Even explosives did not help to break through the defense. Military equipment stood in front of huge spikes. The rescue helicopters exploded in the air. They could not get close to the zone because the monster immediately shot them down. Deciding to tear down the wall, the protagonist looked menacingly ahead. Turning to the girl standing in front, the man asked what happened to the Dragon Guard unit. The employee said that they were ready to go into battle and that they managed to gather the strongest ability users, but they will arrive here within a month. Looking down, Tizuyu thought that a month was too long. The commander frowned sternly and said that they needed to speed up the transfer of troops because every day of delay meant someone's life would be lost. Grinning, the tree core called on its comrades to kill the monster and protect the people trapped in the city, including its brother's adopted family. With determined brows furrowed, the leaders of the two warring parties gave their subordinates 8 days. The animals stood one after another, baring their fangs. Jir City, the supermarket windows were smashed. The old man grabbed Xiaoi, who was holding a rifle, and said that she would be no match for the monster that even a panda couldn't handle. The girl expressed her desire to avenge her friend's death. With tears in her eyes, the girl menacingly declared that her comrade was not afraid to look death in the face, so she did not want to sit here in relative safety, but at least shoot the monster before he died. The old man's brows furrowed as he heard his girlfriend say that it was better to die than to do nothing. Their legs wobbled and an earthquake began. The people in the bunker were frightened as they felt the jolt. The unknown mutant raised its tentacles into the air and screamed. Gusts of wind swept over the city. Green energy began to bubble in the monster's mouth. The monster spat out a strange liquid. The energy crashed into a skyscraper. Tentacles burst out of the mutant's depths. New stone spikes appeared in the city. The reporter peered out from behind the rubble and asked what was happening. Purple tentacles crashed into the ground. The monster turned into a cocoon. The tall building was enveloped in a haze. Looking at the papers, the woman reported that given the place from which the monster came and its behavior, scientists decided to name this phenomenon the Australite Monster of Destruction. The mutant raised its tentacles above itself. The head of the Federation glanced at the papers and found the name rather ironic. Running into the office, the employee reported the bad news about what was recorded in the latest footage from Jir. People saw on the screen that the monster had turned into some kind of substance like a caterpillar. The commander's mouth dropped open in shock and he realized that the creature was evolving. Inside the cocoon, clots of energy were visible. The man realized that they would all die if they did not finish off the enemy soon. Green liquid covered the entire street. Someone's limb appeared from it. A wave of energy burst out of the substance. It turned into several fanged creatures. People ran away from the monsters that appeared in the middle of the city. Green mutants swallowed civilians one after another. The monsters carried human corpses to the cocoon. In the end, a whole mountain of dead bodies accumulated in front of the larva. Sticking out his tongue, the Australite decided to swallow them all at once. His teeth closed. Sitting under the rubble of the building, the cameraman said that they would die if this continued. The reporter replied that they had to take the risk. Shadow monsters gathered around the cocoon, supporting and protecting it. The largest of them constantly looked around, acting as observers. On the spikes sat winged dragons, who watched the territory from above. Frowning, the journalist thought that they were working together, like people, which meant that the monster had awakened its intellectual abilities. She was afraid to even imagine what would happen when it fully evolved. She wondered if people would be able to defeat it. The cocoon towered above the spikes. The green monster ran after the man. At the same moment, a wave projectile hit him. A rider on a panda rose into the air. Without turning around, the stranger asked the civilians to quickly return to the shelter. Taking hold of the panda's body, the man realized that it was the Australite who created the shadows to hunt people. Looking at the cocoon, he thought that 3 days had passed since the battle between the monster and the panda, and the light that the monster emitted was becoming brighter and brighter. New monsters surrounded the man. Many shadow snakes opened their mouths. The panda suggested retreating, since they had gathered too many shadow monsters. Xiaozi agreed with clenched teeth. They retreated with a jerk, leaving the monsters behind. The gate of the bunker was rusted. Seeing their comrade return, the people asked how things were outside and whether she had managed to find food. Throwing a huge bag in front of her, the girl said that it was becoming more and more difficult to find supplies every day. Seeing Xiaoi, she turned away in embarrassment. The girls were sitting in the far corner of the bunker, discussing the situation. The entire city was under the control of shadow monsters. People would most likely die of starvation if they did not find a way to escape. The signal here was almost non-existent, which made it impossible to establish contact with the outside world. They did not even know when the rescue team would arrive. Looking down, Xiaoi said that she had to survive, otherwise the panda's sacrifice would be in vain. Raising her eyebrows, the girl promised to protect her friend. A red lantern lit up above them. An alarm sounded. People looked around, trying to understand what had happened. Standing on the second-floor balcony, a man called his friends to look at what was happening outside. A crowd of shadow monsters was approaching the bunker. The girls jumped to their feet. The monsters broke the windows and got into the building. A huge snake opened its mouth. The survivors realized that the bunker's fortifications were not working. The mutants began to devour people one by one. Their mouths were emitting a bright light. Jumping on the panda, Xiaozi ordered the old people and children to hide in the caves, and the rest to take up arms and fight to buy time. The spider's sharp paw hung over the man. Suddenly, a fiery projectile hit his head. Holding a gun in his hands, the old man called on the survivors to run. The angry spider opened its mouth in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the man realized that the bullets did not harm him. Zioe helped the people gather in the bunker. The green monsters surrounded the panda rider. The animal's wounds were bleeding. Frowning, the girl realized that Sanbao's old wounds had not yet healed and that he would not be able to withstand another fight. Grabbing his friend's hand, the little boy asked her to go inside. Closing the door, the girl promised to cover them from behind. The door slammed shut with a bang. The green spider decided to attack from behind. The shooter decided to hide around the corner. Turning around, she held the rifle in front of her. Seeing the monster's open mouth, Zioe declared that she would survive and not let the monster swallow her. Raising the rifle to herself, she said that she would not die here. The bullet hit the spider in the head. The mutant fell to the ground. The girl was breathing heavily. Her expression looked worried. In the middle of the forest, there was a lake. Hippos were resting in it. Suddenly, golden crystallized roots appeared from under the water. The protagonist moved forward with his comrades. Flying up to him, the holy flower said that they had been on the road for 7 days and would be there in 2 days if they did not slow down. The falcons spread their wings. They had already flown to the place, overtaking their comrades. Squinting, Ziyu said that they needed to speed up. The birds flew to the cocoon. The falcon noticed something and shuddered. There was someone on one of the stone spikes. Gritting his teeth, the man asked if Australite had turned into a crystal. The notification said that it was a member of the dragon squad. Looking through binoculars, his colleague said that it was not only that. There were a huge number of monsters on the ground, which brought the mutant food in an endless stream. Frowning menacingly, the commander concluded that the monster was unable to defend itself and that this was their chance to destroy it. If they failed, humanity would end. A green glow was seeping from the cocoon. Running to the table, the employee reported that a team of transcendent masters had arrived in the city of Jir and that they would immediately begin the operation. A fog hung over the spikes, armored units of the troops were blocked and people could not break through to the city. Zioking dashed forward. The man said that a report had come from Yang City in the morning that she was leading a huge detachment to the site. Putting his hand to his chin, the head of the Federation concluded that the girl was also interested in the monster. With his mouth wide open, the employee added that, among others, Wan Hao from the White Imperial City, Zioyao from Shu, and Yang Hin from who would arrive here the next day. Lowering his head, the commander thought that they had managed to gather all the forces of the Federation, except for the dragon guards who had not yet returned from the country of Sakura. Looking at the laptop screen, the woman said that a report had come from the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Bureau. Hearing that an entity with more than 4 million spiritual power was heading towards Jir City, the head of the Federation jumped up from his chair. The girl said that the target was moving from the Misty Mountains and concluded that it was a demonic tree. The protagonist's red eyes flashed. The man's eyes widened in shock. A crowd of spiders were carrying human corpses. Daiju opened his eyes while on one of them. The monsters were gradually approaching the cocoon. Australite clenched his teeth. It was impossible to break through his cocoon from the outside, so it was decided to destroy it from the inside. The guy was lying on top of a mountain of corpses. He had a large number of spiritual bombs with him, which would need to be used at the most opportune moment to attack. Yin was sitting behind a stone spike. Being the owner of excellent camouflage, she had to detonate the bombs. Looking ahead, the commander said that initially they wanted Beiju to detonate the bombs himself, but there was a high chance that the blast wave would also hit him. Schematic arrows appeared on the surface of the ground. As soon as the guy copes with his task, the squad should attack from the left flank to distract the shadow creatures. This will help the young man escape, and then Yin will be able to detonate. Peeking out from behind the spike, the girl thought that the interference from the magnetic field distortion was too strong here, so she would have to get closer for the detonator to work. The Australite opened its mouth to swallow its food. Beiju gritted his teeth in fear as he saw it approaching. The man with the binoculars said that the monster was preparing to swallow the food. The monster's tongue covered the corpses of the people. Swinging the bombs, the boy wished it a pleasant appetite. Leaping into the air, he threw the bombs into the depths of the monster. The monster slammed its mouth shut. The young man landed on his feet and ran away. Rushing forward with his squad, the commander ordered to cover the retreat of his comrade. The shadow monsters were alarmed. The Transcendents began to shoot spiritual bullets at them. Looking to the side, Beiju realized that the diversionary maneuver worked and decided to leave here as quickly as possible. Holding the detonator in her hands, Yin thought that she needed to detonate the bomb immediately. She pressed the red button. The bomb inside the Australite glowed. The girl did not understand why nothing happened. A shadow monster crept up behind her. Looking back, the guy wondered why the explosion had not happened yet. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth in front of him. The mutant fell to the ground with a crash. The guy rose into the air above him. A blow with claws cut the enemy's body into 3 equal parts. Raising his glowing hand, the young man declared that he could do more than just run. A strange red mutant appeared in front of him. Looking forward, the humanoid monster repeated random words. Beiju grinned, thinking that this enemy looked even stranger. Seeing people, the monster smiled widely. As the Transcendents rushed into battle against the shadow monsters, their numbers quickly increased, but the bomb still had not exploded. Looking at the huge green mutant, the people could not understand how this was possible, because they were only on the first level. An explosion was heard near the head of the shadow monster. The commander landed on his feet, forming a cloud of dust. A bright haze enveloped the ghost beast. A notification informed him that he was on the second level. Gritting his teeth in shock, the man could not believe his appearance. Shadow monsters surrounded him from all sides. Taking out the detonator, the commander declared that he would not die without reason and that the enemy's actions would be useless due to the bomb's wide radius. Pressing the button, he decided that they were destined to die together. A bright glow appeared in the belly of the Australite. A powerful explosion illuminated the city. Seeing the blinding light, the shadow monster opened its mouth wide. The shockwave knocked the man off his feet. A huge cloud of dust and smoke rose in front of him. Rising to his feet, the commander was glad that everything worked out. Blood flowed from his eyes. The soldier said that the deaths of his comrades were not in vain. The ghost beast looked back, noticing the enemy next to it. The Transcendent raised his eyebrows in surprise. The monster dropped to one knee. The man stared ahead, confused. Purple energy flared in front of him. A purple haze enveloped the mutant's body. A monster rose into the sky above the commander, a notification saying that it had reached the peak of level 4. The soldier, his mouth open in fear, wondered what to do now. The Australite rushed towards him to devour him. An explosion was heard on a huge stone spike. Smoke came from it, but the spike itself remained intact. The guy raised his radio to his mouth and said that these walls were too strong. Running up to him, the soldier said that there was a small gap in the southern wall. A row of spikes broke off near one of the city streets. Gritting his teeth, the young man wondered where the breach could have come from, but quickly realized that he had no time to think and that they needed to get into the city as soon as possible. The commander ordered his troops to move out. Green monsters surrounded the supermarket building. Having barricaded the windows, the people said that they needed to do everything to prevent the monsters from getting inside. Sitting next to the boards, the guy said that the mutants had been holding them under siege for 2 days and that they no longer had the strength to hold out. If this continued, they would either die of hunger or be eaten by the monsters. Xiaozi looked down sadly. Xiaoyi held a rifle in her hands. Frowning in frustration, she thought that each of the survivors had long since reached their limit. A sharp claw pierced the barricade. The people gritted their teeth in fear. The guy called on his comrades to prevent the enemies from breaking through. The monster immediately bit off his head. Raising her rifle, the girl called out to her friends. Sanbao bared his hand. A huge axe split the monster's head. The lizard opened its mouth, and flames raged on the ground. Looking up, the girl realized that the tremors had stopped. Suddenly, roots appeared from under the ground in front of her. Xiaoyi raised her eyebrows in surprise. Looking to the side, she saw an approaching divine tree, next to which other mutated beasts were walking. The girl with a firearm approached the tree, from which bright vines were hanging down. There was a gloomy sphere in the center of the tree trunk. The heroes behind the girl looked at it in fear, not understanding how the demonic tree of the Misty Mountains appeared here. The guys furrowed their brows in horror. One of them grabbed his hair, screaming that they were definitely finished, they would definitely die. The main character asked the girl if she was Xiaoyi. The heroine looked up at the tree in surprise. Ziyu's eyes narrowed. Shining brightly, he asked if she was really the same person that the ninth brother wanted to protect so much. Xiaoyi opened her mouth and furrowed her brows, repeating his words in her head. Her yellow eyes widened. The girl frowned and screamed, asking if they were Zai's friends and had come here to save him. The protagonist frowned, saying that it was true, they would protect everyone here. After all, he was going to complete what the ninth brother wanted to do. The crowd of people froze, listening to the demon tree's words. The sphere spoke to Kingang. The protagonist lifted the giant wooden box above him. The guy threw it at the feet of the crowd of people. Ziyu said that all of this was food from Qingfeng City. He thought that this would be enough for everyone for today. The guy from the crowd gritted his teeth, asking what would happen tomorrow. The protagonist's red eye flashed brightly as he said that they would all be escorted out of here tomorrow. The protagonist ordered his subordinates to stay here to protect. Kingang stood next to Qin. Behind them were giant mutated animals. Ziyu spoke to the mutated dinosaur, Xiaohong, abnormal white tiger and demonic bull standing on the other side, saying that they would go with him to deal with that guy. A bright flash of energy appeared in the center of the city. A giant creature with bright eyes was behind the creatures with blinding light from their open mouths. The monster frowned, thinking that it sensed a powerful energy source approaching this place, and it was very hungry. The system reported that it was Australite, a beast of destruction, possessing the 4th level. The spiritual power of the creature was equal to 13 million. The bright eyes of the sphere narrowed. The status window showed that Willow Tree, Ziyu possessed the 3rd level. Its spiritual power was 9.7 million. Australite froze, spreading its giant wings and looking at the numerous crystals, saying that its children were also starving. The demonic tree moved forward rapidly, a flock of birds flew behind it. A dark-haired girl with a phone and a guy with a surveillance device were hiding among the stone debris. She was talking about how she didn't expect that there was a demonic tree from the Misty Mountains here. The hero noticed that they seemed to be dead. She looked at the phone screen, saying that after the monster attacked, there was no signal here, such important news, and they couldn't tell anyone about it. Antennas began to appear on the screen, signaling that the network was starting to appear. The girl furrowed her eyebrows and smiled widely, shouting that they had a signal, which was just great. The guy frowned in displeasure and turned to her, putting his finger to his nose and asking her to be quiet. Asking if she really wanted them to be found and killed, she immediately apologized. The demonic tree sent out long roots forward, forming a spiritual field. Under the cover of the dark sky was a tall, light building, which was a broadcasting station. The guy frowned in concern and walked up to the director, reporting that they were receiving a picture from Jir City. The man opened his mouth wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. It was the demonic tree of the Misty Mountains. The protagonist was rapidly moving through the roots. Moving forward, the top of the tree was bright pink. The director gritted his teeth, ordering him to urgently gather a team and prepare everything for a long live broadcast. The guy looked at the man standing next to him in surprise, asking if they were really allowed to broadcast something like this. Wouldn't they get a reprimand for this? The director turned to him and opened his mouth wide, shouting that they would show it. Because if the demonic tree won, he would take full responsibility, and if he lost, it would make no difference, they were dead. The blue-haired guy froze in a stupor, frowning in displeasure. The man's brows furrowed, sweat dripping down his face, and he said that everyone had the right to know what would happen when humanity would survive or not. Ziyu frowned, his red eyes looking forward. The people in the subway car were animatedly discussing the latest news about the demon tree coming to Jir City. Someone asked if Bayou Gorge was that close to Jir. A purple-haired boy was lying in a hammock, lighting a cigarette for the boy next to him, looking at his phone and asking if they were fighting over territory, to which the hero next to him remarked that it would be better if both creatures died. Crowds of people stopped on the streets of the city, watching the big screens broadcasting the demon tree's actions, wondering what would happen to the world. The cultists stood in dark robes with high headdresses, looking at the leader at the pentagram drawn on the stone wall, who said that the gods are leading to this end, humanity will perish in the abyss. The head of the Chinese Federation clasped his hands together, looking at the laptop screen and listening to the words that both creatures are monsters who do not care about nuclear missiles. The voice asked the leader what they should do, but the man froze in a stupor, his eyes wide open and not answering the question asked. The protagonist's sphere was inside a bright depression in the tree. The Australite frowned, looking forward. Bright vines of the tree hung down. The hero stood right in front of a giant beast of destruction. Xiaohong opened her mouth, showing sharp teeth and telling the master that something is wrong. She can feel a wave of spiritual energy emanating from this creature, but she does not feel its life essence. Tizuyu narrowed his eyes, noticing that she had also noticed it. That was true, but more importantly, the creature was constantly emitting an extremely unpleasant aura. The eyes of the giant beast of destruction shone brightly. The Australite opened his mouth, saying that the hero had finally come to him. The protagonist frowned, looking into his eyes. The creature was right in front of the tree, saying that the moment he swallowed that panda, he felt a strange powerful force within him. It had the same aura as the hero. Tizuyu's eyes shone brightly. He realized that it was the essence of life. The creature's gray hair fluttered in the wind, indicating that the panda was still alive in its stomach. Because it was thanks to it that it was able to track the hero's presence, it did this to find him and eat him. The sphere studied the bright light, thanking the monster for chewing everything in detail. Tizuyu opened his mouth wide and frowned his red eyes with anger, shouting that he knew how to save the ninth brother. The Australite laughed loudly and bowed his head, ordering his mockingbird to kill the protagonist and his wards. Brightly shining giant insects began to crawl out of the crystals. The eyes of the suns in the tree shone brightly. The hero gave the order to join the battle. The animals opened their mouths, showing sharp teeth and moving forward. The creatures opened their mouths wide, releasing streams of bright light. The protagonist's subordinates moved forward, bearing sharp fangs. The dinosaur began to tear apart the insect. The white tiger rested its forehead on one of the creatures. The animal bared its teeth fiercely, its fur shining brightly with blue flames. It used the ability Thunderous Might. The demonic bull waved its hand, leaving a bright stream of light among the giant insects. The emperor crocodile opened its mouth wide, screaming shrilly, pushing the creatures back with a sound wave. The giant insects surrounded Xiaohong. They opened their mouths wide, releasing streams of bright white light. The fox raised its head and roared. A stream of bright tongues of flame rushed forward from its mouth, crushing a group of giant insects. It used the ability Infernal Flash. The nine-tailed scarlet fox took a step forward, bright yellow lightning coming out of its eyes. The dark part of the giant creature's body struck, causing a bright explosion. Australite blocked the blow with his paws and looked forward from under his brows. The protagonist frowned and opened his eyes wide, realizing that he could not penetrate his defense. The beast of destruction frowned and sent out its tentacles forward to attack. Holes were forming in the tree where the creation ribbons passed. The protagonist frowned, not understanding what was wrong with his body. At the foot of the tree were giant insects that Tizuyu's wards were fighting. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that if they fought here, he would catch his own. The Australite opened its mouth wide, from which a stream of bright light came out. It asked how dare the protagonist distract him in a fight with it. The monster bit off a part of the tree where the protagonist's sphere was. It threw its head back and laughed smugly. Tizuyu frowned, asking what he was laughing at. The system reported that the protagonist used the ability Hallucinogen. The monster opened its mouth wide as the tree began to attack it with its dark roots. The long vines of the tree threw the beast of destruction back, carrying it over the roofs of tall buildings. The Australite fell with a crash next to its crystals, raising clouds of dust into the air. When the curtain of dust began to dissipate, the monster was already standing on its paws, looking ahead with displeasure. The creature spread its bright wings to the sides. It was right in front of the demonic tree. There were piles of crystals around them. Tizuyu frowned, looking around and realizing that the entire space was filled with them. The Australite opened its mouth wide with a bright light coming out of it, saying that they were all his children. The time for their awakening would soon come, and then this entire world would turn into food for them. The food chain would change forever. All living things would exist only to serve them. The protagonist's eyes widened at what he heard. The beast of destruction raised its head, saying that the hero dragged it here because it was afraid that its spiritual power would harm its subordinates. But everything the hero did was meaningless because his followers would destroy the protagonist's subordinates. Xiaohong stood in front of the hero with a red body with dark stripes. The Australite said that his subordinates had the power of the second level. The ghost beast smiled widely, looking at the nine-tailed fox. The beast of destruction opened its mouth wide in front of the demonic tree, saying that it would only become its saw, another source of power. Ziyu opened his mouth wide and screamed, saying that the monster did not understand something, because his subordinates were not weak enough to fall under its attack. Xiaohong opened her mouth, showing sharp teeth. The wooden hand spread its fingers at the thick branches of the tree. The hero noticed that Australite had fundamentally misinterpreted what was happening, because he clearly lacked gray matter. The hero did not drag him here because he was afraid of his spiritual power, which allegedly could harm his subordinates. Just facing a 4th level creature, using all his strength, he cannot guarantee that by killing him, the hero will not hurt his own. The roots of the tree began to destroy the ground under the hero, releasing clouds of dust. The eyes of the sphere shone brightly. They were obscured by dark branches. The protagonist took the form of a tree giant with a bright light inside the pillar, vines fluttering like streams of wind. Ziyu frowned, his eyes shone brightly, and streams of steam came out of his mouth. He said that he thought for a long time about choosing the best fighting form. Now he is sure that this option is the best choice. Australite threw his head back, his eyes shone brightly. The roots curled behind the tree giant. The hero told the beast of destruction standing in front of him that he would never rule this world, and his offspring had no place on this earth, because he would destroy each of them. He looked at the large number of gray crystals. The Australite opened its mouth wide, releasing a stream of bright light, screaming for Tizuyu to stop this. Bright streams of light lit up the sky above the city. The white tiger spread its wings, looking towards the bright flash. Giant fires arose among the tall buildings of the city. The Australite put out its paws, looking forward from under its brows. The giant creature's eyes turned dark. Its crystals were engulfed in flames. The protagonist extended his hand to the sides. Numerous thick branches came out of its back. He asked, "What's the matter?" He opened his mouth slightly. His eyes shone brightly. The hero said that he thought that the beast of destruction belonged to emotionless, calculating creatures, but he could not even imagine that it could feel anger. The monster's black eyes widened and he screamed that he would simply kill the demonic tree. The tree giant frowned, looking ahead from under his brows. A powerful explosion made the entire city shake. A stream of raised dust and smoke rushed into the sky. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, saying that it was time for battle. The guy next to her looked into the lens of the device. A giant insect with a bright light from its open mouth appeared above them. The heroes were horrified and screamed. The monster began to open its mouth wider and scream. A dark paw hit its head. Xiaozi appeared on the battlefield, riding Sanbao. The panda frowned and opened its mouth wide, breathing heavily. Dark silhouettes of monsters were visible, smiling widely. The animals roared loudly and pounced on the monsters. The honey badger bared his sharp fangs, his eyes shining brightly. The people screamed in fear, running away from the green monsters. The terrifying monsters grabbed people with their mouths. The people were covered in sweat and their mouths were wide open. They looked up and saw a huge animal with white fur, resembling a monkey. One man fell to his knees and grabbed his head, screaming that he did not want to die. The huge monkey raised his hand, its eyes shining brightly. Then the animal hit the green monsters with its fist. The monkey sat on one knee and stamped its foot, raising a shockwave. Many golden rays of light attacked the crowd of monsters. Suddenly, many more appeared around the white monkey, screaming loudly. The animals attacked the black and green monsters. The people stood aside, watching the fight. They assumed that the monkeys were saving them because they considered them their food. The white huge monkey approached the crowd of people and asked if there were any who worked at the zoo. The woman with blonde hair arched her eyebrows in shock and began to sweat. Charred tall buildings could be seen. A huge insect stood next to the crowd of people, ordering the evacuation of all people from the city. A giant bull with a bright orange mane leaned towards a smaller animal, asking what their mission was, and it replied that they had to provide for the people first, including the zoo workers. Red flies held the people, flying up into the sky with them. A dark-skinned man with long black hair stood on a tall pillar. Next to him stood Kin, who reported that they had found survivors, and Kingang had ordered them all to be taken out of the city. The man's eyes emitted a bright yellow light, and he said that the rest depended on the divine tree and the 9 great beasts. And who knew how much longer they had to fight like this? The hawk flapped his wings and screamed that everything was ready. The polar bears looked up at the sky, and the birds screamed that there were no people left in this area. A group of bright green monsters was visible, and the hawk screamed that there was no need to linger here any longer. The beast with sharp fangs lowered its head and screamed that it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The dinosaur opened its mouth wide, screamed that it had held back for too long, and used the maximum power sound wave technique. The divine bull opened its mouth, its eyes shining brightly, and used the gravity strike technique. The buildings collapsed and began to fall to the ground. The green monsters were encased in ice blocks. The dinosaur used the infernal flame technique and set the enemies on fire. Flames filled the city, loud explosions began to occur. The ghostly beast stood in the middle of the gray smoke. Xiaohong opened her mouth and said that this damn 9th brother tried to handle such a difficult task alone. The fox asked if he thought they could not help him. The red fox waved its many tails, setting them on fire, and said that she would teach him a lesson after this was over. The red fox clenched her teeth tightly and her eyes turned purple. Xiaohong raised her head and shouted that she would definitely do it. The red fox opened her red eyes wide and shouted that she would teach her enemy the same lesson she was going to give to the 9th brother. A huge fire sphere appeared in the middle of the city. This barrier illuminated the burned and destroyed city. A red helicopter was flying in the air. Inside, 2 men were arguing about how they would definitely not be noticed or shot because everyone was so engrossed in the battle. A man with dark hair was holding a professional camera for reporting, asking what was going on. A huge mammoth rammed the stone wall. The polar bears roared loudly as the green beetles approached them. Flash swung his hand and increased his strength. The impact cut the monster's body. A winged creature was flying in the sky, setting fire to the enemies on the ground below. Small birds flew past the monsters at incredible speed, leaving yellow streaks in the air. A white tiger with large wings stood on a platform, screaming loudly. People looked at the huge screen where the mammoth was broadcast. The viewers shouted that Jir City was finished. The man with the camera in his hand frowned his black eyebrows and said that all the animals were unimaginably strong. Then he said that for some reason the shadow monsters were fighting each other. Blue and green monsters were attacking each other. A small creature with a multicolored flower on its head was visible. It opened its red eyes wide, asking how the monsters dared to hurt its friends. It was unforgivable. There was a gray sky above the tall buildings. Someone could be heard telling the director that their correspondents from Jir City had contacted again, and that they were saved by the surviving Iron Knights. The dark-haired man furrowed his brows tensely and asked what was going on. The woman in the yellow jacket held a microphone in one hand, saying that the surviving residents of the city were being evacuated with the help of monsters, as unlikely as it sounded. Various animals surrounded the crowd of people, and the woman said that there were other animals in the back somewhere, fighting the shadow monsters, preventing them from reaching the people. The man with a beard looked at the girl with purple hair, asking if the monsters were protecting the people of Jir City, and she confirmed that they were. The girl stood at the head of the table, where many people in suits were sitting. The man with a beard furrowed his brows and tilted his head when the girl said that the demon tree was at the 3rd level of evolution, and Australite was at the 4th. The man's mouth dropped open in shock as the girl stated that the difference in strength between them was too great, and although saving the lives of their fellow citizens was a priority, they should consider taking advantage of the moment to deal a decisive blow to Australite. The worker furrowed his brows and sternly said that the demonic tree was the strongest being that was currently on their side, and if it was defeated, they would have no other way to counter it. The bearded man asked with a tense expression if the spiritual missiles were ready. A missile was flying in the sky among the clouds, and the director said that these missiles were stronger than the ones they used against the demonic tree because they had gathered the spiritual energy of all the masters in their country. But unfortunately, They only had one such missile. The bearded man furrowed his brows and looked down, saying that once the demonic tree was defeated, they would need to finish off Australite with a spiritual missile. The brown bark of the tree was visible, and the man said that it was very ironic that the one they once wanted to destroy might now be their only hope for survival. A purple monster was flying above the city, and the workers decided that they could only hope. The black monster opened its mouth wide and used the willow branch strike technique. The green branches began to hit the purple round shield. The insect spread its wings. The black monster looked up and saw green sparks in the air. Then a blinding light appeared and engulfed the monster. The insect opened its mouth wide and screamed that its opponent was obviously weak. He was sure that the monster did not expect him to have fire-related skills. Suddenly, the space shook from a powerful blow. The insect fell, gray smoke appeared around. The monster smirked and asked if its weakness was so obvious, then why did it not feel anything then? The insect with two pairs of eyes looked at him with hostility. Then it raised its head, red sparks appeared around. The black ball narrowed its eyes and said that it also knew a few fire elemental skills, and that its opponent seemed hopelessly stupid. The insect opened its green eyes wide and thought that this was bad. It screamed loudly in fear when it found itself inside the flames. Long tentacles tied the creature, and a yellow light appeared around it. It opened its green eyes wide and said that it would kill its enemy. The middle of the battlefield was empty, and the insect thought that its opponent had disappeared. Suddenly, a black monster appeared behind the insect and said that it had several fire elemental skills, but it itself could not stand the flames, and this was ironic. The insect turned around and cursed loudly. The monster opened its mouth wide, inside which was a black ball. The insect screamed in pain when it received a through blow. A lot of red blood flew out of its mouth. A hand grabbed the ball. A panda was reflected in the blue surface. The tree branches rushed in one direction. The protagonist inside the hollow narrowed his eyes and made a dissatisfied sound. The white-haired creature jumped back. It pressed its limbs into the ground, raising dust into the air. The creature opened its mouth wide, sweating profusely. The black monster looked at the ball in its hand and chuckled. Inside was Zai, who was simply sleeping, and the monster said that they should postpone this conversation until everything was over. The monster swung his hand, and through the ball, a beam of light appeared. A bright streak stretched in the air. Ziohong looked up. Then the red fox turned to the divine bull and called out loudly, and he immediately understood her. The bull created a yellow light around itself and used an anti-gravity technique, causing small pieces of earth to rise into the air. Inside the blue ball, the ninth brother was visible. Ziohong walked up to the green monsters and ordered someone to take the ninth one away. The huge white snake took the blue ball with the panda inside into its mouth. Suddenly, it stopped, seeing a crowd of monsters in front of it. Ziohong frowned and turned around, shouting loudly, "No." A loud explosion rang out in the middle of the city. A beam of golden light hit the monkey and honey badger were fighting the shadow monsters, and Ziohong said that everyone else was here too, and right now they were desperately protecting what was dear to the panda. King Yang watched from afar as Qin spoke to the crowd of people and animals. Panda's eyes widened. The red fox wrinkled its nose, looking at him with anger in its eyes. Then Ziohong hit the panda with her tail and it flew back. The white snake and the divine bull stood behind, and the bull called out to the red fox in fear. Panda touched his cheek and looked at Ziohong. The red fox looked at him and asked him sternly why he had not called them. The animal's white face was covered in red scratches, and he screamed that it was not quite so. Ziohong opened her fanged mouth and screamed deafeningly, asking what had put it into the panda's head that doing something so dangerous alone was a good idea. She asked if they did not deserve him to tell them about his plans. The panda gritted his teeth, looking at the red fox with shame. The panda rose to his feet, and Ziohong, standing in front of him, asked if it was because he did not trust his comrades. The panda opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly that he simply did not want his friends to die because of him, but to live. The red fox's eyes turned white with anger, and she said that they would not die. The white tiger, dinosaur, and ant all had furious faces. The mammoth, polar bear, spider, and snake were also looking at the panda. They all opened their mouths at the same time and shouted that the panda could rely on them because they were here to help the junior. The panda cried loudly and tears ran down his face. The white snake with horns threw the panda up in the air. Ziohong looked back and told the panda to go away because the person he was looking for was already waiting for him. The white snake carried the panda away. A city with charred buildings was visible. The sky was gray. King Gang fell to his knees and put his hand on the ground, using the copper wall technique. The crowd of green monsters looked at how a wall grew out of the floor. This barrier separated the people and the shadow monsters. Them. King Kong rushed forward and destroyed the monster with his elbow. Streams of aura were coming off the green ants. The frightened people ran away from them with all their might. A yellow bullet shot through part of the monster's mouth. Zioe sat with her rifle in her hands, squinting her eyes. Opening them, she angrily gritted her teeth. Running up to her, the gray-haired old man in a cap impulsively called out to her. Looking at the red-haired girl who had calmly turned around, with the huge monster behind her, he told her to be careful. Brown paws of an animal quickly running forward became visible near the place of this event. The panda jumped and bit the ant's neck with its mouth. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her teeth with all her might. Zioe's eyes widened in surprise. The panda, with a bright residual light of energy behind her, continued to hold the monster. The girl called out to her excitedly. The white panda turned her gaze to the side. Dozens of people were running away from the battlefield with genuine fear on their faces. The white snake released a powerful column of fire from its mouth, completely covering the area surrounding the enemy. Turning its body towards the man, he declared that they had come here to help. Spreading his arms, Jai thanked the small white snake, declaring that it was truly a messenger of the gods. A barrage of gunshots rang out after another command, as well as a statement that they needed to prevent the monsters from approaching the civilians. One of the commanders said that the reserve regiments should cut off the movement of the shadow beasts. An image of dozens of monsters that continued to break through appeared. Sitting down and taking out a new weapon, the soldier said that the RPGs were ready to fire. After the command to fire, dozens of powerful shots began to hit the swarm of green ants. The projectile of the powerful weapon was quickly approaching another monster. It hit its mouth, after which it disappeared without flying out the other side. Opening its mouth wide, the soldier asked in surprise if it really swallowed the projectile. Opening its mouth, the ant fired the RPG projectile forward. It approached the crowd of fleeing civilians. Making a dash forward and throwing out his hand, the gray-haired man said that he did not have time to block. Tilting her body, frightened Kin screamed. The red-haired girl silently turned her head up. Long white wings appeared in the sky. The crane intercepted the projectile with its paw. The warriors in uniform looked at it with sincere shock on their faces. The purple-haired girl covered her mouth with her hands, sighing in surprise. Turning its body, the crane fired a projectile in the other direction. Having caught up with the crowd of monsters, its explosion completely covered the location. Raising her hand, the girl said that this was a great job, adding that he was always invisible and unheard, but in critical situations he was useful. Opening his mouth wide, the man also thanked their inconspicuous brother. The purple-haired girl added that being invisible was a useful skill, and he was just incredibly cool in his ability to hide his presence. The unusual orange animal scratched its head, looking to the side. Looking at the white crane, he asked who the hell it was. When the crowd of people disappeared, dozens of troops began to shoot. Someone ordered to open fire at full power. Unusual green creatures jumped on the soldiers. Gritting their teeth, they continued to shoot at their approaching bodies. Opening his mouth wide, the white-haired man called for the blade of the White Emperor. Making a dash forward, he cut the monster with burning eyes. Looking at the muscular man with the blade, one of the warriors stated that it was Wang Gao from the White Imperial City. The soldier sharply turned his head, hearing the words of the approaching warrior. Smiling madly, the long-haired man with a rocket launcher on his shoulder said that they would now deal with these creatures. He added that he never thought that they would fight on the same side with the beasts. Opening his mouth and eyes wide, he loudly said that there was no need to fight them. Powerful, simultaneous shots followed from 6 guns. Dense volleys filled the area near the swarm of ants. Quickly rushing forward, the green-haired man cut through a dozen monsters with his daggers in an instant. Raising his blade, the White Emperor jumped towards the monsters. Several large animals also rushed towards the new batch of green opponents. Shock waves from the attacks blew away the soldiers. One of them said that these transcendent warriors were very strong. The second added that they were as far away from them as the moon. Looking ahead, the dark-haired man smiled madly. Dozens of dense attacks from the installation swirled and flew forward, surrounded by small yellow lightning. The honey badger's eyes widened. He opened his mouth wide as a stream of fire covered not only the monsters, but him off there. Narrowing his eyes, the beast said that he was a fool. After that, he used gigantification. His limbs, covered in lightning, began to expand. The Australite narrowed his eyes in surprise. Having increased in size 100 times, the sphere instantly aimed a huge fist at its opponent. It caught up with the beast of destruction and began to smash it into the ground. The sphere opened its mouth and screamed in tension. A huge column of dust covered several multi-story buildings. The shockwave destroyed everything in its path. Ziohong rushed forward, thinking about her master. The man in the plane flying above the battlefield said that it was horrible and they were far away from the battle, but the shockwave still hit them. He looked towards the smoke above the hundreds of buildings that were destroyed to their foundations. The man said that one blow from the demon tree created a crater in the city, adding that this is what a battle between 3rd and 4th tier creatures looks like. The crowd of people looked ahead. Looking at the screen, the brown-haired man watched the broadcast and heard that such powers were beyond the capabilities of humans. A monster emerged from the fire, its head beginning to gather from dozens of tentacles. The purple his mouth wide, he stated that he thought he could handle his opponent with just his 4th level strength, but his strength had surpassed his expectations. He added that now that the games were over, he would put everything into this attack and crush him into dust along with the rest of the city. Looking ahead, the demonic tree stated that this was good. It had 3.3 million spiritual energy left. A powerful shot of purple aura was fired above the Australite's head. The tree used crystallization while wrapping itself in tentacles. The shot of magic ricocheted off the tentacle armor. He continued to destroy everything in his path. A powerful sphere of explosion rose above the mountains, lighting up several cities in the area, releasing a lot of energy. The helicopter began to sway from the wind currents flying from the explosion. One of the people told him to keep the helicopter steady. The brown-haired man looked tiredly at the screen. One of the people present said that the attack had just caused a magnitude 7 earthquake in the city, adding that if the attack had hit the entire city, it would have been the end of it. One of the men in suits said that if it weren't for the demon tree, the city would no longer exist. Looking ahead, Ewan agreed with him, saying that Jir would have been leveled to the ground by now. An image of an earthen sphere with long protrusions appeared. Turning around, Zhao asked if the earthquake was caused by the battle between the divine tree and that creature. The sphere's eyes glowed red. He mentally said that this was a miscalculation, for he didn't think that his opponent would hide his strength and keep such a powerful attack in reserve to unleash at a critical moment. He also mentally added that he thought that he had killed the 5th order killer whale in this way. Coming out of the smoke, the tree said that he was the first opponent since he came to this world who had managed to bring him to this state. Lowering his head, the brown-haired man said to prepare a spiritual missile. Looking at several employees, he said that once the demonic tree was defeated, they should launch. Looking at them menacingly and slightly angrily, he repeated that they should launch as soon as this happened. A bright turquoise light emitted from the sphere near Australite. The man said that it was amazing, because even a 5th order killer whale could not survive this blow. He had reached the peak of the 4th level. His spiritual power had reached 9.2 million. The tree's eyes lit up. He said that in his case, he was afraid that he would have to use this attack twice. A system window appeared, with information that he was a 3rd level spirit with a spiritual power of 3.29 million. The sphere of turquoise energy grew larger. The wooden horses began to surround the demonic tree as it used the earth shield, the element of earth. A stream of dense green energy came from Australite. It touched the shield, starting a powerful pressure on it. Opening its mouth, the demonic tree screamed at the top of its lungs. The attack ricocheted at an angle of 90 degrees and rushed into the sky. Strange red dark creatures began to crawl out of the monster. Dozens of monsters, from which an aura emanated, opened their mouths. They roared when they saw the demonic tree. A stream of yellow magic passed next to its body. Ziokin, glaring at it, ran. She jumped and raised her sword, which was instantly enveloped in flames. With an arcing attack, she cut through the bodies of several monsters. A huge flame of fire enveloped the destroyed city. Holding the rest of the sword, the brown-haired girl looked forward. Turning her head and looking at her own blade, she mentally said that even a sword developed by a spiritual energy research institute could only withstand one full power strike. Hundreds of people watched the girl's attack through a large screen on the street. Someone said that she was the fire princess of the Transcendent team. Another said to kick their asses. Lowering her body and throwing away her sword, she said that she needed to end this quickly, because the higher-ups were planning to launch a missile filled with spiritual energy here. Turning her head, the demonic tree said that if they launched a missile at the city, it could lead to many casualties. The tree's eyes opened completely. Looking at the girl standing a few meters away, it asked if there was any way to contact the command. Lowering his head, the brown-haired man asked if someone really wanted to talk to him. Putting a small root to his head, the tree told him to listen carefully. Looking at the phone in surprise, he mentally asked if it was really his voice, then clarified what he wanted to say. Looking away, the tree replied that it would tell him honestly that dealing with a creature of almost the 5th order was not an easy task, but he needed his help. A tall pillar of fire burned in front of Australite's face. Having broken through it, the brown-haired girl flew forward, spreading her arms. She used infernal butterflies and directed fire at the monster from different sides. Lowering his head, he calmly stayed in it. Opening his mouth and starting to attack, he asked that since he dealt with the tree, then apparently the time of people has come. Lowering her body, Ziokin looked at the attack flying overhead in fear. Another huge explosion covered an entire section of the city. Looking down, the brown-haired man asked if he was serious. Looking to the side, the tree asked if this was what he had always wanted. Shifting his gaze, the man told him not to regret it. Looking menacingly forward, he replied that he never did anything he would regret later. With a powerful jump, the girl was able to escape from the smoke. Looking down, she mentally declared that this monster of destruction was too strong for her and she would not be able to defeat it, and she should give it her all to give the master some time. Spreading both her arms, she created butterfly wings behind her back. Raising her head, the Australite laughed loudly and said that out of all the people he had seen, she stood out. Opening her mouth wide, she screamed. A bright light illuminated the entire city. The Australite frowned angrily. Digging his fingers into the ball, the wooden golem realized that its regeneration speed was not enough to suppress the destructive power of this attack. The helicopter flew closer. The journalist reported that the demonic tree was able to block the attack. The Federation staff jumped up from their seats and shouted that the tree could not lose because they had used up a whole rocket of spiritual energy. The people cheered, raising their hands and wishing their new ally victory in the battle. Zioking covered her face with her hand and called out to her comrade. Qin and Zhao watched from afar. The energy ball continued to press on the enemy. The mutant clenched his jaws and asked what was going on and did he really have no chance of winning. The roots destroyed the ground beneath them due to the intense pressure. The monster thrust out its paw. With blazing eyes, the protagonist declared that he would not be defeated or die and that he would force the enemies to leave this place. Grinning widely, he declared that the enemy would never win. The energy ball fell on the city. A cloud of smoke enveloped the monster's body. Raising his paw up, the mutant was happy that he had finally managed to deal with the enemy. Tizuyu appeared from the fog. The monster opened its mouth in fear. Breaking out of the cloud of smoke, the core rushed forward. The time stop plunged the world into darkness. Using the power of 9 tree roots, the sphere sent them forward. The roots pierced the body of the monster. Baring its teeth, the ball screamed. Its roots continued to affect the enemy. They lifted his body into the air. The wounded Australite was above the ground. A golden crystallized root burst upward. The protagonist declared that it was over. The panda's cloak fluttered in the wind. Tizuyu opened his mouth wide. The golden root struck the ground with force. The divine tree stood in the rising dust. A notification reported that the target's vital signs were absent. The mutant's body was imprinted on the destroyed ground. His paw began to evaporate. The core lowered its gaze. Without turning around, he called out to his comrade and said that the battle had ended in their victory. The panda stood on a stone block. Hearing that they could finally go home, the beast smiled. A smile also appeared on Xiaoking's face. The sphere looked forward with determination. The sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the ruined city. The monster's head evaporated into thin air. The reporter said that after 2 months, Australite was destroyed. The little boy finally met his family. People raised their fists in joy. The Federation staff jumped up from their seats in joy. The leader smiled widely. The divine tree stood on the empty battlefield. Looking forward, the sphere said that it did not expect the city to be destroyed to such a state. The panda replied that the wars that people start among themselves are much more destructive. Looking at him, the ball asked if his friend managed to find the person he needed. Looking ahead, the beast replied that he was helping to lead people out of the city, so he did not look for her. Xiaohong appeared in front of the heroes. Raising her burning tails, the fox was glad that her friend was okay. Opening her mouth, she said that she had very sad news to report. The animal opened its eyes in shock. The black snake helped him get to the place. Zhao said that while he was protecting the evacuating people, a shadow monster sneaked up unnoticed and attacked Xiaoi. No one could be blamed for what happened, because the battlefield was chaotic and anyone could become a victim. The sniper rifle was lying in a pool of blood. Looking down, the panda remembered the fox's words about Zhao building a grave. The black snake flew over the city. Looking ahead, the snake asked what his friend would do when he saw the grave. The beast tensely pursed his lips. The background was an orange sky. The animal said that he had a lot to say to his friend. Raising his head, the snake advised his friend to summon all his courage and say his last words to her, because the girl was strong and would not want her friend to talk about something sad, so he should hold back his tears. Lowering his head, the bear said that a coward would do that. In the middle of the forest, there was a monument. Seeing beautiful flowers around it, the panda realized that they were planted by a little girl named Linghua. Looking at the monument, the beast said that he felt an irreparable debt to the others for the kindness they had shown. Blood flowed from his wounds. He declared that he had become stronger and would never be in danger again. Leaves fell on the grave. The animal explained that he never thought that their meeting would be like this, considering the fact that it would be the last. The bear looked at the grave with pity and concluded that it was time for them to part ways, and said that he would never cry again and would live bravely, and time would continue to move on. The sun's rays illuminated the monument. The panda added that there was no point in shedding tears and that one should only move forward. He understood this thanks to the lessons of his friend. Opening his mouth, the beast promised that she would never have to worry about him again. Hearing a familiar voice, the animal's eyes widened. The wind swayed his cloak. The bear turned around. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Some time ago, the panda sat on a black snake and thought about what he should say in front of his friend's grave. Then he thought about apologizing for running away and announcing his return. Now tears appeared in his eyes. Xiaoi smiled. Shouting her name, the beast ran forward. The girl looked at him with tears in her eyes. The snake frowned and asked to just say goodbye. Tears streamed down the animal's cheeks. Trembling with emotion, the bear said that he thought he would never see his friend again in this life. The girl burst into tears. The heroes hugged each other. The panda was indignant and promised to express her dissatisfaction to the divine tree in Sialhong. The old man chuckled, watching from behind the tree. The protagonist stood on a cliff with the nine-tailed fox. Looking ahead, Ziyu said that this small revenge was needed so that next time their comrade would not act so thoughtlessly. Looking at the sky, the tree core asked the fox to tell the main forces and Zhao to hand over the civilians to the military because it was time for them to leave. Squinting, the sphere thought of the panda. The beast smiled widely, looking at his friend. Smiling, the ball thought that the bear should decide for himself what to do. Bowing before Zioking, the guy said that all the shadow beasts in the city had been destroyed. Smiling, the girl said that it was time for them to leave. The Federation staff were sitting at the table. Someone said that Australite had been destroyed, but the city was filled with mutated beasts and a large number of civilians were with them. The worker asked what would happen if the mutants refused to leave and used the city residents as hostages for blackmail. Frowning sternly, the woman called out to the leader and said that the beasts from the Misty Mountains were leaving the city. The protagonist moved forward. The head of the Federation looked down tensely. The citizens were handed over to the military. The people gathered in front of the stone spikes. There were smiles on the faces of the city residents. They realized that the unusual beasts from the Misty Mountains saved their lives. They were interested in the question of whether the state would continue to fight them. The crowd gathered in front of the steel gates. Someone said that the mutants had saved them and that humanity was now in their debt. One of the residents imagined what would happen if a white tiger became his pet. The man frowned sternly, suggesting that it was a conspiracy. Tizuyu looked ahead resolutely. There was smoke above the ruined city. A creature burst out of the ground. The Australite crawled to the surface. Frowning, he was glad that he left the clone in a hidden place, otherwise his days would be numbered, after which the monster promised the enemy that his revenge would be cruel. Suddenly, someone's hairy paw grabbed him. The beast raised the monster in front of him and said that it was he who injured his younger brother. With wide eyes, the mutant asked him to stop. At the same moment, a wave of fire washed over his body. Smoke came out of the panda's mouth. Looking ahead, the animal asked where their younger brother was. His comrade replied that the beast was with a human girl and asked if he should be brought here. The giant panda frowned and answered negatively. Deciding that they would meet sooner or later, the bear walked forward. The monument was in a flowering forest. Putting her hand to her mouth, Xiaoyi was surprised that Flash and Qin were in love with each other, but Qinfeng also had feelings for her. The panda confirmed this. Raising his hand to his chin, the old man asked if Qin did not have feelings for the white tiger. Turning away, the beast doubted and decided that there was more to their relationship and that he would need to ask the people about it upon his return. The man was surprised that there was so much gossip in the Misty Mountains. The animal looked back when the girl asked why her friend wanted to go back to the Misty Mountains instead of staying here. The heroes looked at each other. Leaves fell around. The bear silently looked up, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The panda replied that he was indebted to his friends beyond measure, because if the divine tree had not intervened, they would never have seen each other again. Smiling, the beast explained that he was not returning to the Misty Mountains to repay a debt. He said that his home was there, his eyes shining. Xiaoyi smiled happily. Handing her the flute, the animal said that he had saved it for his friend and asked her to take it back. Frowning, the girl said that she should not return the flute to her. Standing in the middle of the green forest, she said that she had not carried it with her for a long time and had become unaccustomed to it. Hearing that he could keep the flute, the bear's eyes widened in surprise. Closing her eyes, the girl asked to return the flute next time. Smiling widely, the panda agreed. A root appeared above the trees. The protagonist walked forward. The beast caught up with him, riding a vulture. Xiaoheng smiled. They went home together. Above the forest were spiky rocks. Looking around, Tizuyu said that he had not been home for a long time, although everything here was as cozy as nowhere else. Kneeling down, Feng called out to the divine tree. Looking at it, the core asked if anything bad had happened during his absence. The guy replied that everything was fine. Frowning, the sphere opened the characteristics panel. A notification appeared against the background of binary code, stating that the number of evolution points had exceeded 180,000. Looking down, the ball wondered why the number of points had not increased after killing a level 4 creature. Looking up, he realized that the monster could have survived. Suddenly, the world around him shook. The protagonist again found himself in the middle of nowhere. A system window appeared in front of him. Looking at it, Tizu asked what he would be tasked with this time. The notification hanging in the air said that the forces of darkness had begun to manifest their presence and would soon make their move, and their existence was a direct threat to the divine tree. Frowning, the core asked if the ancient being was the potential threat it spoke of. Leaning down, the notice stated that the tree would know despair in the future, lose everything it had, and enter a cycle of reincarnation if it lost. The sphere looked up, hearing that if it won, it would be alone and that it was far worse than it could possibly imagine. The notice above it urged it to prepare for a fight to the death. The orb's pupils dilated. The divine tree stood in the misty mountains in great shock. Looking down, the protagonist realized that darkness was approaching. Looking ahead, he resigned himself to the thought. Zing had no intention of losing. Thorny roots hung over the rocks. There was an island in the ocean. Suddenly, high waves appeared around it. A huge monster dove underwater. The monster with the island on its back was heading into the depths of the ocean. At the bottom was a monument. The whale looked at him. The monument lit up. The monster asked the prophet of the sea tribe to lead them along the true path of evolution. Lying on the bottom, the monster wished for the sea tribe to rise above all races. The whale swam above the gorge. A blue flower grew on the divine tree. Looking up, the protagonist thought that he had absorbed a huge amount of ice spiritual stones, which allowed him to grow an ice flower. He wondered who he should pass this gift on to. Xiaohong, who was sitting next to him, said that the master ruled over vast lands, and the master himself could easily travel by changing his size so they could go beyond the domain to explore the territory. Looking up, Zing decided that they needed to do this, but the right time had not yet come. Flying up to him, the holy flower body immediately sparkled. Protecting herself from the blinding light, the core covered her eyes with vines. A huge snake with a glowing mane appeared in front of him. The animal's blue eyes flashed. The sphere, widening its eyes, declared that it was very beautiful. The beast rose into the sky and shouted that it had learned to fly. A notification appeared describing a new holy ability that allowed the user to move through the air using clouds at the speed of light. Squinting, the sphere was indignant that it still did not have the ability to fly, although everyone else was given it after evolution. The animals opened their mouths in surprise. Pressing its head to its owner, the white snake expressed its love for him. The embarrassed protagonist decided to check its characteristics. A status window appeared in front of the water dragon's muzzle, describing its abilities. Squinting, Tzuyu realized that it had 2 offensive innate abilities and many special skills, so it could become a formidable force if it developed correctly. The snake proudly raised its head. The core asked it to take the time to practice in order to one day become a real dragon. A black Chinese dragon was hovering in the air. Such creatures were the most powerful in this world and were the unyielding rulers of existence. Looking down, the sphere said that if its comrade studied, he would become the strongest in the misty mountains. Smiling, the white snake agreed. A month had passed since Australite lost the battle, and the heroes returned to the misty mountains. Zhao stood next to the polar bear. They guarded the northern borders of the territories together with the whales. A stone plateau towered above the ground. Being a land where many ancient animal remains remained, Australia became a true paradise for monsters. 8 days later, something happened. On the 38th day after the monster was defeated, a thunderous roar opened the heavens, rolling across the entire land. Bright lightning shot out from the clouds. The first dragon was revealed to the world. Opening its fanged mouth, a notification said that it was at the 3rd level. The lizard, unwavering as a rock, loomed over the people, the movement of its wings emitting a wind comparable to a hurricane. The man looked at the reptile in shock and asked if it was really a dragon. For the group of scientists who went to this place to investigate the anomaly, the appearance of this creature only meant that they had to accept the fate that was prepared for it. The silhouette of the dragon loomed over the flags of various countries. The news of its appearance very quickly reached the Freedom Federation, the Huaxia Federation, the Luo Kingdom, and the 10 Nations Alliance. The world was once again on the brink of crisis. On the screen was a dragon sitting on a snowy mountain. The people gathered in the office. They could not believe that a creature of incredible size from legends and children's fairy tales had appeared on Earth. The man frowned tensely and asked if mythical creatures had really begun to appear in their world. Looking at the screen, the old man concluded that its evolution was not yet complete because it had no legs on its wings. Frowning, the scientist said that it was a half-dragon. Raising his eyebrows, the red-haired man asked what a full-fledged dragon would be like then and what was the difference between them. Without turning to him, the professor replied that they were different in strength because a full-fledged dragon had completed its evolution while a half-dragon had just made its first breakthrough. The people looked tense. If they wanted to kill the dragon, they had to do it now because after the evolution process was complete, the battle against it would be more bloodthirsty and desperate than the battle between the Huaxia Federation and Australite. The people remembered how the huge monster had entered the city. Raising an eyebrow, the old man added that if they could obtain the body of this individual, it would greatly advance their evolution research. The dragon opened its mouth. Killing it was humanity's top priority. Roots rose above the stone spikes. Looking at the letter through a magnifying glass, the protagonist declared that the appearance of a dragon in Australia was terrible news and that Xiaoking had already been called to deal with the problem. Squinting, he realized that after what happened to Australite, all the other countries would start working together, and if any of them decided to act independently, the consequences would be catastrophic. Ziyu burned the letter and decided to ask the whales to observe the situation. Looking ahead from under his brows, the core wondered what would happen if the half-dragon joined them. The Transcendents gathered in front of the military aircraft. Zioking looked forward sternly. The beasts had gathered in the mountains, and an airwolf was standing on a cliff. The sphere frowned and said that the army of the Misty Mountains had gathered. The troops had been prepared for battle by the forces of the kings of the tribes, and all the beasts were ready for battle. He raised a vine and called out to Fen. A boy appeared from the thick black haze. The sphere looked at him and asked if the news he had heard earlier could be trusted. Kneeling down, the boy replied that the information was true and that thousands of rat lives had been sacrificed for them to know about it. In the western wasteland, there was an abandoned stone city under which a mine with spiritual firestones was hidden. Thinking that the number of casualties among the rat tribe was impressive and that many had returned with serious injuries, the protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that their contribution to the common cause would not be forgotten. Looking ahead, Ziyu wondered what the western wasteland was like and declared that it was time to set out. A memory flashed through his mind of a system window appearing in the air and warning that darkness would cover the entire world and that the tree would fall into despair. Frowning angrily, the core declared that it would not fall into despair and would continue to evolve until the entire world was covered by its canopy. The top of the enormous tree reached up to the sky. There were tall dunes in the desert. The western wasteland was a vast expanse that had been lifeless since ancient times, and after the era of evolution began, it had become a cruel place where every creature desperately fought for its life. A lizard was sitting on a rock. Suddenly, a giant root struck the ground. The animals rushed forward across the desert. Flash and Confeng were riding on the backs of a two-headed wolf and a snow leopard. Looking at the sand in his hands, the ant asked if its color seemed strange. The mantis replied that, in addition to the red hue of the sand, the barely perceptible smell of blood in the air also seemed strange. Looking ahead at the vast sea of scarlet squeaks, Ziohong wondered how many bloody battles this land had seen. Sticking out their tongues, the predators thought that they were too tired and wanted to rest. Kicking them with a root, the protagonist asked them to hurry because they had come here for a reason and a special training awaited them. Two yellow eyes appeared from under the sand. A huge lizard jumped out of the ground next to the panda. The reptile opened its mouth. With a wave of its paw, the beast threw it aside. Putting the phone to its ear, the animal asked where the signal had disappeared and told its friend that they were now in the desert. The divine tree struck the lizard with its root, and notifications appeared that 50,000 evolution points were obtained for killing the desert lizard. There was a skull on the sand. The sun was shining brightly. The tree moved forward across the endless desert. The panda pounced on a flock of scorpions. The black snake noticed how the two-headed wolf almost fell into the trap. A mad camel ran out at the protagonist. Ziyu smiled when he saw that the number of evolution points had exceeded 420,000. Suddenly, a bear and a snow leopard ran up to him. A small glowing scorpion sat on the paw of the panda. Its sting sparkled, and a window appeared which described its abilities. The holy flower pressed it to its cheek. The tree core smiled. While they were searching for spiritual stone deposits in the western wasteland, a storm broke out on the other side of the continent. A black dragon flew out of the clouds. A bright fireball appeared in its mouth. A wave of fire engulfed the people on the ground. The soldiers tried to resist the fire by holding their hands out in front of them. The Transcendent covered his head with his hand. The impact split the ground in half. The half-dragon descended to the ground and bared his fangs. The people gritted their teeth and wondered how they could defeat this monster. The Steel Knight stood next to his panda. Golden butterflies flew around Zioking. Frowning, she thought that the half-dragon's strength was beyond anyone's imagination and that it was time to show off his full strength. The man in armor stepped forward. The woman held out her sword and ordered everyone to take a step back. Looking at her, the girl realized that it was a knight from the Empire of the Sun. Rock fragments rose into the air. A notification informed her that the special ability, Knight's Defense, could block any physical impact. The half-dragon released a wave of fire. The woman gritted her teeth furiously. The fire covered the protective barrier that appeared. Holding the shield in front of her, the knight did not allow the fire to penetrate into the hemisphere. The reptile continued its fiery attack on the dome. Someone's clawed paw struck the snow. Many mutated animals came out onto the battlefield. On the order of the commander, the Steel Knights rushed to attack. Zioking rushed forward along with the rest. The people began to attack the enemy from all sides. The beasts watched this from the side. One of the monsters grinned. The half-dragon fell to the ground. The soldiers noticed this. The reptile opened its mouth wide. Blood gushed out of its mouth. Leaping forward, the warriors decided to deliver a decisive blow because the enemy was already on its last legs. Suddenly, the ground around them shook. Looking around, the fighters tried to understand where such a powerful pressure suddenly appeared. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that the situation had become worse. His comrade asked if this was really an attack by a dragon. The monster raised its head up. Looking up at the sky, Zioking realized that he had nothing to do with it. The girl turned around. A crowd of mutant beasts had gathered in front of her. The people saw the beasts standing on a cliff, looking exactly like the Misty Mountain army. The half-dragon opened its mouth and said that his opponents did not even realize that they were just being used. The reptile spread its wings and said that these mutants were just waiting for him to be weakened so that they could get rid of them all at once. The kangaroo crossed its paws over its chest and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The warriors immediately jumped aside. Frowning, the boy asked how he had gotten here so quickly. Looking ahead, the beast said that the king was furious that the half-dragon had tried to enslave an intelligent race and showed his power in the mortal world without fully evolving. The reptile opened its mouth and was surprised that the mutants had decided to unite with the people. The beast frowned sternly and explained that without their permission they would not have been able to even land on the coast. The man gritted his teeth. The Transcendental understood why they had managed to find the target so quickly after landing. Lowering his head, the kangaroo explained that the king did not want to suffer losses and for the humans to take the dragon's body, therefore the humans must be destroyed because they had already fulfilled their part of the plan anyway. The beast stated that neither the reptile's betrayal nor the existence of the Misty Mountains were allowed by the king. His pupils narrowed in anger. The half-dragon said that this was all nonsense, because he was the true king, his body covered in bright energy. Seeing the enemy raise his head, the people realized that his aura had gone crazy. Watching in surprise, the animal realized that the traitor had a backup plan. Summoning a fireball in his mouth, the reptile wished the enemy to hell. Suddenly, a huge iguana bit into his neck. An energy sphere appeared above his head. A stream of bright blue energy hit the half-dragon on the head. The reptile opened its mouth in insane pain. Its paw hit the rocks with force. With its last breath, the monster decided to devour the kangaroo's body. Raising its paw, the animal declared that the traitor could keep his dignity before death, but his body would be eaten anyway. Tons of snow rose into the air from the impact. People ran away from this place. Someone shouted that they needed to evacuate immediately, otherwise the entire army would be destroyed. The Sakura Kingdom fighters carried the half-dragon's eggs in their hands. The warriors decided to protect them so that they could evacuate without problems. The monsters rushed forward when their leader ordered to take the eggs and bring them to him. Zioking stood in their way, releasing a wave of fire from her hands. The girl narrowed her eyes and urged them not to even think about stopping her. A cloud of dust rose around the half-dragon. The masked man was holding an egg in his hands. Noticing it, the reptile only wished for its baby to survive. The further it ran, the better. The battlefield was located near the ocean. Fire pythons surrounded the spiritual stones. A notification told them that they were on the second level. Looking ahead, the protagonist was glad that they had come and found the place where the spiritual stone deposits were located and 4 pythons as a gift. The snakes bared their teeth and hissed. Ziyu decided to leave the fun to his friends. The mutated beasts came forward. Ziohong doused the snake with fire from her mouth. Flash, hiding behind some rocks. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked what kind of tree it was. The ant hit the python in the head. The panda pinned the snake to the ground. Kunfeng hovered over the enemy's huge eye. The 4th reptile wrapped itself around the 2-headed wolf. A sharp root shot into the air. It pierced the enemy through and through, freeing the wolf. Blood splashed in front of the protagonist. Notifications reported that 180,000 evolution points and 50,000 spiritual energy had been obtained. The fire python pounced on the divine tree. Ziyu looked at it and decided to show the enemy his place. The enemy fell to the ground. The core asked if they still wanted to fight. The python's eyes widened in surprise. A strong glow began to emanate from the tree. The snakes obediently lowered their heads. Frowning, the sphere realized that they were not so stupid. Ziohong said that with their addition, the number of fire-using monsters had increased. Raising his phone above himself, the panda tried to catch a signal to talk to Zioi. Raising her hand to her mouth, the stranger was surprised that the Fire Python clan had been enslaved so easily. The ball looked around suspiciously, sensing her presence. Opening her mouth in fear, the girl realized that she had been noticed. Deciding to escape, she crawled along the ground. A black snake appeared in front of her and asked where the spy was heading. Suddenly, the dragon stared at her in confusion. In front of him was a woman with a snake tail. Peeking out from behind a rock, the panda was surprised that there was a human here. The stranger realized that she was surrounded. Opening her mouth, the black snake said that this was not a human, but a ladyboy. Frowning in displeasure, the girl objected, calling herself a lady snake. The woman shouted that no one would be able to catch her. Her eyes lit up. A notification suggested that her divine skill turns everything into stone. A strange aura headed towards the dragon. The man on the rocky slope in a white robe leaned on his staff, thinking that he never imagined that he had gathered so many good seeds around him, which, having fallen on fertile soil, would grow and turn into a reliable support for him. The holy flower, riding a snow leopard, was heading towards the mouth of the sand snake, who had a second level. Flash turned around, his red eyes shining brightly. He realized that there were actually 2 snakes. The humanoid and the snow leopard opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened. The hero, whose face was hidden by a white robe, raised his golden staff, thinking that it was time to make a move. He asked to hear his storm of the underworld. The holy flower raised her head in surprise, asking what it was. A real sandstorm arose around the animals, sweeping away everything in its path. Xiaohong frowned, looking ahead. The rodents found themselves in the epicenter of the sand tornado that had formed. A bright stream of light rushed into the sky, covered by the winds of the storm. The scarlet fox frowned, thinking about what a third-order creature felt. She did not understand where this could come from. The snow leopard shook itself, the animals froze. Flash looked ahead intently, not understanding how this was possible. The heroes froze in place, noticing that the enemies had disappeared. The holy flower hovered above them. The animal's paw stopped, raising dust. A bright glow appeared around the hero in a white robe. He held a golden staff in his hand. Flash, the insect, and the holy flower widened their eyes in surprise. From under the cloth covering the hero's face, a bright light of eyes was visible. Among the stone buildings, a bright yellow stream of light rushed into the sky. The hero sat down on the ground, wearily lowering his head. Flash looked at the sitting man, thinking that half a month had already passed, and he was still sitting in this pose. The creature still could not believe that this man was able to wave the beasts with one movement. There was a dark sky above the sandy desert. Something light was visible among the sands. Suddenly, the trunk of a dark tree rushed upward, raising clouds of dust into the air. The hero's green eyes widened in surprise. A demonic tree with a bright pink top appeared in front of him. He raised his head, thinking that it was different from how he imagined the divine tree. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking what kind of person this was. Above the sandy desert, the sky was scarlet from the sunset. The man said that he had spent many years studying human culture. In many human teachings, the tree is perceived as a symbol equated with the sky, and the fruits and leaves are the sun, moon, and stars scattered throughout the cosmos. The tree is the highest being of all existence, the true embodiment of the world. Ziyu smiled broadly and laughed, saying that it is so. However, he is not a fruit-bearing tree, but in general, he shares his point of view. The hero noted that since he helped the Nine-Tailed, he is indebted to him. The eyes of the hero in white robes shone brightly. He said that he was glad to help. After all, he himself came here to ask for a favor. Seth stood with a golden staff in his hand and looked into the distance. He is the fourth strongest among the 10 strongest beasts of the continent. Some began to worship him as a deity. Because outwardly he is very similar to one of the supreme beings of antiquity, people bestowed upon him the title of Lord of the Winds and Storms. But still he is better known by the name that one of the elders of the human tribes of the desert called him. The hero put his staff forward. At his feet there was a crowd of people in white robes. He opened his mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. In this beautiful story, there was a dark spot. Suddenly, something changed in Seth's mind and he destroyed half the population of his country. And now, he is talking with a creature that leads the list of the 10 strongest beings of the continent, Ziyu. The sphere narrowed its eyes, looking at the hero. His eyes shone brightly. He asked if Seth needed his help. The hero's eyes shone brightly as he raised his head, saying that he hoped to receive one of its branches as a reward for helping his disciples. Seth stood in front of the tall divine tree, saying that he did not ask for this gift for nothing. He had a natural enemy. He was a beast that wielded the element of darkness. Ziyu frowned, wondering what kind of element of darkness it was. The hero looked at Flash behind him, saying that the wave of monsters they had encountered earlier was only a fragment of his soul. The insect cried out in surprise. Seth stood at the foot of the tree, from which long vines hung down to the ground. He said that the power of a soul filled with darkness could compare to him. Many fragments of his soul were trapped in the bodies of wild animals, and even inanimate objects in the desert. The hero's eyes widened and he bared his teeth, saying that the creature must be immortal. Ziyu widened his eyes, thinking that the darkness would soon appear. He looked at the system window. Seth's eyes were shining brightly. He was saying that this was the reason he came to the tree, because he was looking for a weapon that would help him deal with the enemy. He had to kill him before he became even stronger. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking if he really needed a weapon only for this purpose. Seth frowned, saying that it was indeed so. The branches of the dark tree began to twist. One of them broke through the ground under his feet. The protagonist said that this was the branch that the beast asked him for. The sphere hovering in the bright space of the trunk asked if this was enough. Seth froze and cried out happily, saying that this was definitely enough. He widened his eyes looking at the branch, noticing that there was even more than needed. The protagonist covered his face with a white cloth, saying that he would like to tell you one more thing in the end. Seth said that there was a change coming to the Ocean Kingdom. He felt that something important might have happened that they wouldn't know about soon. Ziyu's eyes widened. Seth turned around and walked in the opposite direction, saying that the divine tree should be more careful. The hero frowned, thinking that with humans, the beast army from Australia, the changes in the ocean, and now the element of darkness, the number of powerful enemies they had to worry about was increasing, so it was time for him to step over the 4th level. The roots of the dark tree began to wriggle. Xiaohong opened her mouth wide, panel. Xiaohong's eyes were burning brightly red. The window showed information that the nine-tailed is at the 2nd level, innate ability. With each evolution, a new tail grows. Each of them greatly enhances her biaxial energy and skill power. Alluring look, her eyes have the power of charm. Flame control, can control flames with some limitation. Fire claws, claws shrouded in flames can tear metal. Flame-covered hide, her fiery red fur is capable of causing damage to those who try to touch her. Flame sprint, by stepping on flames, she can greatly accelerate. Sky ascension, with the enormous scent of spiritual power, she can soar through the sky. Primordial flame, an unquenchable flame that uses spiritual energy as fuel. Ziyu cried out in joy and narrowed his eyes when he saw the ability primordial flame. He thought that even the stat panel seemed to be on fire. Xiaohong opened her mouth slightly, noticing that not only her flames were unquenchable, she felt that her body itself was indestructible. Once her flames ignited, they could not be extinguished until its connection with her spiritual energy was severed. She looked forward fiercely, saying that this was the gift she had acquired along with the 4th tail, the unquenchable flame. Flash frowned, saying that he also needed to quickly break through to the 3rd level, otherwise he would fall behind them. The insects nearby asked him not to get worked up. Ziyu opened his bright eyes wide, thinking that the fox had broken through, and the dragon egg was in their hands. There was no longer a reason to keep him here. They had to return to the Misty Mountains. The humanoid form of the holy flower pointed to the side, asking what they should do with the fire elemental stones. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly, saying that he already had a solution. She moved to the side, saying that his smile was somehow sinister. Above the forests in the mountainous area, there was a bright blue sky with white clouds. The giant crocodile raised its head as everything around it shook. A crowd of animals, with brightly shining eyes, rushed forward. Xiaohong's paw stepped onto the smooth surface of the water. The giant fire elemental stone was wrapped in a rope. The scarlet fox was pulling it along alone. On top of it were the protagonist and his subordinates. The snow leopard looked ahead, saying that using the power of the nine-tailed fox to lift the entire vein into the air was the divine tree's solution. Ziyu looked up at the fox, telling it to pull the stone into the small mine. On top of the stone mountain stood a panda, happily greeting the divine tree. Zai smiled widely and waved his paw. A crack appeared on the dragon egg. The protagonist frowned, looking at the 2 such eggs in front of him, thinking that he did not expect that the army of beasts from Australia would pursue them to the very end. He believed that the other 2 eggs would also have a hard fate. A real battle would unfold for them. There was a scarlet dragon under the shell. The hero thought that he felt a powerful spiritual energy emanating from the egg, but he did not feel any life in it. It seemed to be stillborn. His eyes widened. He said that he had another one. He needed to make sure that nothing happened to it. The glass of the building reflected the blue sky, with clouds slowly floating across it. An unusual creature was found under the microscope. A girl in a medical gown looked at the patients lying behind the glass, saying that they had studied this poison and believed that it was a virus, but she had to admit that with the current level of development of medicine, they could not oppose it. A guy standing next to him asked if they really had to ask for help from the Misty Mountains. A cry was heard that the girl should not move. The doctor's eyes widened in surprise, looking in the direction of the sounds. Lena gritted her teeth and tried to get up. A shudder ran through her body. She bowed her head, saying that they would not be able to save them, telling everyone to get ready because they were heading to the Misty Mountains. Above the high rocky hills was a gray sky with white clouds. A blue stream of bright energy broke through the ground, rushing into the sky. A girl with pale skin and white hair threw her head back. A girl with long red hair smiled sweetly. There were colorful petals in her hair. The status window displayed data that her innate ability, Sounds of Nature, she hears the voices of all living things and can also use sound to influence others. Tizuyu opened his eyes wide and cried out, saying that the holy flower had acquired a human form. The panda brought his paw to his mouth, noticing that it was very beautiful. The girl closed her eyes and began to play the bamboo like a flute. A sharp and loud sound hit the ears of those around her. The sphere covered her ears with vines. The honey badger opened his eyes wide. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that this was enough, thinking in his mind that it almost led to collective suicide. The girl smiled nervously, asking if they liked it. The holy flower blushed, suggesting that the panda play a duet next time. Zai frowned, asking her to hold her horses. Tizuyu narrowed his eyes, asking what were his chances of finding them a normal music teacher. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion. Among the fog, one could see the bodies of large cars. She reported that people were approaching them and it seemed that they were not from the Federation. Among them were not only weaklings, there were also serious warriors. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, asking them not to worry about it, because Bai and Turnia had already come out to meet them. The girl was sitting on the back of a white tiger with wings. The man got out of the car, introducing himself as Benson. He represents the Luo Kingdom during a battle in Australia with an army of native beasts. About a month ago he was poisoned. He heard that the divine tree had a cure for the poison that those beasts used, so he came here to ask him to share the antidote. The man furrowed his brows and raised a gem, saying that they naturally did not come empty-handed. A stone staircase was visible, leading to the divine tree. At its foot stood the tiger and Thornia. The men got out of their cars and froze, looking at the giant tree. The holy flower raised her eyebrows, asking them to come closer. The man knitted his eyebrows, raising his head. Benson held a giant divine stone in his hand. He and the girl froze in front of a swirl of dark energy. She raised her eyebrows, asking to bring the gifts to the container of the spirit stones, and then he will receive what he came for. The man threw a bright yellow stone forward to the dark roots. They began to slowly wrap around the divine thunder stone. Benson's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if this was an altar for sacrifices. The roots of the tree intertwined with each other, raising a bright flash upward. The man's eyes opened wide as streams of light struck forward. He opened his mouth wide, shouting to the divine tree that he wanted to propose another deal. Ziyu frowned. His red eyes widened, thinking that he could not expect anything else from people consumed by the sin of greed. The poison had been removed, but it was still not enough for him. The holy flower raised her eyebrows, asking the hero to come down, because everyone is given only one chance to approach the receptacle and offer their gift. The man cried out in displeasure, asking why only one. The girl's eyes shone with a bright blue light. She said that unless they were bound by a blood contract, there would only be one chance. Benson gritted his teeth, asking what a blood contract was. The girl came closer, saying that it was a unique ability of the divine tree. It used blood as a conductor to form an absolute pact. It consisted of the fact that the man, firstly, would never become an enemy of the Misty Mountains, and secondly, would lend a helping hand if the Misty Mountains were in danger. The holy flower raised her eyebrows, saying that the third point of the contract was that it would not allow the one who signed the contract to commit acts contrary to the concepts of justice and would never make him become an enemy of humanity. Benson frowned, saying that if the conclusion of the contract did not imply that he would go against his own, then it suited him. He was ready to sign it. The roots of the tree intertwined with each other and rose above the heroes. Ziyu's eyes widened, saying that he had previously used a blood pact to control the saint of the Brahmin religion. This method had proven itself to be excellent. He did not need total control over all people. The hero hoped that the strongest representatives of their species would voluntarily sign a blood pact with him, thus using a minimum number of the powerful of this world. He would be able to influence the opinion of human society. Only a little time would pass, and everyone would stop treating him as an enemy. The root reached out to the man, forming a bright seal in front of him. Benson looked at the girl, asking if this was all. She frowned, saying that it was, but if he broke the pact, he would immediately die from a rupture of his internal organs. 3 bright spheres hovered above the roots of the tree. The holy flower asked to take these 3 essences of life. They belonged to them, in exchange for everything that the heroes brought. The man smiled broadly, agreeing to the deal. The red-haired girl looked at him with displeasure, raising her eyebrows. Several trucks were entering the forest on the way. The red-haired girl puffed out her cheeks and asked why the divine tree was helping people, because if they became stronger, it would be unprofitable. The huge tree branch towering over the forest replied that the man was at the 2nd level and became stronger when he left them, and few would believe that he simply cured himself of poison by coming to them. The eyes of the divine tree emitted a bright purple light, and it said that people were very contradictory and suspicious. And it was not that they were stupid and sometimes did not want to see obvious things, but that they only followed their own benefits and interests. The sacred tree introduced the bald man and said that he would definitely not last long because very soon the human community would push him out and he would go over to the Misty Mountains. But that was not what the sacred tree wanted in the end. The tree's eyes were shining with a bright purple light, and it said that it would make that man a king, but not just him, but all those who came to bow to it here in the Misty Mountains. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, reminding that darkness was approaching. The sacred tree turned around and said that it wanted to unite the power of as many races as possible before the battle began. The red-haired girl raised her thin eyebrows in surprise. The divine tree turned around when the girl said that it looked and thought like a human now, and the tree screamed that it had spent too much time with kin these past few days. There were white clouds in the blue sky, and the sacred tree said that it was now time to reap the benefits of the exchange. A large tree was visible. There were golden fruits on the ground, and the protagonist thought that it was not bad, because 4 drops of life essence were exchanged for 8 trucks of thunder spirit stones. The flower emitted a yellow light, and Ziyu thought that it was very profitable. But the most important thing was that he got a thunder spirit flower that grows in a place where stones with the same element are concentrated, and it is essentially the same kind of flower that Kin had once absorbed. A drop fell on the water surface, and the protagonist thought that he left 100 drops of life essence at the altar, and that the people who came for healing after would be selected by his assistant Holy Flower. Ziyu's eyes opened wide, and he shouted that it was time for him to break through to the 4th level. The honey badger blushed with pleasure, holding the golden fruits in his hands. The protagonist picked up the yellow stone and decided to leave a portion for this light illuminated the entire tree. Xiaohong watched the beam of light from afar. The red fox narrowed her eyes and guessed that things would be different once the process was complete. A bright symbol shone on Xiaohong's forehead as she ordered the divine bull standing behind her to give the broken dragon egg to the 4th brother. The red fox looked straight ahead and thought that if they could successfully combine the blood of these mythical species, their strength would increase qualitatively, and the 4th brother would be able to handle it. Above the half-dragon egg in its hand, saying that the divine tree asked him to pass this on, because in the absence of the divine tree, this water monster had always protected the peace of the Misty Mountains. The monster, whose body was dripping with water, shouted loudly when he saw the dragon egg. It opened its fanged mouth wide. Its eyes began to emit a bright yellow light. A huge dinosaur was visible. Its body began to shine dazzlingly. The divine bull sat in the lotus position and told the monster to absorb the power of the dragon egg well and not to miss a single drop of its power, and 2 of them were moving forward to their new breakthrough. Qin and Bai watched the huge purple egg. The girl said that they must guard it carefully, and the white tiger screamed that everyone would die. Between the trees stood a man in brown clothes who said that this breakthrough of the divine tree would affect the entire world. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. It stretched out its hand with long claws. The monster opened its red eyes wide. It swung its tail. A wind arose that almost blew the divine bull off its feet. The trees swayed at the same time. The sea monster took on the appearance of a predator, its skin covered in golden lines. The divine bull stood up, looking at it in shock. It opened its mouth wide, asking the 4th one if he had succeeded. The monster, whose eyes were shining brightly, screamed that it felt like it could not break through any further. It opened its mouth wide with sharp fangs and screamed shrilly. The monster stomped its massive foot. The divine bull gritted its teeth and sweated in fear. The huge sea monster screamed loudly. The system reported that the dragon's transformation was complete. The dragon opened its mouth, creating a fireball. It spat out fire far ahead. The bright ball flew over the forest. Smoke came out of the dragon's mouth, and the divine bull's jaw dropped in shock. Xiaohong was sitting on a high wheel, saying that it seemed like the 4th one had succeeded. Gray smoke could be seen in the middle of the forest. The dragon opened its mouth and trembled. He looked at his paw and said that this ability consumes a colossal amount of stamina, and he will not be able to maintain his current form for long. The dragon looked ahead and asked if Niu was leaving already. The red fox widened her eyes in shock. She turned around and felt some kind of aura. A long staircase led to a tree. A man with purple hair and a golden mask on his face clenched his hand into a fist and asked if this was all he needed to get the antidote. The red-haired girl nodded and confirmed it. The man lowered his head and thought that their leading scientists had thrown all their strength and power into finding the antidote, but had not succeeded, and these beasts were able to cure their people so easily. He walked away. Urbis looked after him, asking why they did not make him sign a contract, and the girl replied that he only came for treatment and did not ask for more. Her gaze was serious, and she added that the man's determination exceeded all expectations, so it was unlikely that they would be able to win him over to their side. The man in the golden mask approached the brown-haired girl and said that he had an errand to do and asked her to join him once she was cured. He passed by Xiaoking, who was walking up the stairs. The red-haired girl smiled and said that it had been a long time since she had seen him. Xiaoking looked at her when she said her real name. 2 animals appeared in front of Xiaoking. They were a red fox and a blue fox. Xiaoking smiled and said that she could finally enjoy meeting them without having to hide and conceal herself. Xiaoking, who was standing sideways to the red-haired girl, said that she had brought a huge amount of supplies with her. There were many boxes behind the black-cloaked man, and Xiaoking said that her butler would provide lists of everything in them. The girl turned around and ordered the man to follow her. Xiaoking walked towards a huge tree. Xiaoking looked up, asking how long the master had been in this state, and Xiaohong replied that it had been more than a month. A black ball was visible, emitting yellow light. The green-haired girl asked the panda who it was, and he replied that it was the daughter of the divine tree that trusted her the most. Xiaoking raised her hand, emitting a golden glow, and thought that the protagonist seemed to have entered one of the deep trance stages during cultivation. The girl held the thunder essence in her hand, thinking that it was a priceless treasure created by fusing many thunder elemental artifacts, and its power was many times greater than that of stones that were filled with thunder elemental energy. The thunder essence floated in the air. A bright flash appeared. The black ball engulfed the stone. Xiaoqing turned around abruptly, hiding behind the tree were the panda and the green-haired girl, who shuddered in surprise. The man with the black hood looked at Xiaoqing boldly and asked why she was looking at him like that. The girl with a calm expression replied that his sister was waiting for him in the bamboo grove. The man's eyes widened in horror. He immediately ran away while gritting his teeth. Xiaoqing looked at the tree and said that she had to leave, and that there were too many curious eyes watching her, so she could not stay any longer. Besides this, there was one more thing she had to deal with. Suddenly, the huge tree began to shine brightly. A green sphere appeared next to Xiaoqing's face, and someone's voice said that if she encountered danger, this willow leaf would be able to protect her life once. Xiaoqing smiled slightly and thanked the master. A man stood against the gray smoke. The man with black stripes on his face shouted loudly that he did not betray his people. He looked at the people standing above and loudly asked why they did not believe him. The white-haired man frowned and shouted loudly that the tyrant had broken through, and it was in the Misty Mountains. The red-haired warrior leaned over and screamed loudly that if it was because of the poison cure, then he could not explain the fact that none of the Federation representatives had broken through after the cure. The man showed 2 vials and said that he had traded this with the divine tree. He was standing in the middle of the ruined land. The bald man frowned and said that his comrades should take this too if they wanted this power. He raised one hand and shouted for them not to bother him with their suspicions anymore. 2 vials flew into the air. The warriors immediately jumped towards them, intending to take them. The man turned around, and a loud explosion was heard behind him. He grinned contentedly. Not far from the Misty Mountains, Xiaoqing ran forward quickly while her butler said that Benson had already revealed the existence of the life essence to the public, and with their support, he had managed to sever ties with the Luo country leadership and was now able to act independently. The man caught the glass bottle. Would be the darkness gathering. The white monsters opened their mouths wide ever since the life essence was discovered by the people. Many representatives from various organizations and other power centers had come to the Misty Mountains in search of a chance to get a few precious drops. However, most of these seekers simply did not have enough fortune to even reach the center of the Misty Mountains, and the Divine Tree's illusionary spirit beasts were the death knell for these people. The people charged at the huge white monster. The warriors gritted their teeth, shouting that these beasts were immortal and asking how to defeat them. A loud explosion sounded in the distance. Saint Flower looked into the distance and said that the people were clearly afraid of them, but they were still trying to get to the essence. And Qin asked if those who managed to get through the illusionary beasts were considered worthy of being admitted to the essence, to which the red-haired girl replied in the negative. Saint Flower looked down and said that they would only allow those who were level 2 to enter the center of the forest, and those who were weaker would not stand a chance even if they managed to get through the illusions. And also the resources they brought in exchange for the drops should be what they needed, since there was no point in taking everything. Qin looked ahead and said that Master was not eager to give out essence to just anyone. Behind the girls was a forest, from where a loud sound came. Qin turned around and said that a fox was calling them. A red fox was sitting by a tree. The divine ox asked with a serious expression what was wrong since Xiaohong had gathered everyone here. The red fox lowered its head and said that the snake could begin to explain. The green-haired girl frowned and said that there were other factions on their continent that were made up of mutated beasts, and they could be comparable in strength to the army from Australia that they had encountered recently. The animals crowded together, listening attentively to the snake lady, who said that their level of strength, as well as their abilities, may vary. But this does not change the fact that they will have to be reckoned with, and it is time to realize the fact that they are not alone, because they know about the existence of the next rulers and factions. The girl introduced an animal with long ears and said that it is the Lord of the Desert, who rules far to the west. Then the snake lady introduced the black and white foxes, saying that they are from the Green Mound. Then she mentioned the Black Raven, which is the ruler of the skies of the Northern Ocean. The snake lady spoke of the Blood Wolf of the Savannah and the 4 kings of the Arctic, who rule far to the north. The snow leopard looked at the girl and said that he had lived in the north for quite a long time, but he had never heard of the 4 kings of the Arctic. The snake lady furrowed her brows and said that it was because of the divine tree, which they were so afraid of that they did not dare to show their face on their land. The girl introduced the black monsters and said that so far, of all these forces, the most dangerous and powerful was the beast army of Australia. The snake lady wrinkled her nose and added that perhaps these beasts were even stronger than them. Xiaohong said with a serious face that the reason she gathered everyone here was not only to tell them about the other factions. The fox said that Australia had basically already declared war on them, which meant that they should start preparing, and if possible, try to attract the independent factions to their side. Xiaohong's tail shone brightly and she said that they could not just sit here doing nothing and wait for an attack, and living under the protection of the master all the time was also wrong. The mammoth with bright eyes asked he and Flash were bosom friends. Bai opened his mouth wide with sharp fangs and shouted that they would all die, which meant that he wanted to go too. Xiaohong looked at them calmly and said that she hoped that each of them thought carefully and understood the possible consequences of this expedition. White Tiger, Flash, Mantis, and Kin all shouted at the same time that they understood. The Red Fox looked at them intently and said that before they left, each of them had to promise something. There were animals and insects around Kin, and Xiaohong asked them to come back alive. Behind the Red Fox was the Divine Ox. He walked up to her and said that he was worried about his comrades, to which Xiaohong replied that this day was bound to come sooner or later, and also that Kin had gone with them, so there was no need to worry. The fox turned around and said that it was time to send them out. Niu nodded and said that he understood. His eyes widened, and he thought that Xiaohong was probably worried too, and that it might seem like a simple matter, but no one knew what could happen, and in the end, they went to a place where there was a battle. At this time, Bai was sitting in a secluded corner, being told by the spider that Xiaohong had forbidden him to go because he would not know who was an enemy and who was a friend. A beast with bright red eyes was visible. The divine bull raised its head and greeted him, saying that it was time to do what he must. The gorilla looked at Niu silently. A blue sky with white clouds was visible. A blue beam of light rushed towards the ground. Dark silhouettes of monsters were visible. A huge animal was underwater, saying that it had little time left and was almost hibernating. A bright beam of light was visible, and the beast said that when it opened its eyes, it hoped to see that the glory of the sea tribe would spread to the deepest depths of the ocean and to the highest mountains of the land. The monster's eye shone brightly, and it said that its subordinates should prepare to declare war. They opened their mouths wide, shouting that the world would belong to the ocean. A brick building was visible. Two people were standing at the control panel, discussing whether anyone could hold out. The man with long hair was handcuffed, and the people said that this was the first time they were trying to affect the energy reserves of someone who was already at level 2. The vampire looked down and thought that this fighter had already gone through the standard procedure of genetic enhancement, and on top of that, they gave him a drop of life essence to enhance his scent of spiritual energy, and the genes they used to modify him were selected from the best of the dark congregation, but they cannot fail the mistress. The long-haired man screamed loudly. The girl looked down and screamed loudly that the vital signs were out of range, and the fusion process at the cellular level was greatly overloaded, and the fighter would die if this continued. The man's mouth opened wide, his eyes turned white. Something exploded in the building. The man broke through the roof, emitting yellow light. The vampire and the blonde girl looked up in shock. Gray smoke rose up. A man with red hair stood in the middle of the fog. He looked at his hand and thought that his body was very light, and he could feel the power pulsating in his hands, and his perception was greatly enhanced. A golden light appeared in the sky. The man jumped up, and an explosion thundered below. The man hovered in the air, not understanding where the enemy was. A red beam broke the trees. It was Xiaoking. A bright golden light was visible. The girl frowned. The man screamed loudly, his mouth wide open. He rushed towards Xiaoking. The vampire and his assistant watched the explosions. The girl opened her eyes wide and screamed that she did not expect this fighter to become so strong after fusing with the Bloody Sky Wolf genes, and he was almost on equal terms with Xiaoking. The man slid his knees on the ground. Xiaoking held a sword in her hand, standing on a tree. The vampire and his assistant knelt down to greet the girl. The fighter frowned when he heard them call her chief. Xiaoking looked down and said that he was strong and that from now on he was one of them. Something fell next to the man. A sword shone brightly, and Xiaoking said that it was a weapon made from the bone of a bloody heavenly wolf and that she was giving it to him. The man took the sword and thanked the girl. Xiaoking smiled slightly. The full moon was visible in the sky. The girl stood on the edge of the cliff while her butler said that the Misty Mountains only allowed one person to trade in the essence of life every 3 days, and the upper echelons of power had finally realized the danger of the situation. They were trying to take measures to reduce the flow of people wanting to enter the Misty Mountains. The girl frowned and said that they could not prevent everyone, because the strongest would still find a way to visit their home, and there was no need to worry about it. Her long hair floated in the air, and she added that the Federation was no longer suitable for them, and that they would move the headquarters of their organization. Xiaoking planned to use one of the small countries in the neighborhood near the border. The vampire bowed his head, silently listening to the girl say that within half a year, the membership of the Dark Assembly should increase several times. He descended and shouted that he wanted to serve Xiaoking. The girl smiled silently. A bright lightning was visible in the sky. A black ball was floating in the tree. He opened his eyes. Xiaohong bowed, saying that the protagonist had been meditating for a month and a half. Ziyu looked straight ahead and thought that he would soon cross the barrier of the 4th level, and it was time to absorb the Thunder Spirit Grass. The protagonist looked at the lake and thought that that baby would also hatch soon. Ziyu looked at the plant and said that the system asked whether to strengthen the innate ability Thunder Command. Ziyu looked at the screen and said that he wanted to strengthen it straight to the 4th level. The system reported that the protagonist now freely controls the furious element of thunder. There was a green screen in front of Ziyu, and Ziyu said that with this ability, he would be able to use divine thunder on a completely different level, and perhaps it would even make his further cultivation easier, but in theory it could harm others, because calling on the power of thunder during cultivation is no joke. Xiaohong stood near a tree, and Ziyu shouted for her to take everyone away from here and warned the others not to come closer until everything was over. A bright lightning appeared above the tree. Xiaohong and Bai watched from afar. The red fox looked straight ahead, thinking that the divine thunder was incredibly powerful, and that this power was enough to finish off a first-level creature on the spot. Suddenly, Bai approached Xiaohong. The red fox asked where the egg was, and the white tiger shouted that they would all die. Xiaohong pushed by and shouted at him to use his brain sometimes. The egg was visible, covered in scales. Lightning struck in the sky. Xiaohong approached the bright light. She opened her eyes wide and thought that the egg would be damaged if this continued. The roots of the tree came out of the ground, and the red fox decided that everything was fine and there was no need to take the egg. Xiaohong's face was tense. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that the power of thunder would improve his bloodline, because thanks to it, the baby could become a true dragon. The egg began to shake and crack. The light blinded the forest. Mountains were visible in the distance. A huge red tiger was squeezing the fox's throat. Bowing opened his mouth wide and laughed, asking why the fox tribe did not give them the spirit flower voluntarily, and were they willing to pay with their lives for one flower. The black and white beasts had bleeding wounds on their bodies. Bowing stood in the middle of the white smoke, and the black fox cried out that the spirit flower was the treasure of their tribe, and they had waited for years, and now a tiger was coming and trying to take it. The tigers rushed into battle. The foxes jumped towards their enemies. Bowing hit the black fox, and blood spurted in the air. The tiger roared loudly. He stepped on the black fox, and it opened its mouth wide. The beast coughed up blood. The white fox ran towards its comrade. Bowing hit the white fox, telling it not to interfere. The beast flew back and rolled on the ground. The tiger wrinkled his nose and cried out with a laugh that with their deaths it would end at last and they would take back what they had come for. The tigers were clutching the bodies of the foxes in their teeth, and Bowing cried out that the foxes were so pitiful that they would lose. Bowing grabbed the throat of the black fox and cried out that their bodies were so weak that they could not win this fight at all, and the battle between the tribes was a testament to the sharpness of their claws and teeth. The black fox opened his mouth wide, and the tiger cried out that the difference in their size and strength was the deciding factor. The white fox, bleeding, cried out, "Stop." Suddenly there was a bright flash near the tiger. Blood flew past his muzzle. The black fox fell and dust rose into the air. Flash's face was visible, and he asked if Bowing had just said that in a fight the difference in size was the deciding factor. The ant flew in the air, asking if Bowing could prove it and defeat him. The tiger ran forward, shouting that Flash must have someone else's support. The foxes were bleeding, looking at the ant in shock. Flash was emitting a golden glow. The tigers pounced on him. The beasts' bodies were pierced through by the vines. Qin frowned. Suddenly, a tiger appeared behind the girl. The monster's huge paw pinned the tiger to the ground. Flash and the dinosaur were standing behind Qin. A tiger was approaching them. The black fox looked at them and asked what the beasts of the Misty Mountains were doing here. The mantis crossed his arms and said that they needed new subjects, and in exchange, they would receive protection and the assurance that no enemy would dare to attack them. The mantis looked at them and told them to decide. The ant raised his hand and said that the tiger could either join the might of the Misty Mountains or die. Bowing began to emit a bright light, shouting that he chose for them all to die here and now. The tiger ran towards the ant. He narrowed his brightly shining eyes and shouted for Flash to go to hell. The white fox, whose fur was stained with blood, shouted for Flash not to underestimate Bowing, because his physical strength was beyond comprehension. The ant rushed forward using a triple strike. A huge explosion thundered. The gorillas stood at the edge of the cliff. The beast with the scar on his eye looked down, saying that it seemed that they did not have to interfere. The two foxes opened their mouths in shock. The ant stood on the ground in the middle of gray smoke. The beast with red fur, watching the fight. A deep cave was visible. The stripes on the tiger's fur turned bright purple. Huang's eyes shone brightly when he heard that Buang was dead. The tiger sat in the cave while the small beast said that the fox tribe had unexpectedly brought reinforcements that had turned the tide of the battle. Huang stamped his foot on the ground. His body emitted a purple light, and he ordered Leowu to be called and that he would go with them this time. The jackal, whose eyes were white, said that he understood him. A building was visible in the middle of the trees. The girl was holding a red fruit in her hands, which was screaming that it would kill her. Qin turned pale with fear and began to sweat. The white fox smiled and said that it was a blood spirit fruit and that she should eat it quickly. Qin looked at the foxes and said that they had adopted many things from humans and even built houses. Small wooden houses were built on the trees, and the fox replied that the culture of humans was worth studying. Kin, holding the fruit in her hand, said that she would give it to Flash because she couldn't eat it, but the ant refused. The black fox watched them closely. The ant emerged from the smoke while the black fox was contemplating whether they would die or join the Misty Mountains. There was a bright symbol on the beast's forehead, and she thought that joining the Misty Mountains didn't sound so bad. Flash turned around and asked how strong the 4 tiger clan lords were. The hedgehog, spider, and bird watched by. The white tiger blushed, shouting that everyone would die, and the bird said that their comrades were on the opposite side. The 3 of them watched by again. The white tiger, whose face had turned red, asked if everyone would die, and the bird shouted that it would show them where it was. The spider asked if they would be in trouble, and the hedgehog frowned, confirming that it was. There were small huts in the trees. The tiger stamped his foot. The stripes on Huang's body were bright purple. He walked up to the fox tribe. The ant jumped onto a tree. Behind him were the foxes, as well as Kin and the mantis. Huang's eyes shone and he asked if they had come to help the fox tribe. Kin looked at the white fox, who told her to look at the tigers behind Huang. The tiger roared, emitting red lightning, and the fox said that it was the second leader, who was very cruel and bloodthirsty. The beast's eyes shone brightly, and the white fox said that it was Mawang, the third king. Another tiger opened its mouth wide, and the fox said that it was the most terrifying of them all, the fifth, whose name they did not even know. The foxes sat on the branches of the tree, and the white fox said that if it were not for their scouts, they would never have known of the existence of this fifth lord. Huang's eyes shone brightly and he shouted that he now understood how the foxes managed to kill Buang. The tiger screamed deafeningly that they had nowhere to run now because today was their last day. The system reported that Huang had used the tiger roar technique. The shockwave blew the dinosaur off its feet. A huge explosion thundered. Huang, with the other tigers behind him, ordered the foxes to be killed. The foxes rushed into battle, shouting that this was their land and that they would never allow the tiger tribe to wreak havoc on their land. The tigers rushed towards the foxes. The mantis jumped between the beasts. Mawang approached the mantis. A long vine pushed the beast back. Kin frowned. Mawang bared his teeth, his eyes shining brightly. The ant raised his hand, preparing to use a powered-up strike. The fifth king swung his clawed paw. Flash and the nameless king attacked each other. The white and black foxes jumped towards the blood tiger. It opened its mouth and screamed that it was thirsty for blood. The dinosaur screamed loudly as it approached Huang. The purple tiger bared its teeth and screamed that they had only reflected its scream, but it was not enough to resist it. The system reported that its spiritual power had increased. The dinosaur opened its mouth and emitted a stream of flames. The space in front of it began to explode. It continued to burn fire when the dark tiger jumped onto the cliff. The dark tiger jumped off the cliff and let out a tiger roar. King Zhu noticed the enemy at the last moment. Before Huang could reach the ground, the place where the dinosaur stood exploded. He furiously said that he was close to the top 10 strongest beasts on the continent, as the dark tiger was a peak of the second level. King Zhu was also at the second level, so he engaged in a fierce battle with the tiger. The dinosaur sank its sharp teeth into the dark tiger's body. However, as soon as it touched the monster, mantis thought that this was not the best scenario for them, so he turned to King Zhu. The dark tiger, emitting the power of decay, warned that the dinosaur would be the first to die from its fangs today. King Zhu screamed furiously. Huang attacked again with a jump and used force. The mantis, breathing heavily, carefully avoided the attacks. Suddenly, something in front of the dark tiger caught the attention of the dark tiger. Black and white fur flashed through the raised dust. Bai landed on the ground. Flash greeted him happily, calling him a cat. Kin was also happy to see him. The dark tiger began to exude even more evil power. He carefully looked at his opponent and thought that the white tiger with wings was not so simple and looked stronger than this half-dead dinosaur. Bai shouted that everyone would die. He screamed again that everyone would die, but this time it sounded even more furious. He flapped his wings and rushed into battle. The tigers clashed, not wanting to give in to each other. They rested their foreheads against each other. The tigers were glaring at each other so fiercely that they did not notice when a stream of power whistled between them. The dark tiger jumped back first. The stream of power that surrounded him broke the trees. The dust had not yet cleared, and Huang began to look around, looking for his opponent. A wound was red on his chest when the tiger cursed, because the opponent had hit him hard. He looked through the clouds of smoke, not understanding where it had gone. At that moment, Bai attacked him from above. Bai used his power. An explosion rolled through the forest. The forces looked at the blinding white light and exclaimed in surprise. One of the foxes lowered its ears and thought that the white tiger of the Misty Mountains was strong. A crater remained where the explosion had occurred. Bai landed on the ground. Suddenly, the dark tiger soared into the sky. Even though blood was pouring out of his song, he still called out to Bai furiously. Huang had a special ability as a twin shadow tiger, which was that the dark tiger was able to imbue its shadow with energy, which in turn had about 70% of the tiger's own fighting power. The dark tiger and its shadow attacked Bai and demanded that he try to deal with the two of them, as they wanted to see how long he could last. Bai shouted again that everyone would die. Hewing said that the white tiger was rather overconfident. A deafening explosion was heard. At this time, the fifth tiger also rushed to attack. He spat blood and cursed at the small insect, threatening that when he caught it, he would tear it apart. Flash hovered above him in the air, shouting that the opponent was strong, but unfortunately for him, he was stronger. Flash used power accumulation and triple slash. The bars of the strike swept across the fifth tiger's body. The black and white foxes stood next to each other. They stood over the fallen body of the second Tiger King and said that he was very strong and difficult to handle, so Bai walked away from the attack unharmed. Hewing couldn't understand how this happened, since his strongest attack could only stain the fur on his skin. Bai's eyes flashed scarlet as he repeated that everyone would die. Dark Tiger thought that he seemed to understand. He looked at Bai's wings and thought that when he said that everyone would die, he did not mean himself and his allies. Hewing watched White Tiger attack him in mid-air and thought that he meant them, who were fighting against him, since he had been able to see their level of strength from the very first moment, just by looking at them, and understood everything. Dark Tiger thought with fear that the opponent was not only strong, but also smart. Bai was very close to him when Hewing thought that he opened his mouth for the final blow. His teeth were about to close on the opponent's neck when a voice asked him to stop. One of the Tide Tigers asked not to kill his elder, to which his tribesman was surprised that Leowu could speak. Kin approached the tigers and said that if they were willing to lead the tiger tribe to join the divine tree, they would spare him. Leowu said that as long as his brother was alive, he was willing to do anything, and the Bloody King confirmed this. The Dark Tiger struggled to his feet and said that he had not lost yet. Hewing's fangs lengthened as he said that he would not let them take his brothers so easily. Leowu asked him to calm down as they were no match for the enemy. Hewing paused, considering his next move. Bai looked at him menacingly. 2 days later, Bai carried a sphere with a flower in his teeth and led the tigers to the divine tree. Flash watched this procession and asked if the Dark Tiger was leaving. The White Fox asked with displeasure that they would really just give up their spiritual treasure that they had suffered so much for, to which the Black Fox replied that if it remained in their hands, they would not be able to protect it anyway, but this way they could use it as a pass to the Misty Mountains, and what's more, they would be given access to the essence of life. Kin thought with a slight smile that they had subdued 3 of the 5 Tiger Kings, and many of the First Order beasts from their tribes would join them, which was why Bai was so happy that his tribe brothers would now appear in the Misty Mountains. The Dark Tiger walked away alone in the other direction. He remembered how he had asked to be let go, and Kin had agreed, and Bai had repeated that everyone would die. Kin immediately translated his speech, saying that Bai would wait for Hewing in the Misty Mountains for 3 months, and if he came and could defeat him, his tribe could leave with you, and if he lost, 10 pillars that represented the pride of the Federation. Suddenly, the waves rose several meters above the bridge. The girl thought hard about how the sea was very rough today, and this was unusual. She looked at the water, which was covered in waves all the time. Z turned to the teacher and said that it seemed like something was happening, and she wanted to take a look, which the woman allowed her to do. The girl closed her eyes and raised 2 fingers, concentrating. The teacher frowned, as she had never seen Z so excited and in a hurry before, so she hoped that everything was okay. Meanwhile, the girl seemed to have floated into the sky. She opened her eyes. What she saw surprised her greatly. It turned out, suddenly, the eyes of the largest monster turned red. A spike came off its head and flew in a given direction like a rocket. The spike rushed towards the land. It was rapidly approaching the shore. An explosion was heard on the land. Z was scared because of the enormous destructive power when the monster's gaze turned to her. The monster opened its toothy mouth. Z was scared that this was the end. The car continued to drive across the bridge. The teacher looked at the frightened girl and asked if she was okay. Z said that they had to get out of this city right now, otherwise they might not make it in time. The city had been put on a top-level alert, so all civilians had to leave the city immediately. Cars were stuck in traffic on the way out of the city, while the loudspeakers continued to announce that an enemy was approaching from the sea, so a top-level alert, or red alert, had been declared. The spiritual energy monitoring staff were talking tensely about the fact that according to the data they had received, there were several third-order creatures among the enemy, and the spiritual energy had exceeded 4 million. One of the guys looked back at the leader and said that things were bad for them. The woman demanded a report on the matter. He explained that they were attacked by sea beasts, and not only them, but also a neighboring city. He said that a wave had engulfed the 7 Nations Alliance, and that the beasts had attacked the Luo Kingdom. It turned out that all the cities and countries located along the coastline had been subjected to a powerful attack by sea creatures. At this moment, a huge crab was destroying houses. The leader asked herself what was going on and immediately realized that the water had declared war on the land. A question sounded over the hills asking if he was sure. The orca told Zhao that the information was verified, so if they stayed near the coast, they would get it too, so they should go to the Misty Mountains, since the invasion of sea creatures on land was led by several sea lords. The orca said that all sea creatures were called to attack the land, and even her. Zhao said that everything was very clear to him, and then asked him to be careful. He saddled the bear when the orca shouted at him not to worry, since no one knew how to hunt in difficult conditions better than him. Meanwhile, the animals stood up to defend Australia. Kangaroo looked at his opponents with annoyance. They were opposed by the King of the Seven Seas, the Lord of Sweats, who was at the peak of the 3rd level, the Crimson Monarch at the 3rd level, the Azure Sea Serpent at the 3rd level. The King of the Seven Seas introduced himself as the King of Dragons, and then ordered them to stop their futile attempts at resistance and give them the land. The kangaroo folded his arms across his chest, irritated, saying that he had been bothered by the sea for a long time, but he had not expected such a brazen invasion. He glared at his opponents and warned them that they would regret this, calling them sea lizards. The city was covered in fog. The two men in the lab looked up when one of them asked how the situation was going and if they would be able to establish contact with them, to which the other expressed concern that it was not yet. They looked at the chained monster, which still showed no reaction to stimuli. The gray-haired man said that the attacks of the sea creatures were sudden, and in half a day they lost almost the entire coast. So this monster was their only chance to give a proportionate response to these creatures, and if he could suppress its will and subjugate it with the ability, then they would have hope. Suddenly there was in her mind since she was going to fight. He asked her to stop, as with their current level of strength, it was like committing suicide, as they were simply heading towards certain death, so it would be wiser to conserve their strength and wait for the Federation's higher-ups to arrive. As far as he knew, the orbital station with the spirit cannon was already ready for use, and if everything went smoothly and it was activated, the problem with the sea creatures would be resolved by itself. Zioking pointed her finger towards the city and said that there were people there who would not live to see the arrival of their higher-ups. She spread her wings and flew towards the monsters. Zee thought that only 3rd Order masters could use spirit wings. It turned out that Zioking had stepped over the 3rd Order barrier. The girl continued to fly above the water. The sea snakes immediately jumped out of the water to attack her. Zioking used her strength and struck first. A purple wave covered the snakes. The people were surprised to see that the sea water was evaporating. Steam rose into the air. A purple arrow shot towards the Sea King. Zioking screamed about whether he was enjoying destruction and killing now. The blow hit the Sea King's head. The girl was enveloped in the glow of power. She used the purple flame blade. Now the power enveloped the screaming Sea King. There was an explosion and everything was covered in smoke. Steam rose from the water and Zioking hurriedly flew away to a safe distance. She angrily gritted her teeth because the monster's body mass was too large and her attack power was not enough. At this moment, the white jade elephant attacked the monster. Its body was covered in steam again. The elephant flew up to the girl and asked if she was okay, to which Zioking asked him who he was, and the elephant promised to tell her later. The space ahead began to spiral. A huge beam of light flew towards them. The white jade elephant shouted that this was bad. The sea creature emitted a powerful beam. The white jade elephant, which was hit, could not understand how the sea monster could repeat his technique. Suddenly, Zioking noticed something strange about the appearance of the Sea King. He looked like the white jade elephant. It turned out that there were changes not only in this, but her flames also appeared. The white jade elephant said that it seemed that its main feature was absorbing the opponent's attacks, and this made things very difficult. The sea creature screamed. At this time, a huge wave rose above the city in another place. People ran away from the sea creatures as fast as they could. They shouted at each other to run and not to push. Someone in the crowd desperately asked where his son was and if anyone had seen his son, but no one heard him and demanded that those in front run faster. A woman ran away from a snake, clutching her child. Ziyu thought that he had already witnessed several similar sea creature invasions on the way here, so he thought that the situation would only get worse. A wave rose above the city. The elephant Sea King attacked with spikes. Zioking covered herself with a sphere. The white jade elephant was attacked again. However, it quickly recovered and attacked back. It threatened to trample the Sea King to death. The blows made the Sea King vomit bile. Its eyes caught sight of Zioking. She used the purple flame blade again. Bile poured out of the sea beast's side. It glared at the girl. Zioking realized that it looked like an area attack was coming. She managed to cover herself with a sphere at the last moment. The white jade elephant was scared because it thought something had happened to the girl. A purple beam slammed into the building. Zioking's body left cracks and a dent in the building. The girl began to glow with power. The white jade elephant asked if the human warrior was alive. She clenched her teeth and said angrily that this creature was almost impossible to defeat. She looked at the monster and said that it was not an ordinary monster from the depths of the sea. The white jade elephant frowned and said that it seemed to be one of those who ruled the ocean and organized an invasion of land. Zioking realized that he was one of the 7 Sea Kings. The monster rushed to attack with a furious cry. The elephant began to spin its trunk, using it as a shield to block the powerful attack. Lightning began to spread from its body. The elephant used a mighty heavenly tread. Lightning flashed, cutting through space. Suddenly, a column of water shot up. A wave covered the city. Zioking thought angrily that this fight had even caused the space to tremble, and if we exclude the master's use of his willow leaf flying blade skill, this was the second time she had seen a skill that had such a strong effect on space. A whirlpool formed near the elephant, swirling the houses into itself. Zioking hopefully asked the elephant if they had managed it, to which the elephant replied that even if it was stronger than them, such a blow would be difficult to handle. Suddenly, a copy of the white jade elephant emerged from under the water, attacking the real elephant. The monster used a mighty heavenly step. The real elephant could not understand how this was possible. Now lightning struck the white jade elephant. Another wave covered the city. The Sea King roared menacingly. The white jade elephant fell, staining the water with blood. Zioking shouted in surprise that the enemy was too strong. The Sea King furiously shouted that this land belonged to the sea. The girl heard that everything belonged to the sea, and those who dared to resist the will of the ocean would be destroyed. The monster attacked Zioking. The girl fearlessly looked at the inevitable attack. A wave covered another building. Suddenly, something caught the monster's attention. The roots of the divine tree crashed into it. Zioking excitedly turned to the master. Ziyu was very angry. The Sea King roared again. Ziyu said that he seemed to have finally found one of the 7 Sea Kings, and this was lucky, after which he admitted that the monster was ugly. The Sea King demanded that the divine tree die. He shouted death and attacked Ziyu. He used the mighty heavenly tread again. Zioking wanted to warn the master that this attack could destroy space. Ziyu's body shook from the impact. Lightning enveloped him. Zioking was blown away and she screamed in fear. Suddenly, the trunk caught her. The white jade elephant woke up and managed to catch her so that the girl would not be hurt. He thought that the power of the technique reproduced by the monster was twice as strong as when he used it, but the tree did not receive any damage, and the emanations of spiritual energy emitted by the tree were very strong. Tizuyu looked with interest at the monster's paw resting on one of its branches. He angrily asked if this was all he could do. The Sea King got angry. He attacked the tree again. The space was illuminated by the power emitted by the monster. Tizuyu hit with one of his branches. The branch crashed into the enemy's body. Blood gushed out of the Sea King's mouth. Tizuyu asked in surprise that this was really the only technique the monster had stolen. He began to wrap the Sea King with his branches. Tizuyu raised the copy of the elephant up. He used the embodiment of thunder execution. Lightning struck the Sea King. The monster writhed in pain. It opened its mouth in a silent scream. Finally, the monster's body collapsed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The white jade elephant exclaimed in surprise that the divine tree had won. Ziyu thought about it. This coastal city had been hit very hard, and the destruction was even greater than when he fought with Australite. Suddenly, trees began to grow out of the ground at lightning speed. Instantly, most of the land was overgrown with trees. People began to crawl out of hiding, saying that this was the divine tree of the Misty Mountains, and it was helping them again. Meanwhile, the Free States were being destroyed by the Octopus King, who was one of the 7 Sea Kings. He smashed skyscrapers with his tentacles. Water poured into the buildings. The Free State's military commander was listening to the report that the latest data showed that they had lost 5 coastal cities and the sea creature attacks were moving inland. Suddenly, another employee called out to him, reporting that a message had just come in from the White House. The girl said that the Chinese Federation's demon tree had managed to destroy one of the 7 Sea Kings, and the coast was now out of danger, and the demons that came with the tree were located along the coastline, and judging by this information, they could assume that another wave of attacks was possible. The commander said that they did not have any powerful beasts, and they were alone against the threat, but even so, if they died, they would do their utmost to win. A scientist came up from behind and asked about who said that they did not have strong, powerful beasts, which greatly surprised the man. The helicopters were carrying the laboratory monster when the professor said that there was still hope for them, and they certainly did not know who would win. The lab monster landed on the ground. The octopus stood in front of it. The professor said tiredly that the soldiers should know that the real battle had just begun. The lab monster roared. At this time, on another continent, the Twin King, one of the 7 Sea Kings at the peak of the 3rd level, attacked the city. A shaman fought against him. He looked like a priceless golden spirit. The tribe chief watched the battle tensely. In Australia, Kangaroo fought against the Flood Lord. Kangaroo ordered that the monsters not be allowed to move deeper into their territory. The Flood Lord then called him names. Suddenly, he perked up. The Flood Lord felt the spiritual power of one of the 7 lords disappear, so was he defeated. He thought tensely that there were those on land who could withstand their power. Zei walked between the trees. She thought that this was a forest created by the demon tree, and the strength of the entire human race was insignificant in comparison. Suddenly, a child called out to her, saying that the girl's ability was instantaneous movement and that it was an amazing skill. She looked back at him and asked what the child was doing here. The boy, whose skin was like bark, replied that he could perhaps introduce himself as the master of this forest. Z said the name of the demon tree in fear. Mist swirled between the trees. The child walked up to the divine tree in Zioking. He was carrying Zi. Zioking excitedly asked how her master had become a child, and he grinned and explained that he had simply developed a new ability that he needed to test. Zioking smiled and said that he looked like a human. Tizuyu explained that he used a hallucinogen secreted by the branches, which made people perceive him as a human, but unfortunately, he could not stay outside his main body for long. He entered the divine tree again. Tizuyu opened his eyes after the transition. He said that it was time to deal with these sea guys. In his cage lay a mutated level 2 giant turtle, whose innate ability was Turtle Defense, which had the ability to absorb powerful attacks, and whose special ability was Tidal Wave, a powerful attack skill that could even destroy a city, and Turtle Hiss, a strong skill that affected the soul and consciousness. Tizuyu thought that apart from good defense, it could be said that it did not have any other special abilities. He looked at another cage, which contained a weak eel. The third cage contained a starfish. Tizuyu thought that most sea creatures were weak, so it was not worth taking them under your wing. He decided to get down to business and looked at the sea beast at the peak of the 3rd level, whose innate ability was absolute defense, that is, it could absorb other people's abilities and transform them into its own, and regeneration, that is, being torn to pieces, it could regenerate, and also a special ability was black lightning, with which it could call lightning from the sky, causing huge damage, and also had a willow strike, that is, a black thorny willow could split everything that stood in its path. Ziyu thought that this was interesting, since it was regenerating and trying to evolve towards him. Ziyu heard from Zioking that he literally managed to evolve from the womb in a few minutes, but his evolution to copy Geo abilities has just begun, so he does not think that the sea beast will be able to finish quickly since it will need about a year and a half for this. The divine tree thought that it was curious who it could match in strength, and if its evolution continued, it would become a true willow tree. If Ziyu absorbed Go, would he be able to obtain his innate evolution talent? The divine tree decided to hold on to this specimen for now, and all the other sea creatures would become his evolution points. He destroyed the swordfish for 5,000 evolution points, the mutated crocodile for 3,000 evolution points, the mutated crab for 1,000 evolution points, and the mutated lobster for 2,500 evolution points. A system window popped up in front of Ziyu, telling him that he had 18,700,819 evolution points, and then asked if he wanted to begin the transition to the 4th stage of evolution. Ziyu decided to begin the evolution process. Ziyu looked at the system windows, which said that he confirmed the start of the transition process to the 4th level, after which 10 million evolution points were written off. A golden beam pierced the space between the trees. Ziyu told Zioking that he was going into a meditative state for a while, so he would leave everything else to her, to which she replied that she understood. A golden glow enveloped the divine tree. A white jade elephant approached the girl from behind and said that her teacher was evolving again. He admired the majestic and inexhaustible spirit that other creatures could only dream of. Zioking thought that this elephant was able to freely change its size since it had become so small, but it looked cute and said out loud that she always wanted to ask who he was. The white jade elephant replied that he was a native of the divine mountains and a god who fought against darkness. The crown of the divine tree was filled with power. Meanwhile, a man walked into the western wasteland. He was wrapped in white clothes when he said that it was a surprise that the divine tree was evolving again. A bird on the sky cliff cried out. It was curious that the energy fluctuations caused by the evolution of some beast had even reached here. Fly on the northern border also listened to the sensations. Power was seething in the depths of the ocean waters. The beast was disturbed by the energy fluctuations. It opened its eyes. The sperm whale thought that these fluctuations emitted by the beast on the eve of the breakthrough were the 4th level, and such spiritual power exceeded what the 4th level should have, so there could not be anyone on this continent who was on the verge of becoming a 4th order being so quickly. He thought that he would have to go on stage earlier than planned. People approached the divine tree and took pictures of it with their phones as it grew larger and larger with each passing hour, and the multi-story buildings standing next to it looked like toys in comparison. Suddenly, lightning cut through the space. Zioking shouted at the people that it was a thunder disaster and demanded that they flee from here. The divine tree continued to emit power. The pillar of light emanating from it could be seen from a very long distance. 2 sea kings were watching, the sea dragon king at the peak of the 3rd level, and the shell king at the peak of the 3rd level. The sea dragon king said that the divine tree was the one who killed the sea beast king, and the shell king said that the spiritual energy emanating from it was frighteningly strong, so they should take advantage of the situation and try to kill it while it was in a state of hibernation. Zioking sensed something and tensed up. The white jade dragon said that it sensed two powerful sources of spiritual energy approaching, and without a doubt, such an outburst of spiritual power was only befitting of the Sea Kings. The girl tensed up even more. Meanwhile, the Sea Kings were approaching. Finally, they became visible and the elephant confirmed that there were two of them. The white jade elephant panicked and said that this was bad, so he suggested that they shouldn't even talk about defeating them, since they weren't even sure if they could escape from here now. He looked at the divine tree and realized that the Sea Kings wanted to take advantage of the situation while the tree was still completing its breakthrough to the 4th level, since this was the perfect chance for them to kill such a powerful creature, so there was no better time. The white jade elephant, sweating profusely, said that given the current state of the tree, it would take him about another hour to break through. Xiaoqing screamed. She concentrated a beam of purple light around herself. The elephant looked at her anxiously and asked her not to tell him if she decided to fight. Xiaoqing asked if they had a choice. The white jade elephant said that the Sea Kings weren't coming for her, so she could leave and survive, so she should leave while she had the chance. Xiaoqing frowned and said that if she didn't do it, then after she died there would be no one to stop them, so it would be too late for the elephant to try to escape. The elephant worriedly wondered if Xiaoqing was determined to sacrifice her life on the altar of the divine tree's evolution. They soared upward. The Sea Dragon King began to inflate. He used a water cannon. Xiaoqing used a fire shield. The forces clashed in an unequal battle. The Sea Dragon King turned to the girl. The Shell King demanded that they not dare to stand in their way, and also launched his power into the battle. Smoke rushed towards the opposing forces. Xiaoqing turned around. The forces clashed. They began to swirl around Xiaoqing. The girl used a giant sword of spiritual flame. The Shell King mockingly asked if she really wanted to break his shell, and then advised her to give up, since it was useless because he was the creature with the strongest defense on this planet. Meanwhile, a crack appeared on the shell. The Shell King did not expect this. The Sea Dragon King approached Xiaoqing from behind and used a tail strike. However, the white jade dragon intervened in the bow and protected the girl. The Sea Dragon King exhaled in pain. The elephant said that he did not abandon this little girl and would not let her fight alone. Meanwhile, at the International Conference of States, they were discussing that some states believed that the most correct tactic now would be to retreat inland, leaving the coastal regions in order to be able to reorganize the army and strike back, while others said that the internal territories were not enough to comfortably accommodate such a large number of citizens, and the lack of access to the sea would entail problems with food, and this would result in mass unrest, to which they were told that unfortunately, in this situation, they would have to sacrifice part of the population for the sake of the survival of everyone else, and now they should only think about how to ensure that human civilization does not sink into oblivion. The man listened to the others squabbling about how one could even talk about such a thing, since then they would be better than those sea creatures that exterminated their fellows by the thousands, since abandoning their people was tantamount to throwing them into the mouth of this beast. But they were echoed that it was not the time to think about morality, since a way out had to be found. The man lowered his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, the divine tree was filling with power. The girl looked at the monitors and thought that the devices had recorded the appearance of two more powerful creatures, and judging by the emissions of spiritual energy, these were the so-called Sea Kings, but she did not understand why the divine tree decided to begin evolving at this moment. She was tense, since it was obvious that the Sea Kings were afraid of the tree's power, so they decided to attack at the moment when it was most vulnerable, since they wanted to destroy the tree at any cost. She continued to look at the screen and think about the sea advancing on the land, and nothing could stop it. Suddenly, an employee approached her and reported that he had detected a human signature, since some person had intervened in the battle with the Sea Kings, to which the girl asked to display the image on the screen, since she wanted to see it. She recognized Xiaoqing. The girl did not understand what Xiaoqing was doing there. How could she possibly want to fight the kings? After which she realized that Xiaoqing was trying to help the divine tree. Xiaoqing rushed into battle. The force spun with terrible force. Xiaoqing used the giant sword of spirit. The Sea Kings actually decided to attack together. The Sea Druk King shouted that people should see the power of their most powerful technique, as it would also smash their evolving tree stump into molecules. Rays of light began to spread out from the technique in all directions. The kings formed a sphere to strike. Xiaoqing tensed up. Ziyu was still evolving. The beasts were attacking the people. The commander ordered the warriors to stop them, as they should not give up even an inch of their land to the enemy. Meanwhile, in the Spiritual Energy Research Institute, a map was displayed on the screen, and the girl thought that the pace of the sea beasts' advance into the interior of the continent had slowed down, as the masters who owned spiritual energy in every city were resisting them. She thought hard that, however, this was only a temporary slowdown in the invading army's advance, and if they did not kill the Sea Kings, there would be no turning point in the battle. The man attacked the monster using his strength. Several fire blasts slammed into the sea beast. The monster fell, screaming exhaustedly. However, the beasts continued to advance. The man cursed. The humans and monsters looked at each other. One of the warriors asked the captain if he could feel it too. The captain thought that it was not only them who could feel it, but the sea beasts too, as they were trembling like that. He looked at the fish and thought that this terrifying spiritual energy was so dense that he could not even breathe. He turned around and thought that it was coming from the direction where Zioking was fighting, so he wondered what kind of terrifying beast she had encountered. Meanwhile, the Sea Kings were still preparing to strike. The white jade elephant said excitedly that if they did not stop this attack, not only would the tree suffer, but also the tens of thousands of people who were in the city in the direction of the attack. So they could not retreat, but rather take the blow themselves, putting everything they had left into defense. Zioking said that there was no need to tell him this. The kings used the final technique of the two-born seismic strike. Spheres also appeared around Zioking and the elephant. The kings attacked. The strike hit the spheres. The elephant said that things were bad, since his shield could not withstand it. Zioking tried her best to stop the attack. She gritted her teeth, agreeing that things were bad. The kings continued to attack. They roared and wished death on their opponents. The city began to be covered by a wave of impact. The Sea Dragon King watched the explosion. Their combined attack left a furrow in the ground. The white jade elephant lay on the ground. Zioking sat on her knees. The Sea Dragon King was surprised that the giant elephant had protected her, but it didn't matter anymore since he had only postponed the inevitable death for a few measly moments, so now no one could stop them. The elephant asked Zioking to stop. However, the girl still stood up and walked towards the opponents. She looked at them. The elephant called her stupid. The Sea Dragon King turned to her. The girl looked at him and thought that protecting her master was her most important task. Back then, many years ago, she had first experienced the happiness of seeing her master, but after being with him for a short time, she had lost him, and she remembered the cries of beasts and people that sounded that day. The girl did not understand that everyone really cared about the battles for the land, for the borders, and that people were then trying to get rid of them. She thought that the sea monsters were now attacking the land, but all these battles were completely meaningless. Zioking began to use the technique, thinking that the only being capable of ending this mass, therefore, he must be protected at all costs. She screamed furiously because he is not only her master, but also the protector of this land. A ray of light cut through the space. Zioking screamed furiously. A pillar of energy lit up the sky above the city. Energy swirled around the tree. Ziyu continued to meditate. The elephant thought of Zioking as a small person. The girl continued to attack. Her body was covered in wounds. The Sea Dragon King said that her blocking the blow was meaningless. Zioking began to fall, saying that it was not meaningless. She was falling when the elephant thought that he should at least catch her. He screamed that she was a small person, and at that moment, a branch caught the girl. Many branches rushed towards her. Power began to accumulate in space. The Sea Dragon King's eyes widened in surprise. Ziyu's sphere was now red as he finally opened his eyes. The tree's roots were shining. The wounded elephant looked up and said that he could finally rest. Zioking looked at the tree. The hero looked ahead. The girl called him. She looked around. The reign of life began. The elephant raised his head and said that he could feel his strength returning. Ziyu looked at the girl and asked her to rest, leaving the rest to him. The elephant ran forward and shouted that he would look after Zioking. The hero watched them go. The mutant's eyes widened. Thinking that he had finally managed to break through to the 4th level, the spiritual power emanating from him was terrifying. The Shell King looked ahead and asked if they could win. They shuddered. The hero said that they should not even think about such a thing. Tizuyu flared up with aura. He shouted that this outcome was impossible for them. The mutants widened their eyes. They took the form of a beast, said that they had no choice but to fight. The watermen released jets of water. The King of Shells vomited sulfuric acid. The attacks tried to hit the tree. The roots swung, and the attacks were blocked. They ricocheted and flew to the sides. Explosions were heard around the tree. A bright light illuminated the tree. The mutant looked ahead, confused. He looked at the King of Shells and proposed something, who immediately agreed. Tizuyu widened his eyes. The mutants began to form spheres, calling it a dual acid water cannon. The beam shot at the hero. Tizuyu tensed up. The tree was enveloped in light. The monster looked at the smoke ahead expectantly. Tizuyu looked at the beam and asked, "Is this really their strongest attack?" He looked forward angrily and said, "Spread feathers of fire." The mutants looked at the lights that appeared. The entire battlefield was covered in fire. Tizuyu looked at the flames. The King of Shells jumped at him through the smoke. He looked forward madly and shouted that his armor was indestructible and that he was not so easy to burn with fire. The wheel was approaching the hero. An explosion thundered over the city. The mutant bent over and coughed. He screamed and looked forward pitifully. The King of Shells was squeezed by roots. He was hanging in the air and oozing blood. Tizuyu looked at the last monster and said that there was one thing that was not clear to him. He squinted and said that they could not live on land, so why would they conquer it? The monster jumped into the water, thinking that he should get away. But then the roots grabbed him. Tizuyu looked at him and shouted that he was still trying to escape. The little horse began to twist, blood spurted out. His eyes turned red, he screamed. Tizuyu exuded an evil aura and demanded an answer to his question. The little horse looked at the tree and began to cough. He smiled and asked, "What is the demon tree so afraid of?" He asked if he was really afraid of not knowing the answer to this question. He said enough empty demagoguery and asked to kill himself. Tizuyu shouted for him to go to hell, thinking that he would not speak. An ice cage appeared. The horse froze. The sky suddenly turned black. Tizuyu looked up and asked what was going on. A huge body was floating in the sky. A huge whale with a forest on its back was floating in the sky. The animals were encased in ice. Tizuyu silently looked at the whale. He did not move, assessing the size of the whale. The whale was approaching the city, while the hero said that its size exceeded all reasonable limits. People looked at the whale through the screen. The girl said in fear that it was a whale. The city was covered with water. A huge octopus grabbed the monster by the neck. The monster spewed flames. The octopus began to block the shot with its tentacles. He narrowed his eyes. The octopus king began to wave his tentacles. Zero looked at him angrily. The octopus looked at the blood on his tentacles, thought that he did not expect to meet such Syria and asked why he woke up so early. She looked at the sky and said that the king of sea animals, shells and seahorses died. That is why the prophet decided to wake up before the due time. A crowd of people looked at the whale, reported that in the sky of the coastal areas of the Federation, the presence of a creature of previously unseen sizes was noticed. A voice reported that its body blocked almost half of the city from the sun. People looked ahead in fear. Someone shouted that this world is doomed. The whale floated silently in the sky. He floated above the hero. His eyes glowed blue. He said that the hero must be the mutated tree. He said that he could feel the emanations of his spiritual power even in the depths of the ocean. Tizuyu was silent and thought that the spiritual energy coming from this fish was crazy. He had never seen anything like it. He did not take his eyes off and assumed that he was the leader of this gang of 7 sea kings. He asked why they were attacking the land if they themselves could not live on it. He asked what they would do if they could conquer the land. The whale frowned and said that the ocean could no longer accommodate them all. Tizuyu looked at the whale questioningly. He looked at the tree and said that when the next wave of spiritual energy hit the planet, tens of thousands of sea creatures would come under his command, and they needed the continent so that his relatives could come ashore to feed and reproduce. He said that the inhabitants of the seas would finally complete their evolution and fully adapt to life on land. Tizuyu angrily asked, "Are they really coming to the land to destroy everyone living there just because they are evolving?" The whale frowned and said that it was true. After all, the one who best adapts to change survives. Isn't that the norm for humans? Tizuyu's eyes widened. The whale called him by name. He screamed, asking how he knew his name. He was asking who he really was. The whale grinned and said that he was darkness. Tizuyu trembled and said that the whale would tell him everything he knew. He said that the whale might not even think of leaving here alive. The city was covered by a tsunami. The whale hovered above the tree. He did not move and noticed that a barrier had appeared, separating them from the main world. He asked if the hero was really so afraid that people would find out his little secret. He began to say that all the beasts that serve him would find out that he was a human. He looked at the hero, moaned and said that he would like to see this moment. Explosions hit the tree. Tizuyu screamed that they would never know about this. A tree beast appeared. The hero screamed that the whale would die here and now. The whale's eyes flashed. The city was covered by a barrier. The elephant and Xiaoking looked at it. The elephant said that the whole city was surrounded by a barrier in a second. Xiaoking looked at the barrier excitedly and thought about the master. The beast screamed and released all the power of the tree roots. The whale opened his mouth and released an ultrasonic wave. The monsters were approaching each other. The city was collapsing. The whale's eyes widened and he thought that this tree was too strong. He realized that he would have to play all his trump cards at the beginning of the game. His body began to swell with blue spheres. He turned his belly to the hero. The whale looked at the hero and told him to turn into dead wood and a pile of withered leaves. Rays shot out of the spheres. The tree beast took the blow. He screamed, using gigantification. The golem increased in size and looked into the eyes of the whale. He struck him in the stomach. From the blow, his eyes turned red. They bulged, blood spurted out. The golem summoned the element of earth. Earth pillars hit the whale. He frowned, realizing that the hero had earth element skills. The tree roots rushed towards the beast. The whale was tied up by giant roots. The golem glared at him, and a moment later, the roots hit the whale on the city. Elementals appeared in the air. They turned into huge colorful balls above the hero's body. A multitude of beams hit the whale. A huge flame began to incinerate everything around. Screamed, taking the blows. The volcano on his back began to erupt. Kit squinted and screamed an eruption of lava. The hero looked ahead questioningly. A huge fountain of lava covered the sky. It rushed towards the hero in thick streams. Waves of lava filled the city. Looked at the lava lake and thought that he had overdone it and the whole earth was now covered in lava. He frowned ahead and thought that it did not matter how strong the tree was, it would just dissolve without leaving even ashes behind. He raised his head. It began to rain. He realized that the ice wall created by the tree began to melt. He realized that without the support of spiritual power, it would eventually collapse. He decided that it was time for him to return home. The tree golem opened its mouth and used thunder command. It was struck by a huge lightning bolt. His eye opened wide. The golem covered in fire looked at him. The whale fell into the lava. The hero leaned over and began to ask how he knew about him and what is the darkness he speaks of. The whale grinned and said that their teacher is omniscient and the hero should not bother himself by asking. He said that their master will soon reveal himself to their world and then he will understand everything. The golem closed his mouth. The whale said that this is all he can tell him. He does not need to know about the rest because he will not be able to change anything, even knowing everything. A huge paw stepped into the paw. The whale grew paws and legs. He said that their master will rule everything using his power. The hero opened his mouth and said that the whale does not know anything else. The whale opened his mouth. A blue flame burned in it. The beam shot at the hero. He looked from under his brows and began to shout for the whale to return to the hole from which it came. He asked to tell his master that it did not matter how strong he was, because if he dared to challenge him, he would kill him. He ordered him to roll back into the ocean. The sphere above the city began to crack. A huge beam pierced it. The whale was thrown back. He was thrown far back. The whale turned over and fell into the ocean. The golem froze. The jade elephant looked forward and shouted that he had won. Zioking was silent. The girl looked at the screen and said that the mutated tree had indeed won. A bead of sweat ran down her face. She thought that there were no more creatures left in this world that could resist him. Meanwhile, the sea beasts retreated back into the ocean as ordered. The eyes of the mermaid queen were burning. She thought that she no longer felt the life force of the prophet. She asked herself what happened. The spirit stood in front of the crab. Zero stood in front of the octopus. Zero was burning with blue flames. People jumped up and started shouting that the sea monsters were leaving and returning back to the ocean. They were shouting that they had won. The old man with the long nose was silent. They reported that people were retreating along the entire line of contact. In Australia, the giant held the flood lord by the face. He said that they did not expect to see the power of the fourth level. The giant's eyes flashed. He told the Lord to go back and tell everyone that they would serve him, otherwise he would gather an army and attack the ocean. The dragon looked at the giant with exhaustion. The giant asked if he understood him. The giant's many eyes looked at him. A powerful beam hit the forest. The egg was falling apart. Someone began to hatch from it. The black dragon screamed. The Transcendents looked ahead in horror. The hooded boy trembled and said that he never thought he would see something like this in his life. They looked at the dragon and the beam of energy. It was the birth of a legend. Zionu sat on the growth and looked at the beam. She frowned. Meanwhile, in the ruins, the hero looked ahead and said that the sea creatures retreated, but it was obvious that they would return. He frowned and thought that events were happening as the system predicted. He told himself that the darkness was approaching. He tried to understand what this darkness was. He only knew the words of the whale about it, claiming that the power of his master was incomprehensible. He looked at Zioking and said that this time everything worked out thanks to her. The girl smiled. Tizuyu looked at the elephant. It looked at it silently. The hero asked, "Who is he anyway?" The elephant bowed. The hero said that he helped them, which in itself is strange. Moreover, why did he extend a helping hand to people? He asked, "What is the purpose of the elephant?" The jade elephant raised its head and said that it is a great descendant of the god from the heavenly mountain and he is called to fight the darkness. Tizuyu widened his eyes. He looked at the elephant and began to ask, where did the darkness come from and what does it know about it? The elephant frowned and said that the darkness is not a creature of flesh and blood. He said that the darkness has some kind of energy form. Tizuyu shuddered, digesting these words. He looked at the elephant again. It said that the hero should understand better than others what this form is, because living beings have used it before. The hero shuddered again. The elephant frowned and assumed that the hero's guess was correct. He said that it was spiritual power. Zioking and the hero looked at the beast in surprise. He looked up and said that if you explain it in simple terms, it looks something like this. The planet, like a perpetual motion machine, constantly generates spiritual energy and also continuously radiates this energy outward. He showed a diagram, said that this radiation is absorbed by the creatures living on the planet, and the remaining energy, not absorbed by anyone, rushes into the space of space. This is necessary so that there is no energy overflow. The elephant looked up and asked what happens to the spiritual energy of creatures who have died. Ziyu looked at him and said that everything happens in exactly the same way. The energy of the dead spreads throughout the planet. The elephant looked angrily at the hero and said that the energy of the dead is attracted by another dimension. He showed a diagram and said that it can be called the inner world and gradually energy accumulates in this place. He drew an eye and said that it had no way to dissipate, so it just kept accumulating and eventually, excessive accumulation would lead to terrible consequences. He said that after some time, This energy would gain sentience, become self-aware and want more. Sooner or later, it would break through to this world. The elephant looked at the hero and said that the spiritual energy of all the dead creatures, the power of the undead, was this darkness. Ziyu tensed up. He asked what would happen to their world if the darkness broke out. The elephant calmly said that the two types of spiritual energy would collide with each other. Collapsing, they would tear the world apart and plunge it into chaos. He depicted a battle with darkness, said that in ancient times it had already burst out, then all the masters of the world joined forces and managed to erase it from this reality. After this event, both spiritual energy and darkness disappeared from this world, because initially they are connected to each other and are a single whole, so if you remove one, the other will disappear. Ziyu lowered his gaze, began to think that those records from General Lie's books about the end of the era and the return of everything to the primordial chaos, he assumed that they described the clash of two hypostases of spiritual energy. The elephant looked at the hero and said that spiritual darkness usually appears much later, after about 3,000 years, but this time it suddenly manifested itself almost immediately. Zioking looked at the elephant in fear, who said that if it erupted again, this world would end. Ziyu said that there was no need to worry. He looked up and said that the darkness can be destroyed and with this everything becomes much easier. Zioking was wary. The hero asked her to return to the people because they would need her help to recover from the attack. He would first return to the Misty Mountains. The elephant bowed. The hero looked at him and asked what he would do. The elephant said that he would stay with Zioking. He was afraid that the sea creatures could counterattack. Ziyu thought about the fact that the sea creatures were already in the power of darkness. He decided that this invasion was needed for only one thing: to commit as many murders as possible in order to increase the flow of dark energy and manifest the darkness ahead of time. Ziyu angrily looked ahead, said that the irony is that if he wants to become stronger, he must kill, but the more he kills, the stronger he makes the darkness. Meanwhile in the ocean, the sea creatures looked at the whale. The mermaid's eyes lit up. She said they had screwed up with the invader, achieving no results. She said they had lost 3 kings. The stream lord, covered in blood, the mermaid said even he had returned with serious wounds. The whale narrowed his eyes and said it was all his fault. He had been in too much of a hurry. He had not taken into account that a 4th-order creature could exist on land. The sea kings looked ahead silently. He said that after he died they should not attack land again. He ordered the entire ocean to be united under his rule. The whale began to close his eyes, asking to wait until their lord was fully restored. The sea kings readily answered yes. The whale fell into the abyss. A glowing cut appeared at its bottom. Tentacles began to reach for the whale's body. They began to embrace his fins and body. A huge mouth in the darkness began to swallow the whale. Some time later, in the foggy mountains, roots emerged from the ground. The tree moved above the forest. The beasts bowed their heads respectfully. The snakes bowed to the hero. Everyone else did the same. They stood in front of the hero and said that they welcomed him. The transcendents watched from the shadows. The girl asked, "Is this really the tree?" Tizuyu shuddered. A flap of wings. The dragon landed on the ground. It looked at the master. The other mutants looked at the master. The dragon was able to call the hero a master. The system showed information about him. Tizuyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Finally, the dragon broke the shell that restrained him." His pupils narrowed. He said that the Misty Mountains welcomed their new generation. He said that they all worked tirelessly to become stronger and this was commendable. He handed the thunder flower to the dragon and said that it would speed up his development. The dragon bowed to the tree. It said that the dragon was a child of the race from fairy tales and legends. It said that the life of a true dragon is unimaginably long, but for it to grow in natural conditions and take its rightful place among the strongest of this world, it takes too much time. He said that this is why they are trying their best to speed up its development. The dragon bowed and said, "Yes, master." Xiao bowed and said that he listened to the master. The hero looked at him and said that he wanted him to continue to expand the territories under their control. He said that if he encountered human cities on his way, he asked him to try to subdue them, and if not, then drive them out. The sphere looked at him. It said that those who surrendered deserved leniency, and those stubborn people who wanted to resist must be kept in check. He asked to kill one to warn 1,000. Xiao bowed again. Ziyu looked at the flower. He looked down at him and asked him to increase the quota of life energy allocated to the sacrificial altar. He proposed to subjugate as many masters of the human race as possible. Flower calmly accepted the order. She fell silent and thought that the master had dealt with the sea creatures without much trouble. Why was he in such a hurry to increase the power of the Misty Mountains after his return? She asked herself if there could be new, even more terrible enemies on their way. Ziyu remained silent. He thought that expanding the territory was only the first step. Then they would need to recruit as many people as possible and establish a research institute in the Misty Mountains, because by combining the capabilities of animals and people, he would create a place that could surpass everyone in its capabilities. He imagined the silhouettes of people and thought that when the Misty Mountains had followers among all races, Then they would come out of the shadows and stop pursuing such a passive policy as now. Ziyu frowned and said to himself that when the undead darkness awakens, it will not only be the beasts of the Misty Mountains that will fight it. He imagined a scary eye, and said that all the creatures of this world that want to preserve the ability to live will fight the darkness. Meanwhile, in the Federation, the man looked at the council and said that after the incident with the Australito, the mutated tree evolved and became a fourth-order creature. He suggested that they consider what would happen to them if one day it decided to stop helping them. The man put his hands together and suggested that in the matter of the mutated tree, they should all listen to the opinion of another person. Everyone looked at each other and asked, do they really have a person who understands this creature? The man looked at the others and asked to let her in. Zioking entered the office. Everyone looked at her in surprise. The woman said anxiously that if it was about her, then yes, it was possible, because in the battle with the Australite and in the battle with the sea creatures, she fought on the front lines together with the tree. The man looked into the void and said that Zioking had been near the tree for quite a long time. He asked her to tell him something about this creature. Zioking nodded and said that they had fought side by side. She could tell that the aura emitted by it did not inspire fear, it demonstrated her inaccessibility. She looked at the council and said that it was similar to the relationship between ants and people, where they were not the people. The man turned around abruptly and said that this was too juicy a metaphor. He asked if this meant that the tree was going to exterminate humanity. Zioking nodded and said that she could not determine what the tree's purpose was, because it was not like other beasts that had a rudimentary mind and little life experience. She introduced the hero and said that he was already studying human culture. Everyone looked at the girl. She said that the situation with the Australite and the distribution of life essence to people through the altar of sacrifice or the recent events related to the sea monsters, all this clearly demonstrated the purpose he was pursuing. The girl's gaze became angry. She said that the tree was trying to become a hope for people to embody their faith. Ziyu's eyes widened. The man coughed and said that recent events had greatly affected them, their standard of living had changed, and the emergence of spiritual power had turned people's entire understanding of the world around them upside down. He asked if the tree would turn all this to its advantage and try to coexist with people. The man was cautiously silent. The guy stood up with a piece of paper and said he had bad news. The city was covered in fog. The guy said they had just received a report that the fog from the mountains was spreading, covering the cities. The city of smoke was covered in fog. The guy said the latest data showed that this phenomenon had affected 2 of their cities. Everyone looked at the guy in fear. They began to ask, were the foggy mountains really expanding their territory? The guy said that the direction in which it was expanding. The fog was expanding like the wind. The guy said that the fog was expanding in all directions. Not only was their federation under attack, he said that they had even encroached on the western wastelands and northern territories. The man leaned forward and said that at the moment, they could not resist him. Everyone was shuffling through the documents, asking, would they really let him do what he wanted? Someone said that there was no other choice. The man earnestly asked to send an order not to conflict with the beasts of the Misty Mountains. He asked to arrange temporary accommodation for the city residents, and asked to continue to closely monitor the expansion of the territory of the Misty Mountains. Meanwhile, in the city of the Half Moon, Zhao looked at the high wall. Towers were sticking out from behind the wall. People flooded the streets. Everyone began to look at the sudden fog. Sirens began to scream and announce an attack, warning citizens about the attack of monsters. The Transcendents looked at the fog. They raised their heads and said that this was a familiar fog. They asked, isn't this? Zhao approached the huge gate. He stood there until the people realized that this was the Misty Mountains. Zhao frowned and said that he was the general of the Misty Mountains. He said that from today on, the Misty Mountains will rule this place. He covered himself in a yellow aura and said that those who are not willing to submit to the new rule are free to leave the city. The Transcendents leaned over and shouted, was this really such a joke? They asked, could he really capture an entire city by himself? Zhao just chuckled. The beasts began to step. A huge army appeared behind the general. He said that he did not come alone. Meanwhile, in the Misty Mountains, the system reported an increase in the number of evolution points. Ziyu looked at the message thoughtfully, remembered that when he first opened his eyes in this world, he had 1/10 of 1 evolution point, and now he had 10 million of them. He looked up and said that after taking the 4th level, he somehow did not really look at his data in the system. He ordered to open the characteristics window. The system showed several windows with information. Ziyu calmly looked at them and was sure that there was no other creature in the world that had the same set of skills. He said that if he wanted to continue to develop further, he would need to match the level and hone all these abilities. The hero looked to the side and said that controlling the fog coupled with infinite energy was one of his best skill combinations. He said that the range should increase, and it would be logical to add a hallucinogen to this combo. The fog was expanding over the mountains. The hero thought that he could not create a visible boundary separating the fog-covered area from the rest of the world, but even more, any place his fog hit. Ziyu leaned forward and said that the world would belong to the Foggy Mountains. The beaten transcendent was held by the face. Kingjin slammed him into the wall. He was covered in someone else's blood. Rats filled the city. Wolves sniffed. Gorillas silently walked along the streets. The wounded transcendents were breathing heavily. Zhao spread his hands and said that they were taking the city under their protection. All those who decided to surrender, they would spare. Meanwhile, in the Jasmine Valley, the red tree was shining. Xiaohong stepped onto the grass. She raised her muzzle to the sky. A flash appeared on the horizon. A butterfly flew, emitting a pink glow. The spotted butterfly looked ahead. Xiaohong tensed up. The thunder dragon flew. It accelerated. The dream beast ran towards it. Its horn began to accumulate energy. The two energies touched. The three beasts were shocked. The dragon landed opposite the unicorn. Meanwhile, the hero was silent. He looked ahead and thought that being at the first level, he was already able to compete on equal terms with the creature of the second. He understood that the Thunder Dragon's potential was colossal. He did not think that it would take him much time to surpass the Dream Beast. The beasts turned around. The hero said that this was enough and asked them to return. They approached the tree. The unicorn silently looked at the hero. Ziyu looked at it silently and remembered that it was tamed by them a few days ago, and it was similar to a dragon because it had the status of a legendary creature. Its potential and growth potential were also enormous. A flower flew to the tree. She said that the white fox from the Green Hills had arrived. The fox bowed and greeted the hero. Ziyu leaned towards the flower and said that he called the fox here because he had a question. The white tiger had previously received this flower as a gift from his tribe. It was originally supposed to have 9 petals, but there were 8. He said that one of them was secretly bitten. The system reported that the creation spirit flower has 9 petals. However, if even one of the petals is damaged, then consuming this medicinal spiritual herb will not bring any results. The fox frowned. Ziyu looked at the fox ominously and asked, "Who ate the petal?" He asked him to think carefully before answering. The fox sweated and said that it was her. Tizuyu looked at the fox silently. She said that she was young then and did not understand much. She said that after it was revealed, her sister taught her a lesson. She pressed her muzzle to the ground and said that they did not want to insult them by giving them a damaged flower, and even more so, they did not want to deceive the master. Tizuyu looked into the void and thought about the Green Hill tribe. They were large enough, and if you put in the effort and try to grow them, you can get a second 9-tailed fox. The fox looked at the presented flower in bewilderment. The hero demanded that she eat it because it makes sense. Since she already ate one, the hero said that it was pointless for him to even try to absorb it because he did not absorb the torn flower. The fox raised her muzzle to the sphere. Root pointed to a glowing ball. The hero said that in order for her to better absorb the energy of this flower, he would gift her a drop of life essence, which should strengthen his body. The fox began to eat the flower, which emitted blue light. In a moment, her muscles grew. Flower covered her mouth with her hand and said that the fox's aura had become similar to that of a 9-tailed fox. Xiaohong walked up to the tree. She was blazing and carried a spotted butterfly in a sphere in front of her. The butterfly looked forward and asked, "Is this really the divine tree?" She looked at the hero and said that the tree was truly grandiose. Flower blushed and began to shout to her master that this butterfly was too beautiful. Xiaohong gritted her teeth and asked to welcome a new member of their brotherhood. The butterfly looked at the hero. A system message with her characteristics appeared. Ziyu looked at her in surprise and thought that a 3rd-level creature had joined them for the first time. The hero began to transform. He took the form of a golem, took the sphere and said welcome. The panda frowned and thought that this was just some pathetic 3rd level. He said that he had already managed to reach it. The hero turned to the flower and asked if she was also on the verge of an impulse. He looked at the butterfly and asked how things were going with the altar. The flower thought for a moment and said that at the moment, 28 human champions have signed a blood pact with them. One of them is a warrior at the peak of the 2nd level, the Tyrant of the Iron Fist. She added that 6 masters at the middle stage of the 2nd level have joined them. The rest have only recently reached it. The hero frowned and said that this was much less than he expected. He ordered to continue recruiting people, the more the better. He looked at the butterfly again and said to inform all the new arrivals that they should increase their own strength as soon as possible, and if necessary, the Misty Mountains are ready to offer them help. The flower looked at the master with concern and asked if she could ask one question. The hero turned to her and said that she could ask. The flower looked at the hero with concern and said that recently all his orders were aimed solely at expanding the territory and strengthening. She asked if there was some enemy that they were preparing to fight in such a way. The tree remained silent and said that this was not what she needed to know now. He asked her to concentrate on fulfilling her duties. He said that was all. The flower looked down in displeasure. Zhao appeared from the ground and addressed the divine tree. The hero looked at the man. He bowed and said that the city of the incomplete moon was subdued as he ordered. They did not destroy the buildings and only expelled from the city those who refused to obey. He looked up and said with concern that he had taken liberties by forcibly gathering all the human scientists in one place. Ziyu leaned over and said that it was a good decision. He asked to bring them here and said that this would be the first brick that would form the foundation of their development. Zhao bowed. Ziyu looked at his hand and told the darkness that he was not afraid of it and would not allow it to destroy this world. He said that under his banner he would gather countless warriors and together, like a monolithic wall, they would stand in its way. He looked forward angrily and said that he would use all his strength to crush it. Flower looked at her master tensely. Meanwhile, in the Luo kingdom, the warriors ran after the stranger and demanded that he return what he had taken. A long-haired man ran, clutching a bundle to his chest. It was a baby. The warriors began to form attacks and shouted that a member of the Dark Assembly had chosen death. The two spheres caught up with the man. An explosion rang out. The man sat in the middle of a crater. He looked up at the two warriors pursuing him. They looked at him angrily and demanded that he give him the baby, otherwise he would not get out alive. The man was silent. He looked at the red baby. It was covered in dark stripes and said that those who would decorate this night with their blood would be them. The moon stood above the mountains. The system began to report about the third wave of spiritual energy emission approaching. It said that new races would soon appear and the legacies and powers of the bloodlines would awaken. Tizuyu looked at the system message. The system assumed that the hero was not ready yet. He looked at the window in surprise and thought that he had somehow forgotten about the third emission. His eyes narrowed. The hero thought that during the previous emission, evolution became wave-like and poorly controlled. The speed of development of all creatures significantly accelerated, thereby changing the structure of the food chain. He was curious what the third wave would bring them. The system reported that being on the fourth level after the wave passed, the hero would change again. Tizuyu asked why the next wave would come so quickly. The system reported that the darkness sensed his presence and it was the one that influenced the next surge, because it was afraid of the speed at which the hero was evolving. The system window appeared in front of the protagonist's face, reporting that the darkness sensed his presence. It was the one that influenced the next surge. It was afraid of the speed at which the hero was evolving. Tizuyu's eyes widened. He frowned, asking if she was really afraid of him. The sphere froze in front of the pop-up state, saying that in order to become stronger, he must kill living beings, and all these beings he killed feed this darkness with dead energy. He asked if his evolution didn't make the darkness stronger. The system window leaned forward, saying that only those deaths that occur in battles with other beings make it stronger, but this general rule does not apply to the hero. Tizuyu looked up, asking what this means. The background of the window darkened. The system said that those killed by the protagonist do not become undead, feeding their dead energy to the darkness. Instead, they turn into evolution points, which the protagonist uses for his own development. In fact, Tizuyu himself is a kind of second darkness. The red eyes of the sphere opened wide from what he heard. The protagonist looked at the window of the system above him, which reported that now the darkness is stronger than Tizuyu. It can even cause another tide of the wave of spiritual power. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the tide could be so powerful that it will change the evolution of the entire planet. He will have to face a strong enemy in a confrontation. He wondered if he can win. Maybe he will be killed by the most terrible death imaginable, but he cannot just give up. Tizuyu opened his mouth wide in a smile and laughed. The system window fell silent in surprise. The sphere opened its eyes wide and smiled, thinking that his blood was boiling. He was very excited. The hero's eyes lit up red. He thought that only now he began to understand why he came to this world and what was the purpose and reason for his rebirth. The letters in the system window lit up brightly. It reported that the wave was unlikely to begin its movement from the depths of the planet. Most likely, it would form somewhere in the light of the stars in the sky or in the darkness of the depths. The window hung over the hero, saying that this wave would be the most terrifying in its power among all that had previously appeared on their planet. It would spread further and go into the emptiness of space. Green flashes shone brightly along the edge of the window. The system said that this was a chance for the hero that must be used. A dark sphere hovered in the bright cavity of the tree trunk. The hero squinted, saying that he had opened his eyes. He looked up at Xiaohong on one of the tree branches, asking her to call Zhao and Thornia, the demon bull, and the emperor crocodile, as he had something important to tell them. The scarlet fox frowned, saying that she had heard the master. Above the rocky peaks was a dark night sky with a bright moon. The protagonist's team of subordinates had been assembled. The girl frowned, wondering why the master had gathered them so suddenly. The heroes froze, looking at the sphere in the bright hollow of the tree trunk, which asked them to listen to it. Ziyu frowned, saying that he would soon go into deep meditation in order to focus on his cultivation, but before that, he needed to give them some important orders. The protagonist said that they had captured Half Moon City and Yang City, and Thornia would rule over them. The girl's eyes widened and she frowned. Ziyu said that Zhao should gather all the scientists from both cities and place them in the underground settlement in the Brayu Canyon. They should continue their work on genetic modification of the body. He should provide them with everything they needed, including the essence of life. Zhao raised his head, saying that he understood the words of the master. The Emperor Crocodile raised his head, listening to the words that he would no longer need to worry about the security of the inner perimeter of the Misty Mountains. Now the demonic bull would do this, and his area of responsibility would become all of the Misty Mountains. The creature frowned and lowered his head. The hero said that from now on, the demonic bull would manage all of the beasts of the Misty Mountains, as well as military campaigns and reports on them and the conclusion of treaties. He obediently nodded. Ziyu said that Xiao Hong's area of responsibility was to find and accept new beasts into their team. If she needed any help, she would need to contact the demonic bull. The scarlet fox lowered its muzzle, saying that it understood everything. Thorn opened its mouth and knitted its brows, asking how long his meditative sleep would last. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, saying that he did not know, maybe half a year, maybe a year, but in any case, he would not wake up soon, and while he slept, everything in the Misty Mountains was entrusted to them. The heroes froze at the roots of the dark tree, listening attentively to the master. They straightened up and said in one voice that everything was clear to them. Ziyu narrowed his eyes and looked up, thinking that in order to prepare for the approaching wave, he should try to plant his roots as deep into the darkness of the void as he could. After all, it was very likely that the darkness came from this void. There were bright streaks of light running through the dark branches of the tree. The hero asked the darkness to wait for him. After all, he would not lose to it. Even if the energy of the whole world dissipated because of it, he would definitely survive. A bright light fell on the trunk of the tree. Thornia raised her head and opened her mouth. The girl's eyes widened. She said that it was very beautiful. The trunk of the divine tree turned purple, its top shining brightly. Streams of white light descended to the ground. Among the clouds floating in the sky was Mount Tansha. A dark silhouette looked at the starry night sky. In the shelter of the dragon god were the bones of giant creatures. The dragon's paw stepped on the ground, raising dust into the air. The creature opened its mouth wide, letting out an angry roar. In Australia, there was an Australite standing in front of his army. The monster's red eyes frowned. He said that this world would change again. The forest was quiet. There was no one among the tree trunks. The monster grabbed a man in its teeth, standing over a girl who had fallen to the ground. She knitted her brows and opened her mouth wide, asking him to stop, tears streaming from her eyes. The creature narrowed its eyes slyly and dispersed, baring its teeth. The girl opened her eyes wide and screamed. A white tiger appeared from nowhere, grabbed the monster in its teeth. His blue eyes opened wide. Bai spread his wings, trying to bring down the creature. He frowned, looking ahead, blood pouring from his mouth. The girl opened her eyes wide, feeling movement behind her. She turned around. Thorn's face was hidden in the darkness, but her eyes stood out brightly. A thick fog fell on the forest. The girl, lying on the ground, opened her eyes. Turnia smiled, noticing that she had finally woken up. Bai bared his teeth looking at her. The girl screamed and crawled back. She looked at her hands in surprise, not believing that she was alive. The white tiger spread its wings, moving forward. The girl held on tightly to the tiger's fur, asking Turnia, who was sitting next to her, if he would eat her. She was interested in whether it was the elder's pet. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking to tell her what she was doing in the forest. Because there were many strong beasts in this place, it was very dangerous. Xiaolan looked down sadly, saying that she ended up there at the request of her uncle. He said that in that forest there was a plant that he needed, and she could feel the energy that spiritual plants emitted. The system window reported that the girl was at the first level of the first stage of evolution. Turnia frowned, asking if her uncle had really sent her here alone. Giving her such a dangerous mission, Xiaolan furrowed her brows, saying that she had been kidnapped. If she did not bring the necessary herbs in time, then someone would rip out her brother's eyes and sell him for organs. Turnia raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at her. The girl's eyes shone brightly. She thought about how time goes by. But people do not change and continue to do such things. She asked the girl to take her to him. She would help her bail out her brother. Turnia tilted her head, asking where they were. Xiaolan opened her mouth wide, saying that they were in Yan City. The white tiger's eyes opened wide. A flock of dark crows with bright red eyes appeared in front of the heroes. The girl screamed when she saw them. Turnia gritted her teeth, saying that this was bad. The birds opened their beaks wide, making loud sounds. The system reported that a flock of crows was on the first level. Bai opened his mouth, from which bright blue energy came out. A stream of energy rushed forward, breaking the flock of birds. Bright pink energy hit the tiger in the side. He opened his mouth, screaming in pain. The girl screamed. The crows hovered above the heroes. Turnia launched her red tentacles to attack. Bai spread his wide wings, trying to dodge the streams of bright energy left by the dark crows. The girl turned around and frowned, thinking that in the air the birds had an advantage. Since they were too big a target, she ordered the tiger to land. Bai bared his teeth, growling furiously. The crow spread his dark wings. A giant crow appeared above the white tiger with wings. The eyes of the huge raven were glowing bright red. The system reported that it was the Black Crow Emperor, located at the second level. Turnia raised her head and frowned, saying that this one was too big, asking if it could even be called a raven. The bird opened its beak, releasing a skin. Light particles were falling among the stone ravine. Bai closed his eyes, saying that he was dizzy. The tiger suddenly stood up. The girl fell off its back with a scream. The white tiger's eyes shone brightly. Giant worm-like monsters appeared in front of them. Xia Alin froze in a stupor and opened her eyes wide, saying that they were too big and angry. The monsters moved forward, opening their mouths wide and showing sharp teeth. Bai opened his mouth, releasing a stream of bright. Bai spread his wings and flew up, releasing a stream of blue energy forward. Xia Alin opened her mouth in fear, saying that the tiger was so strong. Bai growled. The girl raised her hand, asking if he really wanted her to climb on his back. The white tiger flew higher among the rock walls of the canyon, moving in a zigzag pattern. Bumps appeared on their heads. Xia Alin cried, saying that it hurt. The girl opened her mouth, screaming that his wings were damaged, asking what to do. The tiger bowed his head, saying that they would all die. Xia Alin screamed in fear that she did not want this. She clasped her hands to her chest and began to whine. The tiger looked away. Xia Alin opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth. A bright flash appeared in front of the heroes, asking where the aura of the spiritual plant was coming from. The creature's eyes shone brightly in the shadows. It leaned over a small tree on a hill, saying that this energy was not like the one she had seen before. The girl stood in front of the tiger, saying that she felt the aura of the spiritual plant and it was very, very strong. It was clearly unusual. Xia Alin turned to the beast, asking the tiger to come and see with her. Maybe they could use him to cure his wings. Bai rolled his eyes, blood spurting out of his mouth. The girl furrowed her brows, asking if he was really that bad. The giant tiger fell in front of her. Xia Alin realized that it was because he was poisoned when he bit her. The tiger frowned and opened his eyes wide, saying that everyone would die. The girl looked at him sadly. Xia Alin furrowed her brows, saying that he would not die since he had sacrificed his wings to save her, so she would do her best to ensure that he lived. The girl walked forward, saying that they should hold out for a little while longer. The white tiger lowered his wings, repeating that everyone would die. She asked him with displeasure why he kept saying that, since she had already said that she would save him. Turnia looked at the dark raven in the sky. The bird spread its wings wide. She gritted her teeth, saying that it was shameful for it to flee the battlefield after being defeated. Storm wolves appeared behind her. The girl frowned and opened her mouth wide, thinking that it was not that far to Yang City. She told the animals to find Bai because he might be injured. It started to rain. The girl frowned, looking ahead. Turnia gritted her teeth and bowed her head, thinking that because of the rain, the wolves might lose the scent of the tiger and that girl. There was a rock ledge above Bai, protecting him from the rain. He spread his wings. Xia Alin hugged her shoulders, saying that she hoped that they would not be flooded. Bai fell helplessly to the ground. The girl ran to him. The tiger opened its mouth slightly, from which blood flowed, saying that everyone would die. Xia Alin frowned, thinking that the poison was spreading throughout his body. He was getting worse, so he wouldn't last long. She frowned and took out a white flower from her bag. Bright particles were falling among the stone walls of the canyon. 2 hours had passed. The abnormal white tiger stood on its paws. Its body was bandaged. Xia Alin looked at him, saying that the medicine she treated him with was called Returning Spirit. It neutralizes poisons and relieves pain. On the black market they are willing to pay 50,000. It was the herb from which it is made that she was sent for. It was intended to save her brother, because if she did not bring this herb, his eyes would be torn out, but she could not allow the death of the tiger. There was a trace of a white plant on the stones. The girl said that it remains only to hope that there is something else nearby, comparable in value. They need to combine their efforts. Because they are in the same boat, he needs to heal his wounds, and she needs to save her brother, so they need to do everything in their power to find spiritual herbs in that canyon. Bai closed his eyes. He lost his jaw and said that everyone will die. The girl froze in a stupor, putting her hands forward, asking if this was the only phrase he could say. The heroes approached the dark cave. Bai's eyes shone brightly with blue light. They froze at the edge. Xia Alin suggested jumping down because a strong spiritual aura emanated from this place. The white tiger quickly moved down, spreading its wings wide and roaring. The heroes stopped in front of a crowd of giant worms. The girl jumped off the tiger's back. The monsters reached for it. They slowly made their way through the dark passages of the cave. A larva fell on Xia Alin's head. Her eyes widened. The girl took it in her hands. It opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth. She quickly threw it out of her hands and screamed. Xia Alin raised her head and saw hundreds of the same larvae on the ceiling of the cave. She began to hit the tiger's back with her hand. Bai opened his eyes wide and quickly moved forward. The tiger began to lick its fur. The body of a red creature appeared in front of them. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. The giant centipede opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth. Xia Alin found herself on the tiger's back. They were heading in the opposite direction from the monster. The centipede squeezed the white tiger with its body. The girl armed herself with a stone. The heroes continued to move forward along the passages of the stone cave. Xia Alin wearily knitted her eyebrows and opened her mouth. There was a bright light ahead. Bai opened his blue eyes wide. The girl leaned on a stick in her hands. The heroes came out to a clearing with colorful plants, in the center of which stood a tree with a light top. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that it was very beautiful. She stood still in front of a clearing with colorful plants, saying that no one would have thought that there would be such a truly magical place here. The tiger began to lick itself. They walked closer to a tree with a bright top. The rays of moonlight fell on them. Xiaolin knitted her eyebrows and put her hands behind her back, saying that this hole at the top was shaped like a letter V. The white tiger opened his mouth wide, screaming that everyone would die. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if he liked it too. Bai smiled contentedly. She opened her eyes wide, saying that her hometown was once beautiful too. Xiaolin touched her hand to the tree trunk and turned to the tiger, her eyes shining brightly as the girl said that it was like that until doors like Bai came and destroyed everything, killing her parents. After that, the girl looked at the tree again and said that then she hated the animals for what they did. Suddenly she became sad, saying that she never thought that people could be even bigger monsters. After saying this, she thanked the tiger for protecting her life, which made him shudder in surprise. Xiaolin smiled widely and looking at Bai said that when his wings heal, she will definitely take him to her city. Bai happily said that everyone will die. This made Xiaolin scream in displeasure and bewildered by the fact that Bai kept repeating the same phrase. Suddenly she remembered how people were yelling at her and scolding her while she was hugging her brother. One of the men raised a bat, getting ready to hit Xiaolin with rage. Blood sprayed in all directions while the girl endured the blows and begged them to stop beating her. Soon the men began to leave, saying that if Xiaolin died after the beating, they would sell her for organs, because it could even be more expensive. The beaten brother and sister hugged each other in the cell. The younger brother cried, asking his sister how long this would go on. Xiaolin herself began to cry, wanting to survive. Tears streamed down her eyes as she said that they must definitely survive, because only by surviving could they change their lives. The girl who had a nightmare began to wake up. She stood up abruptly, realizing that she had accidentally fallen asleep. She began to shake the tiger, trying to wake it up. But she stopped when she saw how the poison had spread, staining the tiger's fur. Xiaolin became worried as the poison spread faster. Then she turned her head and thought. She looked at the small gap in the distance, sensing a spiritual plant there. Bai saw this and frowned seriously, telling Xiaolin that everyone would die. The girl only looked at the tiger and said nothing to him. She personally went to the cave, asking the tiger to hold on for a while. Bai watched Xiaolin, unable to get up. Soon Xiaolin began to crawl into the gap. As if wishing good luck, the tree leaves rushed towards Xiaolin. The girl he threw the heart of the steel progenitor elemental into his mouth. He thought about how he would spend the rest of his time absorbing it. He began to absorb the heart of the elemental. Ziyu reasoned that this was the metal core of a living elemental. Suddenly, the thought came to him that he was a wood elemental. He thought that maybe there were fire and wind elementals in this world. His heart began to radiate energy as Ziyu thought that one day he would swallow everyone. The tree's jaws closed. The divine tree was enveloped in power. He turned to the nine-tailed fox and asked for his wood core. The fox opened its mouth and released the wood core. Ziyu looked at it and thought that he had previously offered it to the nine-tailed fox for safekeeping, but now he would try to fuse it with the metal one. He began the fusion. Ziyu decided to conduct another experiment. The ground was covered with cracks. It was as if someone had plowed the earth around the tree. Dib enveloped Tizuyu. A system window popped up in front of him, informing him that assimilation was an ability. To turn other elements into metal, creation was the ability to create metal elementals using the core, and devouring was the absorption of metals through which one could acquire their properties. Tizuyu thought that even the earth had turned into metal thanks to the ability of assimilation. He was talking about devouring giving him the ability to acquire the properties of metal, so he should look into this in more detail. Tizuyu grabbed a stone and thought that there were thousands of tons of metals in the kingdom of steel, but not all of them were useful. He turned to the nine-tailed again and asked her to convey an order to the others that if they found rare metals, they should collect them and bring them to him. The nine-tailed fox said that she understood, and then added that Sister Xiaokin had gone on a mission from the Federation because she had been tasked with killing the white dragon, so she wanted to help her. Ziyu thought about the white dragon, and then agreed to it and suggested that the fox take the demonic ox with him while he continued to fuse with the metal core. The nine-tailed fox bowed. A scream rang out among the mountains. A scream rang out over the hills. The white dragon screamed. People attacked it without stopping. One of the beasts screamed. Beasts that came out of this white cave always had white skin. He looked at the fox because he did not expect that there would be a monster of a different color. A roar was heard. Kylie watched the battle. She thought that their turn to act would soon come. The guy with the ears said that the leader did not give them the order to start the attack, and if they decided to attack themselves, they could expose the leader and reveal themselves ahead of time. Explosions were heard in the mountains. Kylie looked up because she was attracted by the sound. The guy with the ears felt two extremely powerful spiritual auras. Kylie turned around. She saw horns. Then his gaze fell on the fox's tail. The ox and the nine-tailed fox arrived. They looked at the people watching the fight. Kylie and the man with the ears stood in front of them. The two opponents exchanged glances for a while. The man with the ears grabbed his weapon. He prepared to fight. Kylie turned her head to him and said that the beasts of the Misty Mountains were on their side. The nine-tailed fox demanded to know what the current situation was. Kylie replied that the situation was not as good as they would like, since the influential human organizations were giving them little help, and they themselves could not intervene without betraying the mistress, since she was essentially a hostage to the current situation. He thought of Zioking, since they knew that several strong wild monsters were watching all this from the shadows, and their mistress could not show all her power ahead of time. The nine-tailed fox thought that it was rare to see Zioking in such a difficult situation. She told the bull to go and help her. Zioking used flame. She attacked the fire fox. The white dragon struck with a beam of power. The beam cut through the space. The fire fox attacked Zioking, wanting to swallow her. It demanded that the girl stop clinging to her miserable life. Zioking glared at her. The masked man thought that this was an inopportune moment to maneuver, so things were bad. Suddenly, a demonic bull in humanoid form appeared and attacked the fire fox. The monster gritted its teeth and growled in pain. Zioking smiled happily. People recognized the bull from the foggy mountains. The demonic bull used a gravity field. The fire fox was immediately pinned to the ground. The masked man could not understand where the fire came from. The nine-tailed fox came from behind him and asked the man to retreat, as he should not be in this place, to which he asked if they had come to help them. She irritably told him not to build castles in the air, as they had come for the dragon's body. The white dragon screamed in agony. A white monkey appeared. Then an animal similar to a badger crawled out. People screamed about the monkey and the snow fox. Zioking said that it turned out that they had accomplices who were hiding, to which the white jade elephant suggested that she go. Monsters, beasts, and people entered into a fierce battle. Monsters screamed, trying to scare the enemy. Beasts echoed them, rushing to attack. It was quiet in the Misty Mountains. The mantis bowed to the tree and said that it wanted to see him. Ziyu said that he heard that he had a good relationship with Flash. The mantis confirmed this. The divine tree said that he had fought side by side with Flash for a long time, and this was a good experience for the future viceroy of the mantis army. And like everyone else, he received the essence of life and other precious high-ranking resources. Mantis heard that 3 years had passed and he was only at the 2nd level. Tizu sternly asked if he thought he had enough strength to fight Flash if this continued. Mantis was nervous. The divine tree handed him a worm. He explained that he needed to eat it because it was a void worm and it had been feeding on its root for 3 years and had mutated into this form. Tizu suggested that Mantis absorb his power, and if he succeeded, he would become stronger, but if he failed, the parasite would enslave his body and Mantis would die. The divine tree sternly asked him to choose what he would do. Mantis sighed nervously. He looked at the tree and said that instead of dying a weakling, he would rather become stronger. Tizu ordered him to eat. Mantis prepared to absorb the worm. Suddenly, a light flashed. Mantis screamed. Ziyu watched him carefully. A green beam of light pierced the space. The divine flower peeked out from behind the tree trunk. The mantis was surrounded by power. It screamed in pain. Qinfeng recognized the divine flower. It was still radiating power. Suddenly, it attacked Ziyu. Ziyu wondered in surprise whether the mantis had succeeded. Qinfeng clearly intended to attack the tree. One of the branches intercepted the insect. Ziyu felt sorry, but he decided to give it a quick death. The divine flower ran to the tree and asked it to wait. She explained that Qinfeng was still struggling, and he really was calling for the divine tree. Ziyu agreed with her. He let go of the mantis. The divine flower watched him with excitement. The mantis entered the 3rd level. Ziyu realized with satisfaction that he had succeeded. The mantis raised its paw. He swung it, testing the blow. It was as if space had been cut with a sharp knife. It turned out that Mantis had become the owner of the Void Blade. Ziyu said that he now had enough power to fight alongside Flash, and the name Qinfeng was no longer suitable as his body had changed and turned purple, and he thought to himself about his 2 sickles. Mantis heard that from now on, he would be called Zillion. Ziyu thought about it. It seemed that in the future, he would be able to raise more beasts with the power of the Void. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, which said that there was an innate ability for absolute evolution, which was able to quickly change biological form based on a mental image. Ziyu thoughtfully muttered about the ability to change biological form using an image and consciousness, which he acquired after absorbing the King of the Seven Seas. Suddenly, one of his branches became a paw. The muzzle stretched out in a predatory manner. A black beast jumped out from the crowns of the trees. Ziyu transformed into a fox. He screamed loudly, releasing power. The blast wave smashed the trees into pieces. Ziyu jumped high. He landed on the ground. Ziyu thought that this was a completely different feeling, and it was also completely different from what he felt when he transformed into a human, since not only the appearance changed here, but also the abilities. He thought that this skill was very similar to Wukong's 72 transformations, and it was wonderful. Ziyu transformed into a tree again and thought that the use of spiritual energy after transformation greatly increased, and also, it was difficult to mimic creatures that you do not fully understand. But these were trifles, since this ability completely satisfied him. He looked up thoughtfully. It turned out that the nine-tailed fox and the demonic bull had returned. They threw the body of the white dragon to the ground. The beasts said that they had returned. Zing greeted the animals and said that he didn't expect them to catch the dragon, so he wanted to take a photo for Xiaoi, and the snake lady joined him. Ziyu lifted the dragon's body higher. He said that in order to gain the ability to transform into this white dragon, he would have to dissect its corpse. After that, they would send their expeditions to the north. Next would be the vast savanna lands, and of course, they would head west into the desert. Ziyu thought about how they would subjugate all the species they found. He thought about the powerful energy and how they would meet the third wave of spiritual energy after all. The area of the Misty Mountains domain was already comparable to a small country, and now Ziyu was ready to start a new battle. In order to gather more followers and face the third wave of spiritual energy together, almost all the beasts of the Misty Mountains were involved in this campaign. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, the monster slammed its paw onto the ground. It screamed threateningly. The mantis took off to attack. The insect and the monster clashed in battle. The monster fell to the ground, bleeding. The mantis flew victoriously over the body of the defeated enemy. Fen ordered the rat to carry the monster's body to Bayou Canyon and make sure that it did not die on the way. Fen thought that the Zillion Mantis was surprising with its incredible power of emptiness, as it could defeat opponents in one move. The insect screamed. The dragon took a deep breath. It used the dragon's breath to attack. The insects immediately flew into pieces. 5 years after the first wave of spiritual energy swept across the world, the Misty Mountains were once again expanding their territory, constantly subjugating the resisting beast tribes. The ants fought the rats. The dinosaurs fought the lizards. The pooks fought the rabbits. The monkey tribe also entered the fray. Meanwhile, at the Federation headquarters, they did not understand what was happening and why the Misty Mountains were committing such a massacre, as it seemed like some kind of madness. The 10-Nation Alliance wondered why the beasts from the Misty Mountains were appearing in all the forbidden areas, as they were still studying the intelligence reports. So they did not have a clear answer, but they hoped that the Misty Mountains were not going to break the pact and attack them. The Luo Kingdom ordered that the tyrant Iron Fist be sent to investigate the situation in the Misty Mountains. The man from the government was saying that the Misty Mountains had been silent for 3 years and were now acting like a bear that had just woken up from hibernation. In the meeting room in the Luo Kingdom, Iron Fist was asked if he knew anything about why the beasts from the Misty Mountains were attacking the Forbidden Mountains since he had signed a pact with them. He angrily asked them if they were in their right minds since he was a human like them, so how could he know something that they didn't know? People started shouting about how many of those present were pure and had not accepted the gifts from the tree, while others tried to calm everyone down. Hawk broke the glass. He shouted that by the order of the divine tree, if they had any information about the powerful beasts or the newly awakened races, they should report it to the Misty Mountains and they would be rewarded for it. Hawk shouted even louder. The people heard that if they did not do so, they should either know their place or be killed without delay. After saying this, the hawk flew out the window. The people watched the bird go. The Iron Fist was tense. Meanwhile, in the northern lands, a level 2 frost giant appeared. Glacier was rushing towards it. They clashed in battle. Energy engulfed the frost giant. Glacier asked the frost dragon to return them to the base. It was quiet in the Misty Mountains. Ziyu thought contentedly that the harvest was good this time. He thought that in such a short period of time, they managed to catch a large number of beasts. The 3 creatures that interested him the most were the frost giant, the second was the golden rock, and the third was a creature that resembled a goblin or a beastman. The goblin's eyes glowed. It suddenly released a stream of energy. Ziyu covered himself from the blow of one of his branches. The branch that held the goblin squeezed him tightly. Ziyu said that if the goblin did not want to follow him, then let him die, since he did not need betrayal and backstabbing during his battle with the darkness. The system Windows reported that 2 million evolution points were added and 500,000 spiritual powers were absorbed. Ziyu looked at the others and said that such a simple choice lay before them. He offered the monsters to surrender and swear allegiance to him, or he had the second option, which was death. It was quiet in the Misty Mountains. The wolves looked ahead. The third-level Moon Wolf said that the cup of patience of the Misty Mountains was overflowing, since now there was nothing to stop them from conquering the neighboring lands. The third-level Blood Wolf said that they could reach their territory very soon. The Moon Wolf bared his teeth and said that they should come. He looked at his pack and decided that he would make sure that this expedition would be a one-way ticket for them. Meanwhile, on the northern borders, the Fly was wondering if the northern region would hold out for a little while longer and if it could withstand the onslaught. At the same time, in the Land of Mists, the man on the throne was thinking that he was only half a year late, and that was enough for this tree to grow to this extent. A light breeze was blowing across the plain. The fox's paw sank into the soft grass. The panda, the nine-tailed fox, and the demon bull were walking across the plain. The moon wolf came out to meet them. The nine-tailed fox narrowed its eyes. The moon wolf and the blood wolf stood side by side, surrounded by their army. The moon wolf looked pleased. He grinned ominously. The nine-tailed fox ate, since a fierce fight was inevitable, and this warmed his heart. The nine-tailed fox said that neither their numbers nor their strength should be underestimated, as they would not yield to the king of the deep sea. The moon wolf was surprised that only a few beasts had come, and he thought it was arrogant. He ordered his wolves to go and test their strength. The panda, the bull, and the fox rushed into battle. The demon bull used the gravity axe. The ground opened up under the warriors' feet, and they fell into the resulting pit. The panda decided that this was a good chance to test the ability he had recently learned. He used the ice blade. He struck the wolves one after another. The moon infernal explosion. The wolves frowned and became angry. The space exploded from the fox's strike. The fire blazed furiously. However, this attack did not cause much harm to the opponents. The vodkas roared loudly. The rats rushed into battle. The opponents grappled in a mortal fight. The middle stage level 3 rat emperor grabbed the scruff of the neck of one of the wolves. However, the wolves intercepted the rats and tore them apart. The electric rat continuously struck everyone with its power. It landed on the ground to choose its next victim. The wolves bared their teeth at the enemy. A third-level ancient giant wolf appeared. It opened its mouth and swept away all the rats with one blow of power. It shouted threateningly. The rats still continued to attack. Suddenly, the sand began to rise. It formed into a sand monster. Zhao, who was leading it, said that it would be the ancient giant wolf's opponent. They clashed in battle. The nine-tailed fox turned to the wolf king. He called it a stinking fox. They attacked each other. The blood wolf was attacked by the demon bull. It demanded that the wolf go to hell. A deafening explosion rang out. At the same time, everything was calm in the misty mountains. Ziyu thought that the nine-tailed fox and the others should have reached the savannah by now. He thought about how their opponent in that land would be the leader of a pack of wolves, and he hoped that the beasts would not take a fight with him lightly. Meanwhile, in Australia, Flash sat on a rock. He thought about how it was time to go back. In front of him lay a mountain of defeated dinosaurs. The demon bull took on a beast form. He rammed the blood wolf with his horns. It flew to the side. The wolf landed on its paws. The demon bull said that his strength was not enough to lead the wolf tribe, so it was time to change their leader. The blood wolf said that the bull was too arrogant, since he only scratched him and gained a small advantage, so didn't their divine tree warn that if they were careless, they would say goodbye to their lives. A huge moon appeared behind the wolf. The blood wolf used the protection of the silver moon. The nine-tailed fox shook itself. It realized that the bull's breathing had changed. It turned out that the blood wolf attacked with energy. The demonic bull tried to resist this power. The blood wolf attacked with a beam of energy. The demonic bull, surrounded by streams of dust, coughed. It did not notice the enemy, and the demonic bull grabbed its scruff. The bull exhaled loudly, gritting its teeth in pain. The wolf grinned. A beam of energy hit the bull's head. It came from somewhere on the mountain. The blood wolf exhaled tiredly. It realized that the demonic bull was tough. The moon wolf looked at the nine-tailed fox. It shouted that the fox's spiritual power was endless, so it had been a long time since he had such a nice fight. Fire surrounded the fox. The wolf shook itself in surprise. The fox said that she was not here to play. The moon wolf said that he did too. The sea seemed to be stained with blood. Flash picked up speed more and more. Monsters were chasing him. The nine-tailed fox burst into flames. The moon wolf said that she was stupid if she thought that she was the only one who hid her true power. The wolf began to transform. The body of the demonic bull began to change shape. His paw changed into an arm. His leg acquired a shield. Finally, he stood up in a humanoid form. He thought that, it seemed, the speed and strength of the enemy had increased many times over. The blood wolf said that by absorbing the power of the moon, he could forget about defense and concentrate only on his attacks. Lightning flashed from his eyes, and he explained that both speed and strength increased many times over. He suggested that the bull go to meet his ancestors. The demonic bull muttered with interest about speed and strength. He was very interested, since speed is absolutely useless against him. The blood wolf froze. The bull used the gravity field. The wolf was pressed to the ground. The ground beneath his feet began to crack. The blood wolf could not understand why the area of the gravity field was so large and why his body became so heavy, since it was difficult for him to move. The demonic bull intercepted the weapon and said that he did not plan for his opponent to be the blood wolf, since he did not care who he fought. He pounced on the wolf and said that his ability was to take what his opponent was most proud of. He said that he would crush the bodies of his opponents into powder. The blood wolf screamed in fear, saying that he wanted to remain the leader of the tribe and join the Misty Mountains. However, the bull's weapon descended and cut off the wolf's head. The demonic bull said that they could control their brood without him. The moon wolf screamed the name of the blood wolf. He angrily said that he would honor his death with their lives. The fox replied that he could not do it. She was ablaze with flames. The moon wolf was surprised that she had 5 tails, although she had 4. However, he did not care. Even if there were 9, he would still kill her. The wolf used a blood beam. The beam rushed to attack the fox. It was so bright that it was unbearable to look at. The moon wolf continued to emit energy. Suddenly, he felt something. He was opposed by the fox's fire. Flames swirled around the 9-tailed fox. Something caught her attention. She realized that her spiritual power was acting strangely, as if she was on the verge of evolution. Suddenly, the moon wolf attacked her from the side. He offered her to die. The fox did not have time to escape the attack. Suddenly, the wolf was attacked by Panda. Panda asked what was happening to the elder since her spiritual energy was acting strangely, to which she replied that she might be on the verge of evolution. Panda thought that this was not the right time, after which he said that he would take her away from here. A rat's cry rang out. Fox and Panda turned around. The bull didn't know who it was. Zhao also listened. He scattered the sand to take a closer look. A huge bird flew over the plain. It opened its beak. The demonic bull screamed that it was the abyssal falcon they had encountered 3 years ago. The bird screamed that they would all die and attacked them. The blow hit many animals. The falcon struck them all without exception. Panda cursed and began to threaten. Its energy was directed towards the abyssal falcon. The bird looked back. The blow came from Flash. It crashed into the bird. Flash struck. Blood spurted from the abyssal falcon's body. The bird crashed into the ground. Fox watched their battle in surprise. She turned to Flash. The abyssal falcon rose to its feet again and screamed. He started talking about how he was fed up with everyone, both humans and a pathetic bunch of ants, because those beasts from the Misty Mountains had gotten in his way again, and because of them he had not gotten his sacred flower, and now they were interfering again and not letting him take the corpses of the wolf kings. He used energy and said that they were all constantly getting in his way, so he would not leave it without retaliation. Zhao said that he had a powerful aura, which meant things were bad. Flash looked at the Abyss Falcon in surprise. He folded his hands into a lock. The Abyss Falcon began to attack everyone. Flash used 5-fold enhancement. The falcon screamed. Blood gushed from its mouth. The bird began to fall to the ground again. The light from the bird's eyes illuminated Flash. He turned to the beasts and said that he had returned. Panda happily took a photo of him. Night fell on the plain. The wolves were gathered in one place. Zhao thought that they had locked up all the wolves and would only release them when they all came to terms with what had happened. However, their main problem now was the fox. Panda was filming it, not understanding what was happening. Flash felt some indescribable energy in its body as different forces were fighting and resisting each other inside it. The demonic bull said that since it was in such a state, they needed to go back. He explained that the rats would drag the wolves through the underground passages. Panda was surprised by this. Flash felt a powerful spiritual energy. The bull raised its head. The rats listened. A procession appeared in the distance. The enemy beasts were approaching them. Zhao asked where they came from, as they were the Iron Knights from the Federation. He suggested that they take a look at the big guy at the head of the army, as he was reeking of a murderous aura. Flash asked the guys to carry the fox away, and he would cover the rear. Panda said that there was no need for that. He asked to leave it to him. The monster got off the lion. The opponents stood opposite each other. The monster, 2 years ago, he single-handedly managed to stop the wave of madness due to the release of spiritual energy. He almost raised. The enemy stood in front of Panda and asked what kind of relationship he had with that girl. Were they really dating? He bared his teeth and demanded an answer. Panda covered his mouth in embarrassment and said that everything was complicated between them. The big guy began to deliver a vicious blow to the bachelor. Panda jumped back. A green beam hit the ground. Panda sweated and began to ask what was wrong with the beast. The knights watched the battle, discussing the bachelor's envy. The beast spread his paws and said that today one of them would die. The panda began to cast magic and asked what he was talking about. He screamed that he was not going to lose to him. The beast jumped, putting both legs forward. The panda began to block the blow. The beast spread his fingers with claws, grabbed the panda by the face, and threw him aside. The panda smashed his body through the rocks. He landed and groaned. He jumped and hit the bachelor on the head with his forehead. He threw the big guy aside. His eyes flashed green. The panda let out a shocked breath. The bachelor stood up, the beast's aura surrounding him. He bared his fangs and noticed that the panda had leveled up a bit. He asked to be allowed to be a little more serious in that case. The panda became wary and thought that he also needed to fight seriously, otherwise the elder would kill him. An orange sphere of solar flare surrounded him. The elder remembered that the panda had used this skill in the city. He laughed and said that now he was really interested. The panda bared his teeth and screamed. The two auras collided in a blow. An explosion rose into the sky. The elder screamed and said that he was more popular at the zoo than him and asked why he was the one who found the woman. He grabbed the panda with his teeth and promised to bite him to death. He broke free and bit the elder on the nipple. The elder threw it away and said that it hurt. The panda clenched his fists and shouted that he was the most popular panda in the zoo and all the human children loved him. The elder shouted that it was a lie and everyone came just to look at him. The pandas butted heads. The younger shouted that he was always taken care of by his young beautiful girls. The elder shouted that he had the biggest enclosure and was fed the best. He covered himself in green flames and said that whoever wins will be the most popular. The panda got into a fighting stance and said so be it. The pandas growled at each other. Smoke billowed over the expanses. Zhao walked between the rocks. He looked ahead. He looked down excitedly and asked if the little one was still alive. The panda, covered in blood, only coughed and groaned. Zhao threw him the essence of life, noting that it would take a long time for him to recover. He took him in a cocoon of sand and offered to take him home. Zhao looked ahead and said that the panda surprised him because he forced them to retreat with his strength. The squad was walking through the field. The knight looked ahead and asked, "Can't they just take and let him go? He still thinks that they should have taken him with them." The panda walked silently forward. The knights called out to him. He held the essence of life in his hands and grinned. He looked at the sky and mentally told his younger moon sand. The golem found himself on the moon. He looked ahead and thought that he had wasted too much energy on this matter. He took out a seed and said that this was the place where it would live. He told it to take root and grow properly. Kizuyu was silent. People took pictures of the purple beam and said that it was pointing straight at the moon. The news anchor reported on an unusual phenomenon and promised to keep people informed of the latest developments. Everyone looked up, thinking about the snake and its delicious meat. In the middle of a canyon, a stone man landed on the ground. He looked up and called the Titan brothers. He looked at the moon and said that their prophet had finally appeared. The golem stood in front of a pile of letters and decided that it was time to finish. He turned around and said that the moon was filled with spiritual energy of the ice element. He was sorry that his spiritual power was not enough. He would love to explore everything here. The hero bounced off the moon and flew back to the ground. Tizuyu's journey had turned the world upside down. All the people and even the mutated beasts were in shock because a giant snake had appeared, which was also a 4th level. The Conference of World Leaders, which was supposed to be held in 3 months, would now take place in 3 days. There was a commotion in the ocean. No one could understand where the mermaid queen had gone. Zioking joyfully shouted that her hawk should have been patrolling from the sea. He did not understand why he was returning alone. The hawk hovered near the hero and began to shout that he had bad news. Ziyu froze. Water splashed in the ocean. Something appeared from under the water, the silhouette of a creature. The hawk shouted that the Sea Kings were about to break through to the 4th level and that human ships were already heading there. He remembered flying in the sky and looked down. The aircraft carriers were sailing forward. The hawk said that the battle between humans and Sea Kings was about to begin. Yule stood at the bow of the ship and looked ahead. The ships of the Free Federation were sailing across the ocean. The ships of the Huasa Federation joined them. Yule looked ahead and said that even the oceans were not pure. He looked at the floating corpses of the beasts. A beam struck the water. Yule looked ahead and said that their target was right ahead of them. There was a guy standing behind him. He asked to order the other fleets to stop advancing. He said that he himself would go there first to scout. He flew forward. Monsters appeared from the depths. Yule was approaching the huge creatures. He hovered in front of them and asked if they really wanted to stop him. He put 2 fingers to his temple and ordered to activate the guided spiritual missiles. The screen in the control center lit up red. Activation began. Missiles flew at the creatures. The girl came up with documents and said that the Free Federation gave the order to use guided spiritual missiles. The man's eyes widened and ordered to give the order to activate their spiritual orbital cannon, because they cannot allow another 4th order creature to appear in this world. A sea dragon emerged from the water. He looked ahead. The sky was covered with clouds. The dragon was struck by lightning. He screamed and ordered the heavenly punishment to appear, because today he will definitely break through to the 4th level. A sight appeared on the screen in the control center. People were shouting that the orbital cannon was loaded. The girl raised her hand and ordered to attack. The satellite fired at the ground. A yellow light began to shine through the clouds. The dragon was pierced by a beam. He gritted his teeth and groaned. Yule was approaching the beam. He looked ahead and said that this was the Huaxia Federation's orbital cannon. He knew that no one wanted another 4th order creature to appear on the planet. Missiles were flying behind them. The man shouted that the monster was doomed to die today. The dragon's eyes widened. A bunch of missiles surrounded him. An explosion thundered over the water. Yule sent the missiles forward, laughing and saying that this was not the end. The missiles were heading for the epicenter of the explosion. Yule controlled the missiles. The satellite loaded a new salvo. Orders were heard to continue firing and load the cannon. The girl screamed that this creature must not be allowed to evolve. The satellite fired again. The beam pierced the sky and hit the dragon. A wave rose in front of the man. He groaned and looked up. A blue eye was looking at him through the veil. The dragon flew towards the man and opened its mouth. Yule screamed and put his hands forward. The dragon ejected a beam. It pierced the surface of the water. The control center was watching the battle from the screen. They said that the target had not yet been destroyed. They really not going to interfere. Ziyu looked ahead and said that they should fight a little longer. The girl looked ahead anxiously and asked what the master was going to do if he did break through. Ziyu opened his mouth and said that he would send the root of emptiness. He offered to look at the real situation of the battle. The dragon opened his mouth. The Free Federation fired all their guns. The sea creatures attacked the ships. The Huasa Federation did not stop shooting. The shots hit the creatures. The snakes were approaching the ships. Yule waved his hand. He directed the missiles and ordered them to fly forward. The dragon fired a beam again. An explosion thundered in the air. The dragon smiled and said that the people had a lot of weapons. Yule shouted and said that in order to deal with him, they had already prepared tens of thousands of missiles filled with spiritual energy. A bunch of missiles appeared in the air. The man said that they only used a few hundred. The dragon roared angrily. Whirlwinds surrounded him. The people in the center looked at the screen in fear. The guy said that many tornadoes were forming on the surface of the ocean. All of them were level 10. They said that the dragon was changing the weather. The dragon opened its mouth and asked what other tricks they had in store for it. It told the humans to use everything they had. Yule put his hand forward. The missiles began to pierce the tornado. The man gritted his teeth and said that the tornado was sucking in the missiles. Explosions thundered inside the whirlwinds. The beam hit the dragon again. It twisted and dodged easily. The humans jumped up and screamed that they had missed. On the screen, the dragon was gathering power in its mouth. The girl screamed and asked everyone to stop and asked them not to say that it was trying to attack the orbital cannon. The dragon fired into the sky. The beam flew at the satellite and pierced it right through. The man's cloak fluttered in the wind. He silently looked up, not understanding how the dragon to let him die. The radio operator turned to the captain and said that they had a new situation. He pointed to the radar and said that some kind of creature had appeared on it, which was quickly approaching. The radio operator broke into a sweat and began to say that it was a giant snake that reached the moon. See, everyone was climbing one after another. The dragons shot at each other. The enemy roared. An open mouth flew at him through the veil. Tiazu bit the enemy dragon. The dragons froze in battle. A man was watching them. The people in the center jumped up and began to ask, did the python really appear here to help them? The purple dragon flared with aura. He clenched his jaws even tighter and ordered the dragon to fall back into the sea. He began to push the enemy into the water. Splashes arose. The dragon sank under the water. The hero's huge body twisted between the underwater rocks. The enemy screamed. Tizu let go of his mouth and began to cast an energy ball. He thought that the enemy should not be let go, so he decided to finish him off, because if he allowed him to grow and develop further, in the future he would become a pain in the ass. Tizu fired. A powerful shockwave was directed at the enemy. The dragon screamed in pain. A purple beam thinned the seabed. Tizu looked ahead through the foam. The enemy dragon was breathing heavily. Tizu looked at it silently and noticed that its spiritual energy emanations were fading and he could no longer feel its life force. Tizu looked up abruptly. He began to look around. He felt a new aura. Someone was approaching. He looked back and saw added that the hero needs to become stronger. The dragon smiled bloodthirstily and said that he was looking forward to their battle. He swam away and said that he would not let him kill her subordinate. Ziyu looked at the fleeing dragon's back and realized that he had escaped. He looked down and thought that he had evolved, moving to the 4th level after receiving such a powerful blow from him. His spiritual power should have dissipated. He decided that people would take care of the small stuff and was about to leave. Ziyu swam away. Meanwhile, the enemy dragon was covered in darkness. Blood flowed from his mouth. He coughed and threatened to kill everyone. Ziyu cut through the water. Yule hung above the water and said that the dragon's spiritual energy had sharply decreased. He ordered to look for him quickly. Ships sailed on the water. People shouted that they could not let him escape. Meanwhile, in the misty mountains, the panda was training. He clenched his paws and said that he had become stronger. The system reported that the beast had become the 3rd level. Ziyu silently looked at the sky and thought that he had broken through again and relaxed as usual after breaking through. Clouds were floating in the sky. Ziyu thought that 3 days had passed since the end of the battle with the dragon, and the day of the surge of spiritual power was approaching. Ziyu said that it was time to call everyone home. Birds flew to the hero. He ordered to call the entire army back. The birds flew away with a new order. Ziyu lowered his gaze and asked the disciple if her city could produce the spiritual weapons that the Federation's orbital cannon fired. Zioking seriously said that they would definitely not be able to build an orbital cannon, but they could build guided missiles filled with spiritual energy. Ziyu ordered to start production and asked to make as many as possible. Zioking smiled and accepted the order. Zhao appeared in front of the tree and said that he was here. The hero looked at him and asked how things were going in their new cities. Zhao raised his head, saying that in all 3 cities, humans had found a way to coexist with the beasts, and even more, they had begun to form contracts with each other to become partners in battle. In the shadows, the silhouettes of a giant beast and a man riding on it could be discerned. Ziyu lowered his gaze, asking for important information to be conveyed to all 3 cities, that the 3rd wave of spiritual energy surge was about to hit the planet, so they must be prepared to absorb it. The boy froze in front of the sphere hanging over him, telling the master that he understood everything. Zioking raised her eyebrows, saying that she felt that they should not talk about the surge like that. It would be better to call it a miracle so that people would continue to believe in what they had always believed in. The sphere narrowed its eyes happily, crying out that it was right. After all, the situation could be played out like this. Zhao frowned and looked up, saying that he would definitely pass on this information and ask them to be ready. The guy disappeared, leaving traces of dirt in his place. The protagonist, without turning towards the interlocutor, said that he saw her. Zioking frowned, asking who they were talking about, to which the sphere replied that she meant darkness. The girl raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth in surprise, unable to believe it. Ziyu frowned, saying that although it was only one fragment of her consciousness, it left behind a strange feeling. The protagonist thought that he was already strong enough to resist, but at that moment he felt fear. He looked at his red palm. The protagonist frowned, an image of a frightening face appeared behind him. Opened her eyes wide and lowered her head, saying that the last time he experienced this forgotten feeling was when he was a human, and now it has returned to him again. Zioking looked ahead, saying that she was confident that they would be able to defeat the darkness. Not only the beasts but also the humans, they would all live after the battle. Ziyu narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. He frowned, saying that they definitely could not lose. The hero thought that he had no time to doubt, because he needed to quickly concentrate and prepare for the start of the spiritual energy surge. The dark roots of the tree began to twist. Red vines hung down from the top of the tree to the ground. The full moon was visible in the blue sky. At the same time, some events were happening on it. The bright side of the moon was visible. A blue root broke through the ground, breaking out. The branches twisted. Almost white leaves began to appear on them. A tall tree with a blue trunk and a light top appeared on the surface of the moon. The protagonist froze, looking at the Earth's satellite far away in the sky. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he could feel the breath of the laurel tree. It was definitely growing, but judging by its current state, it had not yet fully sprouted. The hero mentally asked the tree to continue to work and grow. The outline of the moon was visible in the daytime sky. People had already tried to study the moon after the first splash, because it is the only cosmic body that can be observed from the Earth. The moon was close to planet Earth. The boy watched this through a telescope, telling his father that a tree was growing on the surface of the moon. The man said with displeasure that he was delirious. His games were to blame for everything, ordering him to drop everything and sit down to do his homework. The tall buildings of the Astronomical Bureau were surrounded by a stone fence. A voice was heard ordering him to report to the Energy Spirit Monitoring Bureau that a plant had been discovered on the moon. Through the telescope, one could see a blue tree growing on the lower surface of the moon. The man, standing by the giant device, cried out, saying that it was a laurel tree. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that this was a bad sign, because if it could evolve and turn into an entity like a mutated tree, the consequences would be catastrophic for them. Perhaps even the magnetic fields formed by the Earth and the moon would disappear. Sea waves crashed between the rocks. High stone peaks towered over the dense forest. A dark stream of energy broke the ground beneath it. A team of insects floated in the air thanks to their wings, and there were other creatures next to them. Giant monkeys towered over their army of primates. Tigers opened their mouths, showing sharp fangs, and there were smaller animals among them. Behind Xing was an army of similar white bears with brightly burning blue fur, and behind them were ice monsters. The spider bowed her head, and below her army of insects. Birds with red heads spread their wings wide, moving forward rapidly. The little monkeys were sitting on a boar. Next to them was a honey badger and a mutated two-headed blue wolf. To the side stood the snake lady, Zhao, Fen, Turnia, and Zioking. Behind them stood a girl with pink hair. The strongest 9 subordinate beasts of the protagonist gathered together. The sphere was in the bright cavity of the trunk of the divine tree. Ziyu narrowed his eyes, saying that everyone had gathered except the snake and the killer whale. A dark tentacle burst out from the ground. The hero's eyes opened wide. He ordered everyone to prepare to receive the power of the third surge of spiritual energy. The dark tentacle rose high into the sky. It cut through it, leaving a bright trail behind it. Ziyu smiled widely, ordering it to split. Small bright particles began to fall from the cut in the sky. The beasts froze, looking at this. The protagonist frowned, ordering them to absorb everything properly. A bright stream of light fell on the crowd of beasts standing below. The waves of the sea rose and fell restlessly. A dark ball flew out from under the sea surface, raising a splash of water behind it. The sphere with a red line turned. A large red eye opened wide. It froze above the sea waves. The sphere looked down, saying that it had finally broken free, and after several thousand years, it would never again be a prisoner of this cold sea abyss. It looked at the deep canyon under the water. The sphere hovered above the rising waves, saying that this body is too weak now, it is necessary to obtain evolution points first. The sphere looked forward. The system reported that this is darkness. At the moment it has no evolution points. It is at the first level of the first stage of evolution. A bright light descended from the heavenly rift. The third surge of spiritual energy fell on the planet. The doors of the misty mountains began to absorb the new power, evolving under the shadow of the tree. Xiaohong twisted her fiery tails. It opened its mouth and growled menacingly, frowning. The imperial crocodile bared its sharp teeth. It flapped its wings, growling loudly. The dark dragon opened its blue eyes and mouth wide. It arched, flapping its giant wings. The water dragon wriggled in the sky. It frowned, opening its mouth. The protagonist did not take its eyes off them, thinking that beasts with a connection to dragons in their lineage evolved first. The white tiger is also quite fast. An image of a tiger's fiery mouth appeared in front of Bai's face. Ziyu looked down, thinking that the one who worries him the most is the golden monkey, because it said that now he knows what darkness really looks like. In the monster's mouth were sharp fangs. The mutated tree opened its mouth wide. Australite narrowed his eyes and said that his strongest abilities were creation and mixing, and creation allows him to give birth to creatures that look like him. The monster opened his mouth wide and screamed that mixing allowed him to transform the abilities of those he absorbed into his own. Darkness narrowed his eye and said that he understood. The Australite slammed his mouth shut with a loud sound. On the stone stood a beast with stripes on its body. The huge face of the monster were white clouds in the blue sky. The system provided information about the 31st level wooden dragon. The protagonist, whose eyes were shining brightly, asked if he would be able to fly when the dragon became full-fledged. The green screen showed the inscription that the spiritual energy was equal to 85 million units. A bright black and red symbol was visible, and Ziyu said that the 7 dimensions had managed to expand several times due to the surge of spiritual energy. Lights were visible in the air, and the protagonist said that each dimension was filled with spiritual energy, and now he could send other beasts there to train. And if he wanted to transfer them somewhere, he just needed to place them in the dimensions and get to the desired place. A bright yellow light was visible, and Tizuyu said that the most important thing for him now was to continue to develop the dimensions so that he could place more animals there. Long red threads were reaching out to a large tree, and the protagonist shouted, "Open up." He looked up, and then the sea dragon looked at the Lord and said that he had finally awakened. A colorful sky was visible above the monsters. The kangaroo raised his head and gritted his teeth. The huge monster with a red eye looked down and said that both sea and land animals had gathered here. Long tentacles appeared in the air, and the Australite said that it was time to open the way for the spiritual energy surge. The monsters looked up, and golden sparks appeared around. The water creatures opened their mouths in surprise. In front of them was a giant yellow ball. The Australite's eye was red. A week after darkness and Ziyu, having cut through the space in advance, let in the surge energy for their subjects, the entire world underwent incredible changes. A bright yellow light illuminated the sky. There were glares in the air, time was passing by, and a small surge of spiritual energy. 2 bright stripes flashed across the sky. Black rifts appeared in every corner of the world, revealing the emptiness that lived in them. A strip of light appeared above a large city. 9 colored spiritual lights began to descend from the rifts, slowly spreading their influence around. Bright sparks of different colors sparkled above the sea. Wild animals fought with people. A giant rift a kilometer long appeared above one of the human cities, but before people had time to react, a wave of altered beasts had already attacked the city. There was a gray fog in the city. Some said that they saw a huge beast as tall as a mountain. Tall buildings were destroyed. All these events that swept across the world greatly affected the consciousness of people and animals, and the rifts that opened were the cause of colossal casualties. 2 dark silhouettes were visible. Even the strongest and most powerful began to lose control over people. There were many explosions on Earth, and the entire planet was in chaos. There was a yellow sky above a large building. A man in a suit was looking at the building, and people in the crowd shouted that it was a surge of spiritual energy. The long-haired man smiled slightly, while the crowd shouted that this was a divine miracle that the bishop had shown them. Aixia and Zi frowned. The man raised one hand and shouted for the others to watch over this place and not let anyone in. Cracks appeared in the sky. The protagonist looked up and said that the number of cracks in the sky was increasing. Tizuyu's eyes widened, and he thought that it only meant that away spreading his arms and wings, he pushed back the enemy's attack. The orange fox, some parts of whose body were burning brightly, calmly watched the battle. Looking ahead, she mentally said that the black dragon was definitely strong, adding that even if the imperial crocodile continued to fight like this, the battle would drag on for several days. The crocodile closed his mouth and lowered his head. Looking at him, the fox mentally said that divine tree. The creature told him to leave it to him. Thrusting its head forward, the dragon directed its gaze towards the demonic tree. Opening its mouth, it shot a stream of purple energy at it. Tilting its head, the demonic tree asked if he really thought he could handle it. The dragon's stream of magic quickly closed the distance. The crocodile looked in surprise as the dragon ran away through the hole it had broken. Near the huge roots of the trees, vines glowing with magic hung, and underneath them stood various monsters. Two dragons stood opposite each other against the backdrop of a black and turquoise space. With its mouth slightly open, the black dragon looked at the purple python. Its pupils narrowed, it impulsively asked if it was who it thought it was, and said that this explained why its breath seemed similar to it. Looking ahead, the tree asked if the darkness had awakened yet. Baring its teeth, the dragon asked if it really thought he would tell it, adding that it had seriously injured it, depriving it of the opportunity to become a true dragon. It stated that it only wanted its death. Streams of fire began to envelop its long body. Squinting his eyes, the python mentally stated that he was burning his soul, and his heart was already filled with hatred. He said that he saw that he was truly willing to pay any price for his death. Rushing forward, the black dragon began to release energy from his mouth and said that his opponent would burn with him in an endless karmic flame. Dodging the attack, the python said that he would probably refuse. Due to the dense cloud of fire, cracks appeared in the space. Raising his head, the purple python stated that the void had split. Creating 3 light spheres in front of his face, the dragon declared that this was not the end. Squinting his eyes and opening his mouth, the python told him not to even think about it. A huge turquoise limb grabbed the dragon's body, spitting out a lot of blood. He mentally asked how this was possible, adding that this was the power of the void. Looking down, the python stated that his opponent wanted to kill him with his own hands, but he would have to disappoint him because in his eyes, he was just a pathetic ant crawling around his roots. Raising his head, he asked if he understood now. Squeezing his opponent's body, the purple python told him to convey his words to the darkness. Moving his head slightly, he told him to forget, for he would make excellent fuel for the evolution of his servant. Opening his eyes and mouth wide, the black dragon laughed and declared that a little time would pass and his king would crush him like some kind of insect. The python squeezed him with its body, killing him instantly. A lot of blood flowed from its purple body. Turning around, it asked if Zillion was here. Someone was quickly approaching from the sky. In an instant, an unusual purple creature with wings stood on the ground. Its eyes widened sharply. Looking at him, the purple python told him to eat him since he would help him advance. The creature opened its mouth. Looking ahead, the python mentally noted that the surge of spiritual energy did not bring as much to Zillion as to the others, adding that he only managed to absorb a piece of 9-colored spiritual energy. Ever since he broke through to the 3rd level, his characteristics began to change. Zillion stuck out his torn tongue. Looking in his direction, the python mentally said that he could vaguely sense the breath of other living beings here, meaning that there were other beings in this void besides him. A powerful turquoise aura instantly surrounded the creature. Looking into his eyes, the purple python said that he had evolved again, adding that it still turned out that for each subsequent transition he needed to absorb the flesh and blood of creatures. With his arms outstretched, Jinlian stood in the flow of magic. Turning his head, the python mentally said that this emptiness was like another universe, independent, giving birth to new creatures inherent only to it. Narrowing his eyes, he said that he should subjugate a few more creatures of the void like himself, because as he became stronger, he would sooner or later encounter them. Jinlian's eyes glowed red. He slowly walked forward, shrouded in a calm aura. Information about him appeared. He was the king of the Void tribe, level 4. His innate talent, evolution, the ability to adapt to all types of external environments, evolving and becoming stronger. Special abilities, Void Claw, ignoring most known physical defenses, penetrating the victim's body through the void. Hunting instinct, the ability to sense the breath of creatures. Breath of the sea, the ability to adapt to water conditions. Rhythm of the void, the ability to jump through the void. Stealth, the ability to completely disappear from the enemy's sight, hiding even your own breath. Dragon Scales, a unique, hard-to-penetrate defense that can absorb elemental damage. Lowering his head, the python stated that after evolution, he had increased in size, growing 2 meters tall. Now he was the same height as Zingen. Shifting his gaze, he said that he initially believed that the path of development he was on should have made him an assassin. But with his current size, this is a bit of an undertaking. Looking at the creature radiating magic, he also stated that he could not help but notice that its breath was terrifying with its nightmarish aura. Continuing to look at it, he mentally said that it seemed that creatures from the void were the strongest of the races he knew. Squinting his eyes and lowering his head, He said that he had given the dragon's flesh and blood to Zillion. Turning his head towards the dark dragon, he mentally stated that it was time to take care of the large-scale attacks. The human forces on this land are suffering defeat after defeat, and the situation here is much worse than on other continents. Turning his head, the crying guy with the girl in his arms called out for the commander. Falling to his knees, the guy with the piles of corpses behind him stated that all of their allies were dead. The head of the bloody orange-haired girl was thrown back. Turning around, he said with a cold gaze that they had protected the city, but at a huge cost. Looking at him, the commander told him to wipe away his tears, because at least they had managed to protect the city, adding that their sacrifice was not in vain. The guy clenched his teeth, and trying to hold back his tears, he began to tremble. Lowering his head, he confirmed. Looking ahead, he said that the commander was right and asked what he would order to do next. A powerful explosion of green magic instantly destroyed the guy. The commander continued to look in that direction silently. A huge monster with tentacles appeared in front of him. His eyes widened. He stated the full of madness. He opened his mouth wide and roared. A bright light illuminated the tree with golden leaves. A cloudless sky stood above the forest. A golden monster in red robes looked forward. His golden mask began to be covered with lightning. The rarest bloodline of the Ant Heaven Emperor was awakened. The carrier of the bloodline possesses unrivaled strength, and his chitinous shell will become stronger with each improvement. Looking forward, the demon tree stated that the flash awakened the ancient bloodline. Looking towards the blonde monster with yellow eyes, he also said that the queen ant was also lucky because the blood of the ant empress was awakened in her. Looking down, he added that it was good, but he was still worried because the darkness had begun to act openly, and from Australia, abnormally strong fluctuations in spiritual energy were constantly felt with the strength that the darkness had managed to accumulate. The beginning of an open war was only a matter of time. The best sun was breaking through the gorge. Continuing to look down, the green sphere mentally said that there was still some time left before the surge of spiritual energy ended, so there was no point in expecting an attack right now. He also mentally added that he was sure that the darkness had a hand in the rapid restoration of that dragon. An image of a dark sphere with a red eye appeared. The tree added that this meant one thing: the darkness also needed allies, and it was actively recruiting them. Approaching him, Xiaoking asked what he was thinking about. Shifting her gaze, the tree replied that she had a formidable force under her control: 3 cities in the Federation, the Dark Assembly, various spy networks, so she should put pressure on them, for they must become stronger. Surprised, she looked away. She replied that she understood. Looking into her eyes, the demonic tree said that there was not much time left until the end of the war, and the upcoming events frightened her. She did not think that the Misty Mountains had ever faced a threat of this level before. Looking into his eyes seriously, sure that he could correctly assess the abilities and strength of the darkness itself, but he was sure that he was at least level 5. Looking forward, the green sphere said that all this made her think that she should attack first. Narrowing her eyes, she added that this should happen before the darkness came to its senses and was able to react. They should attack first. The panda was sleeping peacefully on the root. A ringtone rang on the smartphone. The panda stood up and brought the phone to his ear. Rubbing one eye, he asked if it was Xiao Lai. Clutching the phone, the angry girl asked why the hell she couldn't get through to him, asking if he even knew what was going on in the world. An image of huge monsters striding across the city appeared. The girl reported that the Australites had attacked again. The panda's expression changed as she asked if they were attacking Jir again. Looking ahead, the brown-haired girl said no. The red-haired girl looked sadly at the screen and said that this time they were spreading death across the world. Egypt, an image of monsters destroying that country appeared. Brazil, an image of 2 dark monsters appeared, tearing apart the city, approaching a statue in the capital. Paris, an image of a monster appeared, stretching the Eiffel Tower into its mouth. Looking ahead seriously, the sphere stated that they were literally attacking the entire world. Free Federation. A bloodied masked warrior was fleeing the city. Hundreds of people were running forward quickly. One of the soldiers said that they needed to buy time to evacuate the civilians. Another said that they had attacked them too suddenly. Looking ahead, one of the creatures said to block their way. The Australite began to create a huge sphere of concentrated energy in its mouth. A powerful shot rushed forward, completely destroying everything in its path. The attack illuminated the fleeing crowd. Hundreds of cars were stuck in a night traffic jam on the way out of the city. A girl sitting in the front seat told her mother that she was scared. The huge monster opened its mouth completely. It shot forward with its magic. The flow of energy instantly destroyed people. The Australites continued to walk through a large city that had cathedrals and classical buildings. The alliance of 10 nations. Countrywise spreading both arms, the grandfather in white robes told his children not to panic, for they were safe in the church. He also added that evil creatures would not be able to destroy a holy place with their filth. Looking ahead, he declared that His Holiness went to fight the monsters and he would protect them. You just need to believe. The boy folded his hands in a prayer gesture and asked the Lord to grant them protection and salvation. With a swing of his limb, Osterite tore off the roof of the building. Screams were heard in the room. Looking ahead at the crazy red eye, one of the people said that they needed to get out of here, and first they needed to quickly open the doors. Putting his hands forward, the monk told the spawn of evil to see the protection of His Holiness, adding that he would not be able to kill him. A shot of magic instantly destroyed the monk's head. People ran as fast as they could, some of them were snatched by tentacles. Osterite threw them into his mouth. He bit through living people with his huge teeth. Blood flowed from his mouth. Standing in the middle of the city, he continued to destroy it. The office, a huge high-rise building towered over a platform with flags of different countries. Hundreds of people were sitting at a conference. The man said that the entire planet was facing a serious crisis. He asked why Australia was experiencing such a powerful surge of spiritual energy. He also asked if it was related to the Australites attacking coastal cities around the world. The brown-haired man with sweat pouring down his face said that there were so many countries on the Australian continent. He asked how it was that none of them noticed the nest of these creatures right next to them. He also said that the situation now was even worse than it was 3 years ago when the Sea Kings attacked the land. Looking at the hundreds of people from different countries, he added that if the UN did not provide assistance to Australia, then within a month there would not be a single person left on the continent. The brown-haired man in a jacket and a red tie sat in front of several microphones. The man said that the Huaxia Federation should have a better idea of what it was like to encounter an Australite. An image of a huge monster shrouded in purple aura appeared. The man added that Australia did not have a powerful beast like theirs. He spread his arms and said that the people of Australia were on their own, and if they didn't get rid of these creatures soon, when they pupated and started laying eggs, it would be the end of them all. A dozen representatives from different countries began to talk to those sitting nearby. Someone said that he was right, of course, but the Australians were at least level 4. He also added that there were a dozen of them, and if you take into account all the masters they had, only 5 of them were level 4. The exhausted orange-striped man looked at the audience. One of the representatives said that if they played this card too, humanity would be left defenseless. He added that it would be stupid to waste humanity's only possible chance for survival by using masters of that level to put out a fire on the coast, since their priority was the survival of humans as a species. The man spread his arms and said with fury on his face that they didn't understand a damn thing, that the Australite was an intelligent and self-aware creature. He asked if they thought he was so stupid that he would stop at the coastal cities and not cause any more problems for anyone. He said that it was time for them to join forces and stand shoulder to shoulder, but they were still looking for pathetic excuses to keep their warriors for themselves. He also said that if Australia was finished, they would be next in line. The man in the suit glared at him. Bell Country, Australia, the office of a TV broadcasting station. Several expensive corporate buildings stood in the afternoon sun. The man asked who he was and then said that he was not allowed in there. A scream echoed through the building. A dark hand wrapped in red lightning killed him. The man standing 10 meters away from him, terrified, said that he had killed him. Tilting his body, the other asked what kind of creature it was. The man, whose body was covered in an ominous aura, said that they should help him make his voice heard by the whole world, adding that if they dared to escape, he would kill everyone in this city. The guy in the cap turned to his boss, sitting at the main control panel, in fear. Several people turned around in surprise, hearing the sound from the TV in the cafe. The guy and the girl brought their heads closer to the screen, asking in surprise what the hell it was. People were reading the news on their phones. They were asking if he was a human or not. The brown-haired guy abruptly opened the wooden door. Looking at the people sitting at the tables, he said that they had an emergency. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted loudly for them to urgently bring up the Australian TV broadcast on the screen. Several people in suits stared at the screen silently. In front of them appeared a humanoid monster with one red eye in the middle of his face. Looking ahead in shock, one of the representatives asked if he was a Cyclops man. Looking at them, the aura-shrouded monster said that he was not a man. Lowering his head, he added that he was sure that they had already felt the full delights of the terrible power of the Australites. He also said that he, however, did not care whether they believed him. The 3 people looked at the screen, listening to his speech. He stated that he was the one who sent the Australites to hunt. Raising his hand, he said that he hoped that he understood the power he possessed. Lowering his head, he said that there was nothing surprising in this. Turning his head towards the camera, he said that he had something else interesting to tell. Grinning, he said that he had another 50 Australites who were still sitting in their holes. The shocked deputies clenched their teeth and silently opened their eyes wide. Looking at them with his red eye, the monster also added that in addition to them, he had over 1,000 beasts of the 4th level and above under his command, and he did not even try to count those of the 3rd level. Looking at several cameras standing nearby, he added that the Australites were far from the strongest creatures of those who obeyed him, but, as he saw, even they were enough to bring humanity to the brink. The reporters standing behind the camera grimaced at his words. The monster said that soon they would destroy every person on this planet. An image of an illuminated metropolis appeared. The monster said that he wanted to give people one last chance. If they did something for him, he would leave them a piece of land where they could peacefully exist. He stated that he was trying to set people on it. He looked away in surprise when the monster said that he was probably watching this broadcast. Looking forward, the humanoid monster asked if he remembered what he had told him. Enveloping himself in a red aura, he asked if the tree wanted to defeat him. Putting his hand to his eye, he stated with a mad grin that although these pathetic humans were of no use, he wanted to have fun watching them have fun. Lowering his head, the yellow-haired man exhaled indignantly. He mentally stated that the survival of humanity was nothing more than a whim to him. Beginning to turn into a red eye, the monster stated that they would soon meet and he would kill everyone dear to him. The tree narrowed its eyes and glared at him menacingly. Beginning to envelop itself in aura, the white monster stated that he had said everything he wanted to say, adding that to prove his seriousness, he would destroy the city. Several beams of energy came out from his body. The reporters didn't have time to say a word before the light covered them. A powerful sphere from the explosion rose above the city. People, looking at the screen, stated that the signal was lost. Typing something on the keyboard, the brown-haired girl said that the city where the meeting was held disappeared in an instant. The brown-haired man lowered his head. High-rise buildings were burning in dense fire. The monster calmly walked through it. Everyone in the hall instantly began to be indignant. Some people exchanged glances while the chairman told everyone that they would continue the meeting. So he was able to create an entire continent in the fire dimension. And in the earth dimension, he, with the help of the light dimension, created its light source and even grew fauna with the help of the life dimension. It is in this dimension that most creatures will be comfortable. But the protagonist left the ice and thunder dimensions unchanged, because in the dimension of ice and thunder he planned to settle only those creatures that have the corresponding attribute. Staring at the dimension of life, the protagonist said to himself that it was in this dimension that he would create his own camp. Looking at the portal to the dimension of life, Tzuyu thought that his work was complete and all that was left was to complete the time he needed to. Then he looked at the new king and mentally agreed with the old acquaintance. Suddenly, the creature's eye began to open. Soon his eyelids were completely open. Looking at the animals, the monster said that the surge of spiritual energy would end next week and no matter how the battle between people and Tzuyu ended, they would destroy everyone. The kangaroo, hearing him, frowned slightly. While their king looked at her, eye widened in shock as she looked inside the gates. A minute later, they entered the gates. The events take us to the office. Many people in the office were shouting and arguing with each other. Representatives of the Chinese Federation listened as many said that a confrontation with anyone was almost impossible due to the difference in strength. Frowning, the man tried to understand why their enemy had started all this. He thought about the possible options for events. Frowning, the man suddenly realized that the existence of people threatened the creature. Looking at the people in the hall, the man was surprised. The meeting at the had been going on for more than a day and today another shocking event happened. Tzuyu appeared in the building. He looked at the people, scaring them greatly. His roots filled the hall in an instant. Some of them broke through the ceiling, and some just attached themselves to the floor and began to spread. People screamed in fear, not believing that Tzuyu had come to them. The head of the Chinese Federation was completely horrified. He carefully looked at the forming golem, which soon headed in their direction. Tzuyu looked at the people and said that he did not expect that their meeting with him would take place in such a formal setting. Some of the men began to scream, not understanding how the protagonist got into a building protected by a spiritual power isolation system, his whole life ahead of him. Then he stared at the sweet boy. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.